Chapter 1. The Enslaved. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Upon awakening, Chen Yu stared blankly at the dark gray wall that was mere inches away, involuntarily uttering the existential questions of his soul. He should have been nestled comfortably in his warm bed, yet he found himself in an alien environment, enduring indescribable torment, with a multitude of fragmented memories, filled with a sense of estrangement, flooding his mind. Had he truly traversed dimensions without reason? As a staunch materialist, he was reluctant to accept this absurd reality. Yet, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle famously stated, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. The tangible sensations of his body and the fragmented memories corroborated this assertion. Adhering to Occam's razorinities should not be multiplied beyond necessity. Chen Yu did not squander time engaging in a self-reflective dialectic akin to brain in a vat, for he was about to confront a stark reality. What manner of nightmarish world is this, where humanity is treated like livestock? He was currently confined within a narrow sleep pod, the dark gray wall before him merely the pod's interior surface. Though he was awake, he lacked the authority to open the pod from within. However, recalling a hint from his memories, Chen Yu gently tapped the wall, and it instantly became translucent. Before him lay a multitude of identical sleep pods, densely packed like a beehive. Despite having learned about his surroundings from memory, witnessing it firsthand enveloped him in an overwhelming sense of suffocation. This was the E-class living quarters. The lowest tier of the warship, those lying in sleep pods like himself, were the most subordinate E-class employees. Though referred to as employees, Chen Yu perceived these humans as no different than slaves. From birth, their understanding of the world had been shaped by indoctrination from Milky Corporation, with the concept of obedience deeply ingrained in their consciousness. The original owner of this body bore no name indeed. Throughout the entire E-district, no humans possessed names, only the numbers inscribed on the nape of their necks identified them. In the memories of the original body, Chen Yu knew he was situated at the warship's lowest tier, yet he had no conception of the warship's exterior or internal structure. On this vessel, humans spent the vast majority of their time in the E-district, entirely barred from accessing other areas of the ship. Alas, Chen Yu sighed in resignation. The amount of useful information was alarmingly scant. He was utterly unaware of what the outside world entailed, nor could he discern whether he had traveled to the future or entered a parallel dimension. Desperate to escape the confines of this cage-like warship, his immediate priority was to find a way to survive. As he pondered, a somewhat jarring electronic sound pierced the air, and the door of the sleep pod swung open. Chen Yu knew it was time for him to begin work. Within the lightless expanse of the warship, all human routines revolved around this electronic signal. Only after a day's toil would they return to the layered, hive-like sleeping quarters and once again enter the cramped sleep pods for rest. Fearing that others might notice his unusual behavior, he swiftly blended into the throng of people without daring to engage in conversation. Yet his apprehensions proved unwarranted. No one paid heed to his slightly aberrant actions, as everyone moved about in a state of numbed indifference. As he brushed past others, he felt no warmth from their bodies. Instead, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. Brown-haired, blue-eyed, and fair-skinned, the individuals surrounding him were indeed human, seemingly of European descent. Suddenly, a peculiar phenomenon caught his attention. He noticed small blue spots gradually appearing on the bodies of those beside him. Is this a case of visual snow? No, it is something else. After an initial surge of panic, he compelled himself to remain calm and slowly unraveled the mystery of these blue spots. They manifested only when he concentrated on a specific individual. Otherwise, they vanished. Moreover, these blue dots varied in size and were most prominent on critical areas of the body, especially the head, throat, and abdomen. Vulnerability perception? With this question lingering in his mind, he completed a hasty washing up and meal before heading. Chapter 2. I am human on this warship. As a subordinate human, I could only reside in the lowest tier E-level living quarters. Naturally, humans were not the sole occupants of this area. Adjacent to us were the habitats of indigenous creatures for Blue Star, whose living conditions and sustenance, to a certain extent, surpassed our OWNAS, the largest racial group aboard this vessel. Hundreds of thousands of humans were predominantly born through natural childbirth. The upper echelons of Milky Corporation did not prohibit these humans from forming their own unions. Nor did they care about the chaotic relationships between humans and other races. Pregnant women would be taken away and meticulously cared for until they gave birth, at which point they would be returned. The infants, in turn, would be uniformly collected and indoctrinated, implanted with surveillance chips in their brains, and would not be sent back to the labor zones until they reached the age of 10. During this interim, these children would undergo multiple assessments. Those with exceptional talents would be selected for immediate promotion to D-level living quarters, in essence. Aboard this warship, the concept of parenthood did not exist for humans. It is also worth noting that not all infants would survive to adulthood, and there were absolutely no humans over the age of 40 on the ship. The human subordinates, from birth, faced a test at certain ages. The original body of Chen Yu, at merely 15 years old, was assigned to handle discarded materials in the laboratory due to unsatisfactory test results. Failing the test was an exceptionally common occurrence, as those truly gifted individuals had long been elevated to D-level during their childhood. In fact, the total number of such prodigies over the decades had not exceeded 3 figures. Rather than a test, it resembled an alternative routine health examination. 3 years later, the test concluded. A cold electronic voice echoed in my ears as Chen Yu skillfully removed the sensors from his body and expressionlessly exited the testing room. Behind the monitors, 2 C-level employees of Milky Corporation responsible for reviewing test results engaged in casual conversation. How did D6083 perform? His physical condition remains poor, yet his accuracy continues to excel, with nearly all virtual enemies dispatched with a single shot. Let me see. Wow. It's incredible that such astonishing shooting prowess comes from a human subordinate. Indeed, he was just shy of perfection, had it not been for the limitations of his frail human physique. He might have been exceptionally promoted to a C-level employee. True enough, although his shooting score is an A, his overall assessment barely meets D-level. All right, let's not dwell on him. The next test subject is ready. Once we finish this, we can take a break. As Chen Yu departed, he was oblivious to their discussions. Even if he had heard them, he would have remained indifferent. Over the course of 3 years, he had successfully ascended to D-level. D6083 now represented his name, serving as a passport for his free movement within the D-level quarters as a human. Despite his physical abilities surpassing those of the majority of his kind, he still fell short of the standards set by the Interstellar conglomerate. Milky Corporation IT could even be said that among the myriad humanoid intelligent races across the galaxy, the physical prowess of Blue Star humans ranked the lowest. Despite his poor physical condition, Chen Yu's A-grade shooting score was not his limit. Under full exertion, achieving a perfect score was not a daunting task, and he could potentially perform even more astonishing feats. His confidence stemmed from incredible ability. By concentrating his focus in his eyes, he could swiftly discern the fatal weaknesses or vital points of any organism before him, even if he had never encountered it before. Coupled with his extraordinary control over his body, he could execute remarkably precise shots with ease. However, he chose not to utilize this skill, for aboard this warship, he was merely a human subordinate devoid of freedom. Talent is often prized, yet genius frequently meets an early demise. For now, he needed only to maintain his D-level status. According to Milky Corporation's customary practices, he would soon be dispatched to other planets for missions. Once he could escape this prison-like warship, he would undoubtedly find a way to shed his identity as a slave. Until then, he had no desire to attract unnecessary attention, lest it lead to unforeseen consequences. Suddenly, Chen Yu furrowed his brow and quickened his pace on his way back to his quarters. He clenched his teeth, enduring the intense pain coursing through his body, striving to maintain an appearance of nonchalance, though the muscles in his cheeks involuntarily trembled. Soon as he entered his room, he collapsed heavily to the ground, curling up into a ball, his fingers digging in his arms to combat the agonizing pain within. Minutes later, he lay flat on the floor, his limbs sprawled, gasping for breath. It had been months since his last episode. He had thought he was cured, yet the excruciating torment persisted. It felt as though his very bones were being seared in flames, or as if countless insects were ravenously gnawing at him. He recalled experiencing this agony when he first traversed into this existence years ago. Convulsions and spasms had awakened him time and again, only to succumb to unconsciousness amidst his painful groans. Yet now, he was able to grit his teeth and endure Is this the price of power? Chen Yu understood that this pain was likely a residual effect of his body's transformation. However, this torment was not without merit. After each bout of suffering, His control over his body and the speed of his neural responses would markedly improve, and it was precisely through this that he had ascended to the much-coveted D level. Coveted by countless lower-tier humans, his hair, soaked with sweat, clung to his forehead. Lying on the floor, Chen Yu gradually regained some strength, struggling to rise and unsteadily making his way to the bathroom. He removed his silver-gray jumpsuit, folding it neatly and smoothing out its wrinkles with meticulous care. The reflection in the mirror presented a face both strange and familiar: dark hair, yellow skin, an unremarkable visage devoid of notable features. Save for his jet-black eyes, bright and profound, akin to stars in the cosmos, impossible to overlook. Chen Yu felt a moment of disorientation. After years, he was on the verge of forgetting that he was not a native of this era. After bathing, he donned the ill-fitting uniform once more. The fabric was exceptionally lightweight, allowing ease of movement while regulating temperature and isolating harmful substances from the air. It even cleaned the impurities secreted from his skin. Feeling rejuvenated, he nestled into the sofa in a most comfortable position, accompanied by the soothing strains of music, gently opening a weathered book with pages turned yellow with age. The exquisite melodies were his treasured collection, remnants from the world of humanity before the cataclysm. The ancient tome in his hands had been unearthed from a storeroom filled with miscellaneous human artifacts after his arrival in the D level. It bore no author's name, and the title page contained only a few sparse words. I am a human. Chen Yu ran his fingers over the familiar square characters, the only source of solace he found in this alien world. The book was entirely handwritten, chronicling the history of human civilization, replete with obscure secrets seldom known to the world, many annotated by its previous owner. To be precise, this book resembled an extended personal notebook. Years ago, a student had asked me, "Professor, do you believe we humans are the only intelligent civilization in the universe?" Haha, what do you think? I merely chuckled, not providing a direct answer. Years later, when this colossal interstellar warship suddenly appeared beyond the atmosphere of Blue Star, all of humanity grasped the answer to that question. Chapter 3. The Day of Cataclysm on September 1, 2039, the day marked the centennial anniversary of the outbreak of the Second World War on Blue Star. A massive, island-like interstellar warship unexpectedly materialized in the outer space of Blue Star, detected by our instruments. Now, in the year 9982 of the Oasis calendar, the year 2039 in the human calendar translated to over 60 years ago. After arriving in the D level, Chen Yu had gained access to information that lower-tier humans in the E level could not fathom. When the interstellar warship, named Milky C-185, breached the atmosphere of Blue Star, it inevitably incited widespread panic. We endeavored to send signals through various means, attempting to communicate, yet received no response. The enormous vessel hovered above the Pacific Ocean, imposing a great sense of oppression upon humanity. In desperation, we launched a tentative attack. However, we were mistaken. This was a trap set by Milky Corporation. According to the laws and protocols of the Galactic Alliance, they immediately retaliated. Milky C-185 refers to the ship upon which Chen Yu currently resides. This is a level commercial interstellar warship, predominantly disc-shaped, with an average radius of 300 kilometers, primarily powered by nuclear energy, while also incorporating a system for antimatter energy. Its maximum speed can reach warp level 3, making it one of the flagship models under Milky Corporation. The interior of the battleship not only boasts expansive storage space, but also features several vast living quarters, with just the lowest tier, Zone E, accommodating hundreds of thousands of humans. Although merely a commercial battleship, its weaponry is far beyond the capabilities of humanity at that time. The staggering disparity in civilization levels has engendered an unimaginable technological chasm. In merely 3 hours, numerous aircraft carrier fleets were annihilated, and hundreds of military bases across the Pacific were systematically obliterated. In desperation, we unleashed our trump card, nuclear weapons, but the battleship seemed to sense the impending danger and, at a pace that filled us with despair, surged out of the atmosphere and into space. Countless brilliant fireworks erupted in the void, utterly failing to inflict any harm upon it. Thus, the nightmare officially commenced. A widespread high-energy magnetic storm incapacitated our satellite communications and simultaneously shattered our last hope, the space-based weaponry. Tectonic movements triggered volcanic eruptions, frequent earthquakes, and rampant tsunamis, unleashing various degrees of calamity worldwide, leading countless humans to perish in agonizing despair. We designated this day as the Day of Destruction, The writing of this phrase appears somewhat slanted, revealing the author's turbulent emotions. This page is interspersed with several yellowed, old photographs, seemingly inserted by later generations. A certain iron tower remains only a dilapidated foundation, the tower itself lost to time. The city of angels lies completely torn asunder, with only the letters holy remaining at the site. Countless islands have been submerged by the sea, including that notably famous island nation. Has one truly traversed into the future? Gazing upon these familiar landmarks, Chen Yu couldn't help but ponder silently. In just a day, the surface of Blue Star has devolved into utter ruin. With all vital forces on the surface obliterated, faced with the dire situation, some surviving human elites resolved to surrender. The napes of the surrenderers were implanted with regulatory chips and branded with a shameful mark, reducing humanity to a status akin to that of livestock. I am one among them. Upon reaching this point, Chen Yu subconsciously touched the nape of his neck, which bore a similar string of characters. This was the mark exclusive to the enslaved. I was fortunate to be selected to work within the battleship, tasked with handling the waste materials generated in the laboratories. Most of these waste materials contained unknown viruses, and some even harbored radioactive contaminants. This job was perilous. Yet at that time, I had no choice. It seems I, like my predecessor, am merely another unfortunate soul. Merely a short time into the job, I began to feel the toll on my body. However, during my days aboard the battleship, I learned much useful information. According to the Galactic Alliance's standards, our Blue Star civilization is not even classified as Level 1, failing to receive the protection of their laws. Thus, when this battleship appeared above Blue Star, we were already incapable of controlling our own destiny. Humanity has since become one of the numerous enslaved factions under the Milky Company. Weakness is the original sin. Within the company, the enslaved are deemed the lowest E-class, the most inexpensive and least dignified labor force. Had I never known brightness, I might have endured the darkness. Many of my compatriots, unable to bear the yoke of slavery, have secretly banded together, preparing to resist, and I joined their ranks. Regrettably, at the last moment, I faltered, and thus, I was fortunate enough to survive. Aboard this battleship, the presence of regulatory chips renders any act of rebellion futile. Even discreetly removing one is an impossibility. My body continues to weaken, and after failing to complete yesterday's tasks, the alien overseers regard me with unsettling eyes. I may soon be discarded as refuse. Now, I find myself somewhat envious of those still struggling on the surface. At least they die with dignity. They are free. The final lines are written in a disordered manner, varying in depth. Chen Yu furrowed his brow and turned the page, discovering that the handwriting had suddenly shifted to a form of Western script, suggesting a change in authorship. With a snap, Chen Yu closed the book and carefully put it away. Freedom, 3 years ago. Freedom for him was confined to less than 2 square meters, a space where he could finally be himself within that cramped sleeping pod. Presently, freedom has expanded to 30 square meters, a private space in Zone D. Uniquely his OWN.AS, he once read. All your troubles stem from your own inadequacy. Only when you possess sufficient strength to benefit others can you appreciate the beauty of society. Strengthening oneself is the sole path to resolving problems. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he expects to receive orders from the upper echelons of the Milky Company soon to be dispatched to other planets for missions. At that time, his freedom will be the vast, resplendent sea of stars. Hello, D6083. Are you headed to the cafeteria? A Resol approached, its powerful tail swishing behind, seemingly greeting Chen Yu enthusiastically. Its toothy grin, flaring nostrils, green skin, and the tail behind it inevitably reminded Chen Yu of the reptilian beings often depicted in science fiction. Though the Resol may appear grotesque, they stand over 3 meters tall, remarkably robust, and possess an exceptionally long lifespan, coupled with a diligent and uncomplaining demeanor, making them the most favored low-end security choice in the Galactic Alliance. However, alongside their physical prowess, their intellect is considerably simpler, significantly lower than that of humans. Aside from a handful of D-class humans, the vast expanse of Zone D is primarily populated by Resols and the Eshworm, whose bodies are perpetually secreting a mysterious slime. Yes, D876, have you just finished your meal? Wishing you a pleasant afternoon. Chen Yu suddenly brightened his smile, subtly stepping aside, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they parted ways. After walking a few steps, he abruptly turned back and employed his abilities on the Resol. Indeed, in this situation, can I still not discern its weaknesses? Chapter 4. Freedom. Has Chen Yu's unique ability faltered? Certainly not. It merely requires specific conditions. Through years of exploration and experimentation, he discovered that his special ability necessitates several prerequisites. Firstly, the observed subject must be within his line of sight. Secondly, under the current circumstances, he must possess the capability to eliminate the target. Only by meeting these criteria can he perceive the vulnerable points of others, in other words, as long as Chen Yu can observe the vital points of an opponent, it indicates he can, to some extent, control their fate. Furthermore, he has realized that his ability is also effective against virtual adversaries. A materialist. He has yet to comprehend the underlying principles and can only view this phenomenon dialectically. Take the earlier Risal as an example. Though Chen Yu's physical attributes surpass those of other humans, the disparity compared to the Risal is immense. Unarmed, he poses no threat to the Risal, and, consequently, cannot discern its weak points. However, when armed with energy weaponry, the Risal's vulnerabilities become glaringly apparent. It is no exaggeration to state that a single shot in his hand would suffice to threaten anyone aboard this battleship. Anyone. Hello. Amid the chorus of greetings, Chen Yu finally arrived at the cafeteria. Although the employees residing in Zone D are far fewer than those in Zone E, the atmosphere here is vibrant with hues of red and green. Unlike Zone E, which perpetually exudes a dull grayness, the plates are filled with clumps of blue-purple viscous substances, which, judging by their appearance, hardly stimulate human appetites, compounded by the fact that the taste is exceedingly unpalatable to human palates. Even after nearly 3 years, Chen Yu still finds it difficult to swallow in such moments. He longed for the culinary delights of his past life. Even a legendary dragon fruit roasted meat or stir-fried mooncakes would seem heavenly to him. As for suggestions to improve the food quality, please, do you believe the upper echelons of Milky Company would heed the opinions of human slaves? Fortunately, soon he will bid farewell to these unpalatable meals. D6083, you seem to have arrived a bit late today. By the way, have you considered my proposal from last time? D6079 sat down across from Chen Yu, diving straight into the matter after a brief greeting. With chestnut-colored hair, alluring eyes, red lips, a curvaceous chest, a slim waist, and shapely hips, she embodies the epitome of beauty according to human standards. Chen Yu feigned indifference, merely lifting his head to glance at her before continuing to frown as he ate. The woman, like him, is one of the few humans residing in Zone D, making her his peer. According to Milky Company's customs, soon they, like their predecessors, will be dispatched to other planets for missions, and the woman's intent in approaching him remains unchanged from the last time. She seeks to recruit him into her small team. Hey, are you not listening? How about I keep you company later? Noticing Chen Yu's silence, the chestnut-haired beauty softened her tone and reached out to touch the man across from her, her voice laden with suggestion. The woman before him was evidently aware of how to maximize her advantages, having changed her posture several times in a matter of moments, exuding an astonishing aura of hormones. Her sudden movements attracted the envious gazes of several men nearby. I am sorry, I just completed a test today, and I'm a bit tired. I need to rest. Chen Yu abruptly withdrew his hand, a flicker of disdain and repulsion flashing in his eyes. He hastily concluded his meal and turned back to his room. The chestnut-haired beauty bit her lip, watching the departing figure of D6083, her eyes brimming with anger and frustration, yet she restrained herself from lashing out. Unlike Chen Yu, who had only recently passed the test to enter Zone D, the chestnut-haired woman had been living in Zone D since childhood, after more than a decade in this environment. Her worldview had become indistinguishable from that of other alien races aboard the warship. They shared no common language except for their humanity. Perhaps, on this warship, Chen Yu was the truly unique one. However, his disdain was not without reason. He had witnessed that woman leading an Ishvorian into her quarters. D6083, have you packed everything? If all is well, let us proceed. Yes. Chen Yu quickly gathered his belongings and followed her. His luggage was minimal. A specially designed suitcase containing an old book and a storage device filled with music, nothing more. Upon arrival, several individuals were already waiting, including the chestnut-haired beauty designated as D6079. Days prior, their cohort of D-level human employees had received notification from the company, and today marked their official departure to other planets. Though their destination remained unknown, excitement bubbled within a few of them, including Chen Yu. Yet, amidst the exhilaration, A tinge of regret lingered in Chen Yu's heart. After more than 3 years of traversing this warship anchored above Blue Star, he had never had the opportunity to step outside and witness the transformation of his home planet. This departure might mean he would never return. However, no matter what, leaving this prison-like vessel signified freedom. First and foremost, congratulations on officially becoming D-level employees of Milky Corporation. Subsequently, you will be assigned to the branch in the Firag civilization's home system to advance business cooperation. However, prior to this, in light of your fragile human physiques, we will provide you with complimentary medical services to ensure your survival in the local environment. After this brief announcement, several C-level employees of the Igo tribe escorted the group to different rooms. Relax, mate. This is merely a routine medical service, a young Igo employee reassured softly. Lying on the operating table, Chen Yu felt inexplicably uneasy. Just as he was about to inquire, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he slowly closed his eyes. Poor humans, do they truly believe this is a complimentary medical service? Remarked an older Igo employee casually to ensure they remain compliant after their departure. The company must perform a few minor adjustments to their memories. While I personally abhor such procedures, it is part of our job. Perhaps due to his unique physiology, although Chen Yu's body succumbed to slumber, his consciousness retained a thread of awareness, and he distinctly heard the conversation around him. Damn it, what do these bastards intend to do? He could only curse internally before his consciousness truly sank into oblivion. Chapter 5. Star in a Milky Way Sagittarius arm lies the Firag civilization's home system. Star. The Firag civilization's home system is a single star system consisting of 4 planets. Star orbits forth, boasting a thin atmosphere, extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, and the absence of liquid water, rendering it solely a mining planet. Armed reconnaissance teams tread cautiously through the mining base, exploring meticulously. Damn it, I loathe this godforsaken environment. Why must we undertake this cursed investigation? Moreover, our data analyst position is still vacant. A voice of complaint echoed in the communication channel. Days earlier, the mining base established by the Firag civilization on Star lost contact for unknown reasons. Consequently, the Firag homeworld dispatched multiple investigative teams, all of whom vanished without a trace. In desperation, they entrusted the armed giant Milky Corporation with this predicament. You may wonder why Firag, as a secondary civilization, lacks its own armed forces. The explanation provided by Firag is that they are a wealthy and peace-loving civilization. I have plenty of money. Why risk the lives of citizens? Leave the fighting and killing to professionals. Alas, this was a mandatory company assignment, and refusal was not an option. In such moments, jealousy surged within me for Yudi, who remained comfortably ensconced in the ship's cockpit. Hey Jacob, you can't say that about me. I'm not just a pilot. I also handle data analysis and logistical support. I juggle multiple roles for a single salary. I deserve respect. All right, I didn't mean to target you. It's just that this place feels utterly dreadful that I'd rather stick to dull security tasks on Firag. Indeed, although those Firag aristocrats are ugly and foolish. Indulging in debauchery, at least on Firag, one can bask in warm sunlight. Unlike this desolate and frigid locale, in the oppressive silence, the atmosphere often felt stifling. Once a conversation began, chatter flooded the communication channel like a rushing stream. Shut up and keep the communication channel clear. Chen Yu's icy tone silenced the lively banter, restoring quiet to the channel. As the team leader, he bore significant responsibilities. This squad consisted of 6 members, including him, while the pilot, Yudi, remained aboard the ship. The other 5 were combat personnel entering the mining base. Days ago, they had served as bodyguard for the Firag elite when they received an emergency directive from the company, forcing them into this temporary C-rated investigation task. Their squad's overall rating was D, the lowest tier within Milky Corporation, and with incomplete personnel, it was no wonder the team members voiced their grievances about being thrust into a more perilous C-rated mission. However, due to their relatively weak overall strength, they were only required to search the outer sections. The energy system of the mining base appeared damaged. Aside from the beam of the searchlights, darkness enveloped everything, and the suffocating silence within the confined space was unnerving. They had searched for nearly 20 minutes without encountering any living souls, as if the base's staff had vanished overnight. Captain, come quickly. I've made a discovery. A sturdy metal hatch lay silently on the floor, severely deformed, as if something had forcibly breached it from the outside. This area seemed to have been the former staff lounge, with entertainment items scattered chaotically across the floor. Reminiscent of war games, bloodstains marred the ground, and the walls bore signs of conflict. I could see it appeared the employees had suffered some form of attack, with a brief but violent confrontation, indicating an overwhelmingly powerful assailant. Chen Yu analyzed calmly. I have a foreboding feeling about this point. One of the team members crouched before the thick metal hatch, muttering to himself. Hey, Captain, there's something suspicious. On the life detector, a small green dot chased a faintly flickering red dot. Rapidly retreating. Xavier, come back. Damn it, those we saw are indeed mindless green-skinned lizards. Chen Yu cursed internally while swiftly pursuing the direction Xavier had taken. As Captain, the loss of any team member would directly impact his performance. The other 3 team members hurriedly followed suit. Xavier, you. Chen Yu intended to call out again, but the communicator suddenly experienced interference. Simultaneously, the life detector erupted with numerous red dots, and a distant green dot flickered before vanishing completely. Damn it! Observing the multitude of red dots rapidly approaching, Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly gestured for the others to retreat. The 4 of them raced back along their path, but the pursuing forces showed no intention of letting them escape. Closing the distance at an alarming rate. Yudi. Yes, I'm here. What is happening? Thank heavens, the communicator finally functioned properly. There's no time to explain. Prepare to pick us up immediately. The situation was dire as they sprinted through the corridor. Yet the exit still loomed far ahead. I-Fi, watch your step. With a swift motion, I-Fi dodged an attack from below, and aided by the searchlight's illumination, they finally glimpsed the assailants' true forms, the grotesque form of the Zeta species. Coupled with their powerful physique and aggressive tendencies, unmistakably marks them as the dominant force of the previous epoch, the Zeta race, more infamously known as the Swarm. How could they possibly be here? Fear seized the moment, as the panicked and trembling voice of Ife echoed through the communicator. In a critical instant, Chen Yu sprang into action, firing 2 shots in rapid succession to repel the advancing foes. Don't just stand there. Run. The firearms wielded by the group were top-tier products from Milky Corp, capable of easily penetrating thick metal walls. Yet confronted with the notorious Zeta, they seemed woefully inadequate. Unless vital points were struck, the Zeta's formidable vitality would enable them to recuperate swiftly as the number of pursuing enemies swelled. Chen Yu gritted his teeth and halted his flight. You 3 go ahead. I'll hold them off. A silence fell over the communication channel as the other 3 continued their frantic dash toward the exit. Chen Yu decisively shut off the communicator, lowering his head to press a couple of buttons, and was immediately engulfed by a surge of stirring music. Rather be the hunter than the prey, and you're standing on the edge. With renewed determination, he lifted his gaze to behold a multitude of grotesque figures now clearly visible in the passageway, their pitch-black pupils suddenly igniting with a fierce glow. Damn bugs. Now we can have some fun. Minutes later, the other 3 team members had safely returned to the spacecraft. Captain, we are back aboard the ship. A long silence ensued, with no response. The atmosphere in the cabin grew heavy. 10 more minutes passed. Captain, please respond. Again, the silence lingered. Yes, I'm here. The collective sigh of relief echoed through the cabin. Moments later, the spacecraft, now reconnected with Chen Yu, swiftly departed from Femin Star without a backward glance. Within a tunnel of the mining base, countless Zeta corpses lay strewn about, save for one with 3 distinct wounds. All others had perished in a single strike. Such an astonishing achievement, if known to the outside world, would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. Chapter 6. Secrets Ding. Chen Yu sent the report of the Zeta encounter back to the company, receiving a prompt reply just hours later. Typically, such reports would take several workdays, if not weeks, for a response, yet this incident concerning the Zeta prompted an exceptionally swift reaction. The investigation mission was escalated from C level to S level, and the upper echelons of the company decided to request assistance from higher authorities, calling for elite forces to address the situation while they resumed their security duties of the 9 teams that entered the mining base. Only they 4 returned alive and provided valid information, while the remaining 8 teams lost all contact, including 2 teams nearing B-level status. Despite the loss of 1 member, Captain Chen Yu still earned a remarkable 180 credit points. To put this in perspective, completing a D-level security task typically yields only 10 credit points after weeks of effort. Credit points serve as the universal currency of the Galactic Alliance and are reportedly used in various outer galaxies. 1 credit point is usually sufficient for an ordinary citizen's basic living expenses for 10 days. 10 credit points can purchase a round-trip ticket between Pillage Star and Fisher Star Point 978 points. Just 2 or 3 more missions, and I will have enough for 1,000 credit points to truly redeem my freedom. Unlike the others in his team, Chen Yu hailed from the remote blue planet of the solar system, where his native civilization had yet to reach level 1. Making it one of many colonies under Milky Corporation years ago, he successfully passed the company's evaluation and was dispatched to the subsidiary in the Pillage Star system to facilitate business cooperation. Upon awakening, he was astonished to find himself at the subsidiary, with no recollection of how he arrived there. The last memory he held was of 2 sea-level employees from the Igo race providing him with what they termed free medical services. However, whether due to his physical mutation or some other reason, his cognitive faculties remained unaffected. Though his original memories had inexplicably altered before arriving here, he believed that escaping that cursed warship would lead to freedom. Upon arrival, he realized that freedom was an illusion. He remained an unfree subordinate, ensnared in self-deception. Nevertheless, due to the regulations of the Galactic Alliance, Milky Corp did not completely sever ties. As long as he accumulated 1,000 credit points, he could apply to redeem his freedom. Splash! Chen Yu closed his eyes, allowing warm water to cascade over his scarred body. These scars were the result of injuries sustained during missions over the years. Current medical technology could easily remove the scars, but he chose not to, as such expenses were not covered by Milky Corp's free medical services. The warmth of the bath gradually washed away his fatigue, alleviating even the soreness from overexertion. Previously, it was his confidence in his abilities that led him to remain behind, buying time for others to escape. That it was this very ability that had allowed him to navigate perilous situations and arrive at this point. After years of effort, he was mere steps away from accumulating the 1,000 credit points necessary to shed his status as a subordinate. Before that, he could not afford any setbacks. Damn green-skinned lizard. Xavier had already paid a hefty price for his foolish actions. Had he lived, Chen Yu's reward might have been even greater AS for the Zeta corpses within a mining base. He harbored no concerns about being discovered and exposing his true abilities, which might draw unwanted attention from the upper echelons of the company, as Zeta had a tendency to consume the bodies of their kin. After bathing, Chen Yu turned on the music, preparing to continue his previous reading. The book in his hands, much like the music, was one of the only 2 personal items he had brought from the blue planet before leaving. He quickly located the previous reading mark and continued. In the year 2035, deep-sea probes recovered several mysterious prehistoric artifacts from the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, initially identified as relics of Atlantis. After years of effort, we finally unraveled some of its mysteries, revealing parts of the truth about Atlantis. Prior to this, according to ancient human texts, Atlantis was said to be situated on a large island in the Atlantic with a vast central area of concentric circular structures. This was a nation with advanced technology and great prosperity, ultimately destroyed by a cataclysmic earthquake and flood. However, the reality diverges from this narrative. Structures akin to Atlantis' concentric designs are numerous on the blue planet today. Typically referred to as prisons. We boldly speculate that Atlantis was, in fact, a high-level civilization's prison established in the depths of the cosmos, specifically designed to confine exiled prisoners. This also explains the presence of such advanced technology in an era when early humans were barely clothed. Regarding Atlantis' demise, we preliminarily hypothesize, based on existing evidence, that a massive riot erupted within the prison thousands of years ago. The core energy system of Atlantis was destroyed, resulting in a colossal explosion that triggered a devastating earthquake and tsunami, leading to the island's submersion. This riot also induced a dramatic shift in global climate, indirectly hastening the onset of the Ice Age on the blue planet. The late ancestors of humanity thus migrated. Some remained in northern Africa, while others journeyed eastwards toward the Tigris-Euphrates region, and even further into the distant east. During the Ice Age thousands of years ago, the climate was exceedingly harsh, with extreme cold and glacier expansion threatening the survival of many species. The scarcity of food and shrinking habitats accelerated their extinction, perhaps due to the experiments of Atlantis, or merely a game of boredom played by the prisoners. Some late-stage humans with fragments of its genes evolved at an accelerated pace, developing new physical structures and creating more complex sets of tools, successfully navigating through this catastrophe. Once the Ice Age waned, the number of species threatening humanity dwindled, and through the clever use of their brains, tools, language, labor, social structures, and class systems, our ancestors vanquished their contemporaneous competitors, gradually becoming the sole dominators of this planet. This sensational research report circulated only among a select few in the upper echelons of humanity. Subsequently sealed and classified as top secret, never released to the public, is it truly like this? The passage in the book originates from its second owner, who chronicled numerous secrets of human society. It appears he must have held a significant social status before the cataclysmic day. Based on his observations over the past few years, Chen Yu gradually formed a hypothesis. He continued reading. Today, I fortuitously learned an astonishing piece of news from a Resol individual. It turns out that the Resol people were once part of a certain civilization. What? How is this possible? The Resol, known for their robust physiques and simplistic minds, were once a subjugated race, in Chen Yu's recollection. Although the Resol's homeworld civilization remains relatively primitive, they are indeed a formal member of the Galactic Alliance. That if they were once subjugated, how did their civilization manage to shed this identity? He hastily turned the pages. Initially, I was skeptical upon hearing this news, but soon the Resol person proudly revealed the answer. The first Resol to successfully escape their subjugated status banded together, and, through their remarkable reproductive capabilities, gradually flourished. They became the most sought-after labor force in the Galactic Alliance's lower market, due to their exceedingly low hiring costs and exceptional physical attributes. Through their relentless efforts, more and more Resol regained their freedom. Ultimately, after countless Resol endeavored for thousands of years, they elevated their civilization beyond the primitive stage and astonishingly redeemed their homeworld. On that day, the Resol civilization was acknowledged by the Galactic Alliance, completely liberating themselves from their previously subjugated status. Indeed, he has every reason to be proud. Chen Yu trembled as he closed the book. Perhaps he too could achieve such a feat, just as inscribed on the front page of this book, I am a human. He had never forgotten his identity. However, before that, he must first rid himself of his subjugated status. Chapter 7. The team member, excuse me, is this the DF-85-56 team? Greta stood at the entrance of the lounge, her left hand anxiously fidgeting with her right index finger. The girl spoke softly, but fortunately, those present in the room were no ordinary individuals and clearly heard her inquiry. Yes, may I ask whom you are looking for? Among the group, the only woman, Ifei, stepped forward and kindly responded, I am looking for, Mr. Chen Yu. You wish to see the captain? The brothers, Jacob and John, simultaneously lifted their heads to glance at the seemingly harmless and delicate female, then returned their focus to the tabletop game they were engaged in. What business do you have with our captain? Well, I received an employment notice from Milky Corporation and came to report in. Jacob set down the piece he was holding, and he and his brother John redirected their attention back to the girl. Even Yudi, who had been reclining with his eyes shut, opened them curiously. With white hair and skin, silver pupils, along with pointed chin and ears, she was likely an elf that, oh, you are the new data analyst? Welcome aboard. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Upon learning that the girl was a new recruit from the company, Ifei immediately brightened up, taking the flustered girl by the hand and leading her into the lounge. Since the departure of the last data analyst, we have submitted a request for additional personnel for quite some time. Yet we have received no response from the company. This has hindered our team from securing higher-paying assignments. By the way, I almost forgot to ask your name. I am Ifei, and you are? After a lengthy complaint, Ifei finally remembered to inquire about the girl's name. Hello, Ifei, I am Greta. Greta, what a lovely name, just as beautiful as you. While the captain is yet to arrive, allow me to introduce you to the others. John and Jacob, they are a pair of twin brothers, combat personnel, and primary breakthrough specialists. The brothers nodded at Greta, forcing a friendly smile onto their rigid faces. Both were boar, towering at nearly 4 meters tall. Their bodies muscular and imposing. Boar are known for their fiery tempers, often resorting to brawls over minor disagreements, even amongst brothers. However, after some time spent with the captain, they had taken up the hobby of strategic board games instead. Their smiles were far from friendly, and Greta quickly averted her gaze from their intimidating visages. Yudi, a moose, serves as the logistics personnel, skilled in piloting various vehicles. He even claims to navigate warships. However, I personally believe that is merely his exaggeration. Additionally, be cautious in your interactions with him. He is quite the lecher. Ifei whispered closely to Greta that I heard that. Ifei, you are completely slandering me. Greta, you should be more wary of her. She has a particular fondness for girls with smooth skin like yours. Just look at what she is doing now. Utilizing his long, hairless tail, Yudi, who stood under 1 meter tall, shot up from his seat. landing while rebutting and pointing at Ife, who was incessantly sniffing the nape of Greta's neck. Realizing the peculiar situation, Greta gasped, her face turning crimson as she withdrew her hand from Ife's grasp, stepping backward repeatedly. Earlier, she had sensed something amiss. Ife's hand had been incessantly rubbing her palm, while the other subtly grazed her sensitive areas. Before leaving her homeworld, Greta understood that the vast universe contained countless intelligent races, many of which lacked clear gender recognition. Ife likely belonged to this category. Reflecting on this, the belatedly aware girl retreated several more steps, nearly reaching the doorway, resembling a frightened rabbit wishing to flee. Ife, disrupted in her antics, appeared quite displeased, narrowing her eyes dangerously at Yudi. Yudi shuddered in fear and hurriedly concealed himself behind the two brothers. Although Ife is a woman, she is the second most formidable member of the team, possessing exceptional physical abilities as a Seniko, capable of adapting to various harsh environments. She is also the most senior member of the team aside from the captain. My dear Greta, why are you backing away so far? Do I appear to be a villain? Ife innocently gazed at the girl by the door, speaking while seductively advancing closer, yet paused abruptly in the next moment. Meanwhile, Yudi and the other two stood at attention. What are you doing? Who is she? The already anxious Greta jumped at the sudden male voice behind her, turning to find a man scrutinizing her with a puzzled expression. Captain, this is the new data analyst, Greta. Ife introduced with a serious demeanor to, "Oh, welcome aboard. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration moving forward." Upon learning that she was the new data analyst, Chen Yu seldom managed a smile. As this position was crucial for any team, data analysts are logistics staff, encompassing tasks such as intelligence support, client demand analysis, utilization of advanced technology, and even temporary tactical adjustments. Their knowledge is vast, making them indispensable within the team. To put it bluntly, having a data analyst increases the likelihood of securing higher-paying assignments, rather than merely handling basic security tasks, as before. Ife, please help Greta familiarize herself with the work environment. Noticing the girl merely staring blankly at his face without any other reaction, Chen Yu frowned slightly and instructed Ife to guide the newcomer. "Oh well, sir. You have mistaken me. I am not a sir. You may call me by my name or simply refer to me as Captain." Having said this, Chen Yu disregarded Greta's astonished expression and proceeded to his seat. "Hey, you didn't mistake the captain for a lion, did you?" Ife leaned close to Greta and whispered. "That gentleman, the captain, I senti he a lion." "Certainly not. The captain merely resembles one to you as well. To put it simply, the captain is not one of those esteemed lion. Besides, have you ever seen a lion engaging in such lowly work? The lion civilization is undoubtedly one of the most advanced in the known universe, a dominant force of this era. The formidable lion single-handedly swept the previous epoc's hegemonic Zeta race into the annals of history, ushering in an era of prosperity for countless intelligent races. The universal language and timekeeping system utilized by the Galactic Alliance originate from this powerful civilization. Even the vast and hierarchically rigid Milky Corporation was reportedly founded by a lion. My dear, don't overthink it. Let me familiarize you with your future work responsibilities. I'm not a data analyst. I'm actually a combat personnel. Greta's face suddenly flushed. What? Everyone's expression turned incredulous, doubting if they had misheard. Huh, you're quite the joker, dear Greta. I am indeed a combatant. If you don't believe me, here's my graduation certificate. Chen Yu stood up and snatched it away, peering closely at it, his brow furrowing even deeper. Greta had not spoken falsely. She truly graduated from a combat specialty, and her grades were quite commendable. Are today's girls truly this formidable? Yudi, standing nearby, felt utterly speechless. The atmosphere in the lounge suddenly turned a tad awkward. Although it did not linger for long, ding. A new message arrived on Chen Yu's communicator, and upon reading it, he raised an eyebrow. Guys, we've got a job at a C-level commission, but the reward is exceptionally generous. Nearly on par with a B-level. Can we really take on a C-level commission? Hey, you didn't forget about the temporary investigation task from a few days ago, did you? Besides us, the other 8 teams completely floundered. There's bound to be a significant gap in the market. Otherwise, how could it possibly come to us? Enough talking. Everyone get your spirits up. Let us prepare to meet our employer. Chen Yu was uncharacteristically exhilarated. If all went well, completing this commission would allow him to accumulate enough credits to buy his freedom ahead of time. Chapter 8. The employer Phylag Star, the home planet of the Phylag 2 civilization. orbits the second trajectory in its single star system, with a revolution period of approximately 190 days and a rotation period of about 18 hours. The planet boasts an equal distribution of land and ocean, complete with a full atmosphere and an average temperature of 20 degrees Celsius. In many respects, Phylax star offers a milder climate than Blue Star, making it more conducive to biological life. However, the biodiversity on Phylax star is alarmingly scarce. The remaining few hundred species are predominantly domesticated, destined to become delicacies on the tables of the Phylax people. Within the Galactic Alliance, Phylax civilization ranks as a mid-tier power, prompting Milky Corporation to extend its operations to this planet, where it has established a branch office at this moment. Within the Milky Corporation's branch office, in a VIP reception room, the 6 members of Team DF-8556 stood in a line, awaiting the arrival of their employer. From the prior message sent by the company, they had gleaned the identity of their employer, Asak Hall, a 15-year-old male Phylax. Chen Yu had diligently gathered some intelligence. Asak belonged to the Hall family, an aristocracy with a long lineage within Phylax civilization. According to Phylax noble tradition, their direct male descendants undergo a coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 15, and the primary task of the team was to ensure Asak's safety during this ceremony. It was yet another security task, but this time the employer belonged to a significantly higher social tier, and they had transitioned from peripheral security personnel to full responsibility. This was all the information available. Had there been a data analyst in the team, they could have unearthed much more intelligence, including personal preferences and complete family member details of the employer. Some exceptional data analysts could even ascertain the color of the employer's undergarments for the day. Indeed, they owed their gratitude to that perilous temporary task, for the absence of many strong competitors allowed Chen Yu's team to secure such a high-level commission. They're coming. The keenly perceptive Wi-Fi sensed the subtle vibrations in the air, indicating that several individuals were approaching. Oh, is it really you? Is there no one from Milky Corporation left? You don't seem all that impressive. The youth who entered the VIP reception room cast a dissatisfied glance at the 6 standing in formation. Indeed, other than Chen Yu, the remaining 5 were merely D-level employees. Despite their efforts to maintain an upright posture, their overall demeanor still fell short of that displayed by the experienced C-level or even B-level teams. Furthermore, the group comprised a mix of heights, builds, and genders, leaving a rather poor first impression, which explained the employer's skepticism regarding their professionalism. Asak raised his flat head high, his haughty gaze sweeping over the group. He hastily overlooked the towering John brothers and dismissed the diminutive Yudi, his gaze lingering instead on Ifai's graceful form and Greta's exquisite beauty, when he reluctantly shifted his focus back to Chen Yu, whom he had initially disregarded. He froze momentarily. After scrutinizing Chen Yu's features, Asak's eyes, resembling eggs in size, suddenly narrowed, and he appeared to shrink back a notch, taking a few hesitant steps forward. Esteemed Mr. Hall, I am the captain of this team, and during your coming-of-age ceremony, my team members and I will be responsible for your personal safety. Additionally, I am not from the Lion civilization, as you might have surmised. I am simply a subordinate of Milky Corporation. Chen Yu discerned Asak's confusion. In the years since leaving Blue Star, he had encountered such situations numerous times. Thus, after a brief self-introduction, he clearly stated his identity, maintaining a calm demeanor while mentioning his status as a subordinate. Oh, is that so? You bear quite a resemblance. I nearly thought a distinguished guest from the Lion civilization had arrived on our planet, but it turns out you're merely a subordinate. With his doubts dissipated, Asak lifted his head once more, a sound of disdain escaping his lips, his large eyes betraying unmasked contempt and jealousy. As the saying goes, the higher up you go, the more you attract envy below. The Lion civilization, the most powerful civilization in the current cosmos, naturally set the standards for beauty and taste that countless other civilizations sought to emulate. By Lion standards, the Phylax people's appearance, with their flat heads, broad mouths, and green skin, coupled with exaggerated eye spacing, could easily be described as unattractive. Conversely, Chen Yu, who bore a striking resemblance to the Lion people, inevitably sparked the young man's jealousy. The sarcasm in the youth's words was unmistakable. Yet Chen Yu chose to remain unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to the Phylax people's arrogance, and, for the sake of the credits, opted not to engage with such pettiness. While Chen Yu could take insults in stride, the John brothers behind him could not. The hot-tempered Bull brothers believed that insulting their captain was more infuriating than a personal affront, and they were ready to roll up their sleeves and retaliate. However, Chen Yu shot them a warning glance, prompting them to breathe heavily in frustration instead. Yudi shivered suddenly, casting a glance at Ai-Fi, silently repeating a phrase in his mind. This venomous woman is smiling so brightly. It seems someone is in for a misfortune. Seeing that his taunt had not elicited the expected reaction, Asek and his entourage gradually ceased their laughter. His jealousy was palpable, but more so was his distrust in the capabilities of this team, leading him to seek an opportunity to replace them. Asek bore a heavy burden. As the third heir of the Hall family, his brothers were no trifling matter. He had already received word that certain individuals intended to harm him during his coming-of-age ceremony, which was why he was willing to pay a handsome reward to the renowned Milky Corporation for this commission. Although he was a genuine Phylag noble, how could the Milky Corporation allow him to dictate terms without just cause? Now, having reached this point, Asek had no choice but to reluctantly accept the situation, though he still had other preparations in mind. The group arrived at the Milky Corporation's hangar, a vast expanse housing dozens of star ships of varying sizes. Wow, look, what have I discovered? The diminutive Yudi's eyes lit up as he sprinted toward a uniquely designed small warship with unprecedented speed. The texture, the design, could it possibly be the Horus 9600 from the Oasis series? Yudi had two great passions, beautiful women and starships. However, when faced with both and forced to choose, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. Hey, you're not wrong, but please keep your distance from her, Asek replied, somewhat smugly. This was his gift to himself for coming of age, with a substantial portion of the startup capital given to him by the family invested here. The Horus 9600, a classic model from 3 centuries ago in the Oasis series, was originally designed to celebrate the birth of a significant figure from the Lion civilization. The warship's overall structure employed composite armor, integrating the most advanced manufacturing techniques of its time, and equipped with a robust energy shield, it could withstand multiple attacks from level military vessels, as an ultra-compact mini-warship. It astonishingly featured an antimatter energy system, capable of achieving a maximum speed of warp level 4, even surpassing most colossal warships. Yudi paid no heed to Asek's words, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he praised it with fervor. Most importantly, its design is absolutely stunning. I believe it is the most beautiful and outstanding work of art in the Oasis series. You do have an eye for beauty. I no longer think you are entirely worthless. Asek conceded, fully agreeing with Yudi's opinion. What is so remarkable about a mere ship? I think our ship is quite commendable, Jacob muttered softly. What? You dare compare our standard ship with it? That is the greatest insult to it. Yudi exclaimed. This is an level warship. A warship, do you understand? Our vessel is merely a vehicle for space navigation, while this one is a toothy beast. Even if this warship were to remain stationary, we would be unable to breach its defenses. Conversely, it would only take one shot from its cannon for our ship to be reduced to stardust. Furthermore, do you know how much it costs? 1 million credit points? A staggering 1 million credit points. Merely the cost of a brief excursion would likely consume your entire annual salary. Before a Sikh could voice his dissent, Yudi had already begun to fume. What? Jacob and his brother were utterly astonished. They could scarcely fathom that a spaceship could command such a price. With their earnings, they would have to forego sustenance for several millennia to afford it. It is worth noting that even a remote, lifeless planet would cost roughly the same. Enough of the chatter. You all come aboard as well. With that, a Sikh strode into the warship, flanked by his entourage. Yudi, unable to contain himself, followed closely behind, and the rest of the group followed suit. Soon after, the Horus 9600 ascended rapidly, its destination, the third orbital zone of Fish Star. Chapter 9, Coming of Age Fish Star. Situated in the third orbital zone of the Phylag star system, has an orbital period of approximately 280 days and a rotational period of 29 hours. The planet's surface is nearly entirely enveloped by ocean, dotted with countless islands. Unlike Fimin Star, Fish Star boasts a complete atmosphere, with an average temperature of around 5 degrees, creating a climate conducive to the proliferation of myriad forms of life within its vast seas. Among these marine creatures, the most renowned are the indigenous intelligent species known as the fish people, humanoid beings that dwell in the water. Due to the Phylag people's influence, Fish Star naturally became a primary target in the development of Phylag civilization. While the relatively primitive fish people, without question, fell under the subjugation of the Phylag. Amidst the azure expanse of the ocean, countless small islands are scattered like jewels. the elegantly designed Horus 9600 descended onto one such island. True to its reputation, even at standard speed, the journey from Phylag Star to Fish Star took less than 6 hours, while our old vessel would have required at least 5 days, accompanied by Yudi's abundant praises. The group disembarked from the warship in an orderly fashion, including this modest island of several dozen square kilometers, along with the surrounding islets. All belong to the Hall family's private domain. The island is equipped with every conceivable luxury, with dozens of fish people, adorned with scales and fins, lined up in 2 neat rows under the guidance of the steward, respectfully awaiting their young master's arrival. Everything ready? Yes, young Master Asik. Everything is prepared. Oh, and by the way, they're my bodyguards. Prepare a set for them as well. Asik gestured towards Chen Yu and his group, issuing instructions to the steward. Young Master Asik, this seems somewhat irregular. The steward hesitated, aware that his young master's purpose for this visit was to undergo his 15th birthday ceremony, which, according to the traditions of Phylag nobility, must be conducted in solitude without any external assistance. Are you instructing me on how to conduct matters? Asik tilted his head, emitting a displeased grunt. The young man struck a pose of offended authority, yet given his appearance, it struck Yudi and others as somewhat ludicrous. I dare not. However, I will faithfully document all circumstances during your coming-of-age ceremony and report the footage to the family. IT matters not. Do as you please, Asik scoffed, brushing past the steward and heading directly to his quarters, followed closely by his entourage. Hey, what exactly does this coming-of-age ceremony entail? The ever-curious Bull brothers began their hushed speculation. IT seems to involve some sort of hunting ritual. Go on, what else? That's all I know. Yudi shrugged. Damn it, Yudi, what have you been doing all this time? Slacking off? Jacob retorted angrily. The consequences could be severe. Let me go, you muscle-bound fool. The official information is limited. I am not a professional data analyst. How could I possibly acquire more intel? Yudi flailed his short legs in the air, while his tail whipped Jacob furiously, but the disparity in their physical capabilities rendered this effort merely a tickle for Jacob. Put him down, Jacob. Ultimately, it was Chen Yu's voice that intervened, rescuing Yudi from being hoisted aloft like a puppet. The quarrel behind them was overheard by Asik in front, causing the young man's lips to twitch, further diminishing his expectations for the group's performance. I must admit, I have come to quite like this place. John buried his massive frame in a mud pit, groaning with satisfaction. Indeed, I concur. This is 1,000 times better than the dormitories of Milky Corporation. Jacob, also wallowing in the mud pit, nodded in agreement. Being bull people, for them, rolling in mud is akin to humans luxuriating in a hot bath, just as fish people relish swimming in the ocean. Moreover, the treated mud enhances their physical robustness. The room they occupied could be adjusted to suit their species' preferences, altering temperature, humidity, and air composition, even recreating various natural environments such as oceans, deserts, mud pits, and caverns. It must be noted that their comfortable living arrangements were all thanks to young Master Asik, as such rooms were typically reserved for esteemed guests of the Hall family. The other members of the team enjoyed the same privileges. Yudi simulated his favorite cavern environment. Ifi set hers to a rainforest ambience, relishing the sensation of humid air, while Greta, the most recent addition to the team, increased the room's illumination to replicate the atmosphere of her homeworld. As for Chen Yu, he merely made slight adjustments to the oxygen concentration, maintaining his usual state. He had not yet earned the right to indulge in such comforts, as excessive luxury would only sap one's fighting spirit. Though he closed his eyes, he did not intend to sleep, for next to him was young Master Asik's room, and he needed to remain vigilant for any unforeseen events. Positioning his room adjacent to Asik's was a suggestion he had made, and though the young master hesitated, he ultimately acquiesced. Meanwhile, just a wall apart. Damn it, one sea level, and the other 5 are D level, with one being a complete novice fresh out of the academy. Asik's expression darkened as he gazed at the information displayed on the virtual screen. Had it not been for Milky Corporation's esteemed reputation, he would have suspected his friends were deliberately trying to vex him with this team. This Chen Yu from Blue Star possesses some merit. He has risen from D level to C level in just a few years, and has even become the captain of a team. What? Since becoming captain, he has completed every single commission without a single failure. Moreover, the only casualty recorded occurred during a recent incident on Star. Though the details of the Star mining base incident were sealed from public knowledge, Asik, at his level, had managed to glean some information. In the circles of Phylag nobility, few secrets remain hidden. Furthermore, when it comes to the legendary Zeta clan, it is nearly impossible not to know, recalling the brutal and merciless images depicted in textbooks. Asik's green visage subtly paled. Yet upon reflection, the fact that these individuals had successfully escaped the clutches of the Zeta clan indicated they possessed a modicum of true skill. It seemed prudent to reassess his attitude towards them. The morning on Fish Star was exceedingly cold, in stark contrast to the comparatively warmer sea, particularly in the Hall family's territory, where the presence of warm currents led to a rich diversity of marine life. Asik Hall's coming-of-age ceremony would also take place today within these waters. The ceremony itself was quite simple, as Yudi had previously indicated. Hunting. The entire hunting process must be completed solo, with no external interference permitted. Upon successfully hunting, the most precious part of the prey must be severed as a trophy, serving as both a testament to maturity and a mark of achievement. Long before Phylag civilization colonized this planet, the Phylag people maintained a tradition of coming-of-age ceremonies that was their insatiable hunting that resulted in the severe depletion of biodiversity on Phylag Star. Over time, aside from the nobility who retained the privilege to continue this esteemed tradition, ordinary Phylag citizens could only symbolically complete their coming-of-age ceremony by slaughtering a domesticated animal at a slaughterhouse upon turning 15. This custom has persisted to this day, since the Phylag successfully colonized Fish Star. The nobility shifted the location of the coming-of-age ritual to this species-rich planet. Dressed neatly, Asik felt a twinge of nervousness, but after receiving affirmations and encouragement from those around him, he hesitated no longer and leapt directly into the water. Following him, several others jumped into the ocean, including Chen Yu and his companions. Chapter 10. The behemoth Asik swam freely in the ocean, his movements fluid and natural, far more liberated than on land. To be precise, the Pharagans are inherently an amphibious race. Swimming is as effortless for them as eating. Their exposed, smooth skin secretes a unique mucus that not only aids in moisture retention in humid environments, but also facilitates underwater respiration. His gear is remarkably minimal, consisting mainly of an emergency survival device, while the remainder comprises underwater weapons intended for hunting. Following Esek, there are about 10 figures trailing at a distance, including his entourage and, of course, Chen Yu and his companions. This time, only 3 members of the team have submerged. Aside from Captain Chen Yu, there are Ifai and Greta. Yudi, as a logistics personnel, has naturally remained aboard the warship. Perhaps impressed by Yudi's previous performance, or simply because his compliments resonated with the young Esek, the latter surprisingly granted Yudi partial access to the Horus 9600's operational capabilities before they submerged, allowing him to pilot the warship in support to AS for John and Jacob, the brothers of the bull race. Their heavy physiques rendered them unsuitable for underwater operations, despite the butler procuring appropriate combat suits for them. After careful deliberation, Chen Yu decided it best for them to remain on the warship. The 3 who submerge are clad in specially designed underwater combat suits, tailored for those unaccustomed to swimming. These suits not only withstand pressure, but also feature comprehensive breathing apparatus and miniaturized underwater propulsion devices that, in stark contrast to Esek's fluid movements. Their actions appear clumsy and sluggish, with Chen Yu struggling the most. While the 2 women fare somewhat better, Ifai, with her strong adaptability, has gradually acclimatized after an initial period of awkwardness. Greta, coming from an academy background, has undergone rigorous training in underwater combat as part of her curriculum. As a Blue Star human, without the assistance of propulsion devices, Chen Yu would likely have been left far behind. In addition to these individuals, several naked fishermen, adorned with scales, follow closely behind. They are servants of the Hall family. If swimming is as simple as eating for the Pharagans, for these fishermen, who inherently dwell in the ocean, it is as natural as breathing. Before becoming subservient to the Pharagans, these fishermen were an intelligent race living in the ocean, only forced ashore to labor for the esteemed Pharagans after colonization. Nonetheless, they require a significant portion of their day submerged in water. Otherwise, their bodies will rapidly deteriorate, leading to death during the bloody early days of Phyragan colonization. Nearly half of the fishermen were mercilessly hunted, while the remainder perished due to the extreme exploitation by the Pharagans. The survivors are a mere fraction of their original number. Wow, young master, you are incredible. No wonder you are the esteemed Esek. Truly remarkable. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted from the communicator, indicating that this Hall family scion was not as feeble as he appeared. Within mere minutes of entering the water, he had already made a catch. Through the virtual screen, Chen Yu observed from SX's perspective a large fish, measuring 5 meters in length with a streamlined body and a hardened bony structure. However, the massive fish now floated lifelessly in the water, its head punctured by a palm-sized hole, a testament to a successful shot. Thanks to advanced hunting weapons, SX had dispatched it with remarkable ease. I-Fi wrinkled her nose, finding the hunting method devoid of challenge. It seemed this commission would be exceedingly simple. Recalling how the green-skinned boy had insinuated she visit his quarters last night, she unconsciously licked her lips, thinking that had it not been for the ongoing commission, she would have certainly left him with a memorable night. Essek cut off the fish's fins as trophies and continued to swim forward, leaving the carcass to be handled by the servants trailing behind. For Fyregan nobles, coming of age typically requires a day or even several days of hunting. The greater the number and size of the prey captured, the more it signifies their prowess for these newly matured Fyragans. Such an achievement is unparalleled glory. The entourage swiftly caught up with Essek, with some even squabbling over the fish carcass. They were well aware that bringing back the spoils would earn them generous reward from their young master. In the Fyregan noble circle, trophies are often preserved as mementos to showcase past glories. 2 hours later, Essek's expression soured, as if he had exhausted his luck from the outset. He had failed to find any worthy prey since. Complaining through the communicator, he decided to return for a short rest. The already bored I-Fi and others felt a sense of relief, as they were not aquatic beings, and prolonged immersion in the ocean had exponentially magnified their fatigue. Just as they began to relax, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Captain, several kilometers away, an unidentified giant creature is approaching rapidly. Yudi's urgent voice crackled through the communication channel. The underwater team's expressions shifted dramatically. Due to the limitations of their life detection devices, they could only sense creatures within a few hundred meters, far inferior to the top-tier radar aboard the Horus 9600. Following Yudi's warning, they could see a colossal shadow approaching them swiftly from a distance. Without hesitation, Chen Yu and the others activated their propulsion devices to ascend, while the esteemed Essek surged ahead at an astonishing speed, leaving everyone else behind. The group panicked and swam toward the surface. The fishermen stood motionless, their communication channel filled with their fervent shouts. "Gigant! Gigant! Shut up, you wretched, foolish fisherman!" Essek bellowed, his face turning an alarming shade of dark green. In the fisherman's lexicon, Gigant refers to the sea god, the ruler of the deep, yet in the Fyregan tongue, it denotes a massive deep-sea monster. According to fisherman legends, encountering a Gigant and surviving its wrath signifies one's pure soul, having gained the sea's recognition and blessing. The fishermen fervently believe in this notion. However, after extensive studies of such deep-sea behemoths, the technologically advanced Fyragans deem these tales utterly absurd. Adult gigants can reach lengths of several thousand meters, an exaggerated size akin to that of a small island. Such enormity implies an unimaginable appetite. Every mobile creature in the ocean is a potential meal. From birth to death, Gigant is either feeding or en route to feed. Faced with this terrifying creature, the backward and ignorant fishermen seem to have no recourse but to cling to a false hope. In a mere breath, a circular shadow, measuring over 1,000 meters in diameter, emerged in their field of vision. Its outline unmistakable, a gaping abyssal maw, black as pitch, resembling a mysterious portal to another realm. Damn it! Above them, just a few dozen meters away, the ocean's surface lay within reach, where several rescue aircraft were rapidly approaching. If they could arrive in time, there was hope for salvation. Yet at this moment, that short distance felt like the boundary between life and death. Chapter 11. Temptation. Damn it! Why is this beast so fast? We're finished! Gigant! Gigant! Everyone understood that hope for survival lay not far above, yet that mere distance of several dozen meters now felt insurmountably vast. Fear, despair, fervor. Each individual expressed their distinct emotions through the communication channel, aware that with the next breath, they might all be swallowed by the colossal beast. During initial assessments, Chen Yu had been deemed psychologically stable. He exhibited neither aquaphobia nor fear of large creatures. However, when both fears converged, his body trembled involuntarily, signaling his profound terror. Perhaps it was more akin to an oppressive sensation emanating from the very essence of life itself. In the natural world, Animals facing life-threatening danger typically exhibit three responses: flight, immobility, or a fierce fight to the death. Most creatures instinctively choose to flee. Some opt for stillness, feigning death like possums or camouflaging like chameleons, while a rare few may trigger a stiffening response as their final act of defiance. A scenario exemplified by sharks encountering orcas. Undoubtedly, Chen Yu belonged to the last category. This was his first encounter with the breath of death at such close quarters, and adrenaline surged wildly within him. His focus razor-sharp upon his eyes. It felt as though a spark of electricity flashed through his gaze as Chen Yu abruptly raised the weapon affixed to his combat suit, unleashing a barrage of fire into the gaping maw of the abyss. Though the weapons equipped by the others were exceedingly advanced, capable of effortlessly piercing steel plates several centimeters thick, their efficacy was significantly diminished in the depths of the ocean. Faced with the colossal behemoth before him, it was akin to attempting to pierce an elephant with a mere sewing needle. There was no point in foolishly asking whether it could be slain. Even inflicting injury seemed a near impossibility. Yet, a miracle manifested in that moment. The movements of the gigantic beast came to an abrupt halt, and its fearsome mouth began to visibly tremble. While a sewing needle may not slay an elephant, striking the right spot could indeed cause considerable pain. And that was sufficient. Run! It was unclear who had shouted, but as the group snapped back to reality, they desperately swam towards the surface, with a series of splashes. Several figures erupted from the depths, grasping onto the rescue craft and escaping to safety. Lord Essek, did you see? Those shots I fired at the last moment had an astonishing effect, aiding our successful escape. No, it was I who fired. Stop bickering. It was clearly me who saved everyone. The survivors, just returned to the Horus 9600, found Essek's entourage already embroiled in a dispute over credit. Aside from Chen Yu's shots, many had also reacted in despair, firing their weapons in a frantic struggle. However, it was evident to Chen Yu that his shots had all precisely struck the creature's weak points, inflicting pain and granting them a glimmer of hope. In dire circumstances, humanity often unleashes potential far beyond its limits. And in that moment, Chen Yu had shattered his own boundaries. Recognizing the vital vulnerabilities of the gigantic beast, he chose not to claim credit. The situation was one of self-preservation as much as it was an act of saving others, and even if he voiced it, few would likely believe him. Nonetheless, the elder members of the team had an inkling of the truth. The newly joined Greta cast a skeptical glance at the captain. "You fools, be silent. Is this the time for such discussions? Use your feeble minds to ponder why a creature like the gigant would appear here unprovoked." Essek reprimanded his foolish subordinates, his head throbbing. The food sources in this region were insufficient to attract such a beast, so it was clear that someone had learned of my impending rite of passage and had laid a trap specifically for me. Essek's calm analysis caused Chen Yu and the others to regard him with newfound respect. Despite the sudden upheaval, he remained composed, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. "Sir, what if those vile fish folk have not returned? Could it be that someone deliberately applied a lure on them to attract the gigant?" "Shut your mouth. Do you have any evidence?" Essek shot a piercing glare, silencing the self-important subordinate. The obvious conclusions that the foolish lackeys could grasp had long been considered by him. However, in the noble circles, such matters were always shrouded in secrecy. Without concrete evidence, one could not voice even the most apparent truths. As for those fish folk, they had long since met their demise within the belly of the beast, leaving no witnesses. Clearly, they were not innocent. This accursed creature had yet to depart, while my prize battleship was equipped with formidable cannons. Regrettably, we lacked skilled gunners. If anyone could eliminate it for me, I would offer a substantial reward. Essek muttered to himself, watching the immense shadow beneath the waves. His voice, barely a whisper, flickered towards Chen Yu's direction. The entourage, previously embroiled in a cacophony over credit, fell silent upon hearing their master's words. The Horus 9600, though merely an class mini-battleship, was costly, and its weapon systems matched its price tag, in addition to conventional armaments. It also featured electromagnetic railguns and high-energy laser cannons to adapt to various combat environments. Presently, the kinetic projectile railgun was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Once charged, a single shot could penetrate hundreds of meters beneath the surface, inflicting immense damage upon the gigant. However, the beast's remarkable vitality posed a risk. If it were to escape after sustaining injury, the consequences of failure would be dire for the entourage. Conversely, Chen Yu, who had remained silent earlier, felt a surge of eagerness upon hearing Essek's offer. While he had previously feigned ignorance regarding the dark intrigues of noble society, he now felt a stirring of ambition. After all, he was on the verge of shedding his ties to the clan and departing from Milky Corp. Embarking on a life truly his own, and financial resources would be imperative. Moreover, this was the powerful naval artillery he had long desired. What man could resist such temptation? May I attempt it? Oh, do you possess the confidence for this? Let me clarify, this shot will cost nearly 1,000 credit points that, if you fail to slay it, you must compensate me in full. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in Essek's eyes. What? Compensate? Chen Yu hesitated, realizing he had yet to accumulate that sum. Failure would render years of effort futile. Yet, if you succeed in slaying it, I shall grant you a personal reward of 10,000 credit points. Directly to you, not deducted from Milky Corp's accounts. Sensing Chen Yu's hesitation, Essek's lips curled into a devilish smirk as he proposed an offer too enticing to refuse. Is that true? Chen Yu's breath quickened. Indeed. Is it a promise? It is a promise. Very well, I shall do it. The cannon began charging immediately. Chapter 12. Bastardist Chen Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, although he held great confidence in his abilities. This was unlike direct firearm combat. He would be operating a naval cannon. Naval artillery represented high-end strategic weaponry, predominantly aided by electronic computing systems, requiring no manual operation that in previous assessment for Milky Corp. This had never been included. His surprise. Chen Yu volunteered for manual calibration. The countdown ticked down, and the tension among the crew mounted. The typically boisterous brothers from the Bull tribe now kept their lips sealed, afraid to breathe lest they disrupt their captain's focus. The other team members exchanged worried glances, silently supporting their leader. I can see you are somewhat anxious. If you lack confidence, now is the time to reconsider. No, I will not back down. Lord Essek, please prepare for the transfer. Chen Yu stood at the ship's viewport, gazing at the immense shadow in the ocean, brimming with confidence. Let us hope 1,000 credit points were a mere trifle for Essek Hall. Hardly enough to cover a single maintenance session for the ship. Yet for Chen Yu, it represented his entire life's savings accumulated over the years. Undoubtedly, this was a high-stakes gamble. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the cannon completed its charge. Chen Yu took one last look at the image of the gigant on the monitor, comparing it with what he had seen earlier, making slight adjustments to the cannon's angle before decisively pressing the fire command. With a flash of blinding light and a thunderous sonic boom, the previously tranquil sea erupted into a massive void, a colossal ring of water surging outward in tumultuous waves. Damn it, it's fleeing. The monitor displayed the gigant's enormous form thrashing about before it quickly swam away into the distance. A clearly visible wound marred its body, gushing forth a torrent of violet-blue blood that deepened the hue of the surrounding waters. The battleship swiftly activated its engines, pursuing the beast. Such a pity. Did we fail? No. Wait a moment. Essek was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the man beside him would remain so composed even at this juncture, wondering where his confidence stemmed from. Cursed creature. It's beginning to dive. It's about to exceed the ship's radar detection range. Wait, it has stopped. ITS rising. What? My heavens. The crew aboard the battleship stared, speechless at the monitor. Perhaps they need not even watch the screen any longer, for just beneath the vessel, a massive island had begun to surface from the depths. As you wished, Lord Essek. The brothers Jacob vowed that they had never seen the captain laugh so heartily before, his white teeth momentarily dazzling. Wishing you a delightful life, young Master Asik, and once again, thank you for your generosity. The team led by Chen Yu had returned to the planet Phylag, where he was now smiling as he bid farewell to the employer. It was difficult for anyone to maintain a stern demeanor in the presence of such a generous benefactor. To know, this is what you deserve, is it not? Alas, you missed the indescribable expressions of my siblings when they learned of my hunt for a gigantic beast. Asik erupted into uncontrollable laughter at the memory. Moreover, the gigantic beast is incredibly valuable. After deducting all expenses, I estimate that this trip will yield me a modest profit equivalent to half a Horus 9600. All thanks to your assistance. So, please, do not call me young master. Just address me by my name. No, you are too courteous. It is primarily due to your warship's contribution. Chen Yu felt a pang of envy for Asik's fortune. Yet it did not breed jealousy. He remarked. Without that warship, they would have merely watched the beast swagger away. Furthermore, Had it not been for that warship, their very lives might not have been spared. You are right. Thanks to the adult gift I bought for myself, I have received another precious gift on my coming of age. This time, I shall see who dares to mock my enjoyment of life without ambition. Chen Yu's words greatly pleased the young man. The costly Horus 9600 had consumed a significant portion of the capital his family provided for his ventures. This purchase had subjected him to ridicule and scorn in noble circles for an extended period. Isik resolved that once the beast's carcass was dealt with, he would preserve its enormous skeleton for display on his private estate, allowing those who once derided him to witness who the true fool was. By the way, here is my personal contact information. Keep it safe, as I believe you may find it useful. With a quirky smile, Isik left his contact details with Chen Yu before turning to board his warship. Chen Yu felt perplexed. He couldn't decipher the tone of Isik's last remark, but considering Isik's vast network, he carefully noted down the contact information. Stop staring. Yudi, he has already left. You wouldn't be harboring feelings for that young man. Would you? Ife exclaimed with disdain. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you question my orientation? I am not like you. Yudi gazed longingly at the departing warship, ready to retort to Ife's mockery. But upon sensing the awkwardness, his voice dwindled. All right, enough of this. Let us all return. I have something to announce. Chen Yu's timely interjection prevented a potential disaster as they entered the branch office. Another group was preparing to exit. Chen Yu's keen eyes recognized the insignia on the uniforms from a distance, prompting him to lead his team aside. This was an S-rank elite team directly under Milky Corporation, consisting of 10 members whose formidable aura was palpable even from afar. The leader, with red hair and brown eyes, possessed a pale complexion and bore striking resemblance to a human from Blue Star. However, given their identity, it was evident that this was a genuine Lanian. Chen Yu was astonished that the legends were indeed true. Lanians resembled Blue Star humans so closely, explaining why he had often been mistaken for one of the elite team, led by Peter, typically ignored lower-tier squads. But upon noticing Chen Yu's presence, things took an intriguing turn as they passed by. Peter slowed his pace, casting a glance at Chen Yu and sensing him carefully. Another damned bastardo, Peter muttered, loud enough for everyone present to hear before he walked away without a backward glance. His followers shared a light chuckle, collectively disregarding Chen Yu and his companions. Bastardo in Lanian means mixed blood or mongrel, clearly implying that Peter mistook Chen Yu for a hybrid of Lanian descent. The Lanian civilization held their bloodlines in high regard, and hybrids were invariably scorned. Surprisingly, the usually hot-headed Jacob brothers now acted like turtles retreating into their shells. They were indeed temperamental, but were not foolish. They understood whom they could provoke and whom they could not. Moreover, given the formidable presence of the recent group, even if they teamed up, they would likely be outmatched by a single member. Once the last individual passed Chen Yu, he lifted his head and unconsciously activated his abilities. Peter immediately furrowed his brow and turned back at a few members of his team, slower to react, also turned in confusion. Realizing the predicament, Chen Yu quickly retracted his abilities and lowered his head. Let us go. Moments later, Peter led his team away, empty-handed. Chapter 13. Cosmic Level Warriors. What an astonishing presence. After Peter's group had completely vanished, everyone exhaled in relief. Of course, 9 Comet-level warriors, and that Lanian leader was a satellite-level fighter. Greta was still somewhat stunned. It was her first time witnessing the existence of Cosmic-level warriors outside the Academy. And there were 10 of them at once. The Cosmic Level is a classification of strength established by Lanian civilization and recognized throughout the universe, ranging from comet to satellite, planetary, subdwarf, and main sequence stars. Cosmic-level warriors are exceedingly rare and invaluable, representing the core armed forces of a civilization. These warriors, whether modified or endowed with racial gifts, possess physical attributes comparable to that of a humanoid tank. Even at the comet level, satellite-level warriors possess destructive power equivalent to that of a missile, capable of effortlessly annihilating a small town. This truly the legendary cosmic-level warrior. One can only say, they are indeed worthy of being part of an S-rank team. Yudi exclaimed in awe. Certainly my mentors at the Academy had a similar formidable aura, but they lacked this murderous intent, Ife quickly added. Yes, exactly, murderous intent. But why are they here? Have you forgotten the Femenstar incident? Do you mean they're here to deal with the Zeta race? Yes. What else could prompt their involvement? Aside from the Zetas. What else here warrants their attention? Apart from Chen Yu, Others in the group also had cosmic-level warriors within their respective races. However, in comparison to the vast numbers of civilization, these cosmic-level warriors were exceedingly scarce. Only someone like Greta, hailing from a prestigious academy, had genuinely encountered them. Others only knew of them through hearsay or recorded footage on the way back to the team's lounge. Chen Yu remained silent, and his team members dared not speak, believing the captain was upset by the earlier Linian's words that, in truth, Chen Yu was frightened that in the past, when he used his abilities, no one had ever detected them, not even during the company's testing. Yet unexpectedly, this time, he had been noticed, and not just by one person. Perhaps it was due to the substantial credit points received and the imminent prospect of freedom that he felt somewhat inflated. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. As he pondered, they returned to the lounge. Now, I have an announcement to make. Some of you might have already guessed what I am about to say. Yes, I'm a slave, but I have accumulated enough credit points to redeem my freedom from the company. Naturally, I will also be leaving the team and the company. Looking at his teammates, Chen Yu rarely displayed a smile. In recent times, he had smiled more than he had in the past few years combined. Congratulations, Captain. Although they had long suspected the answer, when the captain finally voiced it, Yifei and the others, despite their heartfelt blessings, could not help but feel a tinge of reluctance. They were fortunate to have encountered a captain who was both responsible and exceptionally capable. Over the years, their team had successfully completed numerous missions. And aside from the unfortunate demise of Xavier due to his own folly, their casualty rate had been nearly zero, a remarkable feat for a D-rank team. Yifei and the others had long lost count of how many times the captain had saved them, which was why Jacob and John, the brothers from the bull race, held Chen Yu in such high regard. Additionally, before I officially depart, I have transferred 200 credit points into each of your accounts. Do not refuse. In my homeland, this is an ancient tradition to share the joy I feel at this moment. Hail the captain, you're truly magnificent. Yudi and the others cheered. Huh, I got some too. Is that all right? Greta, who had just joined the team, was somewhat flustered. Yes, everyone receives it. Chen Yu affirmed kindly that a remarkable graduate from a prestigious combat academy has unexpectedly chosen to engage in relatively menial mercenary work, clearly indicating that this young woman must be facing financial difficulties. The most notable characteristic of this job is its swift monetary compensation. Regardless of the reasons, Chen Yu would not deny her share. Thanks to the generosity of SSEC, the remuneration for this commission was exceptionally lucrative, a C-class task yielding nearly B-class payment, amounting to almost 100 credit points, in addition to a bonus of 10,000 credit points. Consequently, the figures in Chen Yu's personal account had soared to 10,075. It was time to reclaim the freedom that rightfully belonged to him. Amidst the cheers of his teammates behind him, Chen Yu left the lounge, his heart racing as he made his way to the office of the company's supervisor. But what's this? You wish to purchase your freedom and depart from the company? Indeed, Ms. Harrison. Under the watchful gaze of 4 eyes, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable discomfort, yet he responded with utmost respect. Harrison, the branch supervisor, was a figure of peculiar appearance, with her first pair of antennae and 6 arms. The skin of her body covered with countless tiny spikes, rendering her visage even more grotesque than that of the Feligans. So, you intend to leave the company upon regaining your freedom? Yes, ma'am. Have you not considered remaining with the company? Due to racial differences, Chen Yu could not decipher Harrison's thoughts from her facial expressions. Not at the moment, ma'am. Very well, I understand. You may return for now. I will arrange for someone to contact you shortly. Harrison scrutinized Chen Yu for a moment before responding with a smile. Thank you, ma'am. That as soon as Chen Yu exited, Harrison's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she activated her communicator to reach out to someone. Damn it, a member of the Blue Star slave class just attempted to purchase their freedom. Is that unusual? Haven't several members of the Blue Star slave class done the same before? No, the issue lies in the fact that he intends to leave the company after regaining his freedom. That is impossible. All talents selected from the slave class undergo memory modification in advance, ensuring they genuinely cherish the company and consider it their home, dedicating their lives to its service. But the reality is as such. And I require a reasonable explanation from your medical services department. Very well. Dear Ms. Harrison, I will inquire with those fools aboard Milky C-185. Damn it. I just reviewed his records. His success rate for commission since becoming captain is an astonishing 100%. Moreover, he survived the recent incident involving the Feligan Zeta clan and recently aided a noble from Feligan in slaying a gigant beast. His capabilities are undoubtedly beyond C-class, likely at least B-class or even A-class. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses our company will incur due to your incompetence? Harrison was beside herself with frustration, unwilling to hear any further excuses, and abruptly terminated the communication. For the company, profit was paramount. Employees capable of generating value were deemed valuable, and a warrior of B class, or potentially A class, held immeasurable worth, a reality Harrison understood better than anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Harrison calmed herself and reopened the communicator to contact the other party. Groot, I need you to personally come to Feligan at once, immediately. Chapter 14. Freedom. Hey, since you reached out to me. Why the silence? Have you encountered some trouble? Observing Chen Yu's silence, Esek chuckled lightly. Yes, Mr. Esek, it seems you anticipated this. I am indeed in a predicament. After a prolonged pause, Chen Yu finally mustered the courage to speak. Did I not tell you to stop calling me, sir? You can simply call me by my name. We are friends, are we not? All right, Esek. Now, tell me, is it the matter of redeeming your freedom that troubles you? Yes, a few days ago, I formally requested Ms. Harrison, the branch supervisor, to terminate my slave status and redeem my freedom. She initially acquiesced and informed me that someone would contact me shortly. Indeed, a few company staff members approached me soon after to begin processing the relevant affairs. At this point, Chen Yu hesitated, his hand instinctively brushing his neck. Everything had been proceeding smoothly, except for the issue concerning the removal of the monitoring chip. As you know, the greatest constraint on slaves is the chip located at the back of the neck, which governs our very lives. Those staff members informed me that the chip removal procedure would require some time before it could be performed. Chen Yu's expression began to darken that I had previously inquired. There were other slaves who had redeemed their freedom from the company, and the process had always been swift. Never had it been like this. Moreover, when I questioned those staff members, although their expressions remained unchanged, I could sense they were lying. Even aware of the oddities, I found myself powerless, hence I sought your assistance. Chen Yu's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh as the memories of that moment resurfaced. Echoing the ancient adage, men are knives on the chopping board, and I am the fish. The feeling of helplessness, of being at the mercy of others, was unbearably stifling, yet it also solidified a certain resolve deep within him. You know, I have been waiting for you to contact me. I just did not expect it to be so soon, from the moment I laid eyes on you and learned of your slave status. I knew you would eventually seek to redeem your freedom from Milky Company and leave there, because in your gaze, I did not see the attachment and submissiveness that characterizes other slave employees. Esek, after all, was still a 15-year-old youth, taking pride in his deductions before becoming serious again. This company is a colossal interstellar arms giant. Rather than calling it a company, it resembles a third-tier civilization endowed with cutting-edge technology and military might. Milky Company spans countless star clusters, boasting tens of thousands of slave stars. Its rise and strength are built upon the oppression and exploitation of innumerable slaves and low-level employees. Even our Feligan civilization pales in comparison to such a behemoth. Akin to a mere insect facing a gigant beast. So, you are a loss, then? Chen Yu lowered his head in resignation to no, I did not state that. Esek grinned mischievously. You possess a method to help me shed my slave identity and regain my freedom? Once despondent and nearly hopeless, Chen Yu felt a surge of hope upon hearing Esek's words, as if grasping the last lifeline. Of course. Ultimately, Milky Company is driven by profit, as long as you are willing to pay sufficiently. You can certainly exchange for your freedom, but I currently possess only 10,000 credit points. Hey, do not worry, my friend. I am here, right? I will arrange for someone to negotiate with Milky Company on your behalf. Just await the good news. Esek smiled with utmost confidence. 3 days later, a liberated Chen Yu, carrying his personal belongings, strode out of the Milky branch's doors. Just as Esek had stated, everything was merely a transaction of interests. After expending nearly 100,000 credit points, Milky Company finally consented to remove the monitoring chip from the back of Chen Yu's neck and amended his personal information to reflect his status as a free individual. Did Harrison truly allow him to leave just like that? What other choice is there? I've already accepted the payment. What I meant was, is the company all right with this? Rest assured, I transferred 10,000 to the company's account. 10 times the price. That should suffice. All right, I know what you're thinking, you glutton, that I transferred you 10,000 as well. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited you here. I just lost 10,000 credit points for nothing. Thank you for your generosity, beautiful Ms. Harrison. It is truly an honor to be your friend. Do not celebrate too soon. Ensure your subordinates perform their duties diligently in the future. If it were someone else in charge of another branch, you might not have been so fortunate. Yes, you're absolutely right. In the top office of the branch, Harrison and Groot began to celebrate their gains. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, after departing from the Milky Branch, made his way directly to a venue resembling a bar. Captain, you finally arrived. Upon entering the private room, he found Ife and the others had been waiting for quite some time. The place had been reserved in advance, since he was about to leave. It was only fitting to gather and celebrate before parting ways. Apologies for keeping you waiting Captain, I did not mean to imply any blame. Silence, you foolish ox. So, have you regained your freedom? Pushing past Jacob, Yudi posed the question that was on everyone's mind. Yes, I have regained my freedom. As Chen Yu spoke, he turned around, revealing the back of his neck, which was now devoid of any monitoring chip. And even the humiliating slave mark had been eradicated. Oh wow! Hooray! The atmosphere in the private room instantly became lively. Even the usually shy Greta began to loosen up. What are your plans moving forward? After a round of cheers, Ife posed a question that piqued everyone's interest. Well, I've actually been contemplating this for some time, that I wish to form a small team to undertake commissions as freelance mercenaries, thereby earning a living. Naturally, I also want to take this opportunity to explore this vast starry sea. Upon hearing Chen Yu's response, the room fell silent. Everyone turned to him, particularly John and Jacob, their eyes wide in astonishment. Captain, if you are truly planning to assemble a team, what do you think about us brothers joining as your crew? Damn it, you two foolish oxen. How could you be so cunning at this moment? Trying to leap ahead of me. Yudi, given our acquaintance, I should be the first to join the captain's newly formed team. Faced with the eager scene before him, Chen Yu was initially taken aback, then found himself at a loss. What do you mean by this? Chapter 15. Setting sail. The Free Star. Of course, we wish to join the team you are forming. Captain, do you know and accept us? Ife and the others all gazed at Chen Yu. Of course I would. But what about your situation with the company? The usually composed Chen Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Rest assured, Captain, we are merely D-level employees, and our contract with the company is akin to that of temporary workers. Quite flexible that if we resign abruptly, the worst that could happen is being blacklisted by the company. Well, if you are serious, then I welcome your joining. Yes, Captain, they chorused. Over the years, their collaboration had been enjoyable, and they were quite familiar with one another. For Chen Yu, there were no better candidates at this moment. There were 6 individuals in the room, and aside from the newly joined Greta, the other 4 had confirmed their decision to join Chen Yu's team. May I ask how you plan to allocate the rewards? Captain, the young girl boldly inquired. Well, after deducting shared expenses, we can divide the remainder equally. What? That's unreasonable. Chen Yu's proposal was met with unanimous dissent. Even Greta, who had posed the question, was taken aback by his response. Captain, this distribution is unacceptable. You would be at a disadvantage. Indeed, Captain, I have never seen such an exaggerated distribution method. It's practically charity. Then what do you suggest? Chen Yu, admittedly inexperienced in this matter, had only proposed what he believed to be a fair allocation. According to the norms outside, you should take half. I concur, that I have no objections. What? I disagree. This time, it was Chen Yu who opposed. What difference is there between this distribution and that of the unscrupulous Milky Company? How about this? After deducting expenses, let us allocate an additional share from the remaining rewards. Each of you gets 1 share, and I will take 2 to... How does that sound? Chen Yu was a recluse in his past life, stubborn on certain principal matters but rather oblivious or indifferent on many others. Captain, that's still not appropriate. You would still be at a loss. All right, it's settled then. This is an order. Ignoring their protests, Chen Yu made a decisive call. After discussing the reward distribution, their attention shifted to Greta. Under the collective gaze, the young girl appeared somewhat shy, but still bravely spoke up. May I also join your team? Are you certain? Our future missions may entail considerable danger. Yes, as long as you do not refuse me, I would be more than willing to join your team. All right, but may I ask why you wish to join? I believe you are a good person. The sincerity on her face left Chen Yu momentarily speechless, and he could only nod in agreement to her joining. Now, to celebrate the establishment of our team, let us cheer, with the brothers John's enthusiastic shouts. The atmosphere in the room reached a climax. The following day, Ife and the others returned to the company to process their resignations, while Chen Yu, under Yudi's guidance, arrived at a second-hand spaceship trading market on the planet Phylac. After leaving the Milky Company, It was evident that they could no longer use the company as spaceship. Thus, acquiring their own mode of transportation was their priority in this regard. Yudi was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable. Considering that they would be undertaking long-term space travels, their ship needed to be equipped with a warp engine. The standardized ships from the company could only operate within the star system and were incapable of interstellar travel. After sifting through various options, Yudi halted before a ship that appeared quite aged. This is the Arcate 9 series basic model interstellar ship. Its overall shape is elongated, measuring 900 meters in length and 500 meters in width. It is an antique produced by Arcate's second-level civilization 4,000 years ago. Understanding that the captain was unfamiliar with this domain, Yudi began to explain. Despite its outdated appearance, the manufacturing prowess of the Arcate civilization is renowned throughout the stars. The overall structural design of the ship is remarkably sound, and its exterior is fortified with composite armor. Although this makes the ship somewhat heavier, it effectively shields against most cosmic radiation, ensuring superior safety. Furthermore, after thousands of years, there is no significant deformation. This stands as the best testament to its quality. Additionally, while it may seem somewhat obsolete, it is still equipped with a quasi-second-level warp engine. Most importantly, it should be quite affordable. Before coming here, Chen Yu had informed Yudi of his limited funds and the necessity to save as much as possible, as many future expenses awaited, aware of the captain's predicament. Yudi directly brought him to this second-hand market in hopes of finding some inexpensive yet practical items. They promptly sought out a salesperson to guide them inside the ship for inspection. Upon entering, Yudi began to point out the ship's flaws with his vast expertise. Half an hour later, Chen Yu could no longer bear it. He intercepted Yudi, who was still intent on driving the price down. And, amidst the grateful gaze of the sales representative, who was on the verge of collapse, Chen Yu successfully acquired the ship for a mere 2,500 credit points. The original price was 20,000 credit points, which Yudi had managed to negotiate down to 2,500. Chen Yu had no doubt that, given Yudi another half hour, they could have secured the ship for free, or perhaps even extracted a bonus waste disposal fee from the already self-doubting salesperson. Of course, there was a greater likelihood that they would have been unceremoniously ejected. Soon, Chen Yu completed all the necessary paperwork, becoming the 11th owner of the ship. However, the ship could not be utilized immediately, as just as Yudi had indicated, there were still numerous issues within. Yudi, promise me you'll get it flying, right? Yes, rest assured, Captain. Under Yudi's guidance, they subsequently purchased a plethora of parts required for repairs and modifications, which reduced Chen Yu's account balance to below 5,000 AT this moment. Chen Yu was eager to set sail and accept commissions to earn rewards, for he was still indebted to ASEEK a staggering sum of 100,000. Do not worry, I will not use this money to coerce you into working for me, nor would you be inclined to do so, would you? Therefore, consider this sum as an investment by ASEEK Hall in you personally. I trust my judgment. I will not be mistaken. Stay in touch, my friend. Farewell. Just days prior, the young man had stated this before departing with a flourish, leaving Chen Yu solitary, silently watching the tail flames of the Horus 9600 fade away. Hey Jacob John, you two are strictly forbidden from fighting inside this ship. It cannot withstand your antics. All right, we understand. However, why do our rooms appear so rudimentary? That is natural, as there were no rooms on this ship suitable for your sizes. I specifically converted a storage room for you. What? You actually made us live in a storage room. Don't run away, you despicable little man. A week later, Yudi finally completed the modifications to the ship. Upon boarding, the group was understandably ecstatic. All right, you two, let go of Yudi. You will just have to endure for now. Once we earn a fortune, we will upgrade to a better vessel, under Chen Yu's persuasion. The Bull brothers ceased their playful brawl. The John brothers, towering nearly 4 meters, faced considerable challenges in finding suitable accommodations. Captain, where shall we head next? To F-77 Freestar. Let us embark. Chapter 16. Reinforcement F-77 Freestar is also located in the Sagittarius Arm, approximately 800 light-years from the Philarag home system. Traveling directly to it via the spacecraft beneath their feet would take nearly a century. However, the Philarag civilization had invested heavily centuries ago, commissioning an advanced civilization to construct a stargate not far from their home system. This so-called stargate is essentially a temporal-spatial passageway connecting distant regions of the universe, allowing for rapid long-distance space travel. The other end of the stargate connects to F-77 Freestar. The fees for using the stargate are exorbitant, 1,000 credit points for a single passage. Chen Yu mused inwardly, feeling the pangs of anxiety as his account balance dwindled even before commencing their tasks. Nevertheless, the Stargate constructed by the advanced civilization is indeed stable and convenient. Before they knew it, they had passed through the Stargate and arrived near F-77 Freestar. The crew aboard the spacecraft had yet to fully grasp their surroundings when they received a signal from a nearby monitoring station, reminding them that they had entered the jurisdiction of F-77 Freestar and must strictly adhere to the laws of the Galactic Alliance, reducing speed and proceeding cautiously. Unlike Philarag Star, F-77 Freestar does not belong to any civilization or faction. It is directly governed by the Galactic Alliance, serving as a free neutral star within the galaxy, akin to a free trade port and a shipping transit hub amidst the vast cosmos. Such free stars are not uncommon throughout the galaxy. Protected by the laws of the Galactic Alliance, no civilization or faction is permitted to engage in combat within the jurisdiction of a free star, even if two civilizations are at war. Violating this law would result in a galaxy-wide manhunt and punishment by the Galactic Alliance. Furthermore, within the controlled area of the free star to prevent accidental collisions between spacecraft. The use of warp engines is prohibited. Vessels must travel at a conventional speed not exceeding 1/10 of light speed. Due to the delayed construction of the Philarag Stargate, prime positions had long been seized by other civilizations and factions. So Chen Yu and his crew still had some distance to cover before reaching F-77 Freestar. What? We still have a week to reach F-77 Freestar. Unfortunately, this is the fastest pace we can manage. This antique ship barely reaches 1% of light speed, so, Captain, we must definitely acquire a new battleship in the future, right? I suppose so, Chen Yu replied, feeling the weight of Yudi's hopeful gaze, realizing his own words lacked conviction. A battleship? What would that cost? Though he yearned to experience the thrill of cannon fire again, battleships are not mere spacecraft. The basic class warship would cost around 100,000 credit points. He was already deep in debt. I have something to attend to. I shall return to my quarters. Having deflected Yudi's inquiry, Chen Yu hastily departed. Once in his room, he slowly retrieved a silver box. Inside lay a vial of reagent, a primary genetic enhancement drug. This agent could preliminarily treat certain hereditary diseases and enhance physical abilities without significantly damaging the original genetic structure, thereby boosting combat and survival capabilities. Since this was merely a primary genetic enhancement agent, the associated risks were minimal. In second-tier civilizations like Philarag, nearly every citizen receives such injections, considered a form of welfare. Even though it was only a primary agent, it still cost Chen Yu 1,000 credit points. Of the 6 aboard the battleship, the other 5 seemed to have already been vaccinated, having spent most of the credit points they earned previously on this, given that they had a week before reaching F-77 Star. Chen Yu resolved to use it immediately. It was said that the body experiences brief pain when this agent takes effect. Discarding the empty vial aside, he settled quietly on the sofa, awaiting the onset of discomfort. To be honest, he anticipated it, as he had not felt such pain in quite some time. Here it comes, his body reacted. But was that all? Chen Yu furrowed his brow, compared to the excruciating pain he had experienced before. This was hardly noteworthy. It seemed his body was mocking him in response to his internal derision. The original discomfort ignited a massive powder keg within him. Thud! Both knees hit the ground heavily. This was the sensation. The deep, penetrating pain invoked vivid memories of past experiences, and he could almost see his great-grandmother from a previous life minutes past. What is happening? Why is this taking so long? In moments of extreme pain or weakness, one often slips into a state of shallow unconsciousness to mitigate nerve stimulation, a form of self-protection. Simply put, he had fainted from the pain an hour later. The man sprawled on the floor, finally regained consciousness. Dazedly, he stared at the metallic ceiling above, gradually regaining awareness of his body. In that moment, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable change within himself, but upon closer inspection, it seemed as if nothing had altered enough. Captain, I concede. Jacob, bruised and battered, lay on the training room floor like a spoiled child, refusing to rise. Not far away, John appeared equally worse for wear, rather than rallying to his brother's aid. He seemed to derive some perverse pleasure from the spectacle. Are we done? All right then, Captain. Don't judge us too harshly. We are girls, after all. Would you really strike us with full force? Upon noticing Chen Yu's gaze, Ifei quickly seized Greta's arm. Leveraging their gender advantage, Captain, I believe your strength now approaches that of Starfall-level warrior. Once we reach F-77 Freestar, would you consider seeking certification? Greta boldly suggested Starfall level, also known as quasi-celestial level warrior, could be classified as a level or higher within the Milky Company. If time permits, I might consider it, Chen Yu replied, rubbing his body in contemplation. Ever since he injected the primary genetic enhancement agent and endured an hour of torment, he had discovered a remarkable increase in his physical prowess that in previous training sessions with the John brothers. He had to rely on his abilities to exploit their weaknesses, expending considerable effort to best them. Now, however, he found himself able to confront them head-on, even gaining the upper hand. After exploiting their habitual vulnerabilities, the John brothers were quickly overwhelmed. In addition to physical enhancements, his special abilities had also seen a significant increase. Not only had his visual range expanded dramatically, but he could even discern the outlines and weaknesses of biological entities beyond a thick metal wall. This seemed almost unscientific, and with Chen Yu's knowledge base, it was difficult to comprehend. He could only approach it from a dialectical perspective. Captain, I think you're not being truthful. You must have injected something beyond a primary enhancement agent. This must be at least intermediate level. Yes, it must be. Jacob chimed in as he rose from the floor, muttering that no, it truly was just a primary enhancement agent. Besides, I lack the channels and sufficient credit points to procure anything of intermediate level or above. Unlike the ubiquitous primary enhancement agents, intermediate agents are produced only by select few powerful factions, are extraordinarily expensive, and are strictly controlled for export as they conversed. A voice crackled through the communicator. We have reached the outer atmosphere of F-77 Freestar and are preparing for the routine inspection. All right, the inspection has passed. The spacecraft will soon land on F-77 Freestar. Chapter 17. Qualification Certification. F-77 Freestar orbits a binary star system, maintaining a remarkably stable trajectory within its habitable zone. Influenced by the gravitational pull of the two stars, the planet assumes an elliptical shape, completing a rotation every 30 hours. After modifications, it boasts a complete atmosphere and diverse natural environments, making it suitable for most forms of life. Due to the dual stars, when a double sunrise occurs, the days here are somewhat brighter, and the nights following dual sunsets are also more luminous than those experienced on Philarag star. Goodness, the docking fees are exorbitant. 10 credit points per day. Chen Yu, now acutely aware of expenses, had to manage his finances meticulously. Captain, what shall we do next? First, I must apply for Alliance citizenship, then formally register our team with the occupational agency. As for you, feel free to explore as long as you refrain from causing trouble. And yes, I am addressing you too, John and Jacob. Understood, Captain. See you later. After parting ways with a few individuals, Chen Yu embarked alone on a vehicle towards the office established by the Alliance nearby. He needed to apply for formal citizenship in the Galactic Alliance at this moment. Although he had shed his previous identity and regained his freedom, he was still not recognized as a formal citizen by the Alliance. To put it bluntly, he was essentially a stateless individual. Only by becoming an officially recognized citizen of the Galactic Alliance could he enjoy the protection and rights afforded by Alliance laws and be eligible to register a team at professional institutions to accept commissions. Apologies, sir, but as your home civilization is not recognized by the Alliance, you're temporarily ineligible for citizenship. The cold notification on the screen in the self-service hall shattered Chen Yu's good mood. Damn. However, beneath the notification, several methods for obtaining citizenship were provided. The first option was the simplest: directly join a civilization recognized by the Galactic Alliance and apply for citizenship with the identity documents they issued. This method was relatively easy. Chen Yu could directly rely on iSeek's connections to join the Philag civilization and obtain the necessary documents. Yet, due to a certain notion deep within him, he was not prepared to take that route. The second method appeared more challenging: obtaining a guarantee from a senior member of a civilization or faction. Chen Yu was uncertain if iSeek's status was substantial enough. Even if it were, he felt reluctant to trouble him further, especially since he still owed him 100,000 credit points. The third option was to acquire any certification issued by a professional institution within the Alliance, which would also allow him to apply for citizenship. This line specifically noted which professional qualifications were valid, such as active Alliance officers, combat professionals, mechanical engineers, mecha engineers, scholars, and so forth. Chen Yu considered attempting the third method since the Starfall-level professional qualification was recognized by the Alliance among combat professionals. Moreover, He intended to register a mercenary team at the professional institution anyway, so it would merely require an additional trip. Having made his decision, Chen Yu wasted no time and quickly headed to the professional certification institution. If one were to inquire about the place in the Galactic Alliance with the most intelligent races, undoubtedly, it would be the Free Star, where myriad races congregated. And if one were to ask where the most populous area on Free Star was, the answer would certainly be the professional certification institution. Unlike the earlier Citizen Service Hall, this place was bustling, especially the combat professional zone, where a mix of various races could be found. Aside from the conventional humanoid intelligent races, Chen Yu also spotted jellyfish-like jellyfins floating in mid-air and batters soaring with translucent wings. For humans, flying freely in the sky is a dream, but for certain races, it is merely an innate talent. Yet, ultimately, humanoid intelligent races remain the mainstream in the universe. After all, communication is the biggest challenge when dealing with some alternative life forms, coupled with the prevailing ideological trends led by the Lien civilization. Many bizarre life forms are regarded merely as resources. How expensive! The test cost me 20 credit points. After waiting for 20 minutes, it was finally Chen Yu's turn. The equipment in the testing room was familiar, similar to what he had encountered during assessments at the Milky Company. Yet upon closer inspection, there were notable differences. He adeptly donned the perception device, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. As if he had returned to the Milky C-185. The sensation was all too real. When the apparatus activated, it felt as if he had entered another world. The devices here were incomparable to those at Milky Company. Proceed with combat professional qualification certification? Yes, no, yes, T this moment. He could not afford to hesitate. An enemy appeared, and the hyper-realistic environment caused him to instinctively forget that he was undergoing a test, unleashing his full abilities. 5 minutes later. Congratulations, you have obtained Starfall Level Combat Professional Certification. Proceed to the next stage of testing. Yes, no, yes. 10 minutes later. Congratulations, you have obtained Comet Level Combat Professional Certification. Proceed to the next stage of testing. Yes, no, no this time. Chen Yu chose to decline. Although he had achieved Comet Level Certification, marking his formal entry into the realm of Celestial Level Warriors, he was acutely aware of the arduousness and luck that had accompanied his victory. Utilizing his ocular abilities to their fullest, he had managed to wear down his opponent only through a kite-flying tactic, thanks to the enemy's speed being slower than his own. Had he faced a more agile enemy, he would have been eliminated in less than 30 seconds. After completing the certification, Chen Yu did not rush to leave, as he discovered some intriguing test projects in the system. Is that the legendary mecha combat test? Since he was already here and had paid, it would be too regrettable not to try it. Apologies, current conditions insufficient. This test is not available. What? You have the option here, but it's not available. He decided to try something else. Star Battle Simulation. Apologies, current conditions insufficient. This test is not available. Chen Yu felt somewhat exasperated. It was rare to come across two interesting projects, yet both were unavailable. Disappointed, he chose to conclude the testing. Just as he left the testing room, he received an electronic certificate for Comet Level Combat from the Professional Certification Institution. Afterward, he hurried back to the Citizen Service Hall, and after submitting his professional qualification certificate along with his biological information, he finally became an official citizen of the Galactic Alliance. Chen Yu did not stop there. Having acquired citizenship, he needed to return to the mercenary section of the Professional Certification Institution to apply for the establishment of a mercenary team. Throughout the day, he felt as if he were a spinning top, darting back and forth on his way back. He witnessed for the first time the magnificent sight of a double sunset. I still think the moon is the roundest. Once he had completed everything and was en route back to his ship, the prolonged 22-hour day on F-77 Free Star finally concluded, and his area transitioned into 8 hours of nighttime. Though night had fallen, the sky remained quite bright, illuminated by countless lights, making it only slightly darker than during the day. This was Free Star, truly a sleepless star. T this moment. What shone brighter than the sleepless star were the man's eyes. Chapter 18. Star Network Dam. Why haven't any commissions come through yet? Jacob scattered the pieces on the chessboard before him. Feeling agitated from boredom. 3 days ago, the team had learned that their captain had obtained Comet-level combat certification. And after a night of celebration, everyone was filled with hope for the future. However, reality was harsh. It had been 3 consecutive days without receiving a single commission. Perhaps it's because our levels are too low. Aside from the captain, none of us can hold our own. Damn it, It seems we are indeed holding the captain back. Don't say that, Jacob. I think it's just because our team is newly established and hasn't yet achieved any remarkable accomplishments. Every beginning is difficult. Things will get better. Chen Yu felt a tinge of frustration as well, but he could not show it in front of his teammates. Instead, he needed to provide them with encouragement. All right, maybe you're right. I think I'll head back to my room. Good idea. Resting in your room sounds great. Yes, they spoke. Jacob, John, and Yudi all stood up from their seats, preparing to return to their rooms. By the way, what did you guys buy a few days ago? Chen Yu suddenly asked, noticing that since Yudi and the others had brought those items back, they had remained cooped up in their rooms with little movement. Not only Yudi and the trio, but even Ife and Greta were the same. That was the Star Network connector we ordered. We've been playing in the Star Network these past few days. Star Network? What is that? You don't know about the Star Network? Not only did Yudi and the others look surprised, but even Ife and Greta beside them wore puzzled expressions. Yes, I genuinely don't know, Chen Yu replied candidly. He hailed from the remote corner of the solar system's blue planet, and even after arriving on hive-like star, he seldom ventured out to interact with others. After completing commissions, he typically spent his spare time training physically, reading books, or listening to music. Essentially, he was a recluse, as one would describe from decades ago. Back then, he was merely a human under servitude, devoid of any freedom. Only recently had his personality begun to shift slightly. The Star Network is a vast virtual world where all your senses feel incredibly real, allowing for many things that are difficult to achieve in reality. That Yudi's eyes narrowed, and a reminiscent expression crossed his face. His explanation made Chen Yu involuntarily recall the internet of his previous life. Your explanation is too vague. Let me elaborate. As they delved into this topic, Jacob and his brother grew exceedingly animated. Captain, do you remember the professional qualification test you took not long ago? The environment in the Star Network is very similar to what you experienced during the test. It is said that all similar technologies actually originate from the developers behind the Star Network. Indeed, within the Star Network, one has the ability to select virtual opponents for combat and, upon obtaining the consent of other users, engage in extraordinarily realistic virtual battles. However, caution is advised, for the realism of the experience allows one to genuinely feel physical pain and even death. When Greta uttered these words, a shadow of apprehension lingered upon her visage. Does the Star Network feature simulations for mech pilots and space battles? Chen Yu suddenly recalled something and inquired hastily. Absolutely. These are among the most sought-after experiences, as mechs and warships are realms inaccessible to the vast majority. Everyone desires a taste of such adventures. In that case, I shall acquire one as well. Chen Yu sprang from the sofa in excitement. What? This little gadget cost me 500 credit points. Is everyone here so affluent? He gazed at the Star Network connector in his hand, a twinge of regret surfacing as he pondered whether the stress of recent events had led him to make such an impulsive purchase. Captain, please do not overreact. While it is indeed pricey, it is worth every credit. Besides, did you not still place an order after learning the price? The Jacob brothers exchanged exasperated glances, one raising his hands in surrender while the other scoffed. I understand the reasoning, but why must I provide my biometric information for this? On one hand, it ensures that your physical characteristics are accurately represented in the Star Network, allowing you the most authentic experience. On the other hand, it serves to continuously update your bodily data. Moreover, it acts as a form of identity verification, which you will gradually acclimatize to. Captain, the Star Network includes a tutorial for newcomers. Any uncertainties you have can be resolved there. I am simply eager to reunite with my beloved mech. With that, Yudi dashed into his room. Yes, we shall return to By the way, this device can only connect to the Star Network on Freestar. It will be unusable once we leave. What? Why didn't either of you mention this before? Halt. The Buller brothers effectively sealed their captain's complaints outside their door. With no choice left, Chen Yu returned to his room alone. Regardless, he had already made the purchase, and it could not be returned, so he resolved to give it a try. Following the instructions, Chen Yu donned the neural connection apparatus of the Star Network connector and pricked his finger to submit his biometric information. Soon, his perspective shifted, reminiscent of his prior experience at the Occupational Certification Agency. It felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. Detecting user S first entry into the Star Network. Verifying bodily data. Verification complete. Data recorded in the Star Network database. Please set your ID. Oh. Would you like to obscure your appearance? Yes, no. Yes. Shortly after, Chen Yu realized that his body was now capable of movement. He had assumed that the testing equipment at the Occupational Certification Agency was the pinnacle of advancement and realism. Yet the star network exceeded even that, from breathing to heartbeat. Even the sensation of lightly pinching himself felt indistinguishable from reality. Looking around, he found himself in an empty room, his personal space within the star network. Naturally, if he wished to spend credit points, he could purchase items to adorn it. Such a familiar concept. He thought nostalgically of certain game companies from his previous life. This damned world requires payment for everything. Chen Yu grumbled before he began searching the star network for options regarding mech pilots and space battle simulations. He had not forgotten the purpose of his entry into the star network. There was no need for extensive searching, as those two categories, along with combat options and social interactions, were among the most popular areas within the star network. Mech pilot simulation, Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement. Mechs, the dreams of countless boys throughout their lives. Please select the type of mech to use. He scanned the available mech types, some accompanied by images and brief descriptions. Oasis series, Sobuk, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Nehebkit, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Divine Tree series, Skull, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Scotty, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Sacred Mountain series, Kratos, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Nike, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Celestial series, Yagyu, planetary level combat. Melee mech, Xiao Shi, planetary level combat. Melee mech. After perusing the options, he noted that the majority of mechs were planetary level melee types, while those exceeding planetary level power required additional credit points for an experience. Moreover, a common trait among these mechs was their origin from the formidable Lion civilization. With a slight sigh, Chen Yu quickly selected the mech he intended to use for his inaugural experience. Selection complete. Sobuk Mech, Constructing Battlefield, Chapter 19, Mech Experience, Battlefield Construction Complete. Lion Zeta Second War, Battle of Polis, as the Star Network's prompt concluded. Chen Yu felt a momentary daze, only to realize that his body had become sluggish, akin to one recovering from serious illness. His visual field transformed, revealing not just his normal sight, but also several data panels on either side. Through his standard vision, he discovered himself on a desolate planet, engulfed in the chaos of war. Due to the absence of an atmosphere, visibility was remarkably high. Above him stretched an expansive and profound starry sky, with warships in the distance unleashing cannon fire towards the encroaching darkness. Surrounding him were dozens of Sobuk mechs, their dark green exteriors maintaining a careful distance as they advanced forward. Had he truly entered the mech? As he pondered this, an alert suddenly blared from a panel to his left. Beep! The message he received was also transmitted to the other mechs, all of which assumed defensive postures, preparing to engage. Boom! The ground beneath him suddenly fractured, and not far away, a mech was hurled into the air by an enemy emerging from the depths, a grotesque, arthropod-like figure with a powerful and distinctive physique. The Zeta. This was a bug-like species. How colossal they are! Chen Yu was astounded yet perplexed. He had previously encountered the Zeta and even dispatched several, yet those on Fimistar were nowhere near the size of the ones before him. It was evident that the Sobuk mechs, which stood approximately 10 meters tall, were easily overpowered by the Zeta, which appeared to be around 30 or 40 meters in height. Although the Zeta had been thrown, the Sobuk was still a planetary-level mech capable of demolishing a city, and such an attack was insufficient to undermine its core. Rising, he and his companions retaliated against the Zeta that had emerged from the ground. Laser beams streaked through the air, and the Zeta was instantly riddled with holes. Even with its formidable vitality, such injuries would undoubtedly spell its demise. Yet this was not the only foe. Boom! More Zeta emerged from the earth, and his companions were sent flying one after another. Suddenly, the ground before Chen Yu cracked open, and his expression shifted as he recognized the impending danger, swiftly commanding his mech to jump backward. However, he forgot that this was not his own body. The Sobuk mech moved like a clumsy infant just learning to walk, barely leaping before crashing down. In his panic, he attempted to aim the laser cannon mounted on the mech's arm. But to his horror, before he could even raise the arm, a long, glistening spear shot toward his face. Game over. Score 0-few. Although he had exited the scene, Chen Yu remained haunted by the anxiety of the previous encounter. No wonder Greta had spoken those words. The overwhelming realism made him forget that this was merely a virtual game. From start to finish, a mere 30 seconds had passed, with 25 seconds spent watching the opening animation. How could he be so inept? Unable to accept this reality, Chen Yu took a brief respite before opting to continue the battle. Selection complete. Skull mech. Constructing battlefield. Battlefield construction complete. Lions Zeta Second War. Battle of Helheim. 2 minutes later. Game over. Score. Bro. Once more. Huh. Is he not out yet? Indeed, it's been an entire day since we last saw the captain. He didn't even join us for dinner yesterday. In response to John's inquiry. Yudi shrugged. Could it be that the captain is becoming addicted? Greta expressed her concerns. Due to the hyper-realistic nature of the Star Network, many individuals on Freestar found themselves ensnared, with some even deciding to settle on the costly Freestar solely because of its existence. Often, the allure of a beautiful illusion far surpasses the harshness of reality. Surely, he wouldn't. Yudi and the others felt a sense of uncertainty. Although the captain was typically a person of great discipline, the unpredictable nature of the Star Network left room for concern. Shall we go wake him up? Jacob suggested tentatively. While using the Star Network, a person's consciousness enters it, yet their body retains instinctual reactions to strong, external stimuli. However, forcibly awakening someone in this manner could lead to irritation or even physical harm. What are you all discussing? Were you planning to wake up? Chen Yu's voice startled them. Phew, you scared us. Captain, we thought you were trapped in the Star Network, and were worried something had happened. We were just about to discuss waking you up, Greta said, patting her heaving chest how could that be? I did lose track of time. Chen Yu replied, his expression slightly awkward. Captain, do tell, what have you been doing all day in the Star Network? Well, I spent most of yesterday experiencing the mecha mode. Chen Yu's stubborn nature led him to repeatedly attempt the virtual challenges of the mecha world after facing continuous failures. So that is what you were doing. The operation of the mechas is incredibly difficult. I find face-to-face combat much more thrilling, John remarked, expressing his agreement. Exactly. I tried it once and never went back. IT is precisely the challenge that makes it intriguing. However, I am curious as to why the Lane civilization would release such detailed information about these mechas for public experience. This should be classified military intelligence, Yudi pondered. After a day of exploration, Chen Yu discerned that the data on these mechas was astonishingly realistic. Each type of mecha exhibited varying combat adaptability in different environments. For instance, the Sobuk mecha he initially selected was amphibious and suited for swamp terrains, while the Skull mecha he chose later was more appropriate for mountainous regions. Other mechas were designed for subterranean, oceanic, and even extraterrestrial combat. These planetary-grade mechas were already formidable, not to mention the higher-tier models that required payment to experience. Captain, you must be aware of the special law governing the Galactic Alliance, right? The group exchanged glances, hesitant to respond, instead posing an apparently unrelated question. I recall it states that any individual, group, or civilization is strictly prohibited from privately creating high-intelligence mechanical life forms. Is that correct? Chen Yu affirmed, recalling the law vividly. He had never encountered a high-intelligence robot in Milky Corporation, the home planet of the Philarag civilization, or even on the F-77 Freestar, where myriad races congregated. It was perplexing that even on his own blue planet, which did not even rank as a level 1 civilization, humanity had already produced rudimentary AI robots for continuous labor. For a long time, Chen Yu had been puzzled as to why the profit-driven Milky Corporation neglected such an efficient labor force in favor of less efficient subjugates. Only when questioned by the others did he recall this lingering confusion. But how does this relate to my earlier question? Of course, it pertains to the mechanical domain, they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 20, The Mechanical Domain, the Mechanical Domain. Indeed, the information about these mechas did not originate from the Lane civilization, but rather from the mechanical domain itself. Even the universally popular Star Network was developed by them. Chen Yu found it hard to believe that the mechanical domain possessed such detailed data on the mechas, nor could he fathom why the Lane civilization would allow this to happen. As the undisputed dominator of this era, the Lane civilization would surely not remain indifferent to such matters. The Star Network only began its widespread adoption in recent millennia, while the Lane civilization had engaged in a prolonged war with the mechanical domain for centuries prior. Among the group, Greta, with her scholarly background, was more familiar with interstellar history. The exact causes of that war remain vaguely recorded, though some scholars have made mention of it. At this point, Greta hesitated, as though she wanted to say more. Please continue, Chen Yu urged, his curiosity piqued, mirrored by the inquisitive expressions of the others. If not for her being a girl, even John and his brother would have pressed her for more details. It is said that a prominent figure of the Lane civilization was assassinated by the mechanical domain, and that assassin is now the ruler, known as the Mechanical Emperor. Of course, this claim has not been officially acknowledged. Neither side has confirmed nor denied it. The lack of a clear affirmation or denial already spoke volumes. Subsequently, the long and arduous conflict between the Lane and the mechanical domain ensued at that time. Nearly all intelligent races in the universe believe that the powerful Lane civilization would easily obliterate the weaker mechanical domain in the initial stages of the war. This indeed seemed to be the case. However, ultimately, the war concluded with both sides signing a ceasefire treaty. The mechanical domain returned the territories that belonged to the Lane civilization along with numerous captives, while the Lane civilization formally recognized the mechanical domain as a civilization of purely mechanical intelligent life forms. Centuries later, the mechanical domain successfully developed the star network and quickly disseminated it, with much of the mecha data and star battle simulations sourced from the previous conflict. So, the Lane civilization was ultimately subdued. Chen Yu mused. Indeed, if the Lane civilization represents the pinnacle of a level 3 civilization, then the mechanical domain stands as a quasi-level 4 civilization. Once established, the Mechanical Emperor openly declared to the universe that any individual, group, or civilization is strictly forbidden from privately creating high-intelligence mechanical life forms. All high-intelligence mechanical life forms are considered citizens of the mechanical domain, regardless of their origin. Anyone found unlawfully detaining, enslaving, or harming the citizens of the mechanical domain would face his wrath. The subsequent history, being more recent, was well known to Yudi and the others at that time. High-intelligence robots, which did not require rest and were obedient, had already become commonplace, found in nearly every household. However, following the Mechanical Emperor's declaration, the Lane civilization was the first to lead the charge, sending all high-intelligence mechanical life forms back to the mechanical domain, retaining only a few rudimentary programmatic robots for production tasks, with the Lane civilization taking the lead. Other minor civilizations followed suit, none daring to provoke the powerful Mechanical Emperor, of course. There were always those willing to risk everything for profit. Once their actions were discovered by the mechanical domain, they were invariably reduced to atomic states. There was even a civilization whose entire homeworld was personally obliterated by the Mechanical Emperor, turning it into a cloud of interstellar dust, as Yudi recounted this. A palpable awe of strength flickered in their eyes. Goodness, a single individual can shatter a planet. What kind of power is that? Chen Yu could hardly believe it. Indeed, after that, aside from those truly reckless, no one dared to privately use or manufacture high-intelligence mechanical life forms again. Fortunately, the mechanical domain was not an aggressive or expansionist civilization. They operated with a strict code, often extending assistance to weaker civilizations in times of crisis, as long as their boundaries were not crossed. This earned them a mix of fear and respect from countless civilizations. Yudi aptly summarized, listening to everyone's accounts, I am reminded once more that equality and respect must always be grounded in strength. As long as one is powerful enough, all must revere them. Afterward, Chen Yu engaged in light conversation with his team, sharing a meal to satiate their hunger before retreating to his room, eager to once again immerse himself in the star network, yearning to experience the legendary star battles. Constructing battlefield. Battlefield construction complete. Lane mechanical domain war. Campampus campaign. As the familiar haze enveloped him, Chen Yu found himself in the main control room of a warship. He expertly surveyed the surroundings, confirming his identity as Pomona, the captain of a military-grade-class warship under the Third Army of the Lane Civilization's Sacred Lake system, stationed in the Campampus star system. In the control room, dozens of Lane individuals, resembling him closely, were diligently analyzing enemy data from the radar monitor's display. The opposing force was the mechanical domain, a faction underestimated by numerous intelligent civilizations, including the warship he commanded. Their side boasted 3 class strategic warships, 15 class warships, and 120 class warships, while the mechanical domain had dispatched only 1 class strategic warship, 6 class warships, and 29 class warships. The disparity in strength was stark. However, as a later participant in this conflict, Chen Yu was already aware of the true outcome of the battle. The Sacred Lake system of the Lane civilization not only suffered a disastrous defeat in the Campampus campaign, but also saw its stronghold, Loristar, captured by the mechanical domain. Throughout the entire war, The Holy Lake faction endured the most devastating losses, to the extent that they nearly lost their seat in the Lion Civilization Council. Even now, the Holy Lake faction has yet to regain its vitality, with numerous vassal races breaking free from its control and declaring their independence, leading to a significant decline in its influence. Many civilizations across the cosmos have not even heard of their existence. Commander, the left flank of the battleship is under enemy attack. The outer armor has been breached, and the hull has sustained 65 damage. The main control system remains intact, but the overall speed of the battleship has decreased by 12. Please give your orders. The anxious report from the adjutant jolted Chen Yu from his contemplative state, reminding him that he was participating in this historic battle as a battleship captain. Oh, I even need to ask. Launch a counterattack immediately. Chen Yu barked at the adjutant, while inwardly marveling at the formidable technology of the mechanized domain civilization. Each time he entered the battlefield constructed by the Star Network, it felt as if he had truly traversed back to the past. Unlike the previous mecha simulations, interstellar warfare utilizes the vastness of space as its arena, with a distance of several 100,000 kilometers separating friendly and enemy ships, far exceeding the diameter of most planets. It is well known that light travels at approximately 300,000 kilometers per second in a vacuum. Even the fastest laser weapons require several seconds to hit their targets, let alone kinetic weapons that, while more damaging, are significantly slower. Given the speed of the battleships, a few seconds allow for considerable displacement, compounded by advanced system assistance, making it far more challenging to strike an opponent in space warfare than one might anticipate. Since the commencement of the battle, the Allied fleet has relied solely on concentrated firepower to inflict any degree of damage upon the enemy fleet. Undoubtedly, the commands of rookie Captain Chen Yu had become a source of ridicule, as not a single shot had struck the mechanized domain's vessels. Within mere seconds, the damage sustained by his own ship had only intensified. The same misfortune befell the surrounding fleet of over 100 ships, with some unluckily positioned class battleships being rendered inoperable after just 2 or 3 shots. Damn it. Let me. Chen Yu was preparing to take control himself. But before he could finish his sentence, the enemy denied him the opportunity. With a thunderous tremor, the ship shuddered, followed by a cacophony of alarms. Warning, core energy system compromised. Warning, core energy system, as the electronic voice echoed. Chen Yu's vision plunged into darkness. Game over. Score this round. 0. Damn it. Let's go again. The resolute man chose to restart. Chapter 21. Star Wars Constructing Battlefield. Battlefield construction complete. Lion Mechanized Domain War. The campaign of Comempus, Commander. The left flank of the battleship is under enemy attack. Energy shield. Enough, I know. Now transfer control of the ship's cannons to manual mode. This time, as soon as he entered the game, Chen Yu preemptively intercepted the adjutant's words. Ready to take direct command of the cannons for a counterattack. Understood, Commander. At that moment, when he gained control of the cannons, Chen Yu couldn't help but murmur in exhilaration. This was his second time manually operating the cannons. The first was aboard the Horus 9600 in ESEC on that day. He had successfully shot down a gigantier behemoth, earning the congratulations of all, and he felt genuine happiness. However, those around him were unaware that a significant part of his excitement stemmed not only from the substantial rewards bestowed by ESEC, but also from the profound satisfaction derived from operating the cannons. That day, he had fallen in love with the exhilarating feeling of commanding the cannons. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Chen Yu activated the battleship's radar and detected the enemy vessels. Upon selecting a target, he did not follow the parameters provided by the electronic computer for a direct shot. Instead, he raised his gaze through the ship's viewport, peering into the inky blackness of deep space, where the enemy ships LAY.I in the dark void of space, searching for an enemy vessel less than 100 kilometers in diameter from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. What a daunting task. For context, the average distance between Blue Star and the Moon is less than 400,000 kilometers, while the Moon's diameter is approximately 3,500 kilometers. The most critical factor is that the battleships themselves do not emit light. Such a feat is beyond the capabilities of even those of Lion descent, whose physical prowess is akin to celestial beings, and it would be a challenge for even those gifted races known for their superior vision, who have undergone advanced genetic enhancements. Chen Yu, being merely a Blue Star native who had just undergone basic genetic enhancement, was hardly expected to achieve such a feat yet. He saw it prior to receiving the primary gene enhancement. While his eyesight had been impressive, it had not reached such extraordinary levels. Post-enhancement, he discovered a significant enhancement in his visual acuity at that moment. The mechanized domain battleship, mirroring the image on the monitor, was clearly visible to him, skillfully evading attacks with a subtle trajectory. Countless barges from his fleet failed to even graze the vicinity of the enemy's ship, let alone hit it. Although the battleships of the Lion civilization were equipped with the most destructive weapon systems of the time, if one cannot strike the opponent, even the most powerful arsenal is rendered useless. After all, in terms of computational power, the mechanized domain civilization stands unrivaled in the known universe, according to the data provided in the Star Network. During the Kamimpus campaign, the fleet of the Lion civilization in Chen Yu's localized battlefield conducted a staggering 4,600 attacks, successfully striking the enemy ships 25 times, resulting in the destruction of 1 class battleship and 9 class battleships, yielding a cumulative hit rate of less than 1. In stark contrast, the mechanized domain fleet achieved hits on the Lion fleet 180 times out of approximately 900 attacks, destroying 86 ships, including 3 class strategic battleships. With a remarkable hit rate of 20, this dismal defeat in the localized battlefield was merely a microcosm of the overall campaign. But now, things were different because I am here. After making slight manual adjustments, Chen Yu pressed the attack button. Success! We have destroyed in-class battleship. Moments later, cheers erupted in the command room. Don't get too excited. Focus on evading enemy attacks. Chen Yu gradually began to embody the dignity of captain, calmly directing the operations. Game over. Score this round. 9 minutes later, Chen Yu concluded his second experience of Star War. In this session, he personally commanded the cannons to successfully destroy 6 class battleships and severely damage 1 class battleship. Unlike the relatively fragile armor and magnetic shields of class battleships boasted significantly superior armor. Just 1 hit was unlikely to destroy them. Moreover, the strong magnetic field interference emanating from class battleships posed additional challenges. Even with enhanced abilities, Chen Yu only managed to find his shooting rhythm after several attempts. His remarkable performance greatly boosted the morale of his fleet, but it also drew special attention from the enemy. Amid targeted assault from 4 class battleships, he ultimately succumbed. It is challenging, but I relish this feeling. Constructing battlefield. Battlefield construction complete. Lion mechanized domain war. The campaign of Kamimpus. Chen Yu grew bolder with each battle, swiftly entering his 3rd experience. Game over. Score this round. 12. Damn it. Once again I was targeted. This time he performed even better than before, successfully destroying 7 class battleships and even 1 class battleship. However, like the previous outcome, he was inevitably overwhelmed by the concentrated fire from the remaining 5 class battleships. This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy. Though it seems somewhat shameless, it was worth a try. Muttering to himself, Chen Yu prepared for his 4th Star War experience, constructing battlefield. Battlefield construction complete. Lion mechanized domain war. The campaign of Kamimpus. Commander, the left flank of the battleship is under enemy. Silence. I am aware. Now listen carefully. First, transfer control of the ship's cannons to manual mode. Second, order the ship to follow closely behind Granio. Understood, Commander. The adjutant, though puzzled, chose to obey the command under Chen Yu's authoritative gaze. Damn it, what is Pomona doing? This coward, does he not fear being court-martialed after the war? Granio, positioned nearby, immediately noticed Chen Yu's deviation from the original fleet formation and was now closely trailing behind him. It appeared that Pomona intended to use his battleship as a shield. The class strategic battleship in the center also noted the unusual change. General Masiko in the command room merely furrowed his brow slightly, issuing a stern reprimand over the internal communication channel before disregarding the matter altogether. One of the paramount commanders on the current battlefield. The immediate priority is to eliminate the enemy warships across the void. As for Pomona, there will be ample time to deal with him after the battle. Yes, precisely. We must remain steadfast behind Granio. Commander, what comes next? The aide inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety, clearly aware of the impropriety of such actions. What comes next? Watch me perform. Time waits for no one. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu had already locked onto the enemy warships, utilizing the gap between his own fleet and the vessels ahead. Soon, the aide comprehended the implications of his superior S-words. With a series of 3 consecutive strikes, they obliterated 3 enemy-class warships. Are we truly this formidable? Granio murmured, standing at the forefront. No, Commander. According to our analysis, it is the warships under Commander Pomona that achieved this feat. Reported Granio's subordinate, his expression conflicted. The true spectacle was just beginning. Chen Yu, aboard the warship in the rear, chuckled softly. Chapter 22. Glory belongs to the Holy Lake. Game over. Score this round. 20, with the protection of his teammates. Chen Yu successfully destroyed 2 class warships and 10 class warships during this 4th attempt. However, after the cover was compromised, he was inevitably caught in the enemy's concentrated fire. The final, fatal blow came from a high-energy gamma laser emitted by the opposing class flagship. While the high-energy gamma laser is less effective at corroding the outer shell compared to ultraviolet lasers, and far inferior in thermal cutting to infrared lasers, it proves remarkably effective at penetrating the hull of warships to strike internal organic life. Even the layered composite armor of the class warships struggled to withstand such a laser. It seems my strategy has indeed borne fruit. After a brief respite, Chen Yu commenced his 5th attempt. Battlefield construction in progress. Battlefield construction completed. Lion. Mecha. Domain war. Campus campaign. Commander. The battle. Silence. Listen to what I have to say. Building on the experiences of previous encounters, Chen Yu had become increasingly adept at maneuvering the ship's cannons. It wasn't long before he had directly destroyed an enemy class warship and 4 class warships. Such astounding results significantly alleviated the pressure on his allies nearby. Undoubtedly, this incited a frenzied retaliation from the enemy. However, most of the firepower was directed at Granio's ship, leaving Chen Yu's vessel almost unscathed. Before Granio's ship was destroyed, Chen Yu had successfully eliminated 2 more class and 7 class warships. At that moment, aside from the opposing class flagship, he had single-handedly destroyed over a third of the enemy fleet. This performance surpasses the last. My score should be considerably higher. Without Granio's cover, his ship was now fully exposed to the enemy's cannons, that he could at most trade for 2 or 3 more enemy vessels before the class flagship turned its guns upon him, marking the end of this gaming experience. Yet the anticipated assault did not materialize. No, to be precise, it was thwarted by 2 class warships in front, sacrificing themselves to shield him. This, Pomona, I am Ramos, before Granio's ship was destroyed. He contacted us in advance. We will now provide cover for you. Indeed, Pomona, remember to strike hard at the enemy. The command room's communication channel echoed with 2 resounding voices. Commander, please give your orders, the aide whispered. Trembling slightly, jolting Chen Yu from his stupor. Was this not merely a game? His emotions were complex, yet the dire situation left no room for contemplation. The enemy's fire continued to rain mercilessly, and every second was bought at the cost of his comrades' sacrifices. Attack. Chen Yu wanted to articulate something, but the words caught in his throat, and he could only manage a single, strained utterance. The bombardment from his ship seemed to intensify, and in an instant, several enemy vessels vanished from the radar monitor. However, within just 2 minutes, facing the overwhelming artillery of the enemy's class flagship, one of Ramos' ships came to a standstill, unable to move. The other was obliterated into cosmic dust. Yet, the shield before Chen Yu remained intact, as 2 allied vessels that had waited on the sidelines rushed forward to provide cover. Glory belongs to the Holy Lake. The triumphant roar reverberated through the comms channel, a chorus not just from one individual, but from all the subordinates in the command room. Only Chen Yu remained silent, as he concentrated all his focus on the battle ahead. The mecha domain remained steadfast. When the opposing class flagship chose to divert its attention from its equal counterparts to specifically target him. Within less than a minute, the 2 allied warships that stood in front of him met the same fate as Ramos' vessels, just as 2 more class ships prepared to advance and fill the gap. A colossal class flagship suddenly appeared before them. I am Asiko. I have come to cover you. The aged voice bore a steadiness that contrasted with the fervent proclamations of youth, yet every individual in the command room felt their faces flush with pride at the acknowledgement from the highest commander. As a class flagship, its length approached 500 kilometers and was equipped with an antimatter energy system far more efficient than nuclear power, with firepower capable of annihilating a small asteroid. Only this fortress-like vessel possessed the composite armor robust enough to withstand the enemy's high-energy gamma laser. With the protection of the class flagship, Chen Yu could now concentrate on skillfully maneuvering the cannons for attack point 10 minutes later. The mecha domain side was left with a single class flagship and a handful of class warships. All others had fallen to Chen Yu's onslaught. Yet, within the command room, Chen Yu did not feel elated, for the class flagship before him had already sustained considerable damage. Kid, I believe you should be in my position. Only a class can threaten another class. Had you been at the helm, we might have secured victory long ago, and Masiko would not have had to make the ultimate sacrifice. The voice from the communicator was tinged with melancholy. It belonged to Commander Ortega. Chen Yu fell into silence, for as Ortega had said, during this time, he had made multiple attempts to attack the opposing class flagship, but alas, the firepower of his class warship proved insufficient to inflict significant damage. Our laser weaponry is still lacking, incapable of penetrating their armor. Commander, if we aim to breach the enemy's armor, perhaps we should consider antimatter projection, the aide suggested cautiously. Why didn't you mention this sooner? What are you waiting for? Charge it up! Antimatter projection involves wrapping an antimatter warhead with a magnetic field device. Upon contact with regular matter particles, annihilation occurs, releasing immense energy in the form of photons and other rare particles. The advantage of this method is its tremendous power and minimal interference from magnetic fields. The downside is that it necessitates a rail gun for projection, requiring charging during which the projectile speed is significantly slower than that of laser cannons. Given the current distance between the enemy and themselves, it would take a full 2 minutes from launch to impact, making it nearly impossible to hit a moving warship. Hence, in the realm of star battles, laser weaponry remains the mainstream choice, which explains why the aide had refrained from mentioning it earlier. Commander, I am Pomona. May I request an additional 2 minutes? I am preparing to use antimatter shells for an attack. I have received your request, and I will do my utmost to buy you time. After ending the call, Commander Ortega swiftly ordered his subordinates to continue providing cover for Pomona. However, our warships were already heavily damaged and could only withstand for 1 more minute. Then cease all unnecessary attacks. It's clear that you lot can't land a hit on the enemy. Instead, channel all energy to reinforce the energy shields. Understood, Commander. 2 minutes later. Sigh. Is it ultimately futile? The antimatter cannon successfully struck the enemy S-class flagship. Yet regrettably, the battered enemy ship did not succumb, but retained some combat capability. Game over. Score this round. 56. Upon exiting the experience, Chen Yu did not immediately proceed for another round. Instead, he lingered alone in the empty star network chamber, silent for a long while. Let us do this again. After a moment, he seemed to have made a resolute decision. Battlefield construction in progress. Battlefield construction completed. Lion. Mecha Domain War. Campus Campaign. Chapter 23. Victory belongs to the Holy Lake. I am Masiko. I have come to cover you. 1 minute later. Commander, I am Pomona. May I request an additional 2 minutes? I am preparing to use antimatter shells for an attack. At this point, all 6 enemy-class warships had been obliterated by Chen Yu.AS for the remaining 10 class warships. He had no intention of wasting time on them. Instead, he set his sights directly on the opposing class flagship. Are you planning to go for a direct assault? Indeed. Kid, how confident are you? Silence. All right, I acquiesce to your request. Maxiko responded to Chen Yu's plea. Sir, the naval cannon is fully charged. Chen Yu remained utterly focused on the vast, inky expanse of space before him, indifferent to his officer's words in that moment. He alone beheld a vision that no one else could see. Before his eyes, the enemy's class strategic battleship was laid bare in exquisite detail. Yet his sight began to sting, a harbinger of overexertion. If only he could see a little clearer, if only he could pinpoint the vessel's vulnerabilities. He felt a persistent urge, as though a voice within him incessantly whispered. Crack! Something within him shattered, and with a familiar, searing pain radiating throughout his body, he perceived the battleship's vital points. Ignoring the enemy ship's trajectory and the fluctuations on the control screen, he bore the agony with sheer willpower, steadily extending a finger to make a slight adjustment before pressing the launch button. But he could not see the results of his shot through the viewport, for his body had succumbed to an uncontrollable collapse. All eyes were glued to the monitor, save for the officer, who noticed his distress, his anxious concern palpable that a minute later. The control room erupted with thunderous cheers, accompanied by a steady yet tremulous roar over the comms. Victory belonged to St. Lake. Game over. Score 87. This was the final score Chen Yu beheld before being forcibly ejected from the star network. Back in reality, he still endured the intense pain coursing through his body, pain that was not simulated by the star network, but rather a genuine response from his physical form. It took him 5 minutes to break free from this torment. Chen Yu did not rise. He lay alone on the floor, staring blankly at the metallic ceiling. 87. This marked the score of his 6-star battle experience. Perhaps due to neglecting a dozen class ships, he had failed to secure a perfect score. Typically meticulous, he was not inclined to embark upon a seventh experience in pursuit of that elusive 100. It was not a matter of capability, but rather a reluctance to confront the death of comrades again. The emotional impact was far too vivid. Even as he understood that all of this was merely a simulation constructed from historical war data. Figures like Pomona, Granio, Lamo, Maxico, and Ortega, indeed, even the unnamed officer, were all real, or at least had once been. The Star Network was undeniably a fascinating realm. At that moment, Chen Yu was unaware that his score had ignited a fervor across the entire F-77 Free Star. The Star Network, the most sought-after product in the universe, boasted over 10 billion daily visits solely within the F-77 Free Star. Especially in the popular sector of star battle simulations, billions engaged in experiences daily. The Battle of Campus he had just participated in, while merely one of thousands, still attracted tens of thousands of concurrent users. Yet, due to external forces ejecting him from the Star Network, he had not been able to hide his ID. What the hell? Is this real? A corpulent black man stared incredulously at the leaderboard for the campus battle, having checked it multiple times, still in disbelief. The thought of the Star Network displaying erroneous data never crossed his mind. It was as ludicrous as the notion of the Black Pay civilization suddenly defeating the Lane civilization. The campus battle leaderboard. First place scored 100, ID hidden. The current second place scored 87. IDU, coordinates, Galactic Alliance F-77 Free Star. There seemed to be no issue. Chen Yu's score of 87 did not seem particularly remarkable, given that the first place was a perfect score. No, this is serious. Third place scored 59, ID hidden. Fourth place scored 22, ID hidden. A chasm. Yes, a chasm. Only those who have experienced the campus battle can comprehend its difficulty. As for the top scorer, it had remained unchanged for millennia since the inception of the Star Network, an open secret across the universe. Without a doubt, it was the mechanized Emperor. The third place was a recent addition, having caused quite a stir upon its listing. The fourth, having been on the list for 1,000 years, was said to be a genius star battle commander from the Lane civilization. Setting aside the mechanized Emperor, or even disregarding the top three entirely, the fourth place's score of 22 was the highest achievement attainable by countless races across the universe. This explained why the leaderboard had seen little change over the millennia. Good heavens, everyone, come and see. The campus battle leaderboard has revealed a star battle genius on our planet. After the initial shock, the black man swiftly disseminated this astonishing news through his social channels to inform his friends. A similar scene unfolded across the F-77 Free Star. Representatives of various powerful factions stationed there promptly reported this information via the Stargate relay station. As the news spread rapidly, countless individuals began frantically searching for the user identified as Yu on the F-77 Free Star. Yu, is he really on this planet? How intriguing. Somewhere on the F-77 Free Star, a purple-haired boy smiled stiffly. The following day, Captain, a visitor has arrived, claiming to specifically seek you. Could it be a business opportunity? It doesn't seem so. He refuses to share anything, merely expressing a desire to meet you. Very well. I am currently training. Please have him wait in the reception room. Since his departure from the Star Network yesterday, Chen Yu had reverted to his disciplined routine. For the time being, he did not intend to re-enter the Star Network, as its realism was overwhelming. He feared that prolonged exposure would blur the line between illusion and reality. Thus, he remained unaware of the massive uproar outside due to his remarkable achievements. Greetings. I'm the captain of this squad. Chen Yu. May I inquire what brings you to me? Chen Yu politely inquired while observing the purple-haired boy before him. With violet hair and azure eyes, the boy, who appeared to be a Dwarzian and stood less than a meter tall, scrutinized him from head to toe, his behavior somewhat peculiar, akin to a medical scanner. What is your purpose in seeking me? Noticing that the boy had yet to respond, Chen Yu reiterated his inquiry. Chen Yu, citizen of the Galactic Alliance, carbon-based life form, humanoid intelligent entity, species compatibility, Blue Star subgroup, Milky Way subgroup, 99.99, Lane, 98.8, Elves, 96.3, Dwarzian, 95.6, biological activity level, moderately low, overall physical quality, starfall level, threat level, low. Are you Chen Yu? Did you achieve 87 points in the campus battle? The boy's eyes bore into Chen Yu's that if you were referring to the star battle simulation in the Star Network, then yes, I did indeed score 87. That despite the boy's rudeness and his repeated disregard for Chen Yu's questions. Chen Yu remained patient. Target confirmed. We will now enter the Star Network for a one-on-one match. Huh? What do you mean? Chen Yu was puzzled. You and I one-on-one in a star battle simulation. You sought me out just for that. He found the boy's motives bewildering. Indeed. The boy nodded stiffly that I apologize. But if you have no other matters, I must ask you to leave. According to my analysis, you should agree to my request, as I have saved you from considerable trouble. What do you mean by that? Chen Yu struggled to keep pace with the boy's line of reasoning. You did not hide your ID information yesterday. It appears so. Thus, after your score was made public. Many individuals and factions have been searching for you. According to my analysis, 97 of these individuals are merely curious, while the remaining 3 belong to powerful factions seeking some form of collaboration with you. Really? Am I about to strike it rich? But why has no one contacted me yet? Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, previously troubled by the lack of opportunities, now realizing countless prospects were seeking him. The boy continued, unperturbed. Analysis shows that 99 of these factions wish for you to work for them permanently. Should you decline, they may resort to methods including, but not limited to, violent coercion and illegal detention to achieve their goals. The remaining 1 would eliminate you outright. Chen Yu gasped in horror. Chapter 24. Valiant listening to the boy's words, Chen Yu hastily accessed the data network to search for information regarding himself from the previous day. Indeed, as the boy had stated, countless individuals on the F-77 Free Star were currently searching for the user identified as you. This is incorrect, as so many people have failed to find me. How did you manage it? Who exactly are you? As Chen Yu pondered this, he immediately recognized the suspicious elements at play. My name is Wally, a Dwarzian, and I am currently a citizen of the Galactic Alliance, visiting the Free Star F-77 for leisure. Upon hearing the boy's response, Chen Yu instinctively sensed something amiss. From the moment he laid eyes on the boy, an indescribable strangeness had been apparent. Thus, he subconsciously employed the special ability of his eyes. No, you're lying. Wally tilted his head in confusion. You are not a Dwarzian. Chen Yu took a step closer. I do not understand what you are saying. Should I elaborate further? You hail from the mechanized domain. You are a mechanized being. Chen Yu leaned closer to Wally, gazing down at him, affirming in a voice only the two could hear. For the first time, Wally displayed an expression of surprise and shock, far more animated than any previous demeanor. How can you be so certain that I am a mechanized being and not a modified Dwarzian? According to my analysis, you should not be able to discern my identity. Since over 80 of my body is biological tissue, aside from the core components. So, how did you manage it? I cannot disclose that. It is my secret. Chen Yu was certain that Wally was a mechanized being rather than a Dwarzian because, in his eyes, Wally's vital weakness was red, unlike other organisms whose weaknesses were blue. Just yesterday, during the star battle simulation, the weakness of the class mechanized flagship was also red. Moreover, humanoid intelligent species typically possess vital organs such as the brain and heart. But in Chen Yu's observation, Wally had only one vital point in his chest, while other parts like his cranium and brain were clearly meticulously disguised, which was the key to confirming his identity. Now, returning to our earlier conversation, you mentioned I should thank you for helping me avoid significant trouble. Upon realizing Wally's true identity, Chen Yu seemed to regain some control. Yes, I deduced this from the abnormal data access volume, and following the clues, I uncovered your true information, concealing and modifying the traces that would expose your identity before those major powers discovered you, thereby averting your troubles that I do not understand. Was not the StarNet developed by your mechanized domain? Even if my ID appears on this planet, I have opted for obscure processing of my appearance. How could they find me here? Or is it that your mechanized domain is stealing information from itself, actively leaking my true identity? Your suspicions are unfounded. Among all civilizations, the mechanized are the most law-abiding. Within the StarNet, unless a user consents, their personal information remains confidential. Furthermore, in the known universe, no individual or civilization can technologically surpass us to steal information. Thus, the notion of information leakage is entirely implausible. Wally spoke this with an even tone, neither angered by Chen Yu's unfounded suspicions nor prideful of the mechanized domain's technological prowess. Very well. Then how did you find me? Chen Yu shrugged. I noticed your ID was appearing for the first time on the Star Battle leaderboard, and there were no prior activity records in the recent days, which clearly indicated you are a new user. It was straightforward from there. I searched the customer records of all those who purchased StarNet connectors a few days ago, and it was easy to find you among the hundreds of thousands. You must understand, although the StarNet is developed, and controlled by our mechanized domain. The businesses selling StarNet connectors are not part of it. That I was able to locate you through these clues. And naturally, other factions could as well. However, I was significantly quicker, and I also helped conceal and modify this information for you. So logically, you should be thanking me. After delivering this monologue, Wally stared blankly at Chen Yu, seemingly awaiting his gratitude. Thank you. He reasoned well. Chen Yu could find no ground for rebuttal, and no need to thank me. As I mentioned earlier, you only need to engage in a star battle simulation with me. So you did all this merely to challenge me to a star battle simulation. Chen Yu was somewhat exasperated. Yes. Are you serious? Chen Yu confirmed again. Yes. Well, if you insist, follow me. My connector is in my room. And there won't be anyone to disturb you. All right, that be by the way. Where's your StarNet connector? Why do you think I would need that? The purple-haired boy tilted his head. Someone was momentarily at a loss for words. Right, we are having a one-on-one duel, correct? Yes. There won't be any allied units or anything of the sort, right? Yes, that's good. That alleviates some psychological pressure. It's nothing. Let us begin 0.5 minutes later. Why is this happening? Although the data shows no logical errors, I still find it hard to comprehend. Wally appeared puzzled, a rare expression for him. All right, as you requested. Our match has concluded. No. Let us go again. Very well. 10 minutes later. I say, shouldn't you be leaving by now? No. Tell me first, how did you do it? What do you mean? You know what I'm talking about. How is it that you can consistently hit the core of my battleship S energy system? Perhaps it was merely luck, striking twice in a row with an accuracy of less than 2. Is it possible that it was just coincidence? Let us continue. No, I've already played with you twice. Keep going. All right, if you insist, but this will be the last match. There will be no next time. Chen Yu felt somewhat helpless. Fine. 15 minutes later. Wally, according to our agreement, you should be leaving now, right? The purple-haired boy fell silent. Did you not say that the mechanized are the most law-abiding? Yes. Then please go. Chen Yu gestured for him to leave. Very well. We shall meet again tomorrow. Wait a moment. What did you just say? We shall meet again tomorrow. Did we not agree before? Why are you suddenly reneging? I did indeed promise you that I would leave after our match concluded, but I never stated I would return tomorrow. Did I? The purple-haired boy's expression suddenly became animated. Yes, no, that is not right. Damn it. Chen Yu suddenly felt exasperated. See you tomorrow, Chen Yu. Amidst the helpless expression of someone behind, Wally promptly took his leave. The next day. Captain, that purple-haired boy has come looking for you again. Very well. I understand. Let him come directly to my room. Chen Yu replied wearily. Before we start the match, let us agree on a few terms. First, we will only play one round. Second, after the match ends, you must leave immediately and refrain from returning tomorrow, or any day in the future. Chen Yu believed his words left no loopholes. All right. After a moment of silence. Wally nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later. Farewell, Wally. Oh, never to meet again. Chen Yu felt quite elated now. Farewell. Wally looked up at him, his tone devoid of any inflection. The third day. Captain, I'm here. What is it? That purple-haired boy is here again. What? He is not honoring his promise. That deceitful little trickster. Chapter 25. New team member, you said your kind is the most law-abiding. So why are you here again today? Chen Yu glared at the purple-haired boy before him, questioning him angrily. I am not here to play star battles. I am here to apply for a position in the face of the near proximity of accusations. Wally remained as calm as ever. Regardless of what you say, I will not. You say you are here to apply, but I seem to recall not posting any job advertisements. Chen Yu was caught off guard by Wally's unconventional approach. Indeed, that is why I am here to apply for the position of data analyst. Data analyst. How did you know we were in need of one? I checked with the licensing agency. Your mercenary squad does not have a data analyst on board. How infuriating. Such specific job details should be confidential. Yes, however, from a technical standpoint, there is little information outside the mechanized domain that I cannot uncover. Wally stated this with a blank expression, lacking any awareness that prying into others' privacy is unethical and illegal. Very well, even if you make a valid point. Why would you think I would hire you? Besides, you are a mechanized being. Chen Yu believed that at this moment, he should embody the commanding presence of a boss when confronting job seekers. I can bring in clients. Very well, you are hired. Welcome to my team. Now, let us discuss your salary. In an instant, he reverted to his true self. I have no salary demands, but you must engage in 10 rounds of Star Wars simulations with me each month. No, 3 rounds at most. Chen Yu negotiated 0.8 rounds, 0.5 rounds. All right, it's a deal to be. By the way, are you truly a member of the mechanized tribe? That day, Chen Yu formally introduced Wally to the other team members. While everyone welcomed the new addition, they maintained a degree of skepticism due to Wally's unconvincing appearance. Standing at less than 1.2 meters tall and with a frail physique, Wally appeared to be an underage child. However, the Dawaz people were a long-lived race, with an average lifespan of 900 years and nearly 100 years spent in childhood. Therefore, Wally's identification clearly indicated that he was an adult. Brothers John and Jacob, who usually held Chen Yu in high regard, whispered among themselves, questioning whether the captain might be guilty of employing child labor. Yet upon learning that Wally was a data analyst, their attitude underwent a complete transformation. Concerns about child labor dissipated. They were indifferent even if the captain had hired an infant. After all, the role of a data analyst was invaluable to a mercenary team. The responsibilities of a data analyst included, but were not limited to, intelligence support, client needs analysis, utilization of advanced technology, and even real-time tactical adjustments that, in many respects, the importance of this role surpassed that of the captain's presence. Wally did not disappoint. On his first day with the team, he had already selected numerous potential contracts. This alleviated the urgent needs of Chen Yu and the others, who had been waiting for an entire week without receiving any contracts. If this continued, their newly established mercenary team would soon face dissolution due to bankruptcy. Contract details: dispute over the State resource star, armed conflict, small-scale local war. Compensation, starting at 100 credit points per person per day, cosmic-level warriors starting at 1,000 credit points. With additional rewards based on performance. Requirements: none, long-term validity. Contact, Giraffe Secondary Civilization XXXXX. The first contract offered substantial rewards, but the battlefield was notoriously perilous. It seemed one could earn a living but not survive to enjoy it. So they dismissed it. Contract details: dispute over the State resource star, armed conflict, small-scale local war. Compensation, starting at 100 credit points per person per day, cosmic-level warriors starting at 1,000 credit points. With additional rewards based on performance. Requirements: none, long-term validity. Contact, Corkdale Secondary Civilization XXXXX. This second contract was also for war mercenaries, originating from the hostile Corkdale civilization against the Giraffe civilization, and was equally dismissed. The subsequent contracts were similarly for war mercenaries, which left Chen Yu and his team feeling somewhat helpless. As a newly formed mercenary team with a blank track record, they were temporarily classified as credit level D. And the relatively better contracts generally required higher credit ratings, leaving them with only these war-related offers. Wally, are there no contracts that aren't for war mercenaries? Yes, there are a few. Chen Yu and the others perked up. Contract details: escort security, Royale Star. Compensation, 3,000 credit points, one-time payment upon task completion, no reimbursement for other expenses. Requirements: small team, emphasizing the protection of employer privacy with no adverse records. Contact, Etherland XXXXX. A security task, our forte, and the compensation is acceptable. However, after checking the exact location of Royale Star, their expression soured. Royale Star was exceedingly distant from F-77 Free Star, and they would have to use other civilization stargates to reach it within the stipulated time. Moreover, the employer had explicitly stated that travel expenses would not be reimbursed, meaning that after completing the task, their team would only net 1,000 credit points, after deducting other expenses incurred during the journey. Each member would be lucky to receive 100 credit points. It was a meager reward, so they moved on to the next contract. Contract details: freight escort, F-77 Free Star to U-59 Star. One way, approximately 40 days. Compensation, 50 credit points per person per day. Cosmic Level Warriors, 200 credit points per day. One-time settlement upon task completion. Requirements: emphasizing the protection of employer privacy with no adverse records. Contact, Vladimir XXXXX. This contract seems promising. The pay is good, and since it's within F-77 Free Star, we 1T incur additional travel costs. But Captain, he is heading to U-59 Star. Yudi expressed some concerns. What's wrong with that star? Chen Yu is unfamiliar with the destination that U-59 Star, to be precise, should be referred to as U-59 Chaotic Star. Like F-77 Free Star, it did not belong to any civilization or faction and was a neutral planet. However, it was nominally under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Alliance, while actual control resided with numerous armed factions on the planet. That Yudi's expression darkened as he elaborated. There, extremely severe incidents occurred daily. Robbery, Kidnapping, murder, illegal human trafficking, and even small-scale armed conflicts that in summary, it is a highly chaotic planet, which is why many refer to it as U-59 Chaotic Star. Hey, Yudi, you're such a timid mouse. We're merely responsible for delivering goods. Not settling there. After completing the contract, we'll return directly. Your worries are completely unfounded. Besides, this is certainly better than those war contracts. John and Jacob began to mock Yudi's timidity. All right, maybe you're right. Yudi shrugged. After considering several more contracts, ultimately, Chen Yu and his team decided to accept the freight escort contract. After submitting their application, they promptly received a message from the other party, requesting them to assemble at the designated location by the following day. As there would be no extensions, Chapter 26, Freight Escort, are you all here to escort the goods? Is everyone accounted for? Why are there women and children? Vladimir frowned as he surveyed Chen Yu's team. Unlike the standard combat uniforms worn by Chen Yu and his team, as an executive of the Buchanan Group, his attire was exquisite and high-end custom-made. Coupled with his unique aura, anyone who saw him instinctively thought of three words: wealthy individual. Yes, Mr. Vladimir, our team is also here to escort the goods. Please trust in the abilities of my team members. We are more than capable of ensuring the safety of this transport, by the way. Here is my professional certification. Chen Yu spoke with confidence, though he was acutely aware that his team's appearance was less than impressive. However, he could not allow their presence to seem diminished before the employer. Oh, you are actually a comet-level warrior. Are there other cosmic-level warriors in your team? Vladimir was somewhat surprised, but after quickly verifying this through the information network, his expression became serious, and his tone softened considerably. Currently, I'm the only cosmic-level warrior in the team. Very well, I will arrange for someone to take you to the living quarters of the warship shortly. Meanwhile, I must report your identity to my superior. You know, the compensation for cosmic-level warriors is 200 credit points per day. Vladimir smiled as he made a light-hearted joke, but as he turned, his expression abruptly shifted, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. Soon, a young man named App led Chen Yu and the others to the living quarters on the warship. Look what we have here, women and children. Haha, not bad. Just my type that I prefer that child. Hey, are you sure? That looks like a Dawaz person. They might be older than your grandfather. I don't care. Haha. Amidst the uproarious laughter, mercenaries crowded around to gawk. John, Jacob, calm down. Ignore them. Let's head back to our room. Chen Yu intervened to halt the hot-headed brothers, feeling anger himself, but unwilling to engage in conflict over such senseless provocation. But Captain, that's an order. Yes, Captain. App, can you explain to me what just happened? Once back in their room, Chen Yu calmly inquired of the young labored person before him. Sir, those individuals like you are mercenaries tasked with this freight escort. As for why those individuals sought to provoke you, I must admit, I am not entirely certain. The earnest-faced AP responded seriously to Chen Yu's inquiry. Apart from our team, have you sought other mercenaries? Indeed, it was the directive of our employer. However, rest assured, sir, given our employer's reputation, no mercenary's remuneration will ever be delayed, AP stated with unwavering confidence, even a hint of pride that if you have no further inquiries. I shall take my leave for the moment. Very well. Once AP departed, only Chen Yu and his team remained in the room. Captain, you shouldn't have stopped the brother John just now, Yudi said earnestly, gazing at his captain. Indeed, Captain, Yudi is correct. They ought to have been allowed to engage in a proper brawl. Ife interjected in agreement. Oh, and why is that? Faced with the dissent of two seasoned team members, Chen Yu recognized that he may have erred in the mercenary realm. The most effective response to provocation from peers is to engage in a physical confrontation, provided it does not result in fatalities. Generally, employers do not interfere in such matters, and some even take pleasure in witnessing such behavior. Before meeting Chen Yu, Yudi had already spent considerable time as a freelance mercenary and was undoubtedly more versed in the customs of this line of work than Chen Yu. A novice. Yes, only by defeating the opponent can one earn respect. Is that so? Well, I understand now that it appears I was indeed mistaken, and I apologize to both of you, John and Jacob. Chen Yu, having worked for Milky Company for several years, was not well acquainted with the outside world. It's all right, Captain. However, should they provoke us again, please allow me to shatter their noses. Indeed, I shall tear their mouths apart. The brothers flexed their muscular arms with fervor. I can fight too. Greta, typically shy, seemed roused by their bravado. All right, I consent. Chen Yu agreed decisively, as long as there were no fatalities. With today's medical technology, healing would take merely a few hours. By the way. Wally, Do you have anything to add? The violet-haired boy tilted his head in inquiry. I refer to the personal information of the employer and the detailed particulars regarding this commission. Very well. I shall send it to you now. This information is crucial. It should have been provided to me in advance. I shall overlook it this time. But do remember for next time, Chen Yu remarked, unable to suppress a complaint as he glanced at Wally. Understood. Wally nodded. And do not send it solely to me. Ensure that everyone receives a copy. Certainly. Chen Yu felt somewhat exasperated. Wally's efficiency was commendable, yet he was rather rigid and lacked initiative in many matters. It seemed he would need to offer further guidance. Mikhail Buchanan, an Akartan male aged 145, currently serves as a member of the Galactic Alliance's Sagittarius F-77 Free Star Region Council. He initially began his career in smuggling and, after laundering his reputation, engaged in civilian manufacturing on the F-77 Free Star, while still covertly controlling a vast smuggling network, frequently conducting large-scale illegal transactions between the F-77 Free Star and U-59 Star. Vladimir Buchanan, an Akartan male aged 45, is Mikhail's nephew and currently the second-in-command of the Buchanan Group. Hassan, a Risal male, serves as Mikhail's personal bodyguard and is a satellite-level warrior.ap. A labored male is also a guard. My goodness, Mikhail is indeed a major smuggler. It stands to reason that the cargo this time is likely contraband and undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, he would not have enlisted so many mercenaries for protection despite having private armed forces. Chen Yu reflected upon the information in his hands, belatedly realizing the implications. Indeed, it seems smuggling must be exceedingly profitable. The remuneration for so many mercenaries represents a substantial expenditure. Ife lamented. Oh, Yudi, why does your expression appear so troubled? Have you uncovered something amiss? Chen Yu suddenly noticed Yudi's abrupt silence, which now bore a hint of sorrow. Ah, no, it's nothing that I simply recalled something. Captain, I feel rather fatigued. I wish to return to my room to rest. Yudi hesitated, yet the profound sadness evident in his gaze did not escape the notice of those around him. Very well, if that is the case, let us all return to our respective quarters to rest. Perhaps due to Chen Yu's status as a celestial-level warrior, Vladimir had arranged relatively decent accommodations for them, situated in a quieter area free from external disturbances. Come in, Captain. What brings you to me at this late hour? I was merely concerned about you, Yudi. Furthermore, would you share your past with me? After a moment of silence, Yudi ultimately chose to speak that I was born in the chaotic star of U-59. Chen Yu was initially taken aback. Then a realization dawned upon him as he recalled Yudi's subtle aversion upon hearing that the destination of this commission was U-59, that I previously mentioned that the social environment there is dreadful. Horrific tragedies occur daily. When I was 10, my parents tragically perished due to the fallout from a minor armed conflict, leaving only my younger brother and me. Yudi recounted this incident with a striking calmness. Before the tragedy, my parents took good care of us and often advised us to be upright individuals, steering clear of the tumultuous neighborhoods to avoid danger. Alas, that Yudi's gaze slowly drifted downwards, lost in thought. You must understand, it is exceedingly difficult for two vulnerable children to survive in such a chaotic environment. Therefore, to endure, I, like the majority of my peers on that planet, reluctantly joined a local armed gang. Did your parents leave you any inheritance? Chen Yu could not help but interject. Do you think two children in such a place could safeguard such possessions? Yudi lifted his head, regarding Chen Yu with a peculiar look. My apologies. Please continue. In the beginning, we were merely children and could only perform menial tasks within the gang to scrape together a meager existence. Fortunately, during a fortunate turn of events, a gang lieutenant recognized my innate talent for piloting spacecraft. Thus, I was trained to become the gang's racer. In U-59, numerous armed factions are intricately intertwined, clashing daily over interests. When it comes to resolving disputes, armed confrontation is often the final resort. Before hostilities escalate, they typically seek various other means of resolution. Spacecraft racing is one such method. Yudi was now fully immersed in his memories. T-15, I represented the gang for the first time and achieved victory in a racing event. In the days that followed, I continued to secure victories on behalf of the gang, gaining a modicum of fame across U-59. From that point onward, my brother and I no longer had to worry about food and shelter. We were filled with hope for the future. Yudi paused, his lips trembling as his once bright eyes began to dim. However, in my proud arrogance, I neglected to thoroughly inspect the ship's engine, leading to a malfunction during a subsequent race and ultimately causing me to lose. The loss in that race resulted in significant repercussions for my gang, and I faced severe repercussions, which also affected my brother. From that day forth, we lost everything and returned to a precarious existence. Yudi's tone was laden with regret. Later, during a gang conflict, my brother tragically lost his life. When I received news and rushed to the scene, I was unable to piece him back together. Chen Yu approached and gently patted Yudi's trembling shoulder, realizing he was not a competent leader, having remained so uninformed about his team members. Afterward, I managed to escape U-59 through connections and began drifting as a freelance mercenary. Eventually, I encountered all of you. Now I understand. Had I known this, I would not have accepted this commission. It seems I am indeed an inadequate captain. Chen Yu, at a loss for words to provide comfort, could only attribute the blame to himself. No, Captain, this is not your fault. Besides, I am on the verge of forgetting my past. Moreover, do I not have a wonderful group of companions now? Yudi looked up, forcing a strained smile. Indeed, you have a splendid company. Chen Yu affirmed sincerely. Good night, Yudi. Good night. Hey look, those women from yesterday are back. Ha, is that the bunch of cowards who dare not even let out a fart and scurry away with their tails between their legs? Yes, indeed, it is them. The dining area was filled with mercenaries, and as Chen Yu and his companions entered, they were once again met with renewed jeers. Oh look, that silver-haired girl is coming towards me. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? It seems I want to be lonely tonight. No, dream on. How could she possibly fancy you, you green-skinned lizard? She is clearly interested in me. You two fools, step aside. It is I who deserves her attention. She has already noticed that I am the most gentle one here, while you lot would only ruin her. A mercenary from the Lysel tribe flexed his robust muscles and posed, attempting to present his best side to the girl. The Lysel people typically tower over 3 meters, with well-developed limbs and sturdy physiques. In stark contrast, Greta was slender, barely reaching the waist of the Lysel man, embodying an innocent charm. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the petite girl swiftly executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the floor with a loud thud. The deafening sound silenced the entire dining area. The other mercenaries stared in shock, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Questioning their vision, the Boer brothers, John and Jacob, exchanged astonished glances. Yudi smirked. Ife's eyes gleamed with admiration. Chen Yu appeared taken aback, and Valley remained expressionless, his eyes glinting with analysis. Wow. Haha, that foolish green-skinned lizard was taken down by a little girl. She is quite fiery, just my type. After the initial shock, the dining area erupted into fits of laughter, flirtatious whistles, and raucous cheers. Damn it, you little brat. Perhaps spurred by the jeers and taunts, the Lysel mercenary, after rising to his feet, angrily reached for Greta, seeking retribution for her earlier actions. Yet, before he could utter another word, the girl seized his arm and threw him back to the ground. This time, Greta showed no mercy, treating him as if he were a heavy sandbag. Demonstrating textbook throwing techniques to the onlookers, a chorus of deep gulps resonated as the burly men involuntarily swallowed, and the cacophony around them gradually diminished. Most fell silent, save for a handful who remained audacious. Captain, is that little girl the Greta we know? Jacob gaped in disbelief. I'm liking her more and more. He felt as cheeks flushed as she gazed at Greta, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Greta tossed aside the unconscious green-skinned fool and surveyed her surroundings, her ponytail swaying with authority. Who else? Her voice was soft yet brimming with power, creating a striking contrast. Compared to the towering mercenaries around her, Greta's petite figure seemed delicate, yet with just those 3 words, she silenced the room. The dining area transitioned from raucous to quiet in under 30 seconds. Her silver pupils scanned the crowd, and anyone who met her gaze quickly averted their eyes. Seeing no one daring to speak, Greta gently wiped her hands and prepared to return to Chen Yu and his group. Suddenly, a crisp clapping sound echoed from a corner, accompanied by a deep male voice. Indeed, quite impressive, but since you've struck my man, you must provide an explanation. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man leisurely savoring his meal, not even raising his head as he spoke. Beside him sat several imposing figures, their presence reminiscent of the elite forces from Milky Company that Chen Yu and his team had encountered on Phylag Star. The air around them was thick with the aura of seasoned warriors. Following the man's remark, the mercenaries around them quickly stepped aside, wary of being caught in the crossfire, many displaying clear signs of trepidation. Who are you? Chen Yu retorted. Your man attacked first. My team merely taught him a lesson. You dare to ask for an explanation? Although Chen Yu was unaware of the man's identity, the reactions of those around him indicated that he was not someone to be trifled with. As Chen Yu and his companions moved closer to Greta, encompassing her protectively, the man continued, I want to make it difficult for you. Just leave 5,000 credit points for medical expenses and let that girl spend the night with us. And we'll call it even. After swallowing his food, he raised his gaze, offering a seemingly forgiving solution, yet the content left Chen Yu and his companions dumbfounded. The universe is vast and full of wonders. I never expected to encounter a lunatic here. Chen Yu laughed in anger. Boy, do you wish to die? Do you even know who you're talking to? Before the middle-aged man could respond, one of his subordinates rose to scold loudly. As he stood, a tremendous aura emanated from him, a pressure stemming from his imposing physique. Chen Yu had thought John and Jacob, nearly 4 meters tall, were formidable, but in comparison to this individual, they appeared diminutive. This was the largest humanoid intelligent species Chen Yu had ever encountered, towering and muscular, standing 5 meters away. Chen Yu couldn't even reach his waist. Surrounding Chen Yu and his companions, over 20 mercenaries of various appearances had silently encircled them. Chen Yu's heart raced, not out of fear, but due to the overwhelming numbers and the uncertainty of their capabilities. Should a conflict arise, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Sulla, a half-elf, 46 years old, currently the captain of the Sulla A-class mercenary group. A Comet-class warrior, engaged in a cargo escort mission commissioned by Vladimir. The man to his left was Kundi, an elfin, the vice-captain of the Sulla mercenary group, a Starfall-class warrior with 30 years of experience. Sitting to his right was Babuz, a Blackpaw, also a vice-captain and a Starfall-class warrior with 27 years of experience. The Sulla mercenary group consisted of 28 members, aside from the 3 notable figures. The remaining 25 posed a lesser threat. The Lysel man Greta had knocked out was one of Sulla's subordinates. As tensions escalated, Valley's voice, devoid of any fluctuation, resonated at that moment. Hey, damn brat. What did you just say? You'll regret those words. Valley's remark provoked angry retorts and threats from the lesser mercenaries surrounding them. Goodness, Valley, you're incredible. Indeed, our data analyst is truly impressive. Yudi and the others gazed at Valley in astonishment, praising his information prowess, while Chen Yu generously complimented him that if a fight breaks out, ensure Yudi and Valley's safety. I'll handle the 3 toughest. With Valley's reminder, Chen Yu felt reassured and whispered instructions to his companions. Should a confrontation occur, aside from ensuring Yudi and Valley's protection, he need not worry too much about Aoife, John, Jacob, and Greta. The Bohr brothers were robust, tough-skinned, and resilient. Aoife was the second strongest in the team. Her combat skills proficient enough to handle these minor threats. As for Greta, her performance today had truly impressed him. It was evident she was a top-tier graduate from a prestigious academy, and he had previously underestimated her due to her delicate appearance. As his eyes activated, the vital points of their opponents became clear. Aside from Sulla, Chen Yu was confident he could swiftly subdue the other 2 within a short time. Just then, Sulla furrowed his brow, setting down his utensils and standing to arrange his appearance, then leisurely approached Chen Yu and his group. Like a king making his entrance, people parted to create a path for him, while the 2 vice-captains followed closely behind like loyal guards. With each step Sulla took, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps seemed to echo in the hearts of Aoife and the others, bringing immense pressure. The aura of a celestial-class warrior was unmistakable at that moment. Chen Yu's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, releasing his own aura to withstand the pressure emanating from his counterpart. Sulla's pupils narrowed slightly as he reassessed Chen Yu, his pace slowing, seemingly surprised to find that his adversary was also a celestial-class warrior. In the flicker of their eyes, new calculations began to form. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Sulla towered over Chen Yu, who had tensed his body, fully prepared for an imminent clash that if you disagree with the previous solution, I can now offer you a second option. Sulla looked down at Chen Yu, then gestured towards Wali beside him. Hand over your team's data analyst to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. Huh, are you dreaming? Chen Yu found it incomprehensible how someone could possess such a twisted mindset, wondering just how foolish one must be to utter such nonsense. It was utterly bewildering. Why not listen to his thoughts? Perhaps he would be willing. After saying this, Sulla ignored the enraged Chen Yu and turned directly to Wali. Come with me. A data analyst as exceptional as you should not be wasted on these people. A future awaits you with me. His words caused the expressions of the data analysts in Sulla's mercenary group to darken, though they dared not voice their objections. Can you play Star Wars simulation? Wally raised his gaze to Sulla and asked calmly. Regardless of the treatment you've received before, I will offer you double. Sulla disregarded Wally's question, attempting to secure him with a straightforward monetary approach. Can you play Star Wars simulation? Wally repeated his question, unfazed. Triple, Sulla frowned, increasing his offer. Can you play Star Wars simulation? The same question echoed for the third time, without alteration. Damn, Brad. Are you toying with me? Chapter 29. The humanoid Tyrannosaurus Wally. Be careful. As Sulla's frustration escalated, reaching out to grab Wally, Chen Yu immediately intervened. Humph, Sulla smirked, transforming his claw into a fist, and struck at Chen Yu, who had come to the rescue. Bang! The two fists collided, and they separated instantly. Sulla staggered back 3 steps, while Chen Yu stumbled back a dozen paces before regaining his footing. The disparity was evident, just as Wally had assessed upon first meeting Chen Yu. His current physical prowess had merely reached the Starfall level. His Comet-level certification was solely due to his unique abilities. Now, confronted with a true Comet-level opponent, the gap in strength was significant. Engage, with their leader initiating combat. The underlings could no longer remain idle. Vice Captain Babuz shouted angrily, leading over 20 lackeys into a fray with Ife and her companions. The situation was dire. There was no time to waste. Chen Yu rubbed his aching fists and immediately joined the fray. Initially, he had planned to eliminate the 2 Starfall-level vice captains before turning his attention to the more challenging Sulla. However, the opposing forces would not allow him to proceed as he wished, just as he charged towards Babuz. Another individual intercepted him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sulla. Hey, your opponent is me. Sulla chuckled lightly, closing in. Faced with Sulla's overwhelming offensive, Chen Yu had no choice but to muster all his energy for a serious confrontation, hoping to defeat him swiftly and rescue his teammates. However, Sulla was not to be underestimated. As a leader of an A-level mercenary group, decades of mercenary experience had honed his combat skills to perfection. Even with Chen Yu's unique ocular abilities, he repeatedly targeted Sulla's weak points, but Sulla always managed to evade at the last moment, countering with his own attacks. The two exchanged blows, and in a short time, neither could claim victory. Although he maintained a calm facade, Chen Yu felt a growing urgency within. He was acutely aware that there were still 2 Starfall-level vice captains on the opposing side. Unless a miracle occurred, his teammates would likely suffer a dire fate. Ah, bang! A miracle happened. Following a crisp exclamation, a deafening crash echoed, followed by a chorus of inhalations. The previously chaotic dining area fell silent in an instant. Even Chen Yu and Sulla, who were still locked in combat, paused due to the sudden and eerie atmosphere. Huh. Chen Yu's eyes brightened, Sulla's eyes widened, unable to suppress a curse. Kundi, the vice captain of Sulla's mercenary group, a formidable Starfall-level warrior, now lay sprawled on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling. Beside him stood a small girl with a ponytail, none other than Greta. After knocking out a 3-meter-tall riser, Greta had now incapacitated a 5-meter-tall elite from a distance of 5 meters, standing only slightly taller than the latter's knee. Kundi, you useless fool, unable to defeat a little girl. How long will you lie there? If you're not dead, get up now. Sulla's rare outburst was filled with rage. Yes, Captain. Bang! No sooner had he stood than Kundi, the largest figure in the room, was elegantly taken down by the petite Greta. Humanoid Mother Tyrannosaurus, Yudi, hiding behind Ife and the others, shouted internally, Babuz, what are you waiting for? Go help him. And you lot, stop dawdling and take them down, Sulla shouted hoarsely, with Babuz and Kundi focused on Greta. She found it challenging to utilize her throwing techniques. Relying on her agility, Greta maneuvered between the 2 burly men, appearing precarious. Yet for a moment, Babuz and Kundi were unable to subdue her. Despicable, Chen Yu shouted angrily, moving to intervene, but was intercepted by Sulla mid-stride. Hey, I didn't expect your team to hide a Starfall-level warrior, and judging by her appearance, she seems to be a pure-blooded ELFAS, he spoke. Sulla's movements were relentless, and a hint of jealousy flickered in his eyes upon mentioning Greta's heritage. Sulla's father was a pure-blooded lion, with many wives, while his mother was an ELF. In his youth, his pure lion siblings did not even call him by his name. Referring to him instead as bastard, he silently endured while harboring pride towards races outside lion, even showing little respect for his own mother, as he had perfectly inherited the arrogance of the lion bloodline. As a mixed blood, he had not inherited the talent from his father's line lineage, and his impure blood diluted his elf abilities. In contrast, pure-blooded elves possess remarkable physical qualities and immense strength. Akin to how ants in nature can lift objects hundreds of times their weight, an enviable racial gift. Thus, upon discovering that Greta was indeed a pure-blooded elf, he feigned disdain while secretly seething with jealousy. Chen Yu remained silent, focusing intently on contending with Sulla. To be honest, until today, he had no idea that Greta possessed the strength of a Starfall warrior, and reflecting on his previous conversation with Yudi, he felt increasingly incompetent as a leader. As time passed, Chen Yu and Sulla continued their stalemate, while Babuz and Kundi struggled to subdue Greta. Meanwhile, with Babuz and Kundi drawn away, the pressure on Ife and her companions lessened significantly. Although the enemy had numerical advantages, as Wali had previously assessed, they were merely a bunch of insignificant foes. The number of fallen figures on the ground increased, all without exception from Sulla's mercenary group. Bang! With the last of the weaklings collapsing, a cluster of bodies lay before Ife and her companions. Leaving no one standing to protect Yudi and Wali, the three had inevitably sustained injuries during the earlier skirmish. Among them, John and Jacob bore the brunt, covered in bruises, their heads swollen. However, considering their tough skin and resilience, these injuries were merely superficial, and both still managed to smile, indicating they were unharmed, with the immediate danger resolved. Ife hurriedly rushed towards Greta, knowing she could not confront her opponent head-on, but could at least entangle one of them temporarily, granting Greta a chance to counterattack. Enough, everyone, cease fighting. Seeing Sulla's mercenary group beginning to falter, Vladimir appeared just in time. Chapter 30. Vladimir Humph. Now that the employer has spoken, Chen Yu and his group could only reluctantly cease hostilities that on the other side, Sulla, equally unwilling, felt that he was on the verge of overpowering the dark-haired brat opposite him, and stopping now felt akin to defeat. Contemplating this, Sulla intended to re-engage. I said, "Stop, Sulla. Let us not make this too ugly for either of us." Vladimir narrowed his eyes, his previously gentle demeanor replaced by a sharp tone, emanating an aura that rivaled Sulla's. That he, too, was a comet-level warrior. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time. With a clutch departing shot, Sulla led his two remaining unscathed companions, Babuz and Kundi, away from the communal dining area. As for the group of mediocre individuals still sprawled on the ground, he cast not a single glance their way. The defeated had already retreated, and the victors standing in the arena naturally received the applause of the surrounding audience. John and Jacob, akin to triumphant generals returning from battle, held their swollen heads high, basking in their well-deserved accolades. Following this confrontation, the other mercenaries aboard the ship would likely think twice before disrespecting them again. In the mercenary world, the rules of survival are exceedingly simple. If your fists are sufficiently strong, respect will inevitably follow. Chen Yu and his companions had unequivocally demonstrated their prowess, much like how the previous mercenaries had treated Sulla. The nearby mercenaries immediately prepared a clean dining area for Chen Yu and his group. With the conflict concluded, Vladimir offered a friendly nod to Chen Yu before turning to leave, a comet level and a starfall level. Indeed, as he turned, Vladimir's lips parted slightly, whispering in a tone only he could hear, his gaze flickering with inscrutable intent. "Wow, Greta, my little darling, who would have thought you were a starfall-level warrior? You've truly hidden it well. Keeping it from us all." Ife had already pressed her entire body against Greta, one arm draped over her shoulder while the other discreetly roamed in unseen areas. No, please, don't do that. I didn't mean to keep it from everyone. Greta stammered, reverting to the shy girl she once was, faced with Ife's teasing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she squirmed, attempting to escape such overwhelming enthusiasm. "Come on, Ife, let the girl breathe," Chen Yu interjected, unable to watch any longer. "Greta, your performance today truly astonished me. Without you, we might not have fared as well, but why did you not mention your status as a Starfall-level warrior in your profile?" He first praised Greta and then earnestly inquired, voicing the curiosity of the other team members. "I just haven't gone through the professional certification process," she replied. "Why not get certified? With a Starfall-level certification, you could enjoy certain privileges anywhere," Yudi probed curiously. "Because I don't want certain people to discover that I possess Starfall-level strength. Please believe me, I didn't mean to keep it from everyone." Greta's face turned a deeper shade of red as she desperately tried to explain herself. Yet, When it came to the specifics, she faltered, hinting at unspoken burdens be why the end of her explanation. The poor girl, as eyes glistened with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking down. All right, don't be upset. We mean no harm, but we all trust you implicitly. Chen Yu quickly reassured her. John, I just realized that we've become the most useless members of the team. Jacob, who had been so proud just moments ago, suddenly felt dejected and no, don't say that about yourselves. That's not right. You both have many strengths, Yudi countered, insisting that it wasn't the case. Really? I didn't expect you to understand us so well. Yudi. Yes, Yudi. I shall never call you short again, the Bull brothers exclaimed, their spirits instantly lifted by Yudi's praise that of course, you should be more confident. Just look at how you both played the role of punching bags perfectly, drawing the majority of the attacks that I think if we ever face danger on a mission, we can use you two as shields to give the rest of us a chance to escape. Yudi jested earnestly. What? You damn little squirt. Let me at him. I must capture him. The three disregarded the curious glances of others, engaging in playful banter. Chen Yu shook his head helplessly, while Ife laughed heartily. And even Greta covered her mouth, suppressing her giggles, I guess, for Valen, though he did not quite grasp the reason behind their merriment. He chose to join in, grinning widely with a textbook smile, that in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere over here. Sulla had distanced himself from Babuz and Kundi, entering a secluded room alone. After a while, another figure entered the chamber. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Sulla remarked to the newcomer, a hint of complaint in his tone. You know how it is. When the old man doesn't step in, I have to handle many things myself. The newcomer replied, I've already probed him, as you requested. Yes, I saw. 1 comet level and 1 starfall level. You didn't mention that there was a starfall level warrior among them. Many of my men were injured because of this. Shouldn't you pay some extra medical fees? Sulla leaned forward, his eyes betraying his thirst for money. Why the rush? Didn't we agree that once everything is settled and we reach you 59, I would pay you in full? Not a single penny will be withheld. You know the Buchanan family has never defaulted on its promises. Indeed, esteemed Mr. Vladimir Buchanan, I have never doubted your integrity or that of your family. However, considering the vast Buchanan smuggling syndicate, I feel my compensation is somewhat inadequate. What do you say to a 30 increase? Are you serious? Vladimir narrowed his eyes. What do you think? Sulla fixed his gaze on him, refusing to budge. After a tense silence, Vladimir nodded slightly. I did not misjudge you. Under your leadership, the Buchanan group shall surely reach new heights. With his goal achieved, Sulla generously offered insincere flattery. Now, let's discuss business. You should be capable of dealing with that group, correct? You know I dislike surprises. Yes, you can rest easy on that front. Although that group can indeed fight, we are mercenaries, and during combat, we can utilize weapons while maintaining a significant numerical advantage that, if they comply, all will be well. If not, well, Sulla licked his lips, exuding a menacing aura. I hope you possess the confidence you claim. Also, I know you hold some disdain for that group. But before I take action, it would be wise for you to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. In consideration of our mutual interests, I shall exercise restraint, Sulla replied, preparing to leave after their business was concluded, but seemingly recalling something before exiting. By the way, may I inquire about how you intend to handle that Hassan? Hassan, Mikhail, as personal bodyguard, a satellite-level warrior, was the strongest individual aboard the entire ship. Why would I need to deal with him? If you don't neutralize him, how can you? Wait, do you mean? Sulla's surprise hinted at a realization. Vladimir chuckled softly, remaining enigmatic. Then I shall take my leave. Sulla bowed slightly, leaving the room with a wide smile. Humph, greedy bastard. Watching Sulla depart, Vladimir's half-closed eyes glinted with malice. Humph, despicable Akitans. Yet Hassan is indeed his man. After exiting the room, Sulla also wiped the smile from his face, harboring contempt and seemingly plotting something in secret. Chapter 31. Setting sail, Chaos Star. Greetings, everyone. I am Mikhail Buchanan, and it is a pleasure to meet you all here. I have heard that many exceptionally talented young individuals have arrived, and wow, there are even a few lovely ladies. The aged Akitan senator commenced his pre-departure address, winking playfully at Greta and the others during the latter part of his speech. The cargo we are transporting is of utmost importance, which is why I have entrusted you all with the task of safeguarding it. That I believe that together we can ensure this shipment. A cough interrupted Mikhail, his health evidently deteriorating as he struggled to speak. His nephew, Vladimir, rushed forward in concern, but was gently rebuffed by the old man. That I'm fine. Let me finish that I trust that with your cooperation, we will successfully deliver this cargo to the buyer. Please have faith in the Buchanan family's integrity. We will not default on any commissions owed. T-145 years old. Mikhail was remarkably long-lived for an academic. His face bore the marks of age, with unmistakable liver spots, and even the fine tendrils of hair on his jaw hung limply. In stark contrast, Vladimir, embodying the youthful vigor typical of Akitans, displayed a lively and rhythmic flair with the fine hairs on his jaw, emphasizing his vitality. You are free to utilize other areas of the ship. However, please refrain from approaching the cargo storage and energy core zones that we have set up active defense systems there, and any unauthorized individuals will face automatic retaliation. With that, the visibly fatigued Mikhail, supported by his nephew, slowly exited the stage point 10 minutes later. The Buchanan brothers officially set sail, heading towards the U-59 Stargate beyond the F-77 Freestar. The Buchanan brothers is a A-class commercial battleship, measuring approximately 70 kilometers in length and 30 kilometers in width, equipped with a 3-tier warp engine, primarily powered by nuclear energy, while also incorporating an antimatter energy system. Unlike the Milky C-185, where Chen Yu had spent nearly 2 decades, this vessel has been reconfigured from a military battleship into a civilian commercial warship. Generally, military warships are typically controlled by advanced civilizations or a select few powerful factions, making it exceedingly difficult for others to acquire them, let alone openly convert them for commercial use. However, considering Mikhail's position as a representative from the F-77 Freestar region, this is hardly surprising that it is well known that the land area of any planet is finite, particularly on F-77 Freestar, where space is exceptionally precious. Many spaceships and battleships are of considerable size and are generally not permitted to dock on planetary surfaces. Yet the Buchanan brothers has achieved this feat, highlighting Mikhail's immense power on F-77 Freestar. Alas, it is dreadfully boring. After leaving the Freestar, even the star network is gone. Indeed, ever since that altercation, Sulla's crew has been avoiding us, and I find it impossible to instigate a fight. John and Jacob are idly playing a strategy game. If you're bored, come join me for a spar. Chen Yu enthusiastically proposed that, I just remembered. I think I left something important in my room. Jacob quickly concocted a flimsy excuse to make his escape. I'll help you look for IT this moment. Elder brother John was eager to assist his younger sibling. Hey, you two. Chen Yu glanced helplessly at their retreating figures. Surveying his surroundings, he only spotted Ife and Greta. After much hesitation, he ultimately lacked the courage to invite the 2 girls to spar with him. Today marks merely the 9th day, and we are still within the safe zone of F-77 Freestar. It is only after passing through the U-59 Stargate tomorrow that we will officially enter the latter half of our journey. Beyond the U-59 Stargate lies a tumultuous area where the risks of the current mission are most pronounced. This cargo escort mission is expected to last about 40 days, with the first 10 days taking place in the vicinity of F-77 Freestar, while nearly 30 days will be spent on the U-59 side. Due to the unstable space environment around U-59, ships are required to maintain a relatively slow cruising speed before reaching the chaotic star of U-59. Exceeding this speed could lead to peril. The unique conditions of this region have resulted in rampant space pirates, most of whom hail from the armed factions on U-59 that once they strike, they can quickly vanish into the terrain, and the Alliance's enforcement forces are hesitant to pursue in such treacherous conditions. Occasionally, a close pursuit could provoke a violent counterattack from the pirates. Over time, the boldness of these pirates has only escalated, while the Alliance forces have chosen to turn a blind eye, contributing to the nominal governance of the area by the Alliance. Surely, our battleship bears the emblem of the Buchanan family, and it is an authentic class warship. Is there truly anyone who would dare to cast their sights upon it? Chen Yu pondered. Captain, you underestimate the people of U-59. For the sake of profit, they are capable of anything. Yudi shrugged, well aware of the realities there. Hearing this, I finally comprehend why the remuneration is so exorbitant. It appears that the danger is indeed substantial. Chen Yu murmured. However, Captain, there is little cause for alarm. The likelihood of such an occurrence is quite low. After all, the Buchanan family possesses considerable renown on U-59, and few factions would dare to provoke them. Very well, let us hope for a smooth passage after tomorrow. With everyone already aboard, expressing regret now would be futile. Besides, Chen Yu truly requires this substantial reward. since this mission does not necessitate the use of his own transport vessel. He left his ship on F-77 Freestar. After prepaying a docking fee of 1,000 credit points, his account balance now teeters on the brink of bankruptcy, dwindling to 3 digits. Moreover, he has not forgotten that he still owes ESSEC a considerable sum of 100,000.9 days have elapsed since the Buchanan brothers departed from F-77 Freestar. During this time, an influx of visitors has unexpectedly surged on the Freestar, many of whom have appeared on the official media channels of the Galactic Alliance. These individuals are, without exception, searching for someone, a Star Network user identified as you. Yet, they are not alone. Due to the vastness of cosmic space, even with the existence of Stargate relay stations, the transmission of information inevitably experiences delays. Like a stone cast into a still pond, it sends ripples through the water. In the days to come, the number of visitors to F-77 Freestar will continue to rise, some even arriving from galaxies beyond the Milky Way. Fortunately, Chen Yu, having heeded Wally's advice, has altered his Star Network information to hidden status, and Wally has long since obscured any related traces. Moreover, since they are not currently on the Freestar, these seekers will only return empty-handed. No matter how fervently they search, but will matters conclude so easily? Chen Yu's remarkable Star Network achievements continue to proliferate across the vast cosmos. Eventually, they caught the attention of advanced civilizations lurking deep within the starry expanse, namely the Layan civilization and the Mech domain. A small comet may seem insignificant against the backdrop of the universe. Yet when it streaks across the sky with its long tail, its presence cannot be overlooked. Chapter 32. An unexpected turn of events. U-59, also known as U-59 Chaotic Star, resides within a binary star system akin to F-77 Freestar, yet it is a uniquely singular entity within the Milky Way, and even rare across the entire universe. This is due to the two stars it orbits being a close binary pair. In the vastness of the cosmos, life-bearing planets predominantly emerge within relatively stable single-star systems. While binary star systems can also give rise to life planets, the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Among binary systems, close binaries are particularly noteworthy due to their high activity levels, characterized by intense X-ray emissions, chromospheric activity, widespread sunspot activity, stellar wind losses, flares, and orbital period variations caused by gravitational waves. The confluence of these factors renders it nearly impossible for planets, let alone life-bearing planets, to exist within close binary systems. Thus, the existence of U-59 is nothing short of miraculous. However, the proximity of these binary stars has resulted in an unstable navigational environment surrounding U-59, necessitating that all vessels traversing this region remain perpetually vigilant to avoid peril. At this moment, the Buchanan brothers is navigating through this tumultuous zone and has encountered danger, yet the threat arises not from the outside, but from within. Bang! Thud! The muffled sounds reverberated continuously. Hey, this guy is surprisingly resilient. After enduring so much, he remains silent. Indeed, we have been at it for nearly 10 minutes. A dozen members of the Stellar Mercenary Corps took turns beating the man curled up on the floor. The man was battered and bloodied, his body stained a deep crimson, save for his hair, which remained black. Ugh, are you all starving? Put some muscle into it. Chen Yu spat out blood, glaring defiantly at the surrounding rabble. Though he possessed a high tolerance for pain, the substantial loss of blood began to blur his vision. Half an hour prior, mercenaries, including Chen Yu's team, were suddenly ambushed by the Stellar Mercenary Corps. As he had once heard, a gun is swift at 10 paces, yet deadly and accurate within 10. Faced with dozens of menacing gun barrels, even a comet-level warrior like Chen Yu, caught off guard, had no choice but to surrender. The other hapless mercenaries fared better, merely being imprisoned, while Chen Yu and his companions received heightened attention. That you're asking for it. Keep hitting him. Another flurry of fists and kicks rained down. Weren't you quite the fighter that day? Why are you silent now? Stand up and fight me. One member of the Stellar Mercenary Corps raised a foot and stomped on Chen Yu's face, grinding it mercilessly. All right, that's enough. Don't kill him, or we'll have a problem explaining it later. Kundi halted the brutality of his subordinates, realizing that the unconscious Chen Yu had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Further beating could prove fatal. Yes, Deputy Commander, but why not just eliminate them now? Why wait until we reach our destination to act? It's the boss's orders. Apparently, it concerns that Vladimir, but he mentioned that if these individuals die aboard this ship, it would tarnish the reputation of the Buchanan family. Once we arrive at U-59, we can deal with them as we please. Kundi grimaced. What a revelation! However, this lad is said to be a comet-class warrior. Yet he appears rather unimpressive. Haha, indeed. After returning, I can boast that I once personally dealt a blow to a celestial-class warrior. A bout of raucous laughter ensued. The vice-captain, although the chief had ordered not to kill them, thought there must be other ways to entertain ourselves. One of Sulla's subordinates, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, seemed to conceive a wicked idea. What do you intend to do? Aren't there still 2 lovely ladies in their group? The other vice-captain, Babuz, perked up with interest. Kundi, you keep an eye on him right here, while I go enjoy some time with those 2 lovely ladies that I'll return to switch with you shortly in no need. They are far too petite and not appealing at all. Kundi rejected the idea, a hint of disdain evident on his plump face. Ugh, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Your taste is undoubtedly flawed. Babuz's expression faltered, choosing not to engage further with his old partner. The one with the problem is you. Being an Alefin, Kundi preferred the more robust-figured Vice-Captain Babuz. I shall join as well. Very well. Anyone who wishes to come along, follow me. Long live the Vice-Captain. After Babuz departed with his entourage, only Kundi and a few others remained to keep watch. On the ground lay the unconscious Chen Yu. And not far away, his fellow bull brother, also in a state of unconsciousness and barely recognizable. Ladies, who will come forward first? Babuz's gaze lingered on Ife and Greta, his eyes brimming with unrestrained lust. You, Greta, though introverted, was not naive. She could discern their intentions from their expressions. Rather than await her fate, she resolved to fight back, determined not to suffer humiliation unto death. With a fierce glare, she was about to explode in anger when Ife beside her pressed her back down. Allow me to take the lead. Will you approach together or one by one? I fear you may not be able to handle all. Ife swayed her alluring figure, her sultry gaze captivating. Oh, quite spicy, I like it. Then let us proceed. Babuz's excitement swelled. Ife, Greta, clutched tightly at Ife's clothing, unwilling to let her depart, but Ife forcefully pried her hand away, exchanging a significant glance. Soon after, a group led Ife toward a nearby room. Meanwhile, within Mikhail's chamber, another dramatic scene unfolded. Are you certain your subordinates can keep an eye on those individuals? Of course. With over 20 armed men, dealing with a few unarmed novices is a piece of cake. Sulla confidently replied. That's reassuring. After uttering these words, Vladimir turned to gaze at the elder Mikhail, who lay on the bed. Why, dear uncle, what do you say now? In this opulent room, apart from him and Sulla, only Mikhail and his loyal bodyguard Hassan remained. The elder's most trusted aide stood silently behind Vladimir. Why this course of action? The elder's demeanor was calm, showing no signs of the embarrassment or anger typically associated with being cornered by a nephew. Only a flicker of disappointment hidden deep in his eyes. Why? You dare ask me why? Are you not aware of your own heart? The usually refined Vladimir, in a rare display of anger, lost his composure. Chapter 33. Palace Coup. All right, let me explain why. I have followed you for nearly 40 years, to be precise 40 years and 5 months. You're 45 this year. After your father's untimely passing, I adopted you when you were just 4.5. The elder's tone bore a hint of nostalgia. Vladimir raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, yet did not delve deeper. I have served you for 4 decades, working for the group for nearly 20 years now. Throughout these years, I have diligently executed my duties without a moment's respite, especially in recent years when I have managed numerous affairs within the organization. Yet, how have you treated me? Vladimir's mustache bristled with indignation. His suppressed anger palpable. Your sole heir. I always believed you would pass the entire Buchanan group into my hands, allowing me to nurture its growth and perpetuate the glory of the Buchanan family. But why have you never introduced me to your political acquaintances, thereby depriving me of your invaluable connections? Why did you not allow me to take over the most lucrative smuggling operation on U-59? Why would you rather donate the majority of your fortune in your will than bequeath it to your only nephew? Why? By the conclusion of his outburst, Vladimir's face was a mask of fury. He felt that all his efforts over the years had been in vain, yielding less than that of a mere professional manager. Even Sulla, upon hearing these words, regarded Vladimir with a hint of sympathy. You dare to spy on my will? The elder Mikhail maintained his calm demeanor. Indeed, how else would I know of your heartlessness in leaving me with nothing? Upon uttering this, Vladimir's expression softened. Uncle, you know I have served you devotedly over the years, treating you almost like a second father. My dear uncle, you are aging. Perhaps you were merely confused when you drafted that will. We can still amend it. With the truth laid bare, the young Acator finally revealed his intentions. So, all of this is merely to inherit the complete Buchanan group? The elder gazed intently into his nephew's eyes. Yes, what else would you think? Then, I refuse. Mikhail spoke decisively. Humph. Uncle, it seems you have not grasped the situation. You currently possess no right to choose. You may not realize that I have already nullified the will you previously established through certain means. But fear not, as long as you draft a new will that aligns with my wishes. I shall continue to regard you as my dearest uncle, serving you faithfully until your peaceful passing. Moreover, you need not worry about my ability to manage the entire group, for I have already garnered the support of several board members prior to this. Ultimately, you wouldn't want your death report to bear the word accident, would you? Vladimir, having set aside emotional appeals, opted for threats. For the first time, the elder's calm facade cracked, just as Vladimir reveled in his triumph. He received an urgent report from his subordinate through his communicator. Sir, we are under attack. What is happening outside? Speak up. Damn it. Vladimir inquired repeatedly, yet the communicator fell silent. Did you not say there would be no accidents? What is going on now? His expression darkened as he turned to Sulla, bellowing in anger. Stay calm. Let me inquire of my men. Sulla began calling out to his subordinates, but like before, no one responded. Just as the two were engulfed in confusion, a loud banging echoed from outside the room. That Mikhail's chamber, reinforced with metal doors several centimeters thick, was virtually integrated with the walls, boasting an exceptionally high security rating. Even energy weapons could not penetrate it, let alone forced entry. Bang, bang. However, after two resounding crashes, the door was breached. Thanks to decades of experience as a mercenary, Sulla instinctively aimed his weapon at the figure that had burst into the room. For a mercenary, weapon proficiency is paramount. Sulla, the A-class mercenary group leader, was undoubtedly skilled, often regarded as a sharpshooter. Yet just as he prepared to fire, one of the intruders shot and severed the hand gripping the weapon. Crack! The severed hand flew off, landing on the floor. Sulla clutched his injury, groaning in pain that if Sulla was a sharpshooter, then the fully unleashed Chen Yu was a gun god. How could a mortal compete with a deity? Even before entering the room, Chen Yu had already discerned the vulnerabilities of several individuals from behind the thick door and identified Sulla as his primary target. Useless. Vladimir cursed under his breath and swiftly aimed his gun at the veteran Mikhail. Useless. Upon seeing the intruders, Sulla muttered a curse, though this time it was directed at his own incompetent subordinates. The intruders were none other than Chen Yu and his team. Moments earlier, Ife had dispatched the guards watching Greta and freed dozens of imprisoned mercenaries. Faced with numerous black muzzles, Kundi and the remaining few team members reluctantly surrendered. After being revived, Chen Yu quickly tended to his injuries and led his team to the core area to rescue the elder Mikhail. On one hand, driven by vengeance, Sulla intended to end his life, and thus, blood for blood was only natural. On the other hand, there was anxiety over his remuneration. Under the current circumstances, it was evident that Vladimir would no longer compensate him. His only hope lay in rescuing the true boss, old Mikhail, for it was only he who could rightfully reclaim the rewards that belonged to him and his comrades. As the age-old adage goes, a single coin can thwart a hero, and reflecting on the meager balance in his account, barely a 3-digit sum, insufficient even for a single Stargate toll, Chen Yu felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Disregarding the pain of his injuries, thanks to Vladimir, the automated defense systems of the core zone had been deactivated, allowing their group to reach this point unimpeded. The minions they encountered along the way were easily dispatched. As for the thick door, it was Greta who single-handedly crashed through it. Jacob, whose visage was utterly unrecognizable after the beating, could only gasp in astonishment. The youth of today are indeed fierce in this dire moment. Lying in bed, old Mikhail looked at Chen Yu and his companions, surprising them with a chuckle. With the hostage in their grasp, Chen Yu and his group dared not act recklessly. It was unclear whether Vladimir's audacity stemmed from having Mikhail as a hostage or some other reason. But he appeared utterly unperturbed. You think you have already won? Hassan, take care of them. It was then that everyone noticed the silent, towering satellite-class warrior standing nearby. Although confident in his marksmanship, Chen Yu maintained a vigilant mindset, his body taut with tension. After all, this was a genuine satellite-class warrior, Could a human speed surpass that of an energy gun? Certainly not, for it approached the speed of light. However, guns are wielded by humans, who possess reaction times. Hassan, having undergone intermediate genetic enhancement, could move faster than the reaction times of most individuals. In the blink of an eye, Hassan sprang into action, successfully subduing Vladimir before anyone could react. Chapter 34, Mikhail. What are you doing, you scoundrel? Vladimir, pinned to the ground by Hassan, wore an expression of disbelief. You still not understand? Mikhail's disappointment was unmasked. Could it be that Vladimir was not a fool? After a moment of shock, he quickly grasped the essence of the situation, his countenance darkening. Indeed, from the very beginning, Hassan had always been my man. If it were not for absolute trust, how could I have allowed him to serve as my personal guard for decades? Mikhail regained control of the situation, or rather, he had never lost it. Young men, could you grant me and my nephew a moment of privacy? Mikhail turned to Chen Yu and the others with a gentle gaze. But rest assured, with Hassan here, I am in safe hands. Very well, if that is your wish. With that, Chen Yu and the others escorted Sulla out of the room, and before leaving, Greta even took the care to secure the door. Now, Hassan, release him. Upon hearing this, Hassan promptly let go of Vladimir and resumed his silent vigil at the side. From this distance, whatever Vladimir intended to do, Hassan could prevent with ease. All right, my dear uncle, what is it that you wish to discuss? Vladimir stood, adjusting his attire, maintaining a semblance of dignity even in defeat. Child, how much do you truly know about your father? Contrary to Vladimir's expectations of scolding or humiliation, Mikhail instead inquired about his impressions of his father. Vladimir remained silent, partly because he could not fathom the meaning behind his uncle's question. Moreover, his memories of his father were scant, as the man had died when he was not yet 5 years old. I have 4 brothers. I am the eldest, and your father is the youngest, a full 40 years my junior. Before me, the Buchanan family was one of the long-standing armed factions on planet U-59. As is often the case with the elderly, Mikhail succumbed to nostalgia, and my father perished in a gang conflict, and my uncle, cousin, and 3 brothers also met their ends in armed confrontations. Only your father and I remained, supporting one another. When I first laid eyes on your father, he was merely a little over 4 years old. Gazing at him, I realized that I could not allow this cycle to continue. Thus, I resolutely abandoned most of our family's wealth and, alongside my only brother, ventured to F-77 Freestar to build a new foundation. Vladimir had never heard his uncle recount such past events, so he listened intently. I was overly self-assured. I was no longer young, and my only skill lay in violence, rendering me ill-equipped to thrive on the soil of F-77 Freestar. Here, Mikhail paused, his tone taking on an inexplicable quality. Fortunately, due to my connections on planet U-59, I caught the attention of certain influential figures that I began to shuttle between the 2 locations, engaging in smuggling operations. The warship beneath us bears our family name. In just a few short years, I amassed considerable wealth, leading to the establishment of the Buchanan Group, and eventually I was elected as a representative for the F-77 Freestar region. It was during this time that you were born, bringing great joy to both your father and me, as we regarded you as the hope of our family. Those days were the happiest of my later years. Alas, your father, having concluded his reminiscence. Old Mikhail turned to his nephew and posed a question. Child, do you grasp the crux of what I just articulated? The crux lay in the fact that my achievements today stem from the support of certain powerful individuals. Before Vladimir could respond, the elder provided his own answer. Do you truly believe I am a high-ranking parliamentarian? Perhaps to the majority of the populace, that is indeed the case. Yet to those influential figures, I am merely their puppet. In many matters, I have no voice, and I am at their mercy. You know how your father met his demise. He died during a smuggling transaction, and I could not even avenge him. Do you comprehend this agony? Old Mikhail grasped Vladimir's arm, pulling him close, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze. Such a close distance. Their breaths were palpable. You see, due to injuries sustained in my youth, I have no progeny. Hence, I have raised you as my own son. Strictly speaking, I even raised your father. You harbor resentment, believing I have wronged you, that I have given you too little. Yet have you not noticed? What I bequeath to you is the cleanest part of the entire Buchanan Group. I did not introduce you to those political friends nor allow you to assume control of the smuggling group, even going so far as to donate most of my assets to them after my demise, all to extricate you from this dark world. The elder's words struck Vladimir with profound psychological impact. Instinctively, he resisted accepting such assertions. Yet another voice within him whispered the truth of his uncle's claims. Your recent actions have further solidified my conviction. You are suited only to be a compliant merchant, utterly unfit for this world. In this realm, they will devour you whole. That a sudden fit of coughing seized the elder, a consequence of his urgency in speech. Child, upon your return, live well under the sun. Therein lies the path to ensure the continuation of the Buchanan legacy. Vladimir, despondent, knelt beside the bed, clutching his uncle's arm, his shoulders trembling gently. Hey, take it easy, you damned fools. It seemed Jacob's rough handling had inadvertently aggravated Sulla's wounds, prompting an outburst. I think you went too easy on him. Indeed, I share that sentiment, John concurred. What do you intend to do? Minutes later, the battered Sulla was unceremoniously thrown into a room where other members of his mercenary group were also confined. Boss, are you all right? Commander, have you been captured too? This is the end for us. Kundi and others rushed to support their leader. You fools, what happened? Was everything not fine before I left? Upon realizing his surroundings, Sulla unleashed a barrage of curses upon his subordinates. Boss, this is truly not my fault. If you must assign blame, it lies with Babuz and his crew. Kundi, bruised and battered, looked aggrieved. Yes, the deputy commander is right. Indeed, the deputy commander is quite responsible. This is not our doing. Several members echoed in agreement. Babuz, tell me, what exactly transpired? Sulla cast a sharp glance towards Babuz and his group not far away. The leader, Babuz, raised his head to meet Sulla's gaze, opened his mouth to speak, but quickly closed it again. Compared to Kundi and his companions, the situation of Babuz and his group of over 10 was far more favorable, with minimal injuries. However, their mental state appeared to be quite poor, as if they had endured some inhumane torment. What could have transpired? Did that dark-haired you subject them to cruel torture? Sulla pondered in confusion. Boss, it's like this, just now Babuz and the others. Kundi was about to explain when he was met with fierce opposition from Babuz's group. Shut up, don't say a word. Deputy Commander, please don't reveal it. I beg you, if you do, I will end my life. Chapter 35. Pheromone. So, it was Iffy who first rescued Greta and then proceeded to save the others. However, I am curious, Iffy, how did you manage to handle that group? Chen Yu inquired with intrigue. Indeed, I initially thought it would require considerable effort to subdue them, but when I opened the door, I found that group looking haggard, disheveled, and in a very poor mental state. So, what exactly did you do to them? Not only was Chen Yu curious, but even Yudi and the others had expressions of eager inquiry, especially Greta, who, had she not received Iffy's subtle signal beforehand, would have been ready to fight. It is worth noting that there were more than 10 of them, and their leader, Babuz, was a Starfallen level warrior. They simply could not fathom how Iffy managed to handle that group. Do you truly wish to know? Iffy raised an eyebrow, smiling enigmatically. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Valis slightly tilted his head in curiosity. You all know that I am a Seniko, right? During our mating season, we Senikos secrete a special pheromone from our bodies to attract the opposite sex for mating. Iffy spoke candidly about this, appearing quite at ease, while Greta's face flushed crimson. Chen Yu and Yudi felt a sudden jolt, recalling her earlier cryptic smile, and increasingly felt that the situation was taking a turn for the worse. This pheromone is not only effective for our Seniko kin, but also has the effect of arousing many other species. The expressions of Chen Yu and Yudi changed instantly, as their suspicions seemed to be materializing into reality. Perhaps due to the gene enhancement serum I was injected with, my body underwent some peculiar changes. At this point, Iffy suddenly winked at Greta. I became disinterested in the opposite sex and only developed feelings for the same sex. Simultaneously, the pheromones I secrete exhibit the same property, causing all beings exposed to them to only be attracted to the same sex. Furthermore, the potency of my pheromones surpasses that of any other kin, even causing them to lose their rationality. After an unexpected incident, I was expelled from my tribe by the elders. Iffy shrugged nonchalantly. After those fools brought me to the room, I immediately released this pheromone. Unsurprisingly, they fell into a frenzied state, and I seized the opportunity to leave the room, kindly closing the door behind me. I asked for what transpired inside. Well, you can imagine, huh? Iffy laughed unabashedly. The Bull brothers were left speechless, Greta's mouth agape in horror, and Yudi's deep brown face began to turn green As for Chen Yu, he wished at that moment that his brain could temporarily lose its capacity for imagination. Only Valley remained tilted, unable to deduce the most suitable response, given everyone's differing expressions. Oh dear, the injury I just sustained is starting to hurt again. It seems I need to visit the medical bay. Yes, me too. The Bull brothers quickly found an excuse to distance themselves from no wonder they appear that way. I'm starting to feel some sympathy for them. Yudi murmured, sigh. Chen Yu lamented. Meanwhile, Greta, flushed and flustered, was torn between gratitude for Iffy's earlier rescue and distress over how to interact with her moving forward after what she had just revealed. In gratitude for your outstanding performance during this unfortunate incident and to compensate for the injuries you sustained, I have decided to double the commissions for all present. The aged Mikhail, though visibly weary, gathered everyone and made this promise before them. What a generous boss! Truly, the Buchanan Group is commendable. Long live Mikhail. This move undoubtedly won the favor of all the mercenaries. Nothing soothes the heart like a promise of credit. Chen Yu applauded. He glanced at Vladimir, who stood beside Mikhail, frowning in confusion, as he could not comprehend why Mikhail would still keep his nephew close after such an obvious rebellion. However, it was ultimately someone else's private matter, and he refrained from saying anything further. After this brief interlude, the warship returned to its prior calm, as if nothing had occurred, except for the imprisoned Sulla and his group. They were not executed outright. As Vladimir had previously stated, the reputation of the Buchanan family was of utmost importance. Even if they were to be dealt with, it would have to wait until the Buchanan brothers arrived at U-59. Boss, is what you said true? Will someone really come to rescue us? Cooney shielded the surveillance camera with his massive frame, while Sulla and the others behind him began to discuss quietly. Of course. I'd already sensed that Vladimir was unreliable, so before the warship set sail, I discreetly contacted my brothers that Mikhail's grand display this time signifies that the cargo aboard this warship must be of significant value. Rather than earning a meager mercenary fee, it is better to pull off a big score. After this, I can leave this damn mercenary life behind and find a nice place to enjoy life. Sulla candidly shared his original plan, but, boss, I heard that the Buchanan brothers is a modified class military warship, boasting formidable firepower. Does your brother really have the ability to raid this ship? Bobuz, having recovered from his earlier lethargy, asked a pivotal question without concern for why the boss hadn't shared this plan with him previously. Absolutely no problem. Ochre commands a fleet of around 10 ships, and if we calculate the timing, we'll soon enter the chaotic zone. In that area, the advantages of the Buchanan brothers will be greatly diminished. Sulla spoke with utmost confidence. What? Their SA fleet? My heavens, the boss's brother is quite impressive. We are saved. You are correct. It truly is chaotic here. Chen Yu exclaimed as he gazed out the porthole at the scenery beyond the warship, unable to restrain his amazement after several days of travel. The Buchanan brothers had entered the fabled chaotic zone. This chaotic zone was essentially a vast asteroid belt orbiting around a binary star system. Within this region, millions of asteroids were gathered, the largest boasting a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers, while the smallest measured only a few hundred meters. According to existing data analysis, due to the gravitational influences of the binary stars, the nascent U-59 was torn apart during its orbital changes. A small portion fortuitously entered a stable orbit, gradually evolving into what is now U-59. The majority, however, was further fragmented into smaller debris, forming the current asteroid belt. Because of the binary stars, the asteroids here often experience unpredictable changes in their trajectories due to fluctuations in the gravitational field. Some asteroids may be ejected from this binary system, while many others undergo coincidental yet inevitable collisions, which is part of the reason it is termed the chaotic zone. Indeed, it has been a while since I've seen such scenery. Yudi murmured, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, as the two conversed, the warship beneath them experienced a significant tremor. What is happening? Did we collide with an asteroid? Chen Yu wondered aloud when he suddenly received an urgent notification from the employer's side. Warning, Chapter 36, Sudden Attack by Space Pirates that we are under attack from an unidentified fleet. All personnel, please quickly proceed to the designated area for assembly and prepare for battle. Repeat, we are under attack from an unidentified fleet. All personnel, please quickly proceed to the designated area for assembly and prepare for battle. Chen Yu and Yudi exchanged glances, immediately following the emergency instructions to swiftly gather at the specified area. During their journey, they encountered many fellow mercenaries, each displaying signs of anxiety. An air of panic began to spread throughout the warship, while the emergency notifications echoed continuously in the communication channel, each broadcast amplifying the unease among the crowd. In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of the others, the imprisoned Sulla and his group were filled with elation that, my friends, it appears that our savior has arrived. Hail, to the captain! Silence, you fool! Do you wish to be discovered? Moments later, within a certain area of the warship, all the mercenaries had gathered. What on earth is happening? Indeed, who dares to recklessly attack this warship? Have I not noticed the Buchanan Group insignia emblazoned on its exterior? Damn it! I knew such a high commission meant trouble. Caught off guard, the mercenaries' faces had lost the smiles of the past few days, and many began to feel that securing this commission was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Some even regretted accepting the assignment. Everyone, please remain calm. Our warship has indeed come under sudden attack from an unidentified fleet, but has not sustained significant damage, and there remains some distance between us. We are doing our utmost to evade their pursuit. According to the onboard radar, this fleet comprises 12 Alpha-class warships that we attempted to communicate with them, but received no response, due to the unexpected nature of the incident. Old Mikhail did not make an appearance, and instead, his nephew Vladimir represented him. Since the events of a few days prior, Vladimir had not shown himself publicly, so when he reappeared before the crowd, Chen Yu noticed that this second-in-command of the Buchanan Group seemed to have matured. While Vladimir had always exhibited a certain maturity, it had previously been merely superficial. Now, he emanated a depth of composure that was truly profound. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, he maintained his calm demeanor. What? There are indeed 12 warships opposite us. Should we simply surrender? Yes, the disparity is too great. We cannot possibly win. Surrendering seems wise. As soon as Vladimir's words fell, the mercenaries erupted in a cacophony of panic. Almost everyone was stricken with fear at the sight of the formidable star pirates. Many felt that their side had no chance of victory and were prepared to abandon resistance altogether. Gentlemen, let us not forget that you boarded this warship to ensure the safety of this cargo transport, Vladimir urged, his tone shifting from gentle to severe, enticing them with the promise of extra rewards should they choose to assist the Buchanan family through this crisis. I am sorry, Mr. Vladimir, but I have heard that the star pirates adhere to certain rules. As long as there is no resistance, they typically loot goods without taking lives. Indeed, I would sooner forfeit my commission than risk my life here. However, the mercenaries were unmoved by his assurances, continuing to clamor for surrender. Aside from this group of fair-weather friends, even those close to Chen Yu, such as Yudi and others, wore somber expressions, entirely devoid of their usual cheer. Why does everyone wear such dejected visages? We have yet to engage in battle, and they are already prepared to capitulate. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yu struggled to comprehend the thoughts of those around him. Captain, there are indeed 12 warships facing us. Jacob's tone was laced with helplessness, even a hint of despair. When the battle escalates to the level of warships, individual might becomes negligible. If the opposing fleet were to unleash their fury and destroy our vessel amidst the chaos, the fate of everyone aboard would be sealed, as the mercenary suggested. Surrendering might indeed be the most prudent course of action. Yet, what of those 12 Alpha-class warships? The Buchanan brothers is a Beta-class warship. Surely we could simply eliminate them. Chen Yu found it increasingly difficult to understand their mindset. To him, the 12 Alpha-class warships represented merely 12 cannon shots. Captain, what are you thinking? Jacob and the others felt that the captain's reasoning was amiss. They seemed to be on entirely different wavelengths, unable to communicate properly. Just as Chen Yu was about to speak, the warship trembled beneath their feet. Vladimir, situated ahead of them, appeared to receive some information, and his expression shifted dramatically. Prepare for the worst. With this declaration, Vladimir disregarded the grumbling mercenaries and made his way to the warship's control room. Witnessing this, Chen Yu wasted no time in pursuing him. With Yudi and the others closely following their captain, among them, only Val seemed to grasp Chen Yu's intent. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. Mr. Vladimir, we may be able to assist, with urgency. Chen Yu spoke plainly. Oh, you. Never mind, just follow me. Vladimir, though skeptical, remembered the recent events and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Soon, Chen Yu and his companions trailed behind Vladimir into the warship's control room. What is the situation? Sir, the enemy is closing in too tightly. We cannot shake them off. We are in a chaotic zone filled with asteroids, and the warship cannot gain speed. Apu, who had met Vladimir upon boarding, was reporting the current status. As he spoke, the warship shuddered again beneath their feet. Moreover, our warship's immense size has become a disadvantage, rendering us the most conspicuous target. The enemy's Alpha-class vessels can easily maneuver and take cover behind the asteroids to evade our cannon fire. Apu wore a bitter expression that if we aim to distance ourselves quickly from the enemy, perhaps my team could lend a hand. Just as Vladimir furrowed his brow, Chen Yu suddenly interjected. What do you mean? This is Yudi, my teammate. He possesses extraordinary piloting skills that I believe that if he takes the helm, he can lead us out of this chaotic zone. Chen Yu confidently introduced Yudi, gesturing towards him. Captain, Yudi began, only to be interrupted by Chen Yu. Yudi, you must believe in your abilities, for in our eyes, you have always been the finest pilot. Chen Yu understood Yudi's apprehensions, stemming from past failures that haunted him. Yet the best way to confront fear is to face it head-on, to smile and persist, ultimately conquering it. Moreover, Chen Yu had unwavering faith in Yudi's capabilities that we have no better options. I can let you people give it a try. Vladimir consented to Chen Yu's proposal. The captain is right. Go ahead, Yudi, you are the best. You can do it, Shorty. Jacob and the others rally behind him. All right, I will give it a try. Amidst a flurry of changing expressions, Yudi ultimately stepped up to the control panel. Oh, Yudi, I have a song here. Would you like to listen? It might help. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Chen Yu reached for the communication device and tapped a few buttons, prompting a rhythmic melody to fill Yudi's channel. Déjà vu. I've just been in this place before. IT must be said at times, the right music can indeed elevate one's spirits. Although Yudi could not comprehend the lyrics, the peculiar yet vibrant rhythm sparked an unprecedented excitement within him, rekindling the passion of his earlier days. Yes, I really like this. Music point 3 minutes later, Yudi had fully acclimated to the warship's operations and parameters. Thus, the one speedy boy returned to a stage that was rightfully his. Chapter 37. The speedster who can explain to me what is happening here. A young man, scarcely 5 feet tall, stood in the control room, pointing at the monitor displaying the Buchanan brothers, bellowing at his subordinates. Good grief, how did this warship suddenly become so? Oker stared at the monitor, momentarily at a loss for words. Slick? One subordinate cautiously suggested. Yes, exactly, slick. It's absurd. I can't believe I'm seeing a warship flaunting its moves. The young man's expression was priceless. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely have believed his eyes. This beta-class warship was performing such erratic maneuvers. By the way, have we not made contact yet? Yes, boss. We still haven't received any messages from your brother. This shouldn't be. At this distance, communication should be possible. IT seems this fool has failed. Perhaps I shall have to retrieve his remains, but in that case, all the spoils will be mine alone. Oker smirked. Oker, a half-breed of Duvo's lineage, was 65 years old. His mixed heritage made him appear considerably younger than his brother Sulla. He outwardly presented himself as the leader of the Oker Adventurers Guild, yet he was, in truth, the head of a band of star pirates. Under his command was a formidable fleet consisting of 12 warships, a military force that could rival some of the relatively primitive first-tier civilizations. Consequently, he secretly controlled several resource-rich planets. Not long ago, his half-brother Sulla had unexpectedly approached him, claiming he could lead him to a lucrative opportunity. After carefully considering Sulla's proposal, he found it promising and immediately gathered his subordinates to traverse a significant portion of the galaxy in pursuit of wealth. You useless bunch, keep a tight grip on it. Do not let it escape. Understood, boss. Wow. Yudi, you are truly remarkable. Yes, I will no longer call you short. In the control room of the Buchanan brothers, the cheers of the two brothers nearly threatened to shatter the ceiling. After the initial shock, all but Chen Yu began to gradually accept the fact that Yudi was indeed a true prodigy behind the controls. Even the typically stoic Vala offered an unusually high praise for his driving skills. Not to mention Vladimir, whose eyes sparkled with a growing desire to recruit him. Just as a fish in a net, true talent will always attract attention, no matter where it may be found. Yet, at this moment, Yudi remained unresponsive to the accolades surrounding him, as he was lost in an indescribable exhilaration, fueled by the pulsating rhythm of the music. When individuals choose a profession, some do so out of necessity, fortuitously finding themselves skilled in that field. Others pursue their passions, persevering despite a lack of exceptional talent. Yudi, however, was fortunate. He possessed an extraordinary gift for piloting spacecraft, coupled with a profound love for it. The synthesis of these two elements illuminated Yudi, making him dazzlingly brilliant. His style of navigation. Could it be that he was the whirlwind kid? In the corner, Aper scrutinized the previously unremarkable Yudi, murmuring to himself. What whirlwind kid? Although Aper's voice was barely audible, the keen ears of those present caught his words, prompting Vladimir to inquire out of curiosity. Well, you see, I often oversee the cargo transport between Freestar F-77 and Star U-59. After completing my work, I like to unwind, and U-59's chaotic planet offers various forms of entertainment, the most exhilarating being ship racing. Upon being addressed by the young boss, Aper respectfully elaborated, while the others discreetly tuned in. Ship racing? Yes, I believe I have heard of it. Vladimir nodded, encouraging Aper to continue. Ship racing is not an official event. In fact, it is somewhat illegal. When armed factions on the chaotic planet clash, they often resort to this method to resolve disputes, thereby preventing the escalation of conflict. The tumultuous area we currently occupy serves as the racecourse for these ship races. Due to the perilous environment, with frequent collisions against omnipresent asteroids resulting in destruction. Spectators of ship racing affectionately refer to this place as the Passion Zone. Here, life and death often hang by a thread. Aper's excitement grew palpable as he spoke, revealing himself to be a devoted fan. Throughout the history of ship racing, many outstanding pilots have emerged, yet the one who left the most significant impression on me was the whirlwind kid from years ago. During his prime, he achieved victory in nearly every race, and his dazzling driving style resembled a dance among the stars, swiftly making his name renowned across Star U-59. Thanks to him, I won quite a bit during those years. Aper stole another glance at Yudi, his eyes shimmering with the fervor of a fan beholding his idol. However, it seems he lost a race due to a malfunction in his ship and subsequently vanished from the limelight. I heard that defeat resulted in tremendous losses for his gang, leading to his clandestine execution. But now it appears, after listening to Aper's account, the others, including Greta, Ifei, Yudi, and even Vala, began to re-evaluate their perception of Yudi. Realizing that this seemingly unremarkable individual had once experienced such glorious days. With Greta, Ifei, Yudi, and even Vala possessing such talents, I increasingly feel like a mere waste of space, sighed the John brothers, lamenting their own inadequacies. Please do not speak of this, all right? Chen Yu ignored the two jesters and moved closer to Vladimir and Aper, hoping they would keep this secret to spare Yudi from unnecessary trouble. You need not worry. I will certainly keep it to myself, Aper assured him promptly. Vladimir nodded in agreement. By the way, Mr. Vladimir, may I borrow the ship's cannon? Chen Yu gazed longingly at the cannon control panel. You can operate a cannon? Did you serve in the Alliance military? I have no military experience, but I have played in the Star Network, Chen Yu replied earnestly. Well then, I will watch you from the sidelines. Vladimir, slightly bemused, glanced at Yudi before reluctantly acquiescing to what seemed a preposterous request. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Vala hurriedly approached him, preparing to meticulously document Chen Yu's actions in the real world. Also, please switch to manual calibration. Aper glanced at Vladimir, and upon receiving the boss's approval, switched Chen Yu to manual mode. The operational systems of real-life ship cannons differed significantly from those in the Star Network, and with Yudi's flamboyant piloting, it took Chen Yu several attempts before he began to grasp the controls. Now, it is time to witness my prowess. Chapter 38. 5 kills, boss. Are we really not pursuing them? A subordinate, sensing the displeasure on their leader's face, mustered the courage to ask. Pursue. With what shall we pursue? Your life? Okul seemed to have found a scapegoat, unleashing a tirade upon the subordinate. Mere moments ago, his fleet boasted a full dozen warships, and as long as he refrained from provoking formidable civilizations, he could traverse most regions of the galaxy with impunity. However, now, including the ship beneath him, he had only 7 left. The other 5 had been reduced to debris by the Buchanan brothers, eternally consigned to this chaotic expanse. Accompanying the asteroids, damn Sulla. This is no mere cash cow. It's a ravenous beast. I can only hope he has perished at their hands. Otherwise, I shall ensure he suffers a most excruciating fate. Okul gritted his teeth, having initially anticipated a windfall, but now facing a substantial loss. 5 warships. Just the thought of it made his heart bleed. He had labored for decades to amass these 12 ships. And now, in the blink of an eye, nearly half of his fortune had vanished, driving him to the brink of madness. Boss, what shall we do now? The oblivious subordinate soon faced another round of scolding. What can we do? Of course, we return. Or shall I leave you here to keep company with our fallen brethren? Okul roared like thunder, Right upon our return, gather all valuable items. We must lie low for a while. As a star pirate leader, Okul naturally had many enemies, and if those adversaries discovered his diminished power, there was no telling what they might conspire against him. After all, he had not shied away from mercilessly striking down the weak. Half an hour later, confirming that the Buchanan brothers had moved far away, the 7 warships stealthily emerged from behind the asteroids, retracing their path back. Astonishment, shock, stupor, and finally contemplation marked the progression of Vladimir's expressions. When Chen Yu successfully destroyed the first warship behind him, he was astonished, thinking the lad was simply lucky. However, after Chen Yu fired twice more, hitting his targets with precision, Vladimir was taken aback. This was clearly beyond mere fortune. When the 5th warship merely peeked out from behind an asteroid and was obliterated, he fell into a state of complete daze. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. What sort of monsters have I hired? What manner of mercenary squad is this? Instantly, he recalled the frenzied rumors circulating on Freestar F-77 before their departure. Could this boy truly be? Meanwhile, Chen Yu felt a pang of regret after successfully destroying the 5th warship. The pursuing enemies seemed intimidated, retreating behind the asteroids AS for his teammates. Although they had witnessed their captain's cannon prowess aboard the Horus 9600, they were still profoundly shocked by his display this time. The difficulty of that previous encounter is utterly incomparable to this one, whether in terms of scale, distance, or the velocity of the target's movement, which diverges by several magnitudes. It is no wonder that the captain spoke in such a tone. Is this the realm of genius? Indeed, it is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. The Burr brothers have habitually sunk into an emo state. Overall hit rate, 62.5. Wally's core mechanism continues to heat up due to the high-speed operation of its computational system. According to his data analysis, had he been in control of the ship's cannons at that moment, he could have achieved an approximate overall hit rate of 95. That this seems to surpass Chen Yu's overall hit rate. But this only reflects the hit rate, not the destruction rate. Hitting a target and destroying it are two distinct concepts. In Wally's calculations, he might require around 20 effective shots to destroy 5 warships. In contrast, Chen Yu only fired 8 shots in total, yet managed to destroy 5 enemy vessels. Considering that Chen Yu's first 3 shots were for calibration, his actual hit rate is indeed 100. With a destruction rate that is remarkably also 100. What perplexes him most is that he observed 2 of the shooting trajectories were not the optimal solutions under the circumstances, yet Chen Yu still hit and destroyed the targets. Such possibilities exist solely within theoretical bounds. Regardless, under the perfect cooperation of Yudi and Chen Yu, the Buchanan brothers successfully evaded the pursuing star pirates and returned to their original course, according to prior arrangements. Vladimir promised an additional payment of up to 100,000 credit points to Chen Yu and his companions upon reaching U-59 star, as a token of gratitude for their assistance in helping the Buchanan family navigate this crisis. Ultimately, he issued a gag order to all employees in the control room, prohibiting any discussion of the recent events to safeguard Yudi and others' information from being leaked. His motivation for this action was partly due to Yudi, but more so because of Chen Yu. Having already vaguely surmised the truth, he understood Chen Yu's true value. Such a genius is bound to become an extraordinary figure in the future. This gesture of goodwill might cultivate a precious bond for his own future. Unsurprisingly, under his deliberate overtures, Chen Yu and his companions' impressions of him significantly improved. At this moment, Vladimir remains unaware that in the not-too-distant future, he will come to realize just how foresight his current decision truly is. 5 days later, the Buchanan brothers finally left the chaotic zone and entered a relatively stable region, with U-59 star now in sight. Over the past few days, they encountered several groups of star pirates. But these pirates were primarily local armed factions from the chaotic U-59 star. Upon seeing the scale of the Buchanan brothers' warship and the family insignia emblazoned on its exterior, these pirates wisely chose to steer clear. The subsequent days were tranquil, with no further incidents, and the Buchanan brothers ultimately arrived safely at U-59's chaotic star. Due to the proximity of binary stars, U-59's surface is desolate, with 97 of it consisting of barren terrain, and less than 3 featuring any water source. Yet, this less than 3 area harbors over 99 of U-59's chaotic star's population. Perhaps owing to U-59's more liberated trade environment, it is not as backward and impoverished as one might imagine. On the contrary, these regions are exceedingly prosperous, even surpassing F-77 Freestar. Behind this prosperity lies an intricate web of interests, with these areas invariably occupied by various armed factions. Coincidentally, the location where the Buchanan Group was to conduct their transaction with buyers was precisely the city where Yudi once resided. Now that they had reached U-59 Star, their cargo escort mission was deemed complete, and the mercenaries joyously received their rightful rewards, AS for Sulla and others. Forgotten in the corner, their fates hinged entirely on the whims of Mikhail and his companions. That distribution method seems unfair to the captain and Yudi. Chapter 39. The underground city with a mission accomplished. Chen Yu and his companions naturally received their remuneration from Vladimir, which included not only the standard commission, but also an additional 100,000 credit points as a token of appreciation. However, disputes arose among the group regarding the specific allocation of this gratitude fee. But we had agreed on this distribution method beforehand, hadn't we? Chen Yu raised his hands in exasperation. Indeed, that was the case, he acknowledged, but Ife and others attempted to interject, but Chen Yu forcefully interrupted. There is no but. You merely wish to express that in evading the Star Pirates' pursuit, you contributed little, with the bulk of the effort coming from Yudi and myself. Is that not correct? Ife and the others nodded, and it was precisely this point that made them reluctant to accept the original distribution method, believing it more reasonable for the captain and Yudi to share the bulk. But have we not all forgotten that we are not merely a team, but also friends? Moreover, Greta brought us recognition, while he provided robust data analysis, and Ife can even be considered our savior. Even the John brothers consistently charge to the front lines whenever danger arises. Each one of you is indispensable in this team. Chen Yu's gaze swept over his teammates, speaking with utmost sincerity. Furthermore, I've already discussed this matter with Yudi, and we both have no objections. What is there left to contest? Persuaded by Chen Yu's insistence, the group ultimately adhered to the previously agreed-upon distribution. Consequently, Chen Yu received nearly 28,000 credit points from this mission, while the others each garnered approximately 16,000 credit points, an impressive reward indeed. What are your plans for the next few days? With work concluded and rewards in hand, leisure and relaxation naturally beckoned. According to their original plan, they intended to return to F-77 Free Star via public transport ships after fulfilling this one-way mission, much like other mercenaries. However, Vladimir approached them voluntarily, suggesting that if they were willing to wait a few days until he completed the cargo transfer, they could return aboard the Buchanan brothers, which would be a convenient detour. Upon learning that delaying their departure by a few days could save each of them 500 credit points on their tickets, the group readily agreed. After all, the Buchanan brothers appeared far more reassuring than those public transport vessels. Thus, Chen Yu and his companions found themselves with a few extra days of vacation that we plan to explore U-59 Star thoroughly. I've heard the entertainment scene here is particularly vibrant, and I have yet to experience it. Indeed, we share that sentiment, echoed Ife, Greta, and the John brothers, all eager to broaden their horizons in the chaotic U-59 Star. Good, but do remember to prioritize safety. Should any danger arise, contact me immediately. Chen Yu cautioned earnestly that I wish to revisit the place where I once lived. Yudi spoke with a hint of nostalgia. I'll accompany you. Considering Yudi's relatively weak combat prowess, Chen Yu resolved to stay by his side. Is that truly all right? Yes, I have little else to occupy my time. With you as my free guide, I can gain a deeper understanding of your past. After saying this, Chen Yu turned to Wally, who had remained silent. Wally's presence felt almost negligible when he was not speaking, but Chen Yu would not overlook him. By the way, Wally, what are your plans for the next few days? I'll follow you. All right then. Chen Yu shrugged. Thus, accompanied by Yudi's guidance, Chen Yu and Wally ventured to the place where he once resided. Due to the harsh surface conditions of U-59 Star, suitable habitats are exceedingly scarce, making underground development the optimal choice for its inhabitants. Bawaro, an underground city, is also the place where Yudi once lived. The scale of this subterranean city is nearly 20 times that of its surface counterpart, with a maximum depth approaching 10,000 meters. Thanks to advanced technology, the geological structures here have been reinforced, transforming the originally high-temperature, high-pressure environment into one conducive to the survival of most intelligent life forms. Within this vast expanse, countless towering skyscrapers coexist with structures that hang downward like stalactites from above. The contrasting architectural styles of these vertical buildings create an oddly harmonious aesthetic, coupled with the myriad dazzling lights. The scenery often leaves first-time visitors entranced. This place is truly beautiful. Chen Yu exclaimed, captivated by the rare architectural style before him. Indeed, such underground cityscapes are quite uncommon, Yudi concurred. However, it doesn't appear quite as chaotic as you described. He noted, Captain, this is the entrance area, the most prosperous, clean, and secure part of the entire underground city. You must understand that U-59 attracts many alien tourists due to its thriving entertainment industry. And these entertainment venues are among the primary sources of income for the local armed factions. In order to avoid frightening away these benefactors, they naturally strive to maintain stability in the area. Even when armed factions clash, they will do their utmost to avoid engaging in combat here. Growing up in this environment, Yudi possesses an intimate knowledge of the city. Only by venturing deeper can one truly uncover its essence. Thus, Yudi, while narrating the scenery and history on either side, led Chen Yu and his companion further into the city's heart. Everywhere, graffiti laden with elements of violence and sensuality adorned the walls, while mysterious stains in the corners ignited the imagination. The scantily clad yet aged workers roamed the streets. Behind every facade of glamour lies a depth of darkness and filth that is hard to articulate. Yudi? Is that you, Yudi? A young air's worm approached them briskly, tentatively speaking as they turned a street corner. Chen Yu had already noticed this individual. However, the faint aura surrounding him posed no threat, so he dismissed it. As the figure crept closer, Chen Yu readied himself for action. But upon hearing the call, he hesitated. Who are you? Yudi asked with a hint of caution, aware that they were but a block away from his former residence, although he could not recall the person's identity. The fact that he knew Yudi's name raised suspicions that he might be from his previous gang, but if his presence were discovered by his former associates, it could spell trouble. Noticing Yudi's tense demeanor, Chen Yu prepared to intervene, confident in his ability to silence the stranger. I'm AMU. Don't you remember me? We attended the same school. AMU. Oh, AMU. I truly didn't recognize you. Yudi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled the classmate with whom he had once shared a good rapport. After his parents' tragic accident, he had ceased attending school. However, it was not entirely Yudi's fault. The smooth features of the air's worm made it nearly impossible for any visually reliant being to distinguish between individuals of their kind. Reuniting with an old acquaintance naturally led to much to discuss, so they found a restaurant-like establishment to share food and reminisce. AMU, it's been years since we last met. How did you recognize me? Yudi inquired, swallowing a mouthful of food. Hey buddy, you're underestimating your fame. Whirlwind Kid Yudi, who in this neighborhood doesn't know you? The first time you represented the Strong Lion Gang and won the spaceship racing competition. I recognized you. From that moment, you became my idol. Your captivating driving style was a visual feast. As AMU spoke, his unique vocalization, produced by vibrations in his abdomen, became particularly animated when discussing Yudi's skills. Even Val, usually composed, couldn't help but observe him more closely. It's a pity, though, that after your ship malfunctioned and you lost that race, I never heard from you again. MU's tone carried a hint of regret. People were saying that your failure brought tremendous losses to the Strong Lion Gang, and that you were quietly executed. Upon hearing MU's words, Yudi felt a jolt of realization. But seeing you safe before me, I knew those were merely rumors. So, what have you been up to all these years? Why haven't you returned to the spaceship racing scene? AMU's concerns seemed genuine, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from a desire to see Yudi or a longing for the unforgettable driving skills he once showcased. Yes, I did face severe repercussions from the gang for my failure, but they didn't execute me. Some unexpected events followed. Ultimately, I left the planet and began wandering as a freelance mercenary. Yudi offered a brief account of his past, then cautiously inquired, by the way, is the Strong Lion Gang still searching for me? The Strong Lion Gang? Haven't you heard? They were swallowed up by the Scorpion Syndicate long ago, and I've heard that your ship's malfunction wasn't an accident. The Scorpion Syndicate secretly bribed members of the Strong Lion Gang to sabotage your ship. AMU lowered his voice and shifted uneasily, wary of eavesdroppers. Not long after you lost, the Scorpion Syndicate allied with other factions to assault the Strong Lion Gang, and within a year, they were wiped out. After their demise, their territory was completely divided, and now this area is under Scorpion Syndicate control. Stunned by the news of the Strong Lion Gang's obliteration, Yudi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his memory, the gang had been a formidable force, controlling nearly a quarter of the underground city. Yet such power had crumbled under pressure within a year. He couldn't help but marvel at the chaotic nature of this world. While he harbored no strong feelings for the gang, He also bore no particular animosity, as his time with them had ensured he and his brother did not starve on the streets. The revelation that his defeat was due to the Scorpion Syndicate's machinations evoked little more than a resigned acceptance. Such betrayals were commonplace in the chaos of this world. Yudi, have you ever considered returning to the spaceship races? You know the chaotic zone is the perfect stage for you, that if you came back to compete, countless fans would cheer for you. No, I find my current life quite satisfactory. What is so great about being a mercenary? It is dangerous, arduous, and the pay isn't much. Perhaps you're unaware, but the prize money for spaceship races has soared to hundreds of thousands in recent years. AMU continued to urge Yudi to stay. Chen Yu felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Yudi might be swayed and they would lose an exceptionally skilled pilot. Yet, Yudi's next words warmed his heart that no, I still want to stay, while credits are appealing. I have encountered something far more precious, a group of trustworthy companions. Yudi spoke with utmost sincerity. Half an hour later, they departed the restaurant. After bidding farewell to AMU, Yudi led Chen Yu and Val toward the place where he once lived with his family. Returning to familiar ground, the old houses bore no remarkable qualities, save for the memories they held for Yudi. They came with excitement and left fulfilled, but unexpectedly, trouble awaited them on their way back. Whirlwind Kid Yudi, it's definitely you. A group of imposing black-skinned men blocked their path. One of them, glancing at his documents, looked pleasantly surprised. Yes, that's me, but I'm curious how you found me here. Oh, a boy named MU from the Airsworm provided the information. Just that piece of intel is worth 500 credits. Yudi sighed inwardly as the men advanced a few steps, effectively cornering Chen Yu and the others. What do you want? Seeing their hostile demeanor, Chen Yu stepped forward to shield Yudi and Val. While they seemed fierce, they appeared to be mere bullies preying on civilians. In Val's words, they were utterly inconsequential. Chen Yu could handle them with one hand tied behind his back. Hey, brother, don't be alarmed, we mean you no harm. On the contrary, we're here to help you get rich. The man who had spoken earlier suddenly broke into a grin. Get rich? Indeed. Our boss heard that the Whirlwind Kid has returned, so he specifically invited you to discuss the spaceship racing affairs. Spaceship racing? I'm sorry, but I have no intention of competing again. Yudi promptly rejected their offer. Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? Don't be ungrateful. Be quiet, fool. The boss has already instructed us that this gentleman is a distinguished guest and must be treated with respect. Mr. Yudi, please don't be hasty in your refusal. Our boss has promised that as long as you agree to represent the Scorpion Syndicate in the race, you will receive 100,000 credits each time you compete. Regardless of victory or defeat, we want to be as ruthless as the Strong Line Gang. One man played the role of the good cop while the other took the bad cop. They're acting rather clumsy. Thank you for your boss's generosity, but I regret to inform you that I still do not intend to compete. Despite the allure of the substantial reward, Yudi remained unmoved. Then there's no other option. Attack. With a resounding bang, in the blink of an eye, everyone except for the initial speaker collapsed to the ground, in the presence of Chen Yu, a celestial-level warrior. This group of insignificant thugs was utterly inconsequential. They were rendered unconscious before they could even utter a cry of despair. The lone survivor staggered backward in fear. Return and inform your boss to cease harassing Yudi. He will not participate in the competition on behalf of any faction, for he is now my team member. Chapter 41. Rescue, damn it. Why was I not there when this transpired? Yes, had I been present, I would have certainly shattered their teeth. Upon hearing the captain's recounting, John and Jacob lamented in unison, expressing their regret. The two fools were fortunate that the captain was by my side. Had it been the two of you, I shudder to think you would have resembled the pig-headed fools from days past. Despite feeling a warm glow from the concern of the John brothers, Yudi couldn't help but retort with his usual sarcasm. Curse you, you little runt. Quickly apprehend him. Don't let him escape. The trio resumed their playful bickering. However, Captain, do you truly believe that the local armed forces will let you off so easily? Aoife inquired with some unease. Oh, I owe a debt of gratitude to Vladimir. After the incident yesterday, I immediately escorted Yudi and Wally back to the warship. Subsequently, I relayed the entire sequence of events to him, fully prepared for the possibility of being cast off the ship. Yet, he urged me not to worry. It was merely a trivial matter he would resolve. As Chen Yu had surmised, many issues perceived as troublesome by them were, in the eyes of someone of Vladimir's stature, indeed trivial. Perhaps it was due to their own lack of justification, or perhaps out of concern for the Buchanan family's strength, which did not warrant a violent confrontation over Yudi alone, in any case. After Vladimir intervened, the Scorpion Society refrained from pursuing the matter further, and of course, for safety's sake, you all should remain aboard the warship for the next few days and avoid unnecessary outings. Yes, Captain. Logically, since the cargo had been successfully transferred, shouldn't the warship have set sail back to Freestar F-77 by morning? Why has there been no movement, even as night approaches? Indeed, I suddenly feel an ominous premonition, Jacob muttered. Silence, you fool. At times. Jacob exhibited an uncanny ability to foresee trouble, in the next moment. Their communicators crackled with Vladimir's urgent plea for help. We are under attack and need assistance. Quickly, the location is everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Yudi and Wali, stay behind. The rest of you prepare for battle and follow me. Chen Yu hesitated for but a moment before decisively acting. Judging by Vladimir's tone, they must be in dire straits. According to protocol, with the commission completed, Chen Yu's team was no longer under any obligation to assist Vladimir. They could easily refuse and forfeit their complimentary return ticket, opting instead for a public transport vessel back to Freestar F-77. However, as the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. All actions yield consequences. Thanks to Vladimir's previous overtures and assistance in resolving a significant issue, Chen Yu found it impossible to turn a blind eye to his plea for help. Everyone, remember, if the situation becomes untenable, prioritize your own safety. Certainly, in the balance between Vladimir's safety and that of his comrades, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. Upon arriving at the location indicated by Vladimir, Chen Yu and his team discovered what appeared to be a derelict factory. We have arrived. Where are you? You made it. Wonderful. We are trapped in a dilapidated building. I will send you our precise location now. There are far too many enemies surrounding us, and we cannot break free. Thankfully, Hassan is here, allowing us to hold out until now. Be cautious when you approach. Their firepower is fierce. Vladimir spoke rapidly, yet he did not exhibit the panic one might expect in such desperate circumstances. All right, we will come to your aid at once. Thank you. Though they communicated through a device, Chen Yu could discern Vladimir's sincerity in his voice. It was premature to express gratitude. He could do so once they were out of danger. With urgency, Chen Yu and his team hastened towards the precise location provided by Vladimir. As they drew near the derelict building, they could hear the sounds of violent explosions and chaotic shouting. Chen Yu observed that approximately 100 individuals were surrounding the structure. Their attire was disheveled, and their equipment varied. They were clearly not a regular army or professional mercenaries, but rather members of a local armed faction. Brothers, let us give it our all. Whoever is the first to rush in and eliminate the people inside will be handsomely rewarded by the boss. Chen Yu stealthily approached and overheard one of them speaking. The voice was somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was the Scorpion Society member who had harassed Yudi days prior. This burly man of mixed heritage repeatedly shouted into his communicator, but few dared to charge inside. They merely stood outside, firing into the building. The thugs were not foolish. Many had entered, yet none returned alive, losing contact within mere seconds. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, if it weren't for the suddenness of the attack. We could have brought in a few energy cannons to bombard the place. That would have solved everything. Indeed, I wonder what the Buchanan family did to incur such wrath, to warrant someone offering 500,000 credit points for their lives. Lower your voice, you imbecile. Is such talk appropriate? Through their dialogue, Chen Yu gleaned the situation's context, yet now was not the time for contemplation. As no one noticed their presence, he resolved to take immediate action. Attack! Upon hearing the command, Ife and the others quickly found cover and began firing at the group. In that moment, there was no room for mercy. Only decisive action prevailed. Any compassion shown to the enemy was an irresponsibility towards their own lives and the lives of their comrades. Ah, it's you. A member of the Scorpion Society recognized Chen Yu, yet it mattered not. He could no longer speak. Someone is ambushing us. Watch your backs. Compared to the Scorpion Society's lackeys, Chen Yu and his team were akin to tigers among sheep. Even the John brothers, who were generally relegated to mere cannon fodder, far surpassed these thugs in military prowess. Especially Chen Yu, who, empowered by his unique abilities, caused a Scorpion Society member to fall with every shot he fired. In mere moments, the enemies surrounding the building had all fallen to Ha. According to the captain, they are the ones who harassed Yudi. They are indeed rather weak. Yes, it's a shame the captain is too formidable. I didn't even get to enjoy myself before they were all gone. The Bull brothers resumed their antics. You too. Don't let your guard down. There are still plenty of them. Vladimir, do you hear me? This is Chen Yu. The enemies at the south entrance of the building have been cleared, and it is temporarily safe for you to attempt to exit from this side. Understood. Before long, they saw Hassan carrying the unconscious Mikhail rushing out of the building, followed closely by Vladimir and a few remaining subordinates. Thank you. The first words Vladimir uttered upon exiting were expressions of gratitude towards Chen Yu and his team. In that moment, he had shed his usual elegance, now covered in blood and grime. Chen Yu keenly noticed several dark, purple wounds on his body. The young man named AP, whom they had encountered several times, was missing his left hand, and despite rudimentary bandaging, blood continued to seep from the wound. Let us go. We can discuss this later. That it was not a suitable place to linger, and the group quickly retraced their steps along the escape route transmitted by Wally back to the warship. Though the Scorpion Society was numerous, they dared not pursue. All those who had the audacity to appear within Chen Yu's line of sight fell before his gunfire. Chapter 42. Dogs? Now, can someone tell me exactly what happened? At this moment, Chen Yu and his team had safely returned to the Buchanan brothers' ship, and upon boarding, Vladimir immediately granted piloting authority to Yudi, urging him to navigate the ship away from the chaos of U-59. With Yudi's extraordinary piloting skills and the Buchanan brothers' superior ship performance, even if the Scorpion Society mobilized their vessels, they would be unable to catch up. Well, there are some matters that, even without my mentioning, you have likely already discerned. Vladimir gazed thoughtfully at the still unconscious old Mikhail, pondering for a moment before speaking. He had regained his composure and, after the recent events, appeared even more composed, thanks to the advanced medical technology aboard the ship. His injuries had healed, and even AP's severed wrist had regenerated a new hand. Only the elder Mikhail remained unconscious, his frail body having reached a state of exhaustion, despite several applications of life-sustaining technology. It is said that the formidable lion civilization has long since conquered the enigma of eternal life. Yet this remains mere hearsay. Even if such a reality exists, it is certainly beyond the realm of their aspirations. Our current transaction is, in fact, a smuggling operation, though we have been aware of this for quite some time. Chen Yu nodded. You comprehend why this is merely a one-way transaction? Chen Yu paused, having not considered this question. The operational costs for a large warship like the Buchanan brothers are exorbitant, and, conventionally, it would be expected to return with a cargo to F-77 Freestar. This is the Buchanan Group's final smuggling operation. Without waiting for Chen Yu's response, Vladimir provided the answer himself. On that day, he then recounted, in detail, his conversation with the elder Mikhail following his failed rebellion at my uncle informed me that this would be his last smuggling venture, after which he resolved to abandon the Buchanan Group's smuggling activities entirely, entrusting all channels and networks to the successor appointed by that group, in order to ensure my safety in the light of day. He even covertly transferred a significant portion of his hard-earned wealth to them as a donation. Regrettably, all of this was merely my uncle's wishful thinking. That Vladimir's tone was remarkably calm, devoid of anger or sorrow. Yet his gaze deepened. Those individuals. My uncle was merely a dog in their service, and the entire Buchanan Group was nothing more than a doghouse granted to him. How could a dog negotiate terms with its master using the rewards bestowed upon it? A wry smile flickered at the corner of Vladimir's lips as he spoke. When a dog grows old and is no longer useful, another younger and more obedient dog will inevitably take its place. The subsequent events, as you all witnessed. After hearing Vladimir's words, Chen Yu and the others fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long while, Hassan approached Vladimir and softly said, "Young master, the master has awakened and wishes to see you." This was the first time Chen Yu heard Hassan speak, his voice as grave as his demeanor. The awakened elder Mikhail appeared to be in good spirits, yet was unable to vocalize. However, upon seeing him, Chen Yu felt a pang in his heart, involuntarily reminded of the term the twilight of life. Elder Mikhail summoned his nephew to his side, grasping his hand, gesturing to Hassan, first indicating Hassan, then himself, and finally pointing toward Vladimir. Hassan, who had served as Mikhail's close guard for decades, understood the elder's intent. "After my death, I hope you will protect my nephew as you have protected me." Hassan nodded immediately, without a hint of hesitation. His current standing was entirely due to the elder's guidance, and had he not encountered Mikhail, he might have perished amidst the chaos of U-59, feeling his nephew's trembling hands. The elder struggled to raise his other arm, gently patting him reminiscent of over 40 years ago at his father's funeral, attempting to dispel the turmoil and sorrow within him. Unfortunately, this time, the elder's attempt at solace only intensified Vladimir's grief. Suddenly, the elder grasped his nephew's arm tightly, his mouth moving as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. In his urgency, he raised his arm again to gesture, but it fell weakly before it could even reach the air. Mikhail's eyes remained open, filled with a multitude of emotions as he gazed at Vladimir in his final moments. Hassan understood, while Chen Yu and the others grasped it vaguely. Wally remained bewildered. The former Vladimir might not have comprehended, but the present Vladimir did. Even in his last moments, his uncle wished for him to relinquish his hatred, to depart F-77 Free Star with that untainted wealth, leaving this filthy and dark place for a land untouched by those individuals, to live peacefully in the light. Vladimir gently closed the elder's eyes, his lips pressed tightly together, silent. Such intense emotions are contagious. The other seemed to sense the profound sorrow within him and quietly exited the room. No one spoke. Even the usually playful brothers from the bull tribe lost their inclination to jest at that moment. 30 days later, they finally returned to F-77 Free Star. They parted ways. Chen Yu inquired of Vladimir, "What are your plans? Will you leave this planet?" Vladimir gazed at the brilliant dual sunsets above, remaining silent for a long while, before turning to Chen Yu with a reminder. "You should take care of yourself. Your incredible artillery firing abilities are best kept under wraps unless absolutely necessary. If you attract the attention of certain individuals, your fate may be far worse than ours." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping the implications of Vladimir's words. After Chen Yu and the others departed, Vladimir suddenly approached Hassan. "Hassan, can I trust you?" "Yes, young master." Since the passing of Elder Mikhail, Hassan had remained by Vladimir's side. Just as he once protected the elder, unwavering. "Very well. I have a task for you. You may refuse, as it is exceedingly dangerous, and you may not return alive. Please give your orders." Hassan did not hesitate for a moment. "All right, you go." After that day of parting, Chen Yu did not see Vladimir for a considerable time, nor did he receive any news. He initially thought Vladimir had left the planet in accordance with Mikhail's wishes. It was not until several months later, when Chen Yu stumbled upon a familiar commission among a pile sorted by Wally, that he discovered it was still for F-77 Free Star, with Vladimir listed as the contact. Frowning, Chen Yu sent him a message, asking why he had returned and continued engaging in smuggling. In response, Vladimir's words were as follows: "I have defied my uncle's wishes and have not left this planet. Perhaps I am simply a disobedient child. Moreover, not long ago, I enlisted Hassan's help to eliminate the successor sent by them to take over the smuggling operations, and I conveyed my willingness to continue managing the trade. Thus, I become one of their dogs. However, not all dogs are obedient. Some may bite their masters when cornered, and perhaps I am merely a wolf disguised as a dog." Chapter 43. The Bull Tribe Brothers Counterattack. On October 15, in the year 9990 of the Oasis calendar, under the radiant glow of two suns, the weather on F-77 Free Star remained as splendid as ever. Today, I finally repaid the 10,000 credit points owed to a Sikh. Principal and interest included. The sensation of being debt-free is simply exhilarating. It has been over 3 years since I departed from Milky Corporation and formed my mercenary squad. Throughout these 3 years, my mercenary career has flourished remarkably, with the squad gradually advancing from D rank to E rank, naturally leading to a substantial increase in income. That a significant portion of this comes from Vladimir, a reliable and stable client. Notably, under Vladimir's leadership, the Buchanan Group has grown increasingly robust, and he has successfully inherited Elder Mikhail's political legacy, gradually stepping into the political arena. Furthermore, within 3 months of assuming power, he personally led efforts to eradicate the armed forces of the Scorpion Society on U-59. All of this appears to follow the path laid by Mikhail, and I can only silently wish him good fortune. It has been nearly 7 years since I left Blue Star. I wonder when I will return to see it again. Perhaps when I do return, it will be the day humanity sheds its tribal identity. Chen Yu. Chen Yu. Just as Chen Yu began to envision a bright future, he was interrupted by Wally's incessant calls over the communication channel. Reluctantly, he closed the unnamed book, having finished reading the earlier content, while the latter part would be for him to compose. "All right, Wally, you may come in now. Let us begin swiftly." Today, Chen Yu felt particularly elated. 20 minutes later. "All right, the 5 simulated star battles for this month have concluded. Let us continue striving for improvement next month. Wally. Chen Yu cheerfully patted Wally on the shoulder. The 175th failure. This is simply unscientific. Wally did not respond to Chen Yu, merely repeating a single phrase incessantly. Just moments ago, the purple-haired boy had successfully collected his salary for the month, marking yet another 5 consecutive defeats during these moments. He would enter a trance-like state, as the core mechanisms within him rapidly heated due to the excessive calculations. Chen Yu shrugged, not overly concerned, as this scenario had unfolded dozens of times over the past 3 years. Each time Wally finished a simulated battle, he would temporarily fall into this self-imposed isolation, but would eventually return to his usual self after a while. Why are you the only one dining here today? Where have the others gone? As Chen Yu entered the dining hall, he found Greta sitting alone, quietly savoring her meal. Good evening, Captain. Yudi is likely still engaged in modifications aboard the warship. As for John, Jacob, and Ifei, they ventured out this morning, and since their return, they have remained in their quarters without a peep. Lady Elf truly embodies the longevity of her race. After 3 years, Greta still possesses the same youthful visage. In contrast, Chen Yu, with an unshaven jawline, appeared considerably more mature. Could it be that the 3 of them are holed up in their rooms, indulging in Starnet? Chen Yu mused that Yudi's behavior was unsurprising, ever since they acquired this warship over a year ago. He had completely abandoned Starnet, embracing a life of leisure. This vessel, a modified class armed starship produced over a millennium ago by the Riven civilization, stretches 8 kilometers in length and boasts an average width of 3 kilometers. Although it is an antique from the second-hand market, it still cost Chen Yu nearly 50,000 credit points. Had it not been for Yudi's incessant nagging, he could have settled SX debts long ago. Initially, all subsequent modification expenses were to be borne by Chen Yu, but Yudi insisted on taking that burden, saying, "It's merely a hobby of mine. Please indulge me." Eventually, succumbing to Yudi's persistence, Chen Yu reluctantly acquiesced. Following the upgrades, the warship had been revitalized, adorned with multiple layers of composite armor, significantly enhancing its resilience. The interior was also equipped with comfortable living quarters, allowing each member to customize their rooms to their liking. This was particularly welcomed by the Bull brothers, who were finally liberated from their cramped quarters, converted from a storage space. In addition, Yudi had invested heavily in outfitting the ship with an antimatter energy system and an advanced high-caliber cannon, the latter being strongly advocated by Chen Yu. Throughout the modification process, Yudi oversaw all hardware enhancements, while Wally provided software support. To say this warship now resembled a budget-class vessel would not be an exaggeration. Suddenly, a thunderous laughter erupted from outside. Boom! Ha! I did it! Chen Yu recognized Jacob's voice without needing to glance up. Boom! Ha! I succeeded! Another wave of laughter followed closely behind. What mischief were these brothers up to now? As John and Jacob approached the dining hall rapidly, Chen Yu quickly grasped the situation. You both have actually reached the stellar level. Their formidable presence was unmistakable, a clear indicator of stellar warriors, overwhelmed by shock. Chen Yu nearly choked on his food. Yes, Captain, we have indeed ascended to the stellar level. The Bull brothers' faces were radiant with joy, their smiles nearly reaching their eyes. How is this possible? We injected ourselves with intermediate gene enhancement serums. What? You actually injected that substance? Why didn't you consult me about such a significant decision? And where did you procure those intermediate gene serums? Chen Yu's initial astonishment morphed into anger, but a deeper concern lingered within him. Intermediate gene enhancement serums, while seemingly part of the same series as their primary counterparts, posed vastly different risks. The latter had minimal side effects, while the former carried a high risk of mutation. With a success rate of less than 10%, such reckless gambling with their lives infuriated Chen Yu. Captain, please don't be upset. We're perfectly fine. Besides, with our unique attributes, how could we be the unfortunate ones? The brothers attempted to lighten the mood, sensing Chen Yu's ire. Cut the nonsense and answer my questions honestly. Chen Yu's tone was grave, devoid of humor. After exchanging glances, Jacob finally braved the explanation. Over the past 3 years, during numerous missions, they often felt inadequate due to their weaker abilities, hindering their team. Although they knew no one blamed them, their pride would not allow this to continue. Thus, they pooled their credit points and, through Vladimir's connections, acquired 2 intermediate gene enhancement serums at a cost of 50,000 credit points each, with Vladimir selling them at cost without profit in the black market. Such serums could fetch prices soaring to 500,000 credit points, leaving the brothers indebted to Vladimir. Have you truly confirmed your bodies are free from issues? At this point, Chen Yu could only hope for the best regarding their health. Yes, we're completely fine. I've undergone multiple medical examinations. Jacob chimed in. Me too. I feel invigorated. They exchanged triumphant glances before turning their gaze back to Chen Yu, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Hey, Captain, it's been ages since we sparred. Shall we have a match today? Chapter 44. Metamorphosis. Boom. Cough, cough. I concede. Yes, I too shall abstain. The brothers lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and bewildered. Captain, admit it. Have you secretly used an intermediate gene enhancement serum? They were utterly perplexed. Their earlier confidence evaporated. Nearby, UDS laughter rang out unabashedly. Upon hearing John and Jacob proclaim their ascension to stellar warriors and challenge the captain, he had hastily set aside his work to witness the spectacle. And it did not disappoint. Greta, with a playful squint, stifled her laughter. No, I have not used such substances, but I do feel stronger than I did a few years ago. Chen Yu spoke the truth. He was indeed stronger than he had been years prior. Back then, although he had received certification as a comet-level warrior, it was merely through a stroke of luck with his abilities. His physical prowess had barely reached meteor level. Now, his physical capabilities matched those of a genuine comet-level warrior, and with the enhancement of his abilities, he stood out among his peers. Even Hassan, a satellite-level warrior, had confessed to feeling an inexplicable chill whenever he found himself within Chen Yu's line of sight, especially when Chen Yu wielded a firearm, as it felt like his life was entirely at the mercy of Chen Yu to D or not be disheartened. You have merely completed your gene enhancements and are yet to acclimate to your new physical capabilities. In due time, your strengths will surely increase. Observing the brothers' disappointment, Chen Yu quickly offered words of encouragement. Really? If the captain says so, it must be true. They perked up, brimming with renewed vigor. All right, let us challenge each other again in a few days. In terms of emotional resilience, no one could rival the Bull brothers. Moments ago, they were downcast. Yet in an instant, their spirits were lifted. By the way, what about Ife? She went out with you this morning. She wouldn't have also sought the intermediate gene enhancement, would she? A nagging feeling left Chen Yu uneasy as he scanned the room, but found no sign of Ife. Yes, she accompanied us to retrieve the intermediate gene enhancements. Oh no. Indeed, Ife. Even the usually slow-witted Jacob and John grasped the implications of Chen Yu's words, prompting a rush of concern among the group. They hastily made their way to Ife's quarters upon arrival. They were met with a dilemma. The communication channel yielded no response, and their calls were met with silence. Greta, anxious, suggested, "Why don't we just break down the door?" "I can manage that," Wally chimed in. Typically unnoticed. "Oh, that would be splendid. Please, open the door for us." With no time to lose, Wally promptly summoned a virtual interface and began operating it with dizzying speed. Among the crowd, only Chen Yu understood that Wally's actions were merely a ruse. He could open the door in the blink of an eye. Thanks to his core processing speed, date, only Chen Yu was privy to Wally's true identity. In but a breath, Ife's room door swung open. "Ife, where is she?" The air is humid, with vines entwined everywhere. Ife has transformed her room into a rainforest environment. Although the setting is somewhat intricate, the room is small enough that a mere turn of the head reveals the entire scene within. Aside from the bizarre assortment of plants, Greta and the others could not find any trace of Ife in the room. Chen Yu gazed in a particular direction, his eyes narrowing. After utilizing his abilities, he discerned clues that others overlooked. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, yet he chose to remain silent. Could she have left the room? No, that cannot be. At present, no signs of activity have been reported from any areas within the ship. Wally's voice, devoid of inflection, broke the silence. Despite Wally's infrequent speech and low presence among the group, no one ever doubted the veracity of his words. Could it be that she transformed into something after a failed enhancement? "Silence! Shut your mouth, you fool!" Jacob was abruptly interrupted by the collective anger of the group. My apologies. Let's hurry and search. In their urgency, the group cast aside their reprimands towards the thoughtless Jacob and began scouring the room, leaving no corner unexamined. "Nothing. I don't see anything here either." "Over here." Just as Jacob opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him, triggering an instinctive reaction. Yet he was still a beat too slow. With a heavy thud, Jacob found himself face down on the ground. "Hey, how dare you curse me? Is that Ife?" Greta's eyes widened in surprise as she cautiously probed. Yes, it's definitely me. As her voice fell, a segment of vine that had been clinging to the wall began to slowly twist and approach the group. What is this? Faced with Ifei's appearance, the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Although they could still discern the outline of her human form, from any angle she resembled the surrounding flora, which explained why they had failed to find her earlier. Oh, wait a moment, I haven't quite adjusted yet. After a few breaths, Ife gradually reverted from a mass of vines to her original form, having already donned her clothing in the interim. Phew, you scared me. I genuinely thought you'd failed the enhancement and turned into a monster. Jacob, just getting to his feet, forgot to filter his words. There's a killing intent. I didn't say anything. The towering 4-meter man stealthily hid behind Chen Yu, revealing a considerable part of his body. Ife, what was that just now? Camouflage, this is my new ability. Just like many creatures in nature, my skin can mimic the surrounding environment. What do you think? Doesn't it look incredibly lifelike? Ife, restored to her normal appearance, explained with a smile. Indeed, it's indistinguishable. Greta transformed into an enthusiastic fan, nodding vigorously that so, your body doesn't feel anything unusual? In Chen Yu's eyes, while Ifei's vital weaknesses remained unchanged and her physiological structure had not undergone significant alteration, he still felt a twinge of concern. Oh, I do. What? The group felt a sudden tension. I've noticed that I've become even more beautiful. The group fell into silence, but upon her remark, Chen Yu and the others immediately recognized that Ife indeed radiated a heightened allure compared to before. Her figure hadn't changed much, yet she exuded an intoxicating aura, a primal instinct that stirred a thirst within. I mustn't look too long. Chen Yu turned away, noticing that aside from Wally, who remained unaffected, even Greta's cheeks had begun to flush, her breath quickening. Damn it, she's alluring to both genders. Can you control this aura of yours? Hee, Captain, are you developing feelings for me? Ife teased, slowly retracting the aura back into her being. The group collectively exhaled in relief. It seems you have indeed succeeded in your enhancement. However, I'm curious about the extent of your current abilities. Chapter 45. Greta's Heritage. Why am I unable to feel joy despite having attained the rank of Comet-level warrior? Jacob lamented, somewhat dejected that I too. Perhaps it's because we are still the weakest members of the squad. John expressed his candid thoughts, tinged with disappointment. Sigh, the captain is stronger than us, and Ife is nearing satellite level. Even Greta could easily overpower us. The Bull brothers leaned against each other, displaying a resigned demeanor. Tisich, two fools, Yudi murmured quietly. Chen Yu shook his head in exasperation, ignoring the duo, and turned to Wally. Wally, which mission should we pursue next? With 4 Comet-level warriors in his team, many high-paying commissions have been actively seeking consultation after he updated the team's status. I've already filtered and organized the options. I'll send them to you now. Wally's efficiency remained as high as ever. Chen Yu couldn't help but smile at the astonishing quotes that accompanied the missions. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Even the impractical fantasies deep within him now appeared to hold a glimmer of hope for realization. Just as he was lost in this pleasant reverie, Greta delivered some unfortunate news. Captain, I may need to temporarily leave the team. What? Chen Yu was taken aback, as were the Bull brothers, who abandoned their gloom to approach. Ife, who shared a close bond with Greta, clung tightly to her side, seemingly fearful that she might flee. Why the sudden desire to leave? Have we done something wrong? Chen Yu was puzzled. Why would Greta want to depart when they had all enjoyed such a harmonious relationship over the years? No, it's just that I received news from home, and they want me to return for a while. Years had passed, yet Greta's demeanor remained unchanged. She still blushed when nervous, reminiscent of their first meeting. Oh, I see. But you seem troubled. Has something happened at home? The group collectively sighed in relief. Yet Chen Yu keenly detected a hint of something amiss in Greta's gaze. Beyond her worry, there lay a sense of disdain and fear. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Whatever it is, just share it. We will help you. Ife gently patted Greta's back, speaking in soothing tones. In truth, they are merely my nominal family, and they have never regarded me as one of their own. Gazing into the concerned eyes of those around her and reflecting on the experiences of the past few years, Greta finally unlocked the shackles of her heart and began to reveal her origins. It turned out that Greta was not born in the Milky Way. Her mother hailed from the distant homeworld of the elves, Elfame, where she gave birth to her. Greta's mother had once held a prominent position within the elven civilization. and her noble lineage afforded her a status of high esteem. However, in a subsequent political struggle, she fell victim to a calculated ploy by her adversaries. After her opponent ascended to power, Greta's mother faced ruthless retribution. Allies who had once been cordial severed ties, and even her own family completely abandoned her. In a bid to escape the persecution from her enemies, she had no choice but to flee her homeland, ultimately arriving in the relatively obscure Milky Way. There, Greta experienced a brief yet blissful period. However, that joy was short-lived. Her mother began to deteriorate rapidly for reasons unknown, aging prematurely and exhausting her life force in just a few years. In her final moments, Greta's mother entrusted her to a pair of mixed-blood elven servants, who became her nominal adoptive parents. It must be said that Greta's mother had poor judgment shortly after her death. The middle-aged couple revealed their true colors. They took advantage of Greta's youth, employing deceit and intimidation to seize the substantial inheritance her mother had left her. Thus, Greta lost her lofty status as a young lady and descended into the mundane, living even worse than children from ordinary families. Despite the household employing several servants, the couple still forced her to perform household chores under the guise of training her life skills, and whenever they were displeased, they resorted to verbal abuse. It was precisely due to growing up in such an environment that Greta developed her timid and weak character. As Greta matured, her beauty flourished, naturally attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, as a pure-blooded elf, Greta possessed remarkable talent and successfully enrolled in the Warrior Academy, momentarily escaping the couple's control. Yet even so, they did not relent in their pursuit, due to the prolonged lifespan of the elves. Greta, who is already in her 20s, still falls under the category of childhood, and that couple remains her legal guardians. In an attempt to extract the last vestiges of value from Greta, they surreptitiously arranged a marriage contract with a minor noble from the Rayan civilization without her knowledge. By the time Greta became aware of this arrangement, it was already too late. She had attempted to nullify the contract through the laws of the Galactic Alliance. Unfortunately, while these laws might hold some sway over ordinary citizens of the Rayan civilization, they proved utterly impotent against a noble from that realm. This is why, after her graduation, Greta chose to conceal her abilities and ventured thousands of light years away to secretly join a lowly mercenary team. The message from that couple informed her that they had used her mother's belongings as leverage to command her return. Those relics of her mother were of utmost significance to Greta, and even though she knew that traps and ambushes awaited her, she felt compelled to return. "Greta, I will accompany you back." When Aoife heard this, compassion welled up within her. The two brothers from the Bull tribe, too, flared their nostrils in rage. "I will go with you." "Me too," echoed Yudi and the others in unison. "We will all accompany you back," Chen Yu declared with unwavering resolve that Greta's words evoked a shadow from the depths of his memory. Should anyone dare to treat him in such a manner, he would ensure they paid a price, regardless of their identity. Amidst the fervor of the group, only Wally remained his usual calm self. Yet no one paid him heed, for he had always been this way. "You all, there is no need for such gestures. This is merely my personal affair." Greta's voice trembled slightly. "No, this is not just your affair. Have you forgotten, Greta? We are all your friends." Chen Yu stated with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, we are all friends," came various voices in agreement. This time, Wally joined the rhythm of the group, yet he remained perplexed within. What exactly did friends signify? With a resolution made, the task in hand could be cast aside. "Yudi, set sail. Let us go and seek justice for her." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 46. Myrstar is located on the metric arm. In a distant position from F-77 Freestar, separated by the vast expanse of the galactic core, with a distance of several tens of thousands of light years, due to the absence of direct stargates between the two locations. Chen Yu and his companions had to make several detours through 3 free stars, spending months to arrive here. Myrstar belongs to the elf civilization. However, as the home planet of the elves is not within the galactic system, Myrstar essentially serves as an exclave. Moreover, its remote location leads many elves to perceive Myrstar as a backwater. This is also why Greta's mother chose to settle here, on this planet. Pure-blooded elves are exceedingly rare, with most inhabitants being of mixed heritage, including Cindy, an ordinary girl standing before Chen Yu and his companions. "Greta, now that you have distanced yourself from here, you should not return. You must understand, if they discover your return, escaping will become exceedingly difficult. They will undoubtedly force you into marriage with that prominent Rayan individual." Cindy expressed her concern, gazing at her childhood friend. The strength of the Rayan civilization is well known. Likewise, the reputation of Rayan males for their romantic pursuits is equally renowned. To marry a minor noble from the Rayan civilization is a dream cherished by countless alien women across the universe. However, the Rayan people place great emphasis on the purity of bloodlines, making it nearly impossible for a foreign spouse to attain an equal status within Rayan families. Knowing her friend's character well, Cindy understood that if Greta were to marry that Rayan noble, her future would be shrouded in gloom. Yes, Cindy, I am aware of this. However, I have my reasons for returning. The current Greta was far from the timid girl she once was. In this moment, she radiated determination. No, you do not understand. While they remain unaware, you must leave here at once. Do not worry, Cindy. I am not alone in this endeavor. Look, I am surrounded by a group of trustworthy companions. Greta replied, turning to her teammates, as if to affirm Greta's words. Chen Yu and the others displayed warm smiles, while the Bull brothers flexed their robust muscles to exhibit their strength. Unfortunately, they seemed to forget how fearsome their appearance was. Their exaggerated gestures not only failed to endear them to Cindy, but instead frightened the young girl, prompting her to make a hasty exit. Goodbye, Cindy, oblivious Jacob called out, causing the girl to stumble, hastily steadying herself as she quickened her pace to depart. She seems odd, leaving in such a hurry. The group fell into silence, choosing not to engage with him. After this brief interlude, Chen Yu and his companions activated their portable flight devices and swiftly headed towards Greta's home. Guided by her, since Meyer Star is a territory of the elf civilization, their warships could not land directly on its surface without permission. Thus, Yudi remained aboard the ship while the others followed Greta home. The ecological environment of Meyer Star was exceptionally pleasant, with verdant plants and remarkably fresh air. The scenery here is beautiful, though the sunlight is rather blinding, Aoife remarked, despite her fondness for natural settings, finding the luminosity of Meyer Star overwhelming. Indeed, we elves relish the sensation of sunlight on our skin. The brighter the environment, the more comfortable we feel. The choice of Meyer Star as a territory was precisely because of its ample sunlight, closely resembling the environment of the elf civilization's home planet, requiring only minor modifications to make it habitable for elves, Greta explained with a smile. Wow, what a stunning lake, Jacob exclaimed. The lake lay nestled between two mountains, its calm surface reflecting the beautiful hues of the sky, serene and profound, evoking tranquility. It's beautiful. It? Just ahead lies my former home. Greta gazed at the tranquil lake, a hint of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Oh, is your home in the nearby town? Jacob pointed towards the distant settlement. What I mean is that entire area ahead is my home. Greta's expression turned peculiar, as if she wished to say something but was at a loss for words. Wait a moment. Are you implying that the entire complex of buildings ahead belongs to you? Chen Yu questioned, realization dawning upon him, his tone filled with astonishment. Yes, including this lake, my mother acquired everything within a 5-kilometer radius. We can simply enter. I still retain access here. My heavens, your mother must have been extraordinarily wealthy. A lakeside estate, effortlessly purchased by her mother after leaving her home planet. One could scarcely fathom how affluent she had been at her peak. Perhaps, but none of this belongs to me anymore. Greta's tone was tinged with melancholy. I must give those two scoundrels a taste of retribution, Jacob declared indignantly. When the group finally arrived at the entrance to Greta's home, they discovered over 100 people neatly attired, awaiting their arrival. Upon inquiry, they learned that the couple had already been informed of Greta's return through the estate security system and had dispatched servants to greet her. Miss, the master and mistress are awaiting you in the reception room. A butler, impeccably polite yet devoid of any respect, bowed his head. Humph. Greta scoffed coldly, leading her companions toward the reception room. After my mother's passing, that couple quickly dismissed all the servants who had attended us and replaced them with their own. Greta explained to those beside her, her voice not particularly loud, but certainly audible enough for the leading butler to hear. Showing no intent to disguise her sentiments, she gestured towards a 3-tiered treehouse supported by 3 massive trunks. Moreover, when my mother was alive, our home was far smaller. That treehouse was where my mother and I truly resided. We elves not only cherish sunlight, but also have a profound affinity for nature, and residing in tree houses is part of our tradition. The surrounding structures were built by that couple for their own residence. Upon Greta's remarks, the group noticed the distinct architectural styles within the estate. One style resembled tree houses, harmoniously blending with the beauty of nature, while the other was characterized by a modern, technological aesthetic, appearing somewhat out of place, as if attempting to mimic wooden structures yet failing miserably, resulting in a rather jarring effect. The former appears somewhat dilapidated, seemingly due to a lack of maintenance, while the latter is evidently well kept, with windows sparkling clean and nearly devoid of dust. Ah, my dear Greta, where have you been all these years? Why have you not kept in touch with the family? Do you realize how worried we have been? If something were to happen to you, how could we explain it to your deceased mother? Just as Chen Yu and the others enter the reception room, they spotted a middle-aged woman, adorned in extravagant jewelry and possessing a corpulent figure, hastily approaching Greta. Strangely, despite her seemingly heartfelt words, there was a disconcerting lack of emotional fluctuation in her voice, as if she were reciting a pre-written speech. Only adding a hint of sobbing at the end. Greta furrowed her brow, attempting to evade the woman's embrace. Chen Yu stepped forward swiftly, acting as a steadfast shield, firmly positioning himself in front of Greta. Halt! Chapter 47. The Jack couple. Who are you? Mrs. Jack glared at Chen Yu, her dissatisfaction evident as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, her pockmarked face devoid of the earlier emotional display. Chen Yu's first impression of her was one of bulkiness, a sentiment that lingered. Her fingers, thick as radishes, were adorned with several ill-fitting rings, each set with gemstones the size of pigeon eggs, casting an overwhelmingly blinding light in the bright sun, making it difficult for Chen Yu to open his eyes. It remains a mystery why, across many civilizations, including humanity, a vast majority of female beings seem to have an affinity for such crystalline minerals. He could never comprehend why these gems, despite their translucent beauty and dazzling luster, do not emit light on their own, apart from a few that can be utilized as energy storage materials. The rest are merely worthless stones. Greta is now a member of our mercenary squad, and I am her captain. That if you have matters to discuss, direct them to me. Chen Yu replied coldly, narrowing his eyes. He was already aware of the specifics from Greta, and thus had no intention of being cordial with the rotund woman before him. Captain? What captain? She has never mentioned anything to me. Step aside. You blocking my way. I want to see my dear daughter. Mrs. Jack attempted to shove the obstructive man aside. You'd best keep your distance. Speaking here is sufficient. Should you advance further, a 1T hold back. Chen Yu furrowed his brow and took a step back, yet remained steadfast as a rock cliff. His retreat was not due to Mrs. Jack's pushing, but rather to avoid the spittle that flew from her mouth as she spoke. Although Mrs. Jack was of half-elf descent, it was clear that the elven genes had not graced her with beauty. Instead, her rotund and coarse appearance inadvertently reminded Chen Yu of a character from a classic novel. Do you know who you are speaking to? This is my home, and I shall do as I please. And you, bring me some help to throw them out. With a commanding voice, Mrs. Jack summoned a group of robust servants who seemed to have been lurking nearby, ready to assist. This is clearly Greta's inheritance left by her mother. How dare you claim it as your own? Chen Yu's posture shifted, lowering his center of gravity, preparing for confrontation. John and Jacob, standing behind him, stepped forward, aligning themselves alongside their captain, shielding Greta and Ife behind them. The brothers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. As is well known, the Bull clan is known for their combative nature. Since their ascension to celestial-level warriors, they had yet to showcase their prowess and were eager to demonstrate their strength. Moreover, after being thoroughly bested by Chen Yu and Ife recently, they were keen to vent their frustrations. While the servants were physically impressive, their capabilities paled in comparison to the battle-hardened presence of Chen Yu and his companions. The unique aura emanating from the trio, indicative of celestial-level warriors, coupled with John and Jacob's towering stature of nearly 4 meters, intimidated the group, causing them to hesitate. Nonetheless, with the master having spoken, they felt compelled to act. Wait, everyone stand down at this critical moment. Harlan Jack, who had been standing behind his wife, finally spoke up, recognizing the ferocity of Chen Yu and his companions. It was evident to any onlooker that this group was not to be trifled with. Yet only Mrs. Jack remained oblivious, continuing her tirade, in stark contrast to his wife. Harlan Jack stood tall at over 3 meters, with a slender build, appearing to be a hybrid of elf and giraffe lineage. He inherited the refined features of the elves, his gentle and elegant visage suggesting he was not a malevolent character, which may explain why Greta's mother had been misled. Chen Yu, he addressed coldly. Mr. Chen Yu, Let us address you as such for now. Harlan surveyed Greta, who was hiding behind the group, before turning his warm smile towards Chen Yu. First, I must express my gratitude for your care of Greta over the past years. Secondly, though I'm uncertain about the nature of her relationship with you all, one thing I must clarify is that, according to Greta's mother's will, my wife and I remain her legal guardians. Therefore, Mr. Chen Yu, this is a family matter, an outsider should refrain from meddling. As he concluded, Harlan glanced over at Greta. That fleeting glance, though seemingly innocuous, caused the fierce girl to flinch. Retreating closer to Ife, the terror in her eyes revealed that this man had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on her childhood. A family matter? You dare to claim it as such? After your mother's passing, you both have unscrupulously devoured her inheritance, and now you wish to marry her off to a stranger. Such a heinous act is simply unheard of. Although one should ideally refrain from striking those who smile, there are exceptions. Faced with this shameless scoundrel, if not for Greta's purpose in this visit, Chen Yu would have relished the opportunity to make him see the stars in broad daylight. Nonsense! What inheritance have we devoured? That is a blatant slander. Harlan Jack remained unfazed by Chen Yu's accusations, but his wife could no longer contain herself and began to stomp her feet. How dare you? Greta, we raised you with such care, and instead of gratitude, you choose to malign us. No, that's not right. You wouldn't do that. It must be this wild boy leading you astray. Try to use your name to seize your inheritance. Yes, that must be it. The moment I laid eyes on him, I sensed his vile nature. Mrs. Jack's behavior resembled that of a rural woman Chen Yu had encountered in a past life. First feigning tears, then engaging in nonsensical accusations, culminating in a classic ad hominem attack. Often, if one cannot articulate their thoughts, it is better to remain silent. Being a mere background figure is preferable to causing chaos. Especially at this moment, as the final phrase of vile bastard escaped her lips, Harlan's expression shifted abruptly, his mind racing with dread. Silence. He hastily attempted to shush his wife, but it was already too late. Ahem, is the term vile bastard truly derogatory? A voice suddenly emerged from the far end of the room, followed by a light, airy retort. Chapter 48. The confrontation. Ahem, is the term vile bastard truly derogatory? Before Chen Yu and his companions could react, another voice preempted them. They turned to see a well-dressed, middle-aged man, his handsome features and distinguished demeanor suggesting a lineage of mixed elf and giraffe descent. Even as he reclined against the sofa, his posture exuded an air of nonchalance. Having traversed the stars for years, Chen Yu had developed an eye for such nuances. Beside this man stood four burly guards. Chen Yu and his companions had noticed these individuals upon entering the reception room, primarily due to their distinctive aura that made it nearly impossible to overlook them. My apologies, Mr. Gray. My wife merely misspoke in her moment of excitement. She meant no offense, and hopes you can forgive her, Harlan Jack said, bowing deeply in apology to the man on the sofa. Standing over 3 meters tall, he bent so low that his head nearly grazed the floor. Had it not been for the elven civilization's strict laws against divorce, he would have eagerly kicked this foolish woman aside. That's so. Gray chuckled lightly, not bothering to glance at Harlan, but casting a brief glance at Chen Yu before redirecting his full attention to Greta. He observed while gently nodding, mumbling something under his breath, his expression suggesting a critique of Greta's appearance and demeanor, devoid of any semblance of respect. Yes, of course. It must be. Why are you still hesitating? Apologize to Mr. Green at once. Harlan, hunched over, sank even lower. Yes, indeed. I merely misspoke moments ago. I absolutely meant no offense. Mrs. Jack, belatedly realizing her mistake, turned pale and repeatedly apologized. Very well, in consideration of that beautiful young lady. I shall overlook your unintentional slight against me. Just as the Jack couple prepared to take a breath, the middle-aged man's next words jolted their hearts anew. However, given the current circumstances, the agreement we initially made will not encounter any unforeseen issues. Will it? Gray tilted his head slightly, finally gazing directly at the couple before him. The Jacks stood stiffly, while Gray remained comfortably seated on the sofa, exuding an air of condescension. Indeed, there will certainly be no unexpected occurrences. Our documentation holds legal weight. If you remain uneasy, you may take Greta with you today. Nonsense. No one shall take Greta from us today. Chen Yu's furious reprimand ignited his anger. The couple's casual treatment of Greta as a mere commodity enraged him. Unleashing the formidable aura of a comet-level warrior, Mrs. Jack, standing closest, turned pale and trembled visibly under the onslaught of Chen Yu's overwhelming presence. Do you have a different opinion? Gray rose from the sofa, an equally impressive aura emanating from him. Not only that, but the four guards standing beside him also released their own formidable energies, each of them comet-level warriors. The tension in the room escalated, the invisible forces colliding fiercely. That I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to know. In any case, I declare here today that no one shall take Greta from us. Chen Yu stood his ground. The captain is right. None of you can take her. Indeed, if you wish to forcibly take Greta, you must first contend with my fists. The Bull brothers flexed their robust muscles in solidarity. Ignorant and arrogant. Gray snapped his fingers, and the four guards lunged at Chen Yu and his companions. Point 3 engaged Chen Yu and the two brothers, while one sprinted toward Greta. Just as he reached for her, a swift leg struck him away. Hey, you dare to touch my little treasure. You must be tired of living. Fei, delicate in appearance, exuded strength that rivaled Chen Yu's. Oh, how intriguing. I did not notice such a striking beauty among this rabble. The radiant Fei, akin to a thorny rose, ignited Gray's desire for conquest. Just as he prepared to take action, Chen Yu intercepted him. Where do you think you're going? Perhaps I should entertain you instead. Having swiftly dispatched his original opponent, Chen Yu turned his attention to the evidently strongest Gray. Well, if it's you, I might consider it. Gray raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Thus began their back-and-forth combat. As they fought, the guards previously knocked down by Fei and Chen Yu regained their footing and converged on her. It is said that two fists cannot contend with four hands. While Fei was undoubtedly stronger than either of the guards, facing both simultaneously proved challenging. Chen Yu was entangled with the formidable Gray. While John and Jacob were, as usual, on the receiving end of blows, in a critical moment, Greta intervened, confronting one of the guards. Utilizing her remarkable bloodline talent, she, despite possessing only star-falling level strength, held her ground in the fray. What are you all waiting for? Go help. Harlan Jack, who had stealthily hidden with his wife, suddenly commanded his nearby subordinates to assist as to whom they would aid. It was evident, being a renowned wealthy man. Harlan had employed several formidable bodyguards within the estate, including a few star-falling level fighters. With these reinforcements, Fei found herself compelled to divide her attention, making an easy victory elusive to, my vase and my precious items. Those damned rascals, Mrs. Jack lamented, still mourning the destruction of her possessions. Oh, you not see the chaos. How can you still care about such trivialities? Harlan was utterly speechless, exhausted by his wife's foolishness. What do you know? These items cost me a fortune. The other ladies praised my discernment. Mrs. Jack sprang up, disregarding the situation to voice her grievances. Bang! A dull thud resounded as a piece of furniture, flying from an unknown origin, struck Mrs. Jack, causing her to faint without surprise. Be careful, Harlan's warning came too late. Yet his first instinct was not to check on his wife's well-being, but rather to relish the sudden silence that enveloped him. Chapter 49. Extrasensory Perception. I am curious. What is the other half of your bloodline? Gray casually deflected Chen Yu's punch, aimed at his vital points while posing the question, his demeanor relaxed and untroubled, clearly retaining energy. While I cannot comprehend your words, I can assure you that I am a pure-blooded human. Furthermore, do not get distracted while fighting. Chen Yu replied, his attacks relentless as he targeted Gray's vulnerabilities. Yet all were effortlessly evaded. Human, I have not heard of such a civilization. Gray recalled, unable to remember any mention of it. Chen Yu, naturally, refrained from elaborating on the matter. Both were engaged in battle, and currently, humanity found itself in a humiliating subjugation, a truth difficult to voice. Hey, not going to speak? Noticing Chen Yu's dismissal of his inquiry, Gray appeared somewhat displeased, intensifying his own actions in mere moments. Chen Yu found himself on the receiving end of multiple blows from Gray. Despite both being comet-level fighters with Lion-Elven bloodlines, Gray was evidently far superior to the earlier adversary, Sulla. Time and again, Chen Yu's punches, delivered from the most cunning angles, were deftly avoided by Gray, as if, I anticipated all your attacks. You can't possibly think that. Observing the astonishment in Chen Yu's eyes, Gray chuckled with delight. Now, I genuinely believe your earlier statement. You seem utterly oblivious to the formidable sixth sense of the lion, indicating you have not inherited their exceptional bloodline. Chen Yu was well aware of the so-called sixth sense, extrasensory perception, commonly referred to as the sixth sense, is a subconscious state of self-prediction beyond human sensory perception. Possessing a prophetic quality, the formation of this ability remains undetermined. Some propose it arises from the brain's reception of information overlooked at a conscious level during the transmission of brainwave signals, resulting in a subconscious feedback mechanism. Others argue it is a microphysical phenomenon of five-dimensional space-time. Many consider it a form of superpower that, in truth, Chen Yu possessed this ability as well, manifesting solely when he operated ship cannons, exemplified by his shooting intuition. Since you and I are not of the same kind, I have no interest in continuing this game with you. Gray's demeanor shifted from relaxed to resolute. Suddenly, the pressure on Chen Yu intensified. He could not fathom why Gray exhibited such peculiar behavior. Reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Sulla, it seemed that all who bore lion blood possessed an unusual temperament. Perhaps his earlier restraint stemmed from assuming Chen Yu was merely another mixed blood with lion lineage. Chen Yu had indeed guessed part of the truth. Within the circles of lion civilization, a peculiar hierarchy existed. Pure-blooded lion were undoubtedly at the pinnacle, viewing all other races as inferior. Among these, the mixed-blooded bastards held a slightly different status. While pure-blooded lions scorned them, they simultaneously regarded these mixed bloods as somewhat superior to other races, akin to the distinction between a house dog and a wild dog. Ironically, many bastards took pride in their partial lion blood, looking down upon all races other than lion. Certainly, just as Mrs. Jack had previously spoken without restraint, the sentiments of other races towards the bastards are steeped in disdain. Suddenly, Chen Yu was caught off guard and sent hurtling by a powerful punch from Gray, crashing violently against the wall. Although both were of comic class, Gray's martial prowess evidently surpassed Chen Yu's by a considerable margin. Coupled with Gray's sixth sense, Chen Yu found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Damn, this guy hits hard. Before Chen Yu could rise, he was struck again by a fierce kick that sent him sprawling, colliding with numerous pieces of furniture before finally regaining his footing. Coughing, he clutched his chest, struggling to stand, only to see a shoe sole heading directly for his face. Crossing his arms in front of him, he hoped to minimize the damage, but the anticipated blow never arrived. With a thud, his legs buckled as, at the crucial moment, Ife successfully intervened to shield her captain from the strike. How intriguing! Gray advanced once more, unrelenting against this thorny rose, his blows even more vicious than before. However, he was not alone in facing this challenge. Greta joined Ife, and together, their synchronized efforts began to turn the tide against Gray. Truly a band of fools. While Gray defended against their attacks, he assessed the battlefield. Aside from his two subordinates, still entangled with the Bull brothers, the remaining two and Harlan's men lay incapacitated on the ground. Seizing the moment, Chen Yu stood up despite his injuries and joined the fray. In such circumstances, he had no intention of continuing a one-on-one battle with Gray. As for the notion of overwhelming the foe with sheer numbers, that was utterly sensible. To neglect the advantage of numbers would be sheer folly. It must be said, Gray was indeed formidable. Or to be more precise, the sixth sense was an absurdly potent ability in combat. Even when besieged by nearly 3 comic-class warriors, Gray appeared somewhat beleaguered, yet managed to evade most of the heavy blows. Sustaining only a few minor injuries, with a sweeping kick, Greta propelled Gray backward, allowing him to leap away to safety. Stop, no more, Gray gasped, realizing further combat would not bode well for him, thus deciding to pause. Yet, Chen Yu and the others had no intention of granting him such reprieve. They would strike while he was vulnerable. The expression on Gray's face shifted drastically, losing the composure he had moments before. 15 minutes later, the reception room lay in disarray from the fierce skirmish. Gray and his 4 companions, along with the Jack couple, sat subdued on the floor, their limbs restrained by electronic cuffs, while Mrs. Jack had been silenced with a rag stuffed in her mouth. Chen Yu and his group propped up a slightly damaged sofa, settling down opposite Gray and his companions. Aside from John and Jacob, who bore some bruises, the rest appeared relatively unscathed. Notably, Gray's group looked even worse off than the Bull brothers. Greta had already utilized her authority to disable the estate's alarm system, ensuring no official forces from Myerstar would intervene, granting them ample time to converse with their adversaries. Hey, no matter how you pressure me, it's futile, for I am merely a steward of the Rurik family, incapable of making decisions. A light chuckle seemed to aggravate his injury, causing Gray to grunt in pain. What? You're just a steward. Chapter 50. Becoming outlaws? Chen Yu and his companions were taken aback, having assumed they had captured the mastermind. only to discover he lacked the authority to annul Greta's odious engagement. Of course, how could a mere steward like me have the authority to decide for the noble lion family? Were it not for her pure elven bloodline, how could my master have struck a deal with those two greedy fools? My presence here is merely to inspect the goods on behalf of my master. Watch your words. Next time, it won't just be a slap. Ife's tone was icy, deeply displeased by Gray's objectification of Greta. Ah, how spicy. Nevertheless, I maintain my stance. You cannot alter that young lady's fate. Be chosen by a noble of lion civilization is a blessing. She should feel honored. Thud. Ife could no longer endure his words, and struck him unconscious. The thought of killing him crossed her mind, but his identity was complex, and she preferred not to be hunted down, forced to wander the stars, seeing Gray knocked out by the fierce woman. Harlan Jack cowered behind his wife, terrified of attracting the attention of these ruthless individuals. What do we do now? Greta appeared somewhat despondent due to Gray's words. First, let us gather your belongings, and we can discuss the next steps once we leave here. Chen Yu resolved to take it one step at a time. All right, I'll go pack up. Not so fast. Before that, you forgot something. Ife suddenly grabbed Greta, pointing towards the cowering Jack couple in the corner. The group encircled Greta, slowly approaching the terrified couple an hour later. Captain, where do we go next? Chen Yu's group had returned to their vessel, and Yudi inquired about the upcoming plans, although Greta had retrieved her mother's heirlooms. The matter of her engagement remained unresolved, and the situation had become exceedingly precarious, placing them openly against the lion aristocrat. Honestly, I have no clear plan. How about we pretend nothing happened and return directly to F-77 Free Star? Chen Yu proposed a seemingly reckless idea. My heavens. Captain, are you mad? That is a noble of lion civilization, with his influence. I fear even if we return safely to F-77 Free Star, we would struggle to leave again. Yudi's incredulous expression revealed his inability to comprehend his captain's disdain for the power of lion civilization. In no way do lion folks operate with such arrogance. Don't they fear the Galactic Alliance's laws? Chen Yu's face was one of defiance. Captain, Yudi is correct. We might even be captured by the Alliance's officials and handed over to that noble to do as he pleases. Therefore, we cannot return. Ife echoed Yudi's sentiments, and even John and Jacob nodded in agreement. Of the mighty lion civilization, the combined forces of the Galactic Alliance were but slightly larger insects, easily crushed with minimal effort. The Galactic Alliance would be too busy currying favor to offend such a behemoth over a few insignificant lives. As for the laws of the Galactic Alliance, they only hold weight when the lion civilization is willing to negotiate. When they choose to engage in force, those laws become mere AI or .s. Oh, what do you propose? Are we to drift aimlessly through the stars? Chen Yu shrugged, expressing his own helplessness. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I've implicated everyone. Greta's eyes reddened, her voice choked. Greta, I didn't mean to blame you. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears, Chen Yu panicked, having never consoled a girl before in 2 lifetimes. He had always regarded women as being far more emotional than rational, affecting his objective analysis of situations, and thus he had always maintained a respectful distance, embodying the archetype of a Sigma male. My dear little treasure, do not mind this scoundrel. No man is worth your tears. What does it matter to wander the stars? We could simply turn to piracy. With our skills, we could thrive. Ife shot Chen Yu a fierce glare before tightly embracing Greta. Yes, indeed. Piracy sounds splendid. Had I known we would tread this path, I should have just snapped that couple's necks earlier to avenge Greta. The Bruised Bull brothers shouted loudly, their reckless nature evident even before joining the crew. I am on board. Yudi had no objections to the idea of becoming outlaws, as he could still pilot the ship with ease. Seeing everyone agreeing with Ife's proposal, Chen Yu resigned himself to the inevitable. After all, he was already aboard this pirate ship, and disembarking was out of the question. Moreover, he found it difficult to part ways with his companions, and the hope of liberating humanity from its subjugated status could only be buried deep within his heart. Since you all agree, then, just as Chen Yu was about to finalize the decision, he was interrupted by Wally, who had rarely contributed to the conversation. Actually, we still have another option. The purple-haired boy's succinct statement instantly captured everyone's attention. Wally, typically understated and methodical in his actions, never missed a beat when he spoke. If he suggested an alternative, it was certain there was merit to it. Hurry, Wally, the crowd urged. Greta, is there a fruit-like object among the heirlooms your mother left you? Wally turned to Greta, inquiring earnestly, I think so. Is this what you're referring to? Greta hesitated, then produced a fruit-sized object from her bosom. This fruit held profound significance for Greta. She recalled her mother often playing with it during her childhood, jokingly telling her to cherish it as it was a family heirloom. That time, Greta had thought her mother's words were merely playful banter. Firstly, the fruit appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary energy fluctuations. Secondly, her mother's casual demeanor did not suggest the value she purported. Nevertheless, due to the myriad beautiful memories associated with the fruit, Greta had kept it close after retrieving her mother's belongings. Now, Wally's solemn attitude made her realize that perhaps her mother had not been lying, and the fruit might indeed be a family treasure. Yes, this is a token. Chapter 51. The token of the Shivana family. A token. Not only Greta but also the others were intrigued. Indeed, to be precise, this is a token of the Shivana family. Shivana. A flicker of confusion crossed Greta's eyes as she struggled to recall something. Why mother's full name was Eleni Shivana, but it seems she never specifically spoke to me about her family. Her mother had refrained from discussing such matters, partly due to Greta's tender age at the time, and partly out of concern that revealing these truths might invite past troubles. Unexpectedly, her mother had passed away under mysterious circumstances. Of course, the Jack couple was likely aware of these matters, yet they had no standing to disclose them to Greta. The Shivana family was among the ancient lineage of the elf civilization, and if my analysis is correct, the fruit in Greta's possession is indeed a token of the Shivana family. So, are you implying that Greta is actually the heir of the Shivana family? She could leverage this token to seek aid from her family and resolve this grave predicament. Ife's eyes brightened, believing she understood Wally's implication. Greta, cradling the fruit, mirrored her anticipation that no, this token is insufficient to mobilize the Shivana family's influence. Wally countered firmly. Upon hearing this, Ife's smile faltered, yet she quickly recognized Wally's point. Had the token wielded such power, Greta's mother would not have been compelled to flee to this remote galaxy. Then what do you mean by all this? Ife, witnessing Greta's flickering hope diminish, struggled to contain her frustration. Although Wally was just a child, Ife would not hesitate to reprimand him if he crossed a line. With this Shivana family token, one can journey to the sacred grounds of Elfheim to undertake trials. Wally continued, disregarding Ife's ire as though he were a machine devoid of emotion. Those who successfully complete the trials will ascend to become true nobility within the elf civilization, earning the respect of countless elf beings. This is an ironclad rule that has been upheld since the inception of the elf civilization, superseding current elf laws. Wally, are you saying that if Greta successfully completes the trials, she will instantly become a noble of the elf civilization, holding a prestigious status within it? If that is the case, then our current troubles would hardly be troubles at all, correct? Jacob, rarely insightful, chimed in. The elf civilization was immensely powerful, albeit not on par with the lion civilization. Nonetheless, its overall strength would undoubtedly rank in the second tier among the known civilizations of the universe. Should Greta indeed pass the trials and become a noble, the earlier marriage contract would naturally lose its binding force. After all, that minor noble from the lion civilization could not represent the entirety of it. Indeed, that is the solution I propose, Wally affirmed with a nod. Wait a moment, based on your description, these trials must be quite challenging, right? Could there be any danger involved? Chen Yu interjected, furrowing his brow. Yes, according to my data, the likelihood of success in the trials is quite low, and there are indeed certain dangers during the process. Then how can we proceed? If it's so perilous, we might as well become space bandits. Ife immediately objected. No, I want to give it a try. Greta's voice rang out, crisp yet resolute. This is not acceptable. Greta, Ife, this is my own decision. The opportunity is right in front of me. How can I simply choose to forego it? Greta interrupted Ife, her seriousness palpable. Speaking of danger, isn't being a space bandit fraught with peril as well? Furthermore, I wish to see the elf homeworld, to witness the place where my mother once lived. Very well, I cannot argue with you. Ife relented, somewhat exasperated. So, where do we go now? Yudi inquired uncertainly. Where else could we go? Let's accompany Greta to Elfheim. By the way, I am also quite curious about the home planet of the elf civilization. Chen Yu, as the captain decisively stated. Thus, the warship carrying Chen Yu and his companions, after departing from Meyer Star, did not return to Freestar F-77, but instead altered course towards Freestar F-08, one of the major transportation hubs in the galaxy, where large stargates to other star systems were established. By the way, Wally, why have you been so proactive today, even proposing a solution? Chen Yu inquired curiously during the voyage. Did I do something wrong? Wally tilted his head, appearing puzzled that no, you did splendidly. Keep it up. Chen Yu encouraged with a broad smile, though he felt an oddity about Wally's demeanor today. The violet-haired boy remained silent, a flicker of electricity glimmering in his eyes. After a few hours of travel, Gray had freed himself from his restraints and resumed his seat on the sofa, even taking a moment to tidy his appearance. Before him, the Jack couple stood nervously. Now, you two, tell me honestly, what is that girl's true identity? Gray did not inquire about Chen Yu and the others, knowing the entry records at the Meyer Stargate could be checked later. Instead, he asked the question that truly concerned him. Mr. Gray, I am not quite sure what you are referring to. Harlan feigned ignorance, while Mrs. Jack, equally bewildered, genuinely did not comprehend Gray's meaning to Gray chuckled lightly, and like a gust of wind, Harlan immediately collapsed to the floor. Harlan, Mrs. Jack instinctively shielded her husband despite her confusion. Have you forgotten that I too possess elf blood? A girl of elf lineage, yet merely through her innate talent, has achieved comet level. I am well aware of the implications. Gray loomed over Harlan, who writhed on the ground in despair. It is Shavannah. That girl is a direct descendant of the Shavannah family. Under Gray's formidable pressure, Harlan, as if a bamboo tube spilling beans, divulged the origins and background of Greta and her mother. Hey, so she's from the Shavannah family. I seem to have struck gold. The young master will surely forgive my previous shortcomings upon learning this. Gray suddenly laughed with delight. Let us go back now. We must promptly inform the young master. Oh, and take these two along as well. Half an hour later, the warship carrying Gray and his entourage was halted by the official fleet of Meyer Star, claiming that 2 citizens of Meyer Star had gone missing and requested their ship to stop for inspection. TCH, since when does a mere remote satellite of the elf civilization dare to obstruct us? Show our family emblem, and if they still refuse to let us pass, we shall simply charge through. A collision did not occur. Upon the display of the Lyric family's insignia, the Meyer Star official fleet promptly cleared a path, apologizing for their earlier oversight and expressing respect for the Lyric family. Coincidentally, the direction Gray and his companions were heading was also towards Freestar F08. However, by the time they arrived, Chen Yu and his companions had already passed through the large stargate of the Elvish civilization and had completely departed from the Milky Way. As for Gray and his group, they returned to the Rurik family through the side stargate of the Lion civilization's Sacred Tree. Chapter 52, Star Maps and Time Nodu Star, located on the outskirts of the third spiral arm of the Elvish system, is one of the gateway stars established by the Elvish civilization, situated approximately several hundred million light-years from the Milky Way. The Elvish system is roughly 2 to 3 times the size of the Milky Way, with a diameter of about 300,000 to 400,000 light-years, nearly all of which consists of planets belonging to the Elvish civilization, thus giving the system its name as a classic single-star system planet. Nodu Star has been rendered habitable after modification, with its internal environment strikingly similar to that of the former Meyer Star. The intense illumination compelled Chen Yu and his companions to don combat goggles while traversing this planet. Chen Yu's expression was far from pleasant, not due to the sun's rays, but because he was on the brink of financial ruin. No, to be precise, he should have been bankrupt long ago, just a short while ago. Their group, in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, had rushed to Freestar F08, only to be astonished to discover that the toll to the Elvish homeworld Stargate was a staggering 30,000 credit points. Among them, some were burdened with debts, some needed to modify their warships, and 3 had spent lavishly on mid-level genetic enhancement potions. After pooling their resources, they managed to gather just over 10,000 credit points. Fortunately, Greta did not possess the bad habit of squandering money, so this exorbitant toll was ultimately paid by this little wealthy lady. This series of events stemmed from my insistence, and since I had urged you all to journey to the Elvish homeworld, it was only fitting that I cover this expense. Chen Yu recalled that the young girl had seemingly said something along those lines. As for Wally, during the money collection process, he had remained silent, and naturally, the others overlooked him. Even if someone had thought of him, who would dare to ask a child for money? If matters had ended there, the situation might not have become overly awkward. However, upon arrival, they realized they had been overly optimistic. The prices here were exorbitantly high. If one were to view the known universe as a nation, then the Lion civilization would be akin to its capital city. The elvish civilization, positioned in the second tier, could be likened to a provincial capital, while the Milky Way would merely resemble a small town or perhaps even a village. The prices here might seem reasonable to the elvish people. But for Chen Yu and his companions who hail from the remote Milky Way, it felt as though living in Chang'an was no simple feat. That my heavens, this star map is prohibitively expensive, costing a full 5,000 credit points. The price tag beneath the star map was even more blinding to Chen Yu than the sunlight above. Having arrived in the elvish system, the original Milky Way star map was no longer applicable, necessitating the purchase of a new one. Indeed, the cost was staggering. Yet without it, they would find themselves utterly stranded. Yudi and the others shared a sense of helplessness. A star map? I happen to have a better, more comprehensive one that encompasses the vast majority of known space. Wally spoke up, an unusual occurrence. Oh, what? That's fantastic, the group exclaimed in surprise, immediately cheering. The price is 3,000 credit points. You actually expect us to pay? The crowd gasped. Yes, it's quite cheap, is it not? Furthermore, mine is the latest and most complete version. According to my analysis, I am offering it to you at a significantly lower price than a market rate. You should be thanking me. Wally stated matter-of-factly. Logically speaking, that may be true, but aren't we partners? In my homeland, their essay saying, discussing money harms relationships. Chen Yu felt he'd been quite explicit. However, the violet-haired boy remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at him directly. How infuriating. Does he actually know the latter half of that phrase? With a change of expression, Chen Yu ultimately complied and traded Wally 3,000 credit points. It must be said, the star map Wally provided was indeed remarkably detailed, even indicating which star domains were covered by the star network. By the way, I seldom see you spending. What is a, child need so many credit points for? Chen Yu still felt somewhat aggrieved. The violet-haired boy, Wally, feigned ignorance, turning away decisively. How vexing. How did I not notice before that this little mechanical being is such a miser? Chen Yu silently ground his teeth. However, it was reassuring that this would be a one-time investment. They wouldn't need to change star maps again regardless of where they traveled. That was the only consolation he could muster. Afterward, the group procured some daily necessities and prepared to pass through the Stargate here, heading directly to the Elvish civilization's homeworld, Elvish Heim. Of course, before doing so, there was one essential task that needed to be addressed. A necessity following every interstellar voyage. Time calibration. As is well known. According to the theory of relativity, in the absence of gravitational influence, time slows down for objects in high-speed motion. This is due to the time dilation effect experienced by moving objects relative to stationary observers. To put it plainly, prolonged space travel causes Chen Yu and his companions to experience time at a slower rate compared to those living on the planet. Has it truly reached the year 9991 of the Oasis calendar? Second month? Gazing at the updated time, Chen Yu was taken aback. He expected that merely passing through a Stargate could result in several months of time passing, although this journey had indeed taken longer than usual. It should not have been this extreme. In Chen Yu's current situation, space travel was certainly a contributing factor, but the greater issue lay with regional disparities. Speaking of which, it is necessary to mention the unrivaled hegemon of this era. The Lion civilization that ate the beginning of this epoch after defeating the Zeta race. The Lion civilization solidified its status as a dominant civilization. Its influence naturally spread throughout the universe, and certain regulations set by them have been revered by countless intelligent races. Among these, the most far-reaching impacts include measurements, star maps, and monetary systems. Time and distance, of course, fall under measurements. The Lion people use their own time as a standard and radiate outward from their homeworld, the original star of the Lion civilization. Unfortunately, the scale of the universe is simply too vast, and the speed of information transmission cannot exceed that of light, even with the existence of Stargate relay stations that strive to minimize these discrepancies. There remains a significant time difference the farther one is from the Lion civilization. Moreover, due to cosmic expansion and gravitational field differences, this variance tends to grow over time. For instance, the time difference between the Elvish civilization and the Lion civilization may only be a few days. However, due to its remote location, the Milky Way experiences a time difference of several months. Even farther regions may see differences of years, and in some corners inaccessible by stargates, disparities of hundreds or even thousands of years may occur. Truly echoing the phrase from Chen Yu's textbooks in his previous life, one may not know of the Han, regardless of Wei or Jin. Therefore, to mitigate such occurrences, the Lion civilization recalibrates time every 10,000 Lion standard years. It must be said, the Lion civilization excels in this regard. It is precisely due to this unified system of measurement that interstellar civilization has significantly advanced, creating the current spectacle of interstellar prosperity. Regardless, on the second month of the year 9991 of the Oasis calendar, a warship carrying Chen Yu and his companions officially set course for Elvishheim. Chapter 53. Elvishheim, located on the inner side of the second spiral arm of the Elvish system, serves as the home world of the entire Elvish civilization, as well as an eternal sanctuary in the hearts of countless Elvish people. This planet orbits in a classic single-star system as the second planet, accompanied by 4 other planets. Unfortunately, the other 4 sibling planets are either gas giants or possess excessively large orbits that render them inhospitable to life. Therefore, after entering interstellar civilization, the Elvish people constructed 4 astonishing artificial satellites around their home world to accommodate their kin. Of course, having evolved to a level 3 civilization, the Elvish people have nearly encompassed the entire Elvish system, discovering tens of thousands of habitable planets with environments akin to their homeworld, and have even begun to expand their developmental strides into other star systems. Thus, for the Elvish people today, Elvishheim represents not only a political and cultural center, but also a profound spiritual symbol, truly breathtaking. Chen Yu gazed in awe at the 4 massive artificial satellites, sincerely expressing his admiration. Had he not been forewarned, he would have mistaken these 4 satellites for natural moons, never imagining they were products of advanced technology born from nothing. Indeed, the Elvish people are remarkable. Ifi and the others echoed similar sentiments. Greta, standing nearby, suddenly felt a surge of pride. Even though her impressions of this homeworld had faded, the sense of national pride was not easily extinguished, while still some distance from Elvishheim. They received a comm unique from the Elvishheim Space Defense Fleet. Halt, please submit your visitor information. Elfheim, as the heart of the entire Elven civilization, is governed by an exceptionally stringent system of scrutiny and defense. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and his companions promptly submitted their pre-prepared entry materials. The Savannah family, the Sacred Land Trial? Hasn't the Sacred Land Festival just concluded 2 years ago? It won't open again for nearly 3 years. Could there be a mistake? The young examiner pondered with a hint of confusion as he perused the information in his hands. The sacred land of Elfheim only opens once every 5 years, drawing countless elves back to their mother planet to partake in the festivities. This festival lasts for half a month and is the most vibrant period in Elfheim, surpassing even the excitement of political elections within the Elven civilization. Akin to the Spring Festival in China. While the authenticity of the documents posed no issue, he decided to relay this information to his superior, an elderly Elven examiner. Savannah, Sacred Land Trial, Greta Savannah. DeLong Kaguna fell into contemplation upon seeing Greta's likeness in the documents. Could she be the child of Eleni? I wonder how that woman will react upon hearing this news. It seems Elfheim is about to experience a resurgence of activity. Elves enjoy a lengthy lifespan, often surpassing 1,000 years without the aid of life extension procedures. Although DeLong appeared youthful, he had lived for centuries. As a member of the Elven nobility, he was well acquainted with events from decades past. Routine inspection. If all is in order, let them pass. Understood, sir. Minutes later, Chen Yu and his comrades' warship resumed its journey, advancing towards Elfheim at a steady pace. Despite being merely an Alpha-class vessel, it had been modified by Yudi to nearly match the capabilities of a Beta-class ship. Yet, in the eyes of the elves, it remained classified as a negligible threat, posing no significant security risk. After all, the vicinity of Elfheim was guarded by hundreds of warships of various sizes, including 9 Gamma-class strategic vessels. In a state of emergency, Elfheim could summon thousands of warships within half an hour via its stargates. Moreover, the 4 massive artificial satellites surrounding Elfheim were not merely for habitation. They could transform into colossal space fortresses when necessary. Such formidable military strength is the foundation of Elfheim's confidence. Days later, Chen Yu and his crew finally docked at one of the artificial satellites. Wendini, as it was named, translates to water in Elvish. The other 3 satellites were named Salamander of Fire, Sylph of Wind, and Gnome of Earth, symbolically corresponding to the 4 planets. As Chen Yu and his party traversed the satellite city, Greta proved to be the most suitable guide. Though it was her first visit, she was well acquainted with the fundamental information about her home planet. We elves hold nature in high esteem. Even after entering the interstellar age tens of thousands of years ago, we still cherish this natural architectural style. As she spoke, she gestured towards the surrounding structures. Rather than a city, Chen Yu felt as though they were wandering through a lush forest. Towering trees, some reaching hundreds of meters, were interspersed with countless wooden dwellings perched among the branches. Various flying vehicles flitted between the boughs, showcasing a harmonious blend of modern technology and nature that captivated Chen Yu. Before long, they arrived at the transportation station, where they would board a specialized transport ship to reach the surface of Elfame. Their warship would remain docked at the Wendini satellite, as was customary, with docking fees to be paid. Such a clear distinction. Chen Yu marveled as he gazed out the porthole. Elfame is a planet tidally locked to its central star. Tidal locking refers to a specific gravitational relationship between two celestial bodies, synchronizing the rotation period of the smaller body with the revolution period of the larger one. In this state, one side of the smaller body always faces the larger, resulting in perpetual daylight on one hemisphere and eternal night on the other. A familiar example is the relationship between Earth and the Moon, where one side of the Moon perpetually faces Earth, rendering the far side invisible to humanity. In Elfame, the sunlit side experiences average temperatures soaring to 100 degrees Celsius, barren and desolate, with nearly no flowing liquid water. Conversely, the dark side endures temperatures plummeting to sub-zero extremes. Only near the twilight line is there a distinctly verdant band of vegetation. Thus, as they sat in the spaceship, they beheld a striking spectacle, the green belt marking the boundary, with the sunlit side resembling a peeled, boiled egg, while the shadowed side appeared ominously dark, with certain areas seemingly covered in mold. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yu was astonished to discover that the mold was, in fact, towering icebergs. Half an hour later, the ship landed in a city along the twilight line. As the hatch opened, Jacob eagerly leaped outside. Chapter 54. The elder priest, "Ha, you fool! You'll fall flat on your face." John laughed heartily at his foolish brother, only to trip and fall himself as he stepped through the hatch. Laughter is a fickle friend. As Jacob rose, he couldn't help but revel in his brother's clumsiness. Wow, the gravity here is surprisingly strong. Having witnessed the antics of the two brothers, Chen Yu and the others proceeded with caution. However, despite their mental preparation, their movements were still somewhat awkward. Indeed, the gravity on Elfame is greater than that of the planets we previously visited. Greta explained gently, hopping a couple of times. Her demeanor was relaxed, seemingly unaffected. Chen Yu immediately consulted some data and discovered the specifics. Elfame's radius is approximately 1.5 times that of Earth, yet its mass is over 4 times greater, resulting in gravity nearly double that of Earth. Previously, while aboard the ship, Chen Yu had sensed some unusual bodily sensations, attributing it to the ship's descent. Only now did he realize it was due to the planet's gravitational pull. Though the gravity was indeed heavier, Chen Yu was no ordinary individual. As a comet-class warrior, his physical prowess was exceptional, allowing him to adapt swiftly. Greta required no adjustment. Ife acclimated even faster than Chen Yu. Yudi, though not a warrior and lacking the physical attributes of the others, managed to cope given his smaller stature. As for Wally, he seemed to face no challenges at all. Conversely, John and Jacob, despite being comet-class warriors, struggled the most due to their height and weight. It took them a while to adjust. Perhaps it is this gravitational environment that contributes to the elves' overall superior physical capabilities compared to other intelligent races. Where to now? The priest hall. The priest hall. Chen Yu mused over the term. In this era of interstellar civilization, such an evidently archaic term laden with religious connotations was quite rare. Yes, according to protocol. We must first visit the priest hall to locate the priest, present our family token, and have him preside over this sacred land trial. Greta, unsure of the specifics of the so-called sacred land trial, merely recited what she had read. Thus, following the map's guidance, they proceeded directly to the priest hall. A trial. You say you are here for a trial? The elderly elven priest appeared utterly astonished, doubting his hearing due to his age. Yes, this is my family's token. See, is there a problem? Greta questioned timidly. Indeed, it truly is the token of the Savannah family. Just as Oxendana reached out to take the fruit-shaped token, he recognized it as authentic without a doubt. While the average person might overlook it, for him, a priest who had received complete inheritance, the faint and unique aura emanating from the fruit was unmistakable. He returned the fruit to Greta's hands. scrutinizing her carefully before slowly speaking. But his words left the young girl somewhat perplexed. Child, have you recently experienced some sort of stimulus? Or perhaps you quarreled with your family, which prompted you to secretly bring this token and come here, claiming you wish to undergo a trial? If not, then why, in a perfectly fine state, would you suddenly wish for death? The old priest suddenly admonished sternly. Hey, old man, do you know how to speak? Who wants to die? Jacob, whose temper was volatile, interjected before Greta could respond. Be careful. Chen Yu's expression changed, and he hurriedly warned, but it was too late. A vague shadow flashed by, and Jacob, towering at 4 meters and robust in form, shot out like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters away. Had it not been for the spaciousness of the priest's hall, he might have been thrown out the door. What are you doing? Stop it. Chen Yu rushed to intercept the enraged John, fearing he might meet the same fate as Jacob. Meanwhile, the agile Ife had already reached Jacob's side, helping him up and gesturing to Chen Yu and the others that Jacob was merely dazed from the fall and physically unharmed. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. From the moment he entered the priest hall, Chen Yu sensed something was amiss. Outside the grand and imposing priest hall, numerous guards stood, yet none were present beside the esteemed priest, a strikingly unusual phenomenon that seemed highly illogical. Either those guards were prohibited from entering the hall, or the priest's own strength was so formidable that they were deemed unnecessary. Instinctively, Chen Yu employed his abilities, only to discover the disheartening truth. His omnipotent power had failed him, and he could not discern the priest's weaknesses. The only explanation for this was that, in the current environment, he utterly lacked the capacity to inflict harm upon the priest. It was worth noting that even the satellite-level Hassan was visible to him. So the old priest before him was likely a superpower who had achieved planetary level solely through his own abilities. Additionally, while Chen Yu was utilizing his powers, the old priest had cast a fleeting glance his way. A mere glance that sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to retract his abilities. The disparity in strength was too great. It was best to remain inconspicuous. Chen Yu understood the priest's formidable prowess. Yet the others were unaware. Thus, the forthright Jacob inevitably faced consequences for his actions that my Lord Priest, my companions did not intend any offense. I implore your forgiveness, Greta interjected, placing herself before the old priest. Furthermore, I am fully aware of the dangers of the trial. However, I have my reasons for coming here. Greta then recounted her experiences to the old priest, her expression filled with grievance. Oh, it is. The old priest replied, a hint of disdain evident in his tone towards the so-called lame people. Child, I regret your experiences, but given your current situation, I truly cannot intervene in this matter directly. Thus, it appears you must indeed complete the trial to gain the protection of the entire elven civilization and avert this impending disaster. However, I must caution you, the trial is fraught with peril. Thank you for your concern, my Lord Priest. Nevertheless, I have already prepared myself for this, Greta asserted resolutely. In that case, let us set forth. Set forth? Indeed, we must journey to Silatina. Your trial must be conducted in the Grand Priest's Hall there. Moreover, I cannot make this decision alone. I must summon other priests to witness. Chapter 55. Silatina. Situated at the equator of Elvenheim, is also the epicenter of the Twilight Zone. This city has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, serving as the cradle of elven civilization and an eternal sacred site in the hearts of the elves. The trees are the city's most defining feature, not merely for their abundance, but for the sheer magnitude of the trees within this city. Towering ancient trees reach skyward, a hyperbolic depiction that mirrors the reality of these colossal trunks. That it is under the protection of these giants that the early elven civilization gradually flourished, ultimately becoming an undeniable presence in the universe. Unlike the priest halls in other cities, the Grand Priest Hall in Silatina is not built amidst the grove of giant trees, nor even within the verdant Twilight Zone. Instead, it is constructed in a desolate area. Over 1,000 kilometers away from the city center, the ground is scorching and the heat is oppressive. This is the sole sensation Chen Yu currently experiences. Today marks the second day since their arrival in Silatina. At this moment, he, along with Greta, Ifei, and the 2 brothers from the Bull clan, are trudging under the blazing sun across ground temperatures soaring to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius that he knows that as they advance. The surface temperature will only rise, and even clad in the most advanced combat gear, they cannot fully shield themselves from this sweltering heat. However, having set out, they can only press onward. The story begins half an hour prior. The old priest, named Og Sindana, led them to the edge of Silatina and instructed Greta that she must not use any form of transportation and must walk from here to the Grand Priest Hall on foot. He and the other priests would await her arrival there. Only upon Greta's genuine arrival at the Grand Priest Hall and the submission of the token would they commence the formal trial. After delivering these words, the old priest departed without a backward glance. According to the map, the Grand Priest Hall lies over 1,000 kilometers away, firmly situated in the sweltering tropics. During their journey to Silatina, the group had conducted some research. Elvenheim, being tidally locked to its central star, perpetually basks in sunlight. Consequently, the sunlit hemisphere's day side, particularly near the twilight line, experiences the lowest temperatures and is deemed the most habitable area. If they ventured towards the center of the day side, the sun's elevation in the sky would increase, transitioning from slanting rays to direct exposure, along with a corresponding rise in temperature. Upon reaching the center of the day side, the star would occupy the apex of the sky, marking this region as the hottest on the planet, with temperatures potentially soaring to several hundred degrees or even higher. Additionally, tidal locking causes fluid materials to be displaced to the side facing away from the sun due to the centrifugal force of the planet's rotation, resulting in reduced atmospheric pressure in the day side. Liquid water would only exist near the twilight line, and the convergence of hot and cold winds would generate violent storms. Faced with such extreme conditions, the group naturally felt uneasy about Greta traversing to the Grand Priest Hall alone. Thus, disregarding Greta's protests, Chen Yu and the others resolved to accompany her to the Grand Priest Hall, while the physically weaker Yudi and Wali remained in Silatina. "This dreadful place is unbearably hot," Jacob grumbled, already irritated by the sweltering environment after less than an hour of walking. "If you can't stand it, just go back. Otherwise, spare us your complaints," Ife retorted coldly. Jacob's lips moved, but no words emerged. His expression, however, clearly conveyed his displeasure. Ife noticed, but chose not to waste energy reprimanding the fool, knowing there was still a long way ahead. Just as they were en route to the Grand Priest Hall, Silatina quietly buzzed with activity. In a bar-like establishment, a group of individuals gathered, joyfully drinking and chatting. "You're a bit late today." "Yes, I was delayed by some matters. But guess what I heard today?" Navi quirked an eyebrow, speaking mysteriously. One friend raised his glass, taking a sip, eagerly prompting a response. "Can you believe someone is preparing to undergo a trial?" "A trial? What trial?" As Navi's friend continued drinking, he responded indistinctly, seemingly failing to grasp the gravity of Navi's revelation. "What else could it be? It's the legendary sacred trial," Navi exclaimed dramatically. "What? The sacred trial? Is someone actually daring to undertake the sacred trial now?" Navi's incredulity was palpable as he wiped off the drink that had splattered all over him. Yet he was pleased with his friend's reaction, recalling his own shock upon hearing the news. "Quickly, tell us everything. Who is so reckless as to undertake the sacred trial?" His friend's exclamations drew the attention of many around them, prompting them to urge Navi to continue. "Hey, you all know I work on the periphery of the priest hall." Today, seeing the interest he had piqued, Navi chuckled with delight before recounting his experiences from earlier that day. "So, I ended up with quite a lengthy holiday. My goodness. I can't believe that in this day and age, there's still those unafraid to face the sacred trial. Who knows how long it has been since the last sacred trial? I am but a mere 150 years old this year. In my recollection, no such event has ever transpired that I also cannot recall." Suddenly, a group of individuals became animated in their discourse. "I remember my grandfather's grandfather once told me that this particular wine enthusiast appeared to have indulged excessively and began to ramble incoherently." "Silence, fool. I just checked. The most recent occurrence was over 600 years ago." "Good heavens, Greta Savannah?" "Hey, Paul, it seems you're also of the Savannah lineage. Have you heard of this Greta?" "Greta? I cannot say I have." It strikes me. Could you be the daughter of that renowned individual?" The young man named Paul pondered the name Greta a few times before recollecting something, though uncertainty lingered in his expression. "Who is she? Speak up. Do not keep us in suspense." Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol or the attention of the crowd now fixed upon him, Paul Savannah no longer hesitated and directly voiced his speculation. The girl named Greta might be the amethyst who captivated all of Elfame decades ago. Meanwhile, within a mansion built upon colossal trees at the heart of Silatai. Are you saying that Irene's child has returned?" The woman speaking, clad in nothing, reclined in a gently swaying wicker chair, luxuriating in the warmth of the sun. Her voice was enchanting and alluring, her silhouette graceful and svelte, though her visage remained concealed. These two attributes alone eclipsed 99% of women in the world. Indeed, that little girl is heading to the Grand Priest's hall to prepare for the sacred trials. The butler spoke with his head bowed, fixated on the tips of his shoes, not daring to raise his gaze toward the woman before him. That little imp dares to partake in the sacred trials. What does she intend to accomplish? The rocking chair suddenly halted, and the atmosphere within a radius of several dozen meters seemed to freeze at that moment. Elf Kalina rose, languidly stretching her form before turning to enter the room. At the moment she pivoted, it seemed as though the bright sunlight outside dimmed, unable to compete with her unparalleled beauty. Chapter 56. The twin beauties. This matter remains unclear. However, it is rumored she has entangled herself in some trouble, thus necessitating her choice to undertake the sacred trials. As the woman approached, an intoxicating fragrance wafted into the butler's nostrils, causing him to shrink further, clutching the garments he held aloft. The aroma intensified as the woman stood before him, her toes rounded like pearls, adorned with 5 vibrant petals, every detail exquisitely crafted, evoking an irresistible desire to savor her essence. The butler swallowed hard, closing his eyes, daring not to glance again. Could it be that the little imp intends to seek vengeance for her mother through the sacred trials? Elf Kalina casually draped the garments over herself. Though her eyes were shut, the sound of fabric brushing against her skin resonated like a spell, igniting the imagination. The butler compelled himself to regain composure. After decades of acquaintance, only he understood how terrifying this woman, praised by the world as the Ruby, truly was. I find it unlikely. How could such a young girl possibly succeed in the sacred trials? We, from ancient lineages, comprehend the trial's difficulty far better than the ignorant commoners outside. Moreover, even if she were to fortuitously pass, it would merely restore her noble status. With Mrs. Current Power, dealing with her would be as effortless as it was with her mother. Silence, indeed. Women are ever so fickle, especially those of striking beauty. One moment the sun shines brightly, the next clouds gather ominously. By the way, where is he? According to the master's habits, he should still be out drinking at this hour. The butler understood the woman was inquiring about her husband's whereabouts. I suddenly miss him. Summon him back at once, and inform him I await him in my chamber. After Elf Kalina spoke, she left without a backward glance. Understood. Once the woman had distanced herself, the butler dared to raise his head, gazing longingly at her exquisite silhouette, licking his parched lips. The tavern. Are you saying that the young lady named Greta is the child of that amethyst? The amethyst? Could it be the one who was once renowned alongside Ruby Elf Kalina, Irene Savannah? A chorus of drunken revelers erupted in exclamations. While they might not know much else, this legendary duo was known to all. Elf was hot and vibrant. Irene was pure and elegant, both possessing beauty that was the pinnacle of the world. Furthermore, both hailed from noble families of ancient lineage, their statuses exceedingly high, with such multiple advantages. They were the dreams of countless men that, upon your mention, I too recall. However, did Irene Savannah not vanish after her defeat to Elf decades ago, never to return? Why would she send her daughter back to face such a perilous trial? You ask me, and I ask whom? Nevertheless, her departure was indeed a pity. Indeed, she was once the goddess in many hearts. When news of her pregnancy spread, I could almost hear the hearts of countless men shattering. Who could disagree? Yet to this day, no one knows who the father of that child truly is. I wonder how she fares now. Hey, do not dwell on such matters. Drink up. Though the amethyst has departed, we still have the ruby. Every time I see her on the official news, it sends my blood boiling. TCH, I see you are quite worked up. Haha. While the drunken revelry continued, a solitary man in a corner of the tavern, appearing dejected, drank alone. He set down his empty glass, his lips moving as if murmuring something. Should a lip reader have been present, they would discern that he repeatedly whispered 2 names. Irene, Greta. The bartender attentively refilled the drink for this familiar patron. Just as the man prepared to raise his cup and down its contents, an untimely notification chimed. Ignoring it, he continued to indulge in his drink until not a drop remained, reluctantly placing the glass down. The notification tone persisted, and he glanced at it impatiently. Upon comprehending the message's content, his pupils constricted slightly, and he stood with a resigned expression. Mr. Lace, your drink remains unfinished. The bartender called after him. The usual. Please. The man's departure went unnoticed. Just as his entrance he had consumed rounds of nearly every variety of liquor available. Yet none knew his name except for the bartender. His name was Lace, and his wife was named Elf Kalina. Amidst the fervent gasps intermingled with soft moans, 30 minutes later, the oppressive heat in the air gradually dissipated with a crescendo. You seem particularly exhilarated today. The man's large hand glided across the woman's smooth back. Indeed, I believe you have heard. Her child has returned. You wish to see that child. The man's hand stilled. Hey, it would not hurt to take a look. After all, she is also your child. I genuinely do not mind, for now that you are by my side, I am the one who triumphs in the end. Elf leaned against the man's chest, her ruby-like eyes locking onto his. They were a pair of silver pupils that could ensnare one's very soul. No, I shall not go see her. That is all in the past. Lace averted his gaze. Resuming his prior actions. That's so? Yes. Both their gazes shifted elsewhere, each lost in their own thoughts. Elfame, the Stargate, a fleet composed of 1 class military battleship and 9 class military battleships, was swiftly approaching Elfame. The Elfame Space Defense Fleet quickly detected this armada and immediately issued a communique. Halt. Please submit your visitor information. Hey, has Elven civilization truly forgotten its former suzerain after merely a few thousand years? A handsome young man aboard the leading class battleship chuckled lightly. Gray, display our insignia. Inform them that the former suzerain has returned as a guest. Standing beside the young man was Gray, the butler who had once had a brief encounter with Chen Yu. The exterior of the 10 battleships instantly illuminated with distinctive and prominent insignia. The sacred tree emblem beside the sacred tree of the Lion civilization, along with the family crest of the Lyric family. Sir Inspector, the young inspector appeared somewhat flustered. I see. Allow them through. Derlin Kaguna's expression darkened. Once the fleet's insignia was revealed, they were granted passage without hindrance, sailing directly toward Elfame, with no one daring to stop them along the way. This is the formidable reputation of a Lion civilization. Gray, do you think my fiancée believes that by hiding in Elfame, I am powerless to reach her? Percy Lyric gazed into the distance at that distant planet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 57. Trials and festivals. This damned place has been in perpetual daylight. How much longer must we wander? Jacob's voice was weak. In truth, it was already the second day since they had entered this desolate expanse. Yet the unchanging daylight disrupted their biological rhythms, intensifying their fatigue. Fool, can't you just consult the map yourself? We've barely covered a tenth. John retorted bluntly, his usually robust voice failing to mask his exhaustion. Epi refrained from reprimanding the brothers this time. After all, their complaints provided a modicum of diversion during this arduous journey. Unbeknownst to Chen Yu and his companions traversing the desert, their plight was being broadcast live by a satellite hovering above them, streaming in real time across the star network. Due to its remote position, the Milky Way was connected to only a handful of planets, including Freestar, a Tier 3 superior civilization. The Elves had most of their dominions linked to the star network, with Elfame, their homeworld, being among the first to connect that moment. A social section of Elfame's star network resembled a live streaming platform from Chen Yu's previous life. This vast virtual realm featured an endless expanse of colossal forests, with an ambience reminiscent of the sacred city of Silith. Upon the branches of the giant trees, many individuals stood or sat, each gazing skyward, occasionally engaging in hushed exchanges as the sky served as their screen, displaying the live footage of Chen Yu and his group. I arrived late. I heard that the daughter of Amethyst has returned. Why are there 5 of them? Which one is Greta Savannah? I love Amethyst. Upon entering this area, the Star Network user noticed a gathering of individuals around. If your eyes are of no use to you, sell them. You might exchange them for a few credit points. Didn't you see that only one among those 5 is an elf? Anonymous01. Another person casually replied. Most Star Network users opted to obscure their identities, concealing personal IDs to protect their privacy. Thus, the earlier user who displayed their ID was indeed a rarity. I see her, pure and lovely, just as Amethyst was. Moreover, speak to me politely. I love Amethyst. The Star Network's world was remarkably vivid, allowing every user to express their emotions flawlessly. However, who were the four individuals accompanying Greta? Anonymous 02. At this moment, another user joined the chat. I don't know, but I can assure you that the fool just now definitely has no clue. Anonymous 01. I told you, speak to me politely. Don't look at me. I genuinely don't know. I love Amethyst. The user shrugged at, I know. I just saw an entry report from a Stargate inspector. Those individuals are our current teammates. Anonymous 03. An informed individual suddenly spoke up nearby. Just teammates? That reassures me. I hope Greta can successfully complete the trials. IT would be such a pity for such a beautiful girl to perish along the path of trials. Anonymous 02. From this person's tone, it was evident that they were quite young and likely a fan of beauty. Complete the trials? Are you joking? The real question is how many days they can last. Completing the trials is a far-fetched notion. Ignorant. Anonymous 01. Why? ISNT is just a matter of reaching the High Priestess Hall. 2 years ago, I celebrated there during the sacred festival under my parents' guidance. Anonymous 02. You idiot. What you described was a festive event, entirely different from the current trials. Anonymous 01. Then tell me how they differ, and why do you keep cursing? Anonymous 02. See? I said earlier, this guy has a foul mouth. I love Amethyst. In any case, the trials are exceedingly perilous. It's all too easy for someone to die. Anonymous 01. Clearly, he could not articulate the reasons. But if his entire body were reduced to ash, his mouth would still remain intact. Ahem. Let me interject. Og. The debate among them caught the attention of another Star Network user named Og. The previous user was indeed correct. The trials are incredibly dangerous, a stark contrast to the sacred festival 2 years prior. Og C. I told you, this old fellow possesses wisdom. Anonymous 01. The user named Og appeared somewhat disoriented. It is evident that when individuals are allowed to voice their opinions without revealing their identities, there will invariably be trolls and contrarians in the real world, within the High Priestess Hall of Silith. Priest Og Sindena was immersed in the Star Network, his body trembling momentarily before regaining composure. The sacred festival, a familiar event occurring every 5 years. But do you know how this festival originated? Og. As Og spoke, he deliberately turned to face the foul-mouthed user, visibly disdainful and wishing to avoid further interaction. At the solar eclipse of Salamanda. My instructor at the academy mentioned it in class. Anonymous 02. The Salamander referred to was not the artificial satellite above, but the planet in the first orbit of the entire star system. Due to its orbital cycle, the planet Salamanda appears between Elfame and the central star approximately every 5 standard years, creating the astronomical phenomenon known as the solar eclipse of Salamanda. The sight resembles a black sesame seed falling into an egg yolk. Indeed, you are correct. In fact, hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestors would embark from the sacred city of Silith on this day, making their way step by step to the current location of the High Priest Hall, leaving behind a stone inscribed with their names. Those who succeeded in leaving their stones would be treated as heroes. Some speculate this act was to demonstrate their formidable strength, but the true reason has long been lost to time. Nevertheless, the tradition has been preserved across generations. Eventually, these stones were gradually piled together to form a stone hall. This is the earliest embodiment of the present-day High Priestess Hall. This day. This day has evolved into the grandest festival for us elves. Og. Having spoken extensively, Og prepared to take a breath. Hey, old man, I was deeply engrossed in your words. Please continue. Anonymous 01. However, sir, you still haven't clarified the differences. Anonymous 02. Do not rush. Allow me to explain. Nowadays, our sacred festival often lasts for over half a month, but this was entirely impossible in the past. Og. Ignoring the foul-mouthed individual, Og continued in a didactic tone. Why was it impossible? Because the conditions did not permit. The prolonged exposure to sunlight results in an average temperature around the High Priest Hall reaching 80 to 90 degrees, with surface temperatures even higher. Toss a piece of meat onto the sand, and it would be cooked in no time. In such extreme conditions, even we, the robust elves, cannot engage in prolonged activity as for the current sacred festival. It is a product of the interstellar age. During those festival days, in addition to the solar eclipse of Salamanda, the 4 artificial satellites above will consecutively obscure the intense sunlight, causing the surface temperature to drop slightly, thus creating a relatively suitable environment for our celebrations. Og. So that is how it is. However, Greta must traverse this extreme heat until she reaches the High Priest Hall over 1,000 kilometers away to complete her trials. How long will that take? Dreadful. How could those damned old men at the High Priestess Hall allow such a delightful girl to endure this torment? Anonymous 02. Indeed, those old geezers do nothing. We are the ones funding them with our taxes. Anonymous 01. Heavens, the child of Amethyst is truly unfortunate. Those priests are indeed despicable. I love Amethyst. The crowd's sentiments are remarkably unified. Ahem. Og. In the face of the accusation from those around him, the Star Network user's image flickered momentarily. Old man, what's wrong with you? Anonymous 02. I'm fine. But who told you that reaching the High Priest Hall equates to completing the trials? Og. Chapter 58. The priests? The crowd was bewildered. Even if that young girl truly reached the High Priest Hall, it would merely grant her the formal qualification to commence the trials. The real trials begin at the High Priest Hall. Og. Just as he finished speaking, the Star Network user's image flickered again, this time truly logging off in the real world, within the High Priestess Hall. Who? Alwyn. Did you not see that I was on the Star Network? Why pull me out for no reason? Og Sindana complained loudly. Even though the individual before him shared nearly a millennium of camaraderie, it is undeniable that anyone forcibly yanked from the Star Network back to reality would be in a foul mood. I never noticed when you became afflicted with internet addiction. Alwyn Dejena, the priestess, scoffed. The High Priest has arrived and is calling for you to assemble. What? That old wretch has come so early this time. OG murmured, Old wretch? You speak as if you were still young. Furthermore, I dare you to voice that in his presence. Alwyn shot OG a sidelong glance. Compared to him, I can indeed consider myself youthful. OG mused inwardly. Having lived for over 1,300 Leakin Standard years, he was undoubtedly among the longest-lived, even among the long-lived elves, given that their average lifespan hovers around a millennium. As for the High Priest he referred to, he had lived for over 2,000 years, rendering the term old wretch quite fitting. A moment later, within the conference room of the High Priest Hall, 5 figures clad in priestly robes were seated. The 5 priests represented the 5 planets within the galaxy. Occupying the central seat was a strikingly handsome young man, who maintained a posture of closed eyes since taking his seat, abstaining from speech. To his right sat a man and a woman, Og Sinderna and Alwyn Dejena, representing the halls of wind and water, respectively. On his left were 2 female priests, Aini Kalina of the Hall of Fire and Mefra Kargana of the Hall of Earth. We are merely wasting time gathered here. I do not believe that young girl can successfully make it here. Therefore, let us disperse quickly. I have many matters to attend to. The speaker was Aini Kalina, the youngest among the 5 priests at over 900 years of age. What do you mean by you believe? You are still young and inexperienced. I firmly believe that girl will certainly succeed in reaching us. OG immediately refuted her assertion, having never held much regard for Aini. I say this solely for her benefit. Though Aini was momentarily silenced by OG's words, she could only glare at him in frustration. We are all well aware of the trial's difficulties. Since the advent of the Interstellar era, our elven kin's physical prowess has declined with each generation, with some adults requiring genetic enhancement just to barely reach comet-level standards. To successfully arrive here, one must possess at least comet-level physical capabilities. That girl is but a child. To my knowledge, she is just in her 20s. And according to our elven calculations, she hasn't even reached adulthood. Do you truly believe she can make it here? Indeed, I hold that belief. Otherwise, I would not have personally taken her to Silith and communicated with you. OG retorted without hesitation, for he had felt her aura up close. This young girl, despite her youth, was already approaching comet-level strength. How is that possible? What? Not only Aini, but even Alwyn and Mefra displayed shocked expressions. The young man in the central position slightly stirred, then slowly opened his eyes. It was unfathomable that such depth of experience resided within those youthful features. Oh, are you speaking the truth? His voice carried a weight of age. Yes, High Priest, OG responded earnestly, fully aware of the respect due to one who had lived for over 2 millennia. Of course, in private, it was a different matter altogether. Then, according to tradition, we shall await the arrival of the trial taker here. As the others prepare to disperse, Mefra Kargana, the priestess, called out to them. One of my juniors has just informed me of an impending trouble. Lacrice arrived at the bar as usual, settling into a familiar corner. This is the wine you stored yesterday. Once opened, its flavor deteriorates over time. The bartender skillfully poured the wine into a glass. The man said little, gulping it down in one go. Though they were not deeply acquainted, they had shared thousands of days together, forming a tacit understanding that, by the way, give me another glass of Hethia, 5600. The bartender raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, heading off to fetch the drink, knowing the man's mood was particularly grim. Hethia 5600, a classic spirit, was seldom ordered by elves, as it lacked any unique qualities apart from its potency. By the way, why is it so quiet here today? After downing the drink, Lack casually inquired, but a glance around revealed a similar number of patrons, familiar faces, but there was an unusual silence among them. Oh, you're asking about that? They're likely watching the live stream within the Star Network. Live stream? Yes, the young girl challenging the trial path. What was her name again? Greta. The man replied instinctively to, oh, right, I believe it's Greta. Moreover, it seems there are already bets being placed in the Star Network on whether that young girl can successfully complete the trial. The bartender, oblivious to the man's unusual demeanor, continued serving other patrons. Moments later, as the bartender returned to clear the empty glass, he was surprised to find the wine untouched. Only upon closer inspection did he realize the man had entered the Star Network. With a shrug, he turned and left in the Star Network, within a gambling room. What is going on? Why did the odds suddenly increase slightly? Someone is wagering large sums on her success. Anonymous. I noticed too. This person either made a mistake or is a clueless fool. Who in their right mind would bet on her success knowing the trial's difficulties? Anonymous. Indeed, the conversation drew agreement from those around them. In a corner of the room, a somewhat dejected figure quietly departed. Chapter 59. Burdened in the vast expanse of the desert, 5 figures of varying heights trudged onward. Today marked the 4th day since they entered this arid wasteland, where perpetual daylight reigned. Apart from the occasional respite in the shadows of hills, they were compelled to march incessantly forward. Yet, they had barely covered half the distance, and reaching the High Priest's Hall would likely require several more days. The air began to shimmer, not due to their fatigue, but from the ground's high temperature creating a refractive effect. Thud! A dull noise echoed behind them. Chen Yu stiffly turned his head, his previously dazed expression suddenly sharpening. He swiftly turned back. Jacob, wake up! Chen Yu's calls failed to rouse the unconscious Jacob. He lifted the latter's visor and placed a hand on his forehead. His body was abnormally hot, exceeding the normal temperature for a Bull Clan member. Yet his breathing remained steady. He merely fainted. Ordinarily, as a Comet-level warrior, Jacob should not be so vulnerable. But in this harsh environment, his previously advantageous physique had become a significant liability, coupled with the double gravity of Elfheim. Jacob's ordeal was far greater than the others. What should we do now? Should we wait for him to wake? Greta inquired anxiously. No, you all continue walking. I will carry him. Chen Yu declared resolutely that in the boundless desert. There were no resting spots. Waiting here would be tantamount to waiting for death. They needed to find a shaded area devoid of sunlight quickly. But, Captain, you did fine. My body can handle it, Greta attempted to protest. But Chen Yu cut her off, decisively hoisting Jacob onto his back. Damn. Chen Yu stumbled slightly, cursing inwardly. He had indeed overestimated his capabilities while underestimating Jacob's weight. Standing at 4 meters tall, Jacob was no mere balloon figure. His muscular frame weighed nearly a ton, and with the double gravity here, it was almost 2 tons. Carrying such a burden was undoubtedly a monumental challenge for Chen Yu. But having made his declaration, as a man, he could only endure to be by the way. Where is John? Chen Yu suddenly recalled John, who had remained silent since earlier. John. Though John stood, he too had lost consciousness. I will take him, as the team's second strongest fighter. Ife naturally attempted to emulate Chen Yu and lift him. Unfortunately, her agile warrior physique was ill-equipped to bear such immense weight. Let me try instead. In the end, it was Greta who bore the weight of John. The petite girl shouldered the burden of the large John, creating a striking contrast. Thus, the original 5 figures transformed into 3, with 2 of the silhouettes appearing rather peculiar, resembling 2 mushrooms with their caps wide open. Starnet, what kind of teammates are these? Not only do they fail to assist Greta, but they also become a burden to her. Greta is mine. Indeed, if Amethyst were to witness this scene, she would surely feel distressed. I love Amethyst. The dire situation of Greta and her companions immediately evoked sympathy from 2 spectators. It's you again, old man. Greta is mine. Do we know each other? I love Amethyst. Have you forgotten? We met a few days ago, accompanied by a knowledgeable elder and a rather unpleasant talking man. Greta is mine. Oh, I remember now, it's you. But why have you changed your name like that? I love Amethyst, hee. It was your inspiration that led me to this decision. Greta is mine. Two fools, Anonymous01. That familiar tone belongs to the critic from a few days ago. Why is it you again? The two spoke in unison. Why can't it be me? Not long ago, I placed a hefty bet on her failure. So naturally, I must come to observe. Anonymous01. How infuriating. Greta will undoubtedly succeed in the trial. And you'll lose everything. Greta is mine. Yes, as the child of Amethyst. That girl will surely prevail. I love Amethyst. Fools! Have you forgotten what that old man said a few days ago? Reaching the High Priest Temple does not signify the completion of the trial. It is merely the starting point. Currently, the odds on her successfully completing the trial continue to rise, indicating that nearly everyone doubts her. Just look at their current situation. I wager she will collapse within half a day. Anonymous01. The critic, unfazed by the murderous glares from the two, continued to speak leisurely. You, humph. The two chose to ignore him. In the real world, Greta did not succumb as that StarNet user had anticipated. Instead, she persevered in her journey. Of course. Chen Yu also endured with determination. 1 hour, 2 hours. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As they ventured deeper into this desolate and lifeless desert, the temperature steadily climbed, and the instruments indicated that it had reached over 70 degrees. Had it not been for the advanced combat suits they wore, they would have surely been cooked alive. Thinking of this, Chen Yu couldn't help but express gratitude towards Vladimir. Their combat suits were high-grade military gear procured through special channels from the Rain civilization by Vladimir. These suits contained life support systems and offered pressure protection, thermal shielding, and radiation defense against various rays, making them suitable for a multitude of harsh environments. Most crucially, they were far lighter than cumbersome spacesuits, allowing for almost unrestricted movement. Nevertheless, after prolonged exposure to such heat, the temperature within the suits inevitably began to rise. Fortunately, they finally discovered a shaded area beneath a hill. Chen Yu immediately set down Jacob, who he had been carrying, and sat down to recuperate. Phew, this guy is way too heavy. Chen Yu thought to himself. If it weren't for some unspoken reasons, he doubted he could have continued this far. John, I smell roasted meat. Hand me the wine. Jacob suddenly mumbled beside him. Chen Yu glanced over but did not respond, merely pouring a small amount of the dwindling drinking water into Jacob's mouth. Jacob was still not fully conscious. His previous words were merely instinctive expressions of bodily needs, a situation that had occurred many times over the past 2 days, and Chen Yu had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Greta also provided a little water to John's mouth. Watching the young girl, Chen Yu couldn't help but admire her. He had indeed underestimated her. Throughout these 3 days, he had complained countless times about the harsh conditions and heavy burdens. Even contemplating giving up. In contrast, Greta, who had been carrying John all along, never uttered a complaint. Her gaze was filled with an unprecedented determination that I cannot afford to lose to her. Otherwise, I will never be able to hold my head high in their presence. Chapter 60. The High Priest's Temple StarNet. Today's audience is exceptionally large. Greta is mine. Yes, if all goes as expected, little Crystal and the others will reach the High Priest's Temple today. I love Amethyst. While the two conversed, a sudden commotion erupted around them. Ah, look, the High Priest's Temple. Greta is mine. In the projection of the sky, the shadow of a temple appeared before Greta and her companions. I asked at the High Priest's Temple. Chen Yu murmured, gazing at the structure ahead. Yes, that is the High Priest's Temple. Greta's voice was laced with unrestrained excitement. The walls of this temple were uneven, seemingly haphazardly constructed from stones of various sizes. Its scale could not compare to the other 4 temples. It was far from the grandiosity imagined, and even a random house in Silit would likely be more aesthetically pleasing. Yet, upon seeing it, everyone felt certain in their hearts that this was indeed the High Priest's Temple. There was no other reason. It was the profound sense of time, accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. 3 hours later, after enduring great hardships, Chen Yu and the others finally arrived at the High Priest Temple StarNet. Under the vast sky, the atmosphere was electric. Wow, little Crystal, you are amazing, truly deserving of being Amethyst's child. It's a pity that guy isn't here. Otherwise, I would love to hear what he has to say. I love Amethyst. He should be too embarrassed to show his face again. After all, he had sworn that Greta would never reach the High Priest's Temple. Greta is mine. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Child, you have not disappointed me. Priest OG Synthena gazed at Greta with a look of appreciation in his eyes, openly admiring her. Indeed, she appears to be quite a remarkable child. The priestesses Mifel and Alwyn nodded in agreement, their faces radiating warmth. Faced with the scrutiny of the 5 priests, Greta seemed to revert to her previous shy demeanor, bowing slightly to express her respect for the priests. Just as the atmosphere grew cordial, the young man in the center suddenly stepped forward, unceremoniously grasping Greta's wrist. Although this young man was draped in priestly robes and was likely a priest himself, such a blatant overstep clearly crossed the boundaries for several present. Greta's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to struggle free, she inexplicably halted upon meeting the young man's gaze. "Hey, what are you doing? Remove your filthy hands." The nearby Ife and Chen Yu would not permit such behavior, immediately voicing their disapproval and preparing to intervene in the face of their accusations. The young man merely cast a fleeting glance, instantly freezing Chen Yu and Ife in their tracks. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon them like a mountain, causing their heartbeats to falter, and even their breaths paused involuntarily for a moment. "Do not move, or you shall perish." This was the instinctual warning of survival echoing within their minds. However, Chen Yu overcame the fear with remarkable willpower and stepped forward again. The young man's brow arched slightly, and he released Greta's wrist, refraining from any further inappropriate actions. "Are you all right?" Chen Yu reached Greta's side, inquiring with concern while positioning himself protectively behind her, remaining vigilant against the young man. "Captain, I am fine. The priest means no harm." Greta shook her head that OG was right. She had indeed attained comet-level strength, but the young man's words were abruptly interrupted by a sultry laughter echoing from outside the temple. "Ah, I heard that Elrini's child has returned. Let me take a good look at that child." Elf Corlin, disregarding the young man's furrowed brow and the other priest-displeased expressions, strode into the high priest's temple, a place revered as a spiritual sanctuary by countless elven women. This ruby, regarded by many elven men as the object of their dreams, approached Greta and scrutinized her features that closely resembled those of her mother. Indeed, she is Elrini's child. She is a spitting image of her." Elf reached out and pinched Greta's delicate cheek, her tone affectionate, as if she were an old friend not seen in years, the same pure radiance, the same unpleasing demeanor. While maintaining a smile, Elf's heart simmered with disdain. "Do you know my mother? Are you friends with her?" Greta hesitated slightly, stepping back half a pace, although the woman before her exuded a sense of warmth. An unsettling discord lingered in the in contrast to Chen Yu, who remained oblivious. Ifi suddenly advanced a few steps, linking her arm with Greta's and discreetly drawing her into an embrace. With an instinctive perception, Ifi immediately sensed that the woman ahead was not to be trusted. "Indeed, your mother and I shared a very close friendship in our youth that we exchanged many secrets," Elv exclaimed, her laughter bright and airy. "Could you share some tales about your time with Greta's mother, dear aunt? We are quite curious." Ifi interjected abruptly, placing particular emphasis on the term aunt. Elv, still under 100, was vibrant and youthful, rendering the term aunt rather incongruous. Yet, age, a perennial taboo for women, was an issue that none could easily disregard, barring those still in their tender years. Elv's smile persisted, though her eyes narrowed perceptibly. The atmosphere grew tense, and even Chen Yu, despite his usual slowness, sensed the mounting unease. Standing to the side, he observed the barely concealed confrontation among the 3 women, taking a moment to privately appraise their appearances. If Ifi could be likened to a thorny rose, vibrant yet sharp, then Greta resembled a pristine white daisy, pure and unblemished. As for the last woman, she was undoubtedly a resplendent red peony, regal and commanding, a focal point wherever she graced her presence. "Elf, do mind your surroundings. This is not your parliamentary office," Priest OG Synthana admonished with an icy demeanor. My apologies, esteemed priest. I was simply overwhelmed upon seeing the child of an old acquaintance," Elf replied nonchalantly. Although priests held a transcendent status, emerging from noble lineages, they lacked real authority, as the elf civilization was not a theocracy. In contrast, Elf, as the chairwoman of the Elf Council, occupied a pinnacle of power, and naturally, she regarded the elder priest with indifference. Her presence here was a privilege she wielded. Elf, Priest Amy Corina cleared her throat unexpectedly. "Yes, great-grandmother," Elf acknowledged, recognizing the need to respect her elder in public, even if she disregarded others. Elf, If you have no pressing matters, it would be best for you to depart. We must commence preparations for the trial ceremony. Priest OG's impatience was evident as he issued her a dismissal. Ah, had he not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I came to escort her away from here. Chapter 61. Father? To take her away? Elle's declaration rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Even her great-grandmother, Priest Amy Corina, appeared astonished, clearly unaware of such developments. How audacious! Do you truly believe this is your parliamentary office, to act as you please? This is the Grand Priest Chamber, where we are about to initiate the most esteemed trial ceremony of the elves. Moreover, what authority do you possess to take her away? OG Synthana's anger was palpable, and when a planetary-level powerhouse was incensed, the pressure they exuded was unfathomable that Elve's complexion paled, and her delicate frame visibly trembled. Though she held a high position, her own abilities were akin to those of an average elf, barely reaching the comet level, rendering her unable to withstand such targeted intimidation. Hey, OG, why are you so furious? Shouldn't you first consider Elve's reasoning? At this critical juncture, Priest Amy Corina interposed herself in front of Elve. Though she was no match for OG in strength, she could nonetheless shield her descendant from the oppressive force. Reasoning? Do you truly believe I am blind to the intentions of this girl? OG scoffed. The events of decades past are well known within our circle. If it weren't for it, he abruptly shot a glance at someone nearby. Falling silent and merely letting out a cold snort. Priest, I may lack the authority to take this young girl away, but her biological father surely possesses that right, does he not? With her exceptional political acumen, Elve swiftly regained her composure, as if nothing had transpired, yet her words astonished everyone present. As her words hung in the air, a disheveled man stepped into the chamber. Unlike the other elves who had white hair, pale skin, and amber eyes, this man's hair was black, his eyes silver, and his complexion slightly darker, a Grenarian. Upon his appearance, several priests instinctively furrowed their brows. The Grenarians, like the elves, were indigenous to the planet Elfame. Despite minor differences, their appearances were strikingly similar due to their shared ancestry from millennia ago, qualifying them as a minority among the elves. However, unlike the sunlight-loving elves who built their homes amidst colossal trees, the Grenarians resided in the nocturnal hemisphere, burrowing within geothermal environments. Their disparate lifestyles and habitats had gradually shaped their current forms, akin to the racial variations on Blue Star. Although the Grenarians were still regarded as elves, their social status was notably lowered at that moment. Lacklace paid no heed to the peculiar looks from the priests, his gaze solely fixed on Greta, his captivating silver eyes brimming with excitement, joy, sorrow, and profound guilt. Father, Greta murmured, gazing at the man approaching her. The term father felt foreign, as she had never heard her mother speak of him, and even her childhood inquiries were met with silence, until her mother's passing. She remained oblivious to her biological father. Reflecting on it now, her mother's eyes had been filled with longing and reminiscence, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Yes, my child, I am your father, Lacklace, standing before Greta. Lacklace beheld a visage strikingly reminiscent of his memories of Irene, yearning to reach out and touch her, yet hesitating due to an overwhelming tide of emotion. No, you are not my father. I have only my mother. My mother is Irene Savannah, and my name is Greta Savannah. Greta retreated several steps, instinctively hiding behind Iphi, clearly overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, witnessing his daughter deny him. Lacklace's heart shattered. He wished to speak further, but was callously interrupted by Elve. The reason I permitted your presence was not to witness this emotional reunion. Get to the point, my child. It matters not if you choose to deny me. I have learned of your true purpose for undertaking the trial, and I have earnestly requested Elve to mediate with that noble from the Lane civilization on your behalf. Given her stature, she should find it relatively easy to settle this matter. Thus you need not subject yourself to the perilous trials any longer. The paternal affection in Lacklace's eyes was unmistakable. In regarding Elle's willingness to assist, he undoubtedly recognized her silent sacrifices behind the scenes. Esteemed priest, if the trial participant willingly withdraws, surely you have no grounds to hinder her. Elle flashed a triumphant smile at Priest OG. Indeed, he conceded after a moment of contemplation. No, I still wish to continue the trial. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Greta resolutely rejected the notion. Child, you seem unaware of the trial's dangers. It has been nearly a millennium since anyone successfully completed it. The last attempt was over 600 years ago by a member of the Savannah family, who might even be your uncle. Regrettably, he not only failed but sustained severe injuries during the trial. Succumbing shortly after being rescued, Elv advanced towards the girl, her voice laden with temptation, reminiscent of the serpent in the Garden of Eden enticing Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. As your mother's former friend, I cannot bear to see her only child hasten to join her in the afterlife. I have said it. I still intend to proceed with the trial, in the face of Elv's encroaching presence. Greta stood her ground, courageously meeting her gaze. It was this very defiance that rekindled Elv's ire, reminiscent of that wretched woman, stirring her indignation to the core. Since that is the case, we shall now prepare for the impending trial. Those uninvited should promptly take their leave. Once again, OG Synthana issued a clear dismissal, targeting an obvious individual. You, how ungrateful. The high-ranking elf, unaccustomed to such indignity, was about to turn away when an unexpected occurrence halted her steps. Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time. I wonder where my beautiful fiancé is. Chapter 62. Percy Lyric. The audacious words echoed throughout the Grand Priest Hall. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, their pupils narrowing in surprise. With golden hair and azure eyes, complemented by sharp features and the unmistakable aura of a young nobleman, there was no doubt he was a Lyran, a noble one at that. Percy Lyric paid no heed to the scrutiny from those around him, strolling leisurely through the Grand Priest Hall. TSK, is this truly the Grand Priest Hall of elf civilization? It appears rather unimpressive. The architectural style lacks any artistic flair. And look, some bricks have even fallen off in places. He behaved like a curious tourist, casually gesturing at the hall's interior, accompanied by Gray, who followed closely behind. Damn it, could he possibly be? Chen Yu, sensing an imminent threat, stepped forward to protect Greta, who had been closely guarded behind him. Having recognized Gray's presence alongside the young man, he had already surmised the latter's true identity. Despite Percy's utter lack of respect in his words, the priests collectively stood in stunned silence. Their faces darkened as they fixed their gaze upon him. The atmosphere in the Grand Priest's Hall grew increasingly bizarre. While everyone remained silent, one individual stepped forward. Greetings, I am Elf Civilization Speaker, Elf Corina, representing the quick-witted elf, deducing from Percy's prior statements and his commanding presence, easily identified him as Greta's fiancé. Surprisingly, as she approached to extend a courteous greeting, her words were abruptly cut off by Percy's rudeness. Shoo! Percy raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent, then leaned closer to her, inhaling deeply. Elv instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. Ah, what an intoxicating fragrance. Regrettably, I have little interest in mature women. Percy shrugged, a playful smirk gracing his handsome face. Ignoring the speaker's horrified expression, he surveyed the room before locking his gaze on Greta. Hidden behind Chen Yu and Ife. So, you are my fiancée, Greta? As Percy leaned in closer for a better look, Chen Yu intervened. Stop! She is indeed Greta, but she's not your fiancée. Ah? Percy tilted his head in confusion. Then struck, without warning, bang. Despite Chen Yu having fully activated his abilities, he could not discern any weaknesses in the young man, indicating a significant disparity in strength, at least satellite level, in the blink of an eye. He was sent flying by the unexpected blow. Impudent, a lowly bastard dares to speak to me. Percy glanced disdainfully at the fallen Chen Yu. Seizing the moment, Ife suddenly kicked him from behind, smack, without turning around. Percy merely raised his hand to effortlessly deflect the blow. Not bad in both figure and looks. This could be entertaining. He seized Ife's ankle, flinging her away with ease while casually commenting on her appearance. At that moment, there was no longer any barrier between Percy and Greta. Just as he prepared to caress her delicate skin, another oblivious figure emerged before him. It was not Chen Yu, still struggling on the ground, nor the priest OG, but the one with the same silver pupils. Lack lazed, in a moment of instinctive protection for his child. Lack stepped forward, embodying a parent's innate response. Greta gazed at the figure shielding her, her expression shifting as if she wished to speak, yet remained silent. This never-ending. Who are you? Percy's impatience was evident. I am the father of this child. Her father? Are you jesting? Her parents are currently visiting my warship. Are they not? ISNT that right, Gray? Percy turned to Gray, seeking confirmation at The couple on the warship are her adoptive parents and her legal guardians. Oh, I see. Then, sir, are you here to bestow your blessings upon us? Percy's smile returned. No, I do not consent to this engagement. Greta should have the right to choose her own happiness. Though Percy insisted he would marry his daughter, the Lyrans, known for their polygamous nature, diverged sharply from the elf's commitment to monogamy and fidelity. For Greta to marry him would be akin to sending her into a fiery abyss. Bang! This time, Percy showed restraint, landing a mere punch to Lack's abdomen, rendering him temporarily speechless. After all, he was the girl's biological father. Some respect was warranted. Lack, elf, who had been observing, could no longer remain passive and rushed forward to check her husband's condition. Lack grasped Elf's hand tightly, his eyes pleading, and she understood his unspoken message. Upon realizing her husband was not gravely injured, Elf took a deep breath and smiled at Percy. Hello? I am. Stop. No need for introductions. I know you are the speaker of elf civilization. Please get to the point. Interrupted for the second time, Elf inhaled deeply again, maintaining her smile. You see, I have some connection with this child. For my sake, why not let this engagement go? I can introduce you to other equally beautiful young ladies. Oh, are they all as lovely as her? Percy's interest piqued. Yes, the speaker forced down her disdain. Are they all from ancient noble families? This stumped Elv momentarily. TSK, if you cannot deliver, then why speak? As for face, why would you think you possess any in my presence? A mere former vassal race dares to talk of face in front of the illustrious Lyric family. Percy's expression turned cold. His eyes filled with contempt. Arrogant. Ridiculous. You. Elv's face flushed crimson. She was unaccustomed to such affronts. Just as she was about to explode, the mention of the Lyric family caused her expression to shift drastically. Her teeth clenched in frustration. If you were wise, step aside and do not block my path. Chapter 63, Uli Corina, under Percy's reprimand. Lackleys was reluctant to leave, yet he lacked the strength to resist and was forcibly led away by Elf. With the eyesore removed, Percy finally felt free to examine Greta closely. Ah, pure and lovely. Most importantly, this enchanting maiden-esque fragrance. Gray had indeed not misled him. He was thoroughly satisfied. Percy's gaze swept over Greta like a connoisseur appraising a prize collectible, particularly enchanted by the pure essence emanating from her. Just as he reached for her wrist to lead her away, he suddenly recoiled as if bitten by a venomous snake. Who? Percy's expression turned serious, losing the calm demeanor he had maintained moments before. Every hair on his body stood on end, and the prickling sensation on his palm confirmed that his instinct was not mistaken. A voice imbued with a sense of the ages emerged from the youthful Grand Priest. Ah, it is you, esteemed Grand Priest. But may I ask why you are obstructing me? This marked the first instance of Percy displaying politeness since entering the Grand Priestess Hall. Within the vast chamber, only the Grand Priest remained an enigma to him. His sixth sense continuously warned him not to offend this individual. The repercussions would be dire. You cannot take her. Until the trial concludes, no one may remove her. Ah, you may not be aware, but I already have a binding engagement with her, which holds full legal validity. Thus, I am merely here to take my fiancée. I trust you will understand. Percy's patience remained surprisingly intact in the presence of a formidable opponent. I told you cannot take her away. The High Priest remained expressionless. Are you serious? Indeed. You must understand that your decision could very well plunge the entire elf civilization into war. The threat in his words was unmistakable. The High Priest's eyes, filled with the weight of years, suddenly sharpened as they bore into Percy Lyric's. Percy dared not meet his gaze. He lowered his eyelids, remained silent for a moment, then raised his head with a smile. Haha, I was merely jesting. I hope you do not take offense. Since you are so insistent, I shall take my leave. The young man from the Lyric family acted as if nothing had transpired, turning to depart. However, after taking only a few steps, he seemed to recall something. By the way, if she fails her trial, you surely will have no reason to stop me from taking her away. Will you? With that, Percy Lyric left the High Priest's hall, laughter echoing in his wake. You have 6 hours to rest. The trial will officially commence in 6 hours. After the uninvited guest departed, the High Priest turned to Greta. His expression still impassive, though his tone softened considerably. As for the others, please vacate the High Priest's hall immediately. Upon turning away, his demeanor reverted to its earlier coldness. Cannot we stay to accompany Greta? Ife, concerned for Greta, boldly inquired. No, The formal trial must be completed solely by her. No one else is permitted to participate. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and Ife looked towards Greta, who nodded reassuringly, indicating that she was fine and they need not worry. Though their hearts ached, the present circumstances left no room for dissent, and Chen Yu and Ife could only awaken the nearly recovered Boer brothers, leaving the high priest's hall with resignation. Unlike their arrival, Chen Yu and the others traveled back to Silithia in a flying vessel. Under normal circumstances, they could have flown directly, much like elves and Percy, as well as other priests except for the ogre priest, who had also arrived by air. Walking was an uncommon choice, reserved only for special occasions like trials. What are you two still doing here? The high priest observed the unmoving elves, Alv and Lack, and could not suppress a frown. Ancestor, can I not remain? Uli Quilina's face was devoid of emotion. Yes, the high priest's true name was Uli Quilina, hailing from the Quilina family, ostensibly the 8th ancestor of Alv. Yes, high priest, we shall leave now. Faced with his ancestor's anger, Alv's smile faltered, and she quickly abandoned her playful demeanor, dragging a reluctant Lack out of the hall. Until they exited, Lack's gaze remained fixed on Greta, who, however, did not return his look, merely turning her head away. Are you blaming me for not giving my all just now? On their way back to Silithia, Alv noticed the man beside her remained silent, causing a pang in her heart. Did you not hear him? He is from the Lyric family, the side of the sacred tree. Do you not understand? Alv's frustration flared, as if she bore a great grievance. Lack was taken aback. He never expected Alv, who usually cared about her image, would lose her composure. A.S. the speaker of the elf civilization, cannot you handle the Lyric family? Do you only know how to drink? Are you not aware of our civilization's history? Seeing the man still confused, Alv's anger intensified, but she ultimately managed to calm herself. In the early era, the Lion civilization defeated the Zeta tribe, establishing itself as the undisputed ruler of the known universe. During the war between Lion and Zeta, countless civilizations, suffering under Zeta's tyranny, sought refuge under Lion, including our elf civilization. At that time, our suzerain was indeed the sacred tree of Lion. This subservience lasted for millennia until the Lion machine war thousands of years ago. When we finally regained our independence, even now, the sacred tree exerts immense influence over us. 6 hours later, having changed into appropriate attire, Greta stood solemnly in the hall before 5 priests. Trialist, please present the token. Uli Quilina spoke sternly. Greta complied, producing an unremarkable fruit, which she handed to the high priest. That it was, in fact, a seed from an ancient giant tree. The high priest retrieved a special thread to string it up, then returned it to Greta. Now, wear it on your chest. Depart from the high priest's hall, heading towards the sun, until this seed sprouts. Only then shall your trial be deemed successful. Greta asked no questions, offered no further words. After adorning the token, she respectfully bowed to each of the 5 priests, then resolutely turned to face the sun, setting forth. How much hope do you think she has of completing the trial? Ogre Sindana casually inquired of the high priest, gazing at the girl's receding figure. Though he had previously asserted Greta could succeed, he was well aware of the trial's difficulty, understanding that the chances of success were, in reality, quite slim. The high priest remained silent, merely extending a finger. Only 10%? Ogre furrowed his brow. No. 1%. Chapter 64. The path of trials 1%? So low. Ogre's pupils contracted. He genuinely believed in Greta's potential and sincerely wished for her success. You know in your heart that is true, do you not? The high priest countered. Ogre fell silent. Yes, he understood, for he had once completed the trial himself. His inquiry was merely a quest for psychological comfort. Though priests wield no real power, their status is exalted, and only those who have successfully completed the trial may formally inherit the priesthood. Among the 5 priests, 4, including himself, had traversed the path of trials, with the exception of Amy Quilina, which was partly why Ogre held her in disdain. Historically, the 5 priests have been controlled by 5 ancient families: Quilina, Cargona, Dagna, Sindana, and Sivana. Unfortunately, over 1,000 years ago, following the death of the last priest from the Sivana family, they fell into a state of decline, lacking a suitable heir. For centuries, no one from the other families managed to complete the trial. Unable to leave the priesthood vacant indefinitely, they reluctantly allowed Amy Quilina to take up the mantle. Though the extent of the high priest's influence in this decision remains uncertain, Unexpectedly, this replacement lasted a full 800 years. Nevertheless, Aniquilina bore a striking resemblance to her great-granddaughter, being extremely adept at handling mundane affairs, which allowed Ogre and others to begrudgingly accept her leadership. Given her slim chances of success, why do you persist in having her complete the trial, even to the point of offending the Lyric family? The high priest remained silent, and just when Ogre thought he would not respond, the high priest spoke slowly, because my time is running out. What? Ogre was momentarily stunned before realizing the implication of the high priest's words. How can this be? Did you not recently go to Lion Civilization for the Eternal Life procedure? Ogre found it hard to believe. This youthful body before him betrayed no signs of age. Leading him to think the old man was jesting, he recalled when he first became a priest, the old man had delighted in teasing him. Eternal life? Huh, that is but a lie. Uli Quillinus spoke with a smile. Yet his tone was grave, but this, the shocking revelation, left Ogre's thoughts in disarray, unsure of how to articulate his confusion. Were you not hoping I would pass on soon to make room for you? I was not. Do not say such things. After the jest, the atmosphere grew heavier. The two priests fell silent, merely watching the slender figure gradually fade from sight. The scorching air, oppressive low pressure, blistering ground, and the unyielding sun hung high in the sky. Greta walked alone in this life-restricting zone, where the average temperature approached 100 degrees. Without the advanced combat protective suit, her delicate skin had already suffered from swelling, blisters, peeling, and other afflictions under the relentless sun, with numerous areas beginning to show signs of erosion. Isolated and abandoned by her companions, she wandered aimlessly, driven solely by a flicker of obsession in her heart. Those despicable priests dared to treat her this way. Was this truly a trial? The tortures inflicted upon the most heinous criminals in prisons could hardly compare to this horror. Yes, Greta was pitiable indeed. If her mother were to see her in such a state, her heart would surely break. Encouraging shouts and expressions of sympathy echoed around, even from those who had heavily wagered on her failure, secretly admiring the girl's resilience. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and his companions had reunited with Yudi and Wally, who were stationed there, all watching the live broadcast on Star Network. I can't bear to watch any longer, Ife exclaimed, gazing at the wretched Greta on the screen, her heart heavy with sorrow. It was all that damned Lane's fault. Yes, if it weren't for his relentless pressure, Greta wouldn't have to endure such torment. The brothers of the Bull tribe voiced their anger loudly. Chen Yu stared intently at the screen, silent. No one noticed his fists had clenched tightly. Captain. He loathed his own powerlessness to protect his team member. Everyone, I wish to discuss something that if Greta truly fails her trial, we will immediately take her from this planet. Even if it means drifting through the stars, we cannot allow that damned Lane noble to succeed. Agreed. I consent. I have no objections. Ife, John, Jacob, and Yudi all supported Chen Yu's proposal, AS for Wally. Seeing everyone in agreement, he reluctantly nodded, even offering several escape plans. With their plans solidified, they turned their eyes back to the starry sky. The only thing left to do was pray for Greta's safety. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Chen Yu and the others, beneath the same sky, Percy Lyric was also watching the trial of his fiancée. TSK, Lady Elf's trial is rather interesting. Oh, her appearance now is quite unfortunate. But no matter, wounds can heal as long as she lives. Percy Lyric did not care for Greta's beauty. He valued her ancient noble bloodline. During the reign of the Lane civilization over the Elf civilization, there was a long period when Lane people were very keen on marrying elf women, turning it into a tradition. This was partly due to the elf women's beauty, which aligned with Lane aesthetics, and partly for the sake of boasting, as they believed it showcased their charm. The nobler the counterpart, the greater their allure. After all, elf women were renowned for their fidelity in love. Even today, Lane nobles still held onto this tradition. During banquets, they would often introduce their elf-blooded wives to guests, as if displaying a prized possession. Percy's voice was not soft, causing several nearby to glare at him, some hot-tempered individuals even preparing to confront him. However, upon noticing the circle of guards surrounding Percy, they instinctively kept their distance. While the Star Network did not allow direct investigation into identities, social interactions inevitably left traces. Someone like Percy, surrounded by so many guards upon entering the Star Network, clearly held significant status to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was simpler to ignore him. Sigh. Watching for too long becomes dull. I might as well play a few rounds of Star Battle. After a few murmurs, the bored Percy Lyric departed. In the 65th chapter, Black Windstorm, the game concluded, and Percy emerged from the Star Battle simulation with a satisfied smile. Ironically, the civilization most fond of Star Battle simulations was not the most powerful mechanic domain, nor the lowly civilizations with scarce access to such games, but rather the Lane civilization, which had once suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the mechanic domain. Perhaps it was born from deep-rooted pride, a desire to reclaim lost honor one day, or some other reason. In any case, the Lane people were passionate about playing Star Battle in the Star Network. Percy Lyric was no exception, even somewhat obsessed with it. Congratulations, young master. Achieving such a high score in the challenging Campempus battle truly showcases your talent as the most brilliant fleet commander of the Sacred Tree in a century. Gray astutely offered a compliment. Percy Lyric accepted it wholeheartedly, unable to suppress a sense of pride. Gray's words clearly resonated with him. I've only just entered the top 100, excluding that one in first place. The second has a score of 87. And even the third has 59. My score is still far from theirs. Master is too humble. If those commanders who can't even score 10 points heard you, they'd be utterly ashamed. Ha! By the way, has her trial still not concluded? Percy laughed with joy before inquiring about Greta's status. No, it isn't ended yet. She is still continuing, as Gray replied. He couldn't help but feel a measure of admiration. It was hard to imagine that the once timid girl who had hidden behind her teammates on Meyer Star was now so resilient at her core. In such extreme conditions, she had persevered for 6 whole days, falling several times yet stubbornly rising again, unwilling to give up. Then I shall go take a closer look. Percy, surprised, felt a spark of interest. Has it not sprouted yet? Will it truly sprout? Perhaps this seed has long since perished. Should I give up? No, I shall not yield. Greta tore her gaze from the seed hanging against her chest, laboriously lifting her head to glance at the sun high above, then recalibrated her direction. Pressing onward, she could not recall how many times she had repeated such mental deliberations, nor the number of times she had fallen and risen again, nor how long she had walked, or how far. All she remembered was that not long into her journey, she felt a sharp headache and nausea, which only eased after a long while. She remembered the ground was scorching, intense pain surging from her soles to her heart, as though she treaded upon a pyre rather than sand, until her feet could no longer feel anything. She recalled her skin becoming red and swollen, excruciating, then gradually transforming into unbearable itching, followed by another cycle of redness. Pain and itching. She speculated it was her skin's self-repair after being sunburned and peeling. She remembered the sun, which had once lingered on the horizon, had quietly ascended to a higher position. She remembered she must continue walking until the seed sprouted, then return to the High Priestess Hall. She remembered behind her, a group of companions awaited her. Beneath the Star Network's sky, more and more people gathered, collectively gazing up at the figure on screen. Go, Greta! Hang in there! Keep going, child! Shouts of encouragement arose and waved. In a nondescript corner, 3 women and 2 men also looked up at the sky. This child is truly remarkable. Mayfair, indeed, she is still just a child. Yet she has persevered thus far. Logically, the path of trial should wait until adulthood to challenge. She is merely at the comet level now. Had she reached adulthood, she might possess the strength of the satellite level, significantly increasing her chances of success. Alvin, the group had already possessed satellite-level strength when they underwent their trials. Otherwise, they would not have succeeded in the trials and inherited the priesthood. It's all that Lane's fault. Ogre paused, considering the women around and his own image, swallowing the coarse words. Allow me to correct you. This young lady had not truly reached the comet level before the trial officially commenced. Uli? An exclamation erupted. Well, High Priest, I personally verified her strength. She absolutely possesses comet-level capability. Ogre, I'm not saying she lacks comet-level strength. She simply has not fully developed the potential within her body. However, look closely. She has now truly reached comet level. Thus, her probability of successfully completing the trial has increased to 20%. Uli, the few individuals serving as priests were all exceptional in their insight. Under the guidance of the High Priest, they discerned that Greta's overall aura had indeed risen significantly within a mere few days. You know why our ancestors undertook such trials? Uli, without waiting for a response. The High Priest continued. Even without the use of gene-enhancing agents, the average physical quality of our elven ladies can reach comet level, placing us among the finest in the universe. even surpassing the Lyran people. In the era of our ancestors, the satellite level was as common as dust. Yet, why have we regressed in comparison to our forebears? It is precisely due to this path of trials. Nowadays, many citizens deem the path of trials as absurd and foolish, unaware that they themselves are the truly ignorant ones. Throughout the trials, the intense sunlight and the trace radiation have accelerated the evolution of our cells, gradually fortifying our bodies as we adapt to our environment. Uli, as OG and the others reflected on this, they realized its truth, especially OG, whose improvement had been most pronounced that, of course, the prerequisite for achieving strength is enduring this unimaginable torment. Uli, when the high priest spoke these words, he cast a subtle glance at Aini Quirin. Just as they were conversing, the surroundings suddenly erupted into chaos. Look, what is that? My heavens, this is... The five priests turned their gaze back to the celestial screen. The scene depicted was apocalyptic in nature. OG's face darkened, a sullen expression enveloping him. A black storm. Chapter 66. The green miracle. The black storm, akin to storms we are familiar with, is an extreme weather phenomenon triggered by intense atmospheric circulation. However, due to the unique planetary environment of Elvenheim, the storms here are far more terrifying than those on Blue Star. The howling winds and flying debris, terms often used to describe storms, are wholly inadequate to depict the current black storm. The wind speed of the black storm approaches or even exceeds the speed of sound. What fills the sky is not dark clouds, but debris swept into the air, continuously falling and being lifted again, resembling an unending rain of rocks. Faced with such a fearsome black storm, even starships reinforced with composite armor would likely shed their outer layers, let alone that slender figure, which appeared minuscule like a grain of sand in the face of the storm. From a moment the black storm emerged until Greta was completely engulfed, less than a minute had passed. Subsequently, the scene on the celestial screen plunged into a suffocating darkness. No, Greta, Ife cried out in anguish, her hands outstretched towards the screen, as if she could bring that beloved figure back. Chen Yu roared in despair, veins protruding from his neck. Yudi turned away, unable to bear the sight. The Bull brothers pounded their chests fiercely to vent their emotions. As for Wally, he was utilizing all monitoring devices in Elvenheim space, desperately searching for that petite figure, yet ultimately found nothing amidst the storm's concealment. Beneath this celestial screen, mourning for Greta were not only Chen Yu and the others, but also countless elven citizens who had long been captivated by her indomitable spirit. Ah, my Greta! Greta is mine. The youthful figure knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Child, we are all saddened, but your reaction is rather exaggerated. I love Amethyst. No, uncle, you don't understand. The moment Greta was swallowed by the storm, my heart perished alongside her. I believe my future will be as dark and desolate as the scene on that celestial screen. Greta is mine. Two fools. Didn't I already say she could never succeed? However, I must thank her, for I am about to reap a considerable fortune. Anonymous 01, a familiar tone, an annoyingly recognizable voice. While the majority were engulfed in sorrow, there always seemed to be one or two oddities who inexplicably contradicted the sentiments of the crowd. What did you say? This time, not just two individuals reprimanded him. Many others around cast him fierce glares. Why are you looking at me like that? I merely stated a fact, Anonymous 01, under the fierce gazes of the crowd. The individual shrank back slightly, clearly intimidated, yet his tongue remained unyielding. What else do you want to say? Do you dare reveal your true identity? I want to duel you. Greta is mine, the young man, filled with rage, boldly declared he would engage in a physical confrontation. The trial is not over. Perhaps a miracle will occur. I love Amethyst. Ha! A miracle. Have you ever seen someone survive under a black storm? Hey, do you dare to make a bet with me? Anonymous 01. Bet on what? I love Amethyst. Let us wager on whether she can survive after the storm passes, that if she lives, you win. And I will give you 1,000 credits. Conversely, if I win, you will give me 1,000 credits. Anonymous 01. Fine, let's bet who is afraid of you. But I love Amethyst. But what? Anonymous 01. Upon hearing the agreement, the individual felt elated, thinking that this I love Amethyst was indeed a fool, eagerly offering him money. Yet upon hearing the latter part, he felt a tightening in his chest, worried that the other party might back out. However, if you lose, I don't want your credits. You just have to run around the sacred tree square without a stitch on. I love Amethyst. Agreed. It's settled, but you must not back out. Anonymous 01. Fearing the other might renege, This individual immediately pulled out an electronic contract, having never considered the possibility of losing. The black storm came swiftly and departed just as quickly in mere moments. The scene on the celestial screen gradually transitioned from darkness back to bright daylight. The sun still hung high in the sky, unchanged for millions of years. The once boundless desert had transformed into a stony wasteland. The camera focused in, yet Greta's figure was nowhere to be found, and it began to move restlessly, searching diligently. "Please, let there be a miracle," the citizens beneath the celestial screen silently prayed. Their gazes followed the shifting image, their hearts gradually sinking with the passage of time. Suddenly, the camera swiftly returned, zooming in repeatedly. The atmosphere beneath the celestial screen turned silent, as countless individuals instinctively held their breath. The image revealed a mound of rubble, beneath which was a hand, its flesh mostly stripped away, the bones starkly visible. "Haha, I told you, Anonymous 01, clatter, clatter." Small stones tumbled continuously as the hand reached outward. Perhaps 30 seconds passed, or maybe 3 minutes. No one paid attention to time. All eyes were fixated on the slender figure rising from the rubble. Wow! A miracle! Incredible! She is alive. She is still here. The cheers beneath the celestial screen were deafening. You lost. I love Amethyst. After the uproar, this user suddenly recalled the earlier provocateur, but after searching around, found no trace of him. How vexing. Did he sneak away? Greta is mine. No worries, he can't escape. I love Amethyst. This individual proudly displayed the electronic contract they had just signed. Laughter erupted around them. Wonderful, Greta is safe. Ife was still crying, yet her tears were now joy. Yes, I actually knew it all along. Indeed, Jacob was right. After all, she is our teammate, and our squad is destined to become legendary. After confirming Greta's safety, the Bull brothers resumed their usual antics. Hey, you two. Chen Yu shook his head in amusement, his heart brimming with joy. Old man, see what I told you. This little girl truly did not disappoint me. OG exclaimed with excitement. The high priest gazed at the figure on the celestial screen, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, even disregarding OG's earlier offense. Clearly in a good mood. Quite intriguing. This time, I am genuinely interested in her. Surrounded by a throng of subordinates, Percy Lyric raised an eyebrow. Greta, of course, could not hear the words of the crowd, nor feel the countless citizens cheering for her. Her trials were not yet over. Thus, she continued to forge ahead relentlessly. 1 day, 2 days, until finally, she came to a halt. She smiled radiantly before the countless spectators, her smile so bright that even the fierce sunlight above could not overshadow its brilliance. Turning around, she returned. The seed in her chest had blossomed into a vibrant green. Chapter 67. Percy's Gift. Elvenheim, High Priest Hall, Greta Savannah. The voice of the High Priest resonated with its solemn grandeur, echoing slowly within the great hall. Yes, I am here. Greta reverently clasped her hands together and bowed. Upon returning to the High Priest's chamber, she received immediate medical attention, and her battered body had already healed completely. Did I, in my capacity as the High Priest of the Elf civilization, hereby announce that you have successfully passed the trial. According to the ironclad laws that have been passed down among the elves since ancient times, once you plant this sprouting giant tree seed in the sacred tree square of Silithina, you shall officially become a true noble of the elf civilization. This news will be conveyed to all the star territories of the elf civilization, and every elf citizen will come to know your name. Henceforth, any disrespectful offense towards you will be regarded as a provocation against the entire elf civilization. The High Priest emphasized the latter part of his statement, making his meaning abundantly clear. Percy Luric's so-called engagement was now rendered utterly meaningless. Moreover, you have also gained the qualification to inherit the priestly legacy of the elf civilization, reclaiming the priestly seat that rightfully belongs to your family, the Savannah. When Uli Corina stated this, he remained calm and unperturbed, showing no regard for the feelings of the younger member of his family behind him. The priests Og, Olwyn, and Mephiel displayed similar indifference, as if this were a matter of course. Even Amy Corina, who was usually fervent about power and status, appeared remarkably composed, refraining from any outbursts of opposition. In truth, the moment Greta rose again after the storm, she had already contemplated whether it was time to return this seat, which rightfully belonged to the Savannah family. Greta's resilience not only conquered countless elf citizens, but also herself. High Priest, May I refuse to become a priest? Greta timidly inquired, seeming to still embody the shy girl she once was despite having endured so much hardship. I mean no disrespect. I just wish to be with my teammates. Uli Corina fell silent. The silence of the high priest rendered the air in the great hall almost still, and not a single one of the four priests behind him dared to utter a word. The young girl began to panic, lowering her gaze to the ground and nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, much like a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Very well, if you insist. I cannot force you, he finally replied. Thank you. High priest, are you really letting her go like that? Og quietly questioned as he watched the departing spacecraft. Disappointed? Don't joke, High priest, didn't you say your health was? Og trailed off, somewhat speechless. That's fine. She cannot wander forever. She will return eventually. Besides, my body can endure for several more decades without issue. Uli Corina, the high priest over 2,000 years old, suddenly wore a sly smile. So, before the storm arrived, you dug a deep pit in the scorching ground with your bare hands and buried yourself? Aoife tightened her grip on Greta's hands, feeling an increasing ache for the girl before her. Meanwhile, Chen Yu and the others, having listened to Greta recount her trials, were left gasping in astonishment, filled with deep admiration. Indeed, at that moment, I didn't know where such strength came from. I merely acted on instinct to survive. Greta waved at the throngs of citizens surrounding her while conversing with her teammates. They were en route to the sacred tree square of Silithina, where she would plant the seed, and the elf citizens, having received the news in advance, had gathered early to welcome the only individual in a millennium to successfully complete the trial. Soon, they arrived at the sacred tree square amidst the fervent crowd. Although termed a square, it was essentially a vast forest comprised of towering trees that reached into the clouds, each one planted by ancestors who had successfully completed the trial, much like Greta. As a spiritual sanctuary of the elf people, it was perpetually guarded by numerous sentinels. Following the sentinels' guidance, Greta and her companions reached the designated spot and, under the gaze of thousands, planted the sprouting seed into the soil. Wow! Long live! At the moment she covered the seed with earth, the cheers of the citizens reverberated through the skies. From then on, the name Greta Savannah would be etched into the annals of elf civilization. The nearest giant tree had been planted by Priest Mephiel a millennium ago, and further away were those by Alwyn and Og. Perhaps 1,000 years hence, this small seed would also grow into a towering tree. Having completed this momentous occasion, the trial ceremony was finally concluded, and Chen Yu and his companions prepared to depart back to their warship docked at the artificial satellite of Wendini. During their departure, an amusing incident occurred. An unclad elf man was recklessly sprinting across the sacred tree square under the bewildered gazes of countless elf citizens. While many races in the universe had no custom of wearing clothing, the elves who placed great emphasis on outward appearances were clearly not among them. That it wasn't long before dozens of patrolling sentinels apprehended him. Moreover, everything was captured on camera, becoming the second major news highlight of the day. Following Greta's completion of the trial, Greta, here, another batch has arrived for you. Back on their warship, Jacob and John approached Greta, carrying a mountain of gift boxes, presents for her. The information regarding Chen Yu and his crew's warship was not confidential. With a little inquiry, anyone could easily discover their docking location. These elves are so enthusiastic. Let me see, why are most of these sent by the Savannah family? Aoife exhibited an unusual eagerness towards receiving gifts, demonstrating a side of her that was undeniably feminine. In my homeland, there's a saying, when poor, no one in the bustling market cares. When rich, distant relatives come from the mountains. Chen Yu naturally chimed in. Captain, your hometown people really know how to summarize. Yudi's eyes lit up, finding the statement particularly astute. Chen Yu shrugged. Hey look, Percy Lurik has also sent a gift. There's also an electronic message here. Greta opened the electronic card. And soon, Gray's holographic image appeared. Esteemed Lady Greta Savannah, on behalf of my young master, I extend my congratulations to you for successfully completing the trial and officially becoming a noble of the elf civilization. Inside the box is a token from my young master, meant to express apologies for any misunderstandings caused by our prior miscommunication. To the end of the message, Gray bowed earnestly once more. Despicable Lyran, I am curious to see what he has sent. Saying this, Aoife eagerly tore open the box. This, damn, cursed bastard. Chapter 68. Ambushed upon seeing the contents of the box, Chen Yu and the others' faces turned ashen. Cursing in unison, the box contained 2 severed heads, none other than those of Greta's former adoptive parents, the Jax couple. Greta gazed at the two familiar yet detestable faces, her complexion paling momentarily. Her eyes reflected shock, but also a hint of relief. Is this his way of apologizing? This is clearly a show of force. All right, let's not dwell on this. We should dispose of these quickly, as they are rather unsettling. Damn Lyran scoundrel, truly disgusting. Regardless, Greta's matter was finally settled. And it was time for them to return home. 2 days later, Chen Yu and his companions set sail once more, with their destination naturally being the Milky Way. Notably, unlike their arrival, their departure was met not with scrutiny, but with high honors from the Elf Defense Fleet. One must admit, being a noble has its perks. They didn't even charge us for the Stargate transit. Jacob exclaimed enviously. Come on, that's a privilege exclusive to Greta. Other nobles still have to pay. Moreover, she earned this through her own merit, unlike some who faint halfway and need a young girl to carry them, accomplishing little but causing trouble. Having spent considerable time with Chen Yu, Yudi occasionally interjected with phrases from his Blue Star homeland. Damn it, what are you shorties saying? I want to let you off? What are you doing? Don't come over here. I'm piloting the ship. What if we veer off course? As the two playfully bickered. The warship suddenly shook, and the alarm system blared to life. What is happening? I haven't even made a move yet. Jacob raised his hands, bewildered. Idiot, we are under attack. Yudi's face bore an unprecedented seriousness as he spoke, his hands swiftly maneuvering the controls of the ship. What is going on? The considerable commotion undoubtedly startled Chen Yu and his companions, who were still training in the exercise room. They hastily made their way to the main control room of the warship. My apologies for arriving late, Greta announced as she entered, having been lost in contemplation over an electronic message from her biological father, Lacklace. Although she had received the message while still in Elfame, she had never opened it, nor had she deleted it, as she was unprepared to confront the implications of a man claiming to be her father. Just as she summoned the courage to open it, the unexpected situation unfolded. Captain, our warship is under an unidentified attack. The room erupted in alarm. The warship severely damaged. Chen Yu inquired, anxiety etched on his face as he dreaded the worst possible answer. I have conducted numerous modifications to the warship's armor, so the damage is not severe. The power systems and other primary systems remain intact. That is a relief. However, Nodu Star is the gateway of the elf civilization, and a significant number of elf fleets are stationed nearby. Who would dare to act so brazenly here? Chen Yu released a sigh of relief and pressed for the identity of the attackers. The enemy's identity remains unclear, but it is evident that their numbers are considerable, likely a fleet. Furthermore, they appear to have been prepared. Our warship is surrounded. As they spoke, the warship trembled underfoot once more. Moreover, due to the enemy's strong interference, the station forces on Nodu Star would likely be unable to receive any distress signals we sent out. Damn it, the star map navigation system is also affected. We have lost our precise positioning. Bad news cascaded in, and the group's spirits sank further, in the vastness of the universe. Losing one's exact location is akin to a wanderer lost in an endless desert. The outcome is all too clear. Without the star map, they dared not use the warp engine for fear of colliding with the star. The enemy has temporarily ceased their attack and has sent us a request for communication. Could it be that they're space bandits seeking to extort us? Jacob speculated. But now, aside from this warship beneath us, it seems we have nothing of value left. John added, let's not rush. Let's first listen to what they have to say. At Chen Yu's suggestion, Yudi agreed to the communication request. Hey Greta, are you listening? Are you satisfied with the gift I sent you? A flippant voice emerged from the communicator, and despite it being merely an audio call, not a holographic image, everyone felt as if the arrogant noble, Percy Lyric, stood before them. What do you want? Chen Yu asked coldly. Who are you? It doesn't matter who you are. What matters is Greta. His disdainful tone incited a visceral reaction of anger from Chen Yu and the others. Now, you have only two choices before you. 1. Obediently send Greta to my warship, and perhaps I might spare you for the sake of my fiancée. 2. You wouldn't choose the second option. The threat in Percy's words was unequivocal. You realize what you are saying? She's a noble recognized by the elf civilization. Do you wish to make an enemy of the entire elf civilization? Chen Yu retorted, Do you still not grasp the situation? You are already surrounded by my fleet. Your lives are entirely in my hands. Moreover, as long as Greta is willing, how could I be provoking the elf civilization? Unless, of course, she is willing to see you all perish with her among the stars. With his fangs bared, Percy Lyric showed no signs of concealing his intentions. I assure you, you are delusional. We will never hand Greta over to you. Furthermore, you may not have the power over our lives. With that declaration, Chen Yu decisively ended the call. Yudi, forget about navigation for now. Unleash your skills. It's time to showcase your dazzling piloting abilities. Chen Yu spoke with confidence, knowing that his comrade was an exceptionally skilled pilot. Yudi nodded and swiftly switched the control system to manual mode. The Wind Rider was ready to soar once more. Meanwhile, aboard the leading class warship of the fleet, Percy Lyric's eyes narrowed in irritation. Arrogant. How dare they attack? Apply some pressure, but remember to be cautious. My fiancé E is still on that warship, so do not destroy it. He commanded the other 9 class warships through the communicator point 5 minutes later. Yes, just like that. Percy observed the visuals from the monitor, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although Yudi's piloting skills were extraordinary, the disparity in power was insurmountable, and they were inevitably struck by the enemy. Including Percy's class warship, all 10 vessels were standard military models of the Lyric civilization, their capabilities far superior to those of second-rate civilizations. Moreover, as a well-organized fleet, their military prowess was beyond question. 10 minutes later. What is happening? Are you letting them off easy? Get your act together and aim before attacking. Percy bellowed through the communicator, under Yudi's astonishing piloting skills. Chen Yu and his companion's warship gradually distanced itself from Percy's fleet and was hardly hit thereafter. Captain, we have escaped the enemy's interference range. The detection system has been restored. We are now able to ascertain the enemy fleet's approximate situation. Excellent. Now it is our turn to show them what we are capable of. Chapter 69. Fenrir Transformation. Damn it. What is happening? The slight tremor of the ship caused some of the liquid in Percy Lyric's cup to spill, igniting his displeasure. Report, officer. The previous attack originated from the ship ahead. They actually dared to retaliate? Interesting. By the way, what is the damage rate of our warship? Percy straightened up, inquiring seriously that, although the enemy successfully hit us, our armor has absorbed the impact. The overall damage rate is less than 0.3. Ha. It's merely an old relic discarded by the Holy Mountain system. Hardly a concern, he reclined lazily back into his seat. Percy continued to pursue Chen Yu and his companions. Damn it, the firepower of our cannons is utterly insufficient. Chen Yu swore he had just attempted to fire the warship's conventional laser cannon at Percy's class warship, successfully hitting it, only to be gravely disappointed by the outcome. The enemy was practically unscathed. The warship beneath Chen Yu was a class-modified military vessel produced by the Lyric civilization over 1,000 years ago. And while its weapon systems were indeed impressive, they paled in comparison to the advanced capabilities of Percy's fleet. Regrettably, he had unconsciously overlooked the significant power disparity between their forces. Since I cannot deal with the larger threats for now, I shall focus on the smaller targets. Chen Yu adjusted his mindset and turned his attention to the other 9 class warships. Thus, the next half hour became a nightmare for Percy Lyric. Commander, we have lost contact with Ship 3. The officer's face turned pale. It was his first time witnessing someone audaciously engage a warship of the Lyric civilization. What? Percy Lyric questioned incredulously, instinctively doubting his hearing. Ship 5 has also lost contact. The officer's forehead glistened with sweat. Useless. Tell those fools to execute tactical evasions immediately. Do I really have to teach them how to do this? Percy Lyric stood up abruptly, uncharacteristically losing his composure, and began to roar. His earlier calm demeanor had vanished, replaced by a growing sense of unease. Losing 2 ships at once, even for someone of his stature, would lead to inquiries from the military high command. It would be years before he could hope for a promotion again. Furthermore, transfer control of the ships to me, he was no longer inclined to hold back. As for that woman, she and her companions could perish together. It must be said that as the most talented fleet commander of the Holy Tree system in nearly a century, though that statement carries a hint of exaggeration, Percy Lyric was indeed competent. After taking command, he successfully struck Chen Yu and his companions' warships multiple times, inflicting significant damage. Unfortunately for him, he faced Chen Yu, a being who defied conventional wisdom, a prodigy second only to the mechanized emperor in star battle simulations. If his attack could not destroy Chen Yu in one blow, the retaliatory strike would surely be fatal. One by one, fireworks filled with a sense of fragmentation burst forth in the darkness of space. Due to the absence of a medium for sound to travel, The spectators could not hear the explosions that accompanied the destruction of the warships. However, the desperate screams of the soldiers aboard those ships reached Percy and his companions through the communicator in their final moments. A wave of panic spread. It's all gone. Everything is lost, the adjutant murmured, lost in despair. Enough? Pull yourselves together, Percy Lurik shouted, slapping the adjutant to the ground, but he remained indifferent, knowing his fate was sealed. With 9 warships destroyed, the fleet was nearly annihilated. Even if he survived to return, his life would likely be spent in a military prison. After all, such significant casualties required someone to take responsibility. And given Percy Lurik's status, the adjutant naturally became the prime scapegoat. I have not lost, and I will not lose. Percy's eyes reddened as he fixated on the image of the warship on the monitor. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, Gray, prepare my prized machine that I will personally take down that damned warship. Young master, this is absolutely unwise. It's far too dangerous, despite the destruction of the 9 warships. Gray remained composed. However, upon hearing his master's words, he was truly alarmed. What? Yes, moments later, a bizarre mech emerged from the warship. What the hell is this? They've deployed a mech. Chen Yu and his companions, watching the monitor, were left incredulous. In their minds. Mechs were suited for small-scale battles, primarily used for land assaults on planetary surfaces. In the vastness of space, they seemed like mere toys compared to the massive warships, which spanned kilometers. However, what happened next shattered their perceptions. The mech, resembling a wild wolf, revealed its fangs for the first time, unleashing a barrage of laser beams that struck their warship while they were still in shock. Alarms blared. The left side of the warship suffered severe damage, with the overall damage rate soaring to 12.3. Moreover, parts of the power system were affected, causing the ship's speed to plummet by 26. Damn it, how can that thing have such firepower? The crew found it hard to believe that such a diminutive mech could match, if not exceed, the firepower of a class warship. The one who laughs last will be me. For this mech is my greatest reliance. Percy Lurik, piloting the mech, reveled in his success. The Fenrir Mk2, a versatile mech designed for various combat environments, was a replica of the original Fenrir, though merely a copy. Its combat prowess reached the level of a class warship, far surpassing the standard mech Chen Yu had previously encountered in a mech only a few meters tall, but with destructive power on par with a class warship. Signified unparalleled agility and maneuverability, coupled with Percy Lurik's innate sixth sense. Even Chen Yu, who possessed enhanced abilities, found his shots consistently missing. The sudden shift in circumstances left Chen Yu and his comrades momentarily disoriented, relying on Yudi's piloting skills. Yet despite Yudi's best efforts, avoiding the enemy's attacks proved increasingly difficult. As the damage to their warship escalated, the shadow of death loomed over everyone aboard. Chapter 70. The advantage is mine. Chen Yu had never been one to passively await death. He had not given up even when facing the horrifying gigant beast on Fish Star, bravely raising his weapon to fight back. Now, the same resolve surged within him. The target had merely shifted from a beast thousands of meters long to a mech a mere few meters tall, and his weapon had transformed from a short, feeble firearm to a hefty laser cannon. The advantage is mine. There's no reason I should lose to that inexplicable mech. He repeatedly reassured himself as he intently focused on the small mech. Resembling a drifting speck, thousands of kilometers away, that if one shot missed, it was no matter. He could shoot again, that if the second shot also missed, it was still fine. He had more opportunities. Gradually, Chen Yu discovered an elusive sensation, as if he could predict the mech's next movements, akin to an instinctual sixth sense. Yet he attributed this to his intuition as he followed his instincts to fire. The gap between the cannon and the mech narrowed. Percy Lurik sensed this change as well. His acute sixth sense warned him not how to evade, but rather that he must escape quickly, or he would perish here. Faced with fear, Percy ultimately chose to retreat. However, as he prepared to return to his warship, Chen Yu seized the opportunity, firing a laser cannon that narrowly grazed the mech. That was close. Gray, come to my aid. Percy Lurik could no longer afford to act tough. He urgently called for help through the communicator. Yet, he failed to notice, or perhaps chose to ignore, that a minor damage notification had appeared on the mech's control panel, indicating less than 0.5 damage. Though seemingly trivial, this slight damage led to a tactical malfunction, ultimately costing him his life due to his recklessness. Receiving the distress signal, Gray arrived too late. although the distance was not great. Nothing could outrun the speed of a laser cannon. He could only watch helplessly as his young master, S-Mech, was reduced to a pile of shattered debris under successive laser strikes. As for the adjutant, resigned to his fate, he found a strange comfort in the sight. Though he might spend the rest of his life in prison, that stubborn fool would never return to the holy tree star domain. Quick, retrieve the mech debris. Gray snapped back to reality, urgently instructing the stunned soldiers around him. Only he understood the gravity of the situation. With the pilot dead, words were futile. The priority was to recover the mech remains. Besides retrieving his young master's body, the mech concealed military secrets of the Lion civilization. Had it not been for Percy Luric's noble status, an ordinary officer could not have taken it from the Holy Tree Star domain. If the mech's secrets were to be leaked, even the Luric family, which held a position in the Holy Tree system, could not bear the severe consequences. Once all the debris was collected back into the warship, Gray finally breathed a sigh of relief. He chose not to stay for revenge, but ordered the ship to depart and return swiftly to the Holy Tree Star domain. Throughout this process, Chen Yu and his comrades refrained from further attacks, silently observing the enemy's retreat. That on one hand, their firepower was insufficient. Even if they hit the class warship, it would likely inflict minimal damage. On the other hand, their warship had sustained heavy damage and urgently required repairs. Continuing the assault would only exacerbate the burden. Now, what should they do? With the enemy retreating and the danger subsiding, Chen Yu and his companions exhaled in relief. Yet a more pressing and troublesome issue loomed before them. They attacked us first. We were merely defending ourselves, Jacob stated gruffly. While he spoke the truth, it was Lion civilization they were dealing with. We just destroyed 9 of their military warships. Given the temperament of the Lion, how could they let us off easily? If the Lion pursued accountability, I will take the blame, Greta attempted to assert herself, puffing out her chest. Her words surprised everyone. It seemed that after enduring trials akin to hell, the young girl had indeed matured. However, considering her youthful appearance, her actions lacked persuasive power and instead appeared somewhat endearing. There's no use in worrying about it now. There's an old saying in my hometown. The ship will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. There's no need to rush when faced with a problem, for a solution will eventually present itself. Chen Yu's calm demeanor slightly lifted the gloom hanging over the group. Even though he harbored the same concerns and unease within his heart, he could not afford to reveal them. For the people surrounding him called him captain, and he could not betray their trust. Hours later, through the collective efforts of all, they managed to conduct a rudimentary repair of the warship, restoring it to a relatively stable condition, at least sufficient for navigation. Thanks to the exceedingly detailed star chart provided by Wally, Chen Yu and the others quickly recalibrated their coordinates. To their astonishment, after a fierce battle, they had deviated significantly from their intended course. Although the nearest point of return to the galaxy remained the Stargate, given the warship's current state, forcing passage through it would likely result in an accident. Reluctantly, they chose to return to Nodu Star, where they could properly repair the warship before safely returning to the galaxy. Months later, the warship finally landed unsteadily on Nodu Star. Just as everyone was engrossed in the repairs, they were oblivious to the greater danger that was silently approaching. Chapter 71. Vili Luric in the year 9991 of the Oasis calendar. Mikey awoke, whistling as he performed his daily hygiene routine in the bathroom. What a charming young man. He adjusted his thinning hair in the mirror and patted his round belly. Lost in a baseless reverie of self-admiration, a typical middle-class citizen of the Lane civilization, Mikey controlled 2 mineral-rich planets, 15 large production bases, over 10 limited edition spaceships, and properties scattered across various resort planets. Undoubtedly, he had achieved financial freedom. His spirits were high today, for he was about to fulfill a long-held dream, to marry a beautiful elf woman, a pursuit shared by countless Lane men. What another splendid day under the radiant stars. Of course, there was no sunlight outside, for he was currently aboard his warship, preparing to pass through the forthcoming Sacred Tree System Stargate, heading towards a renowned elf star system. Once he crossed that gate, he would be surrounded by countless beautiful elf maidens. Mikey fell once more into a daydream, never considering whether his appearance would attract an elf woman's favor. His confidence stemmed entirely from the diligent labor of millions of alien workers on those mineral-rich planets, which had generated his wealth. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of his communicator interrupted Mikey's fantasies. He promptly checked the message, and upon reading its contents, he cursed in frustration. What the hell is this? The message informed him that the star gate ahead was temporarily closed, advising him to return another day. IT provided no explanation as to why nor when it would reopen. However, he would soon learn the answer. My heavens! Is war about to break out? Mikey gazed at the vast fleet of warships approaching from a distance. Momentarily frozen. Nodu star. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Yu and his companions were busy repairing their warship when urgent alerts began to sound from their communicators as they comprehended the contents of the messages. Their pupils dilated in shock. 8T that moment. In the expanse of Nodu Star's space, two fleets were subtly poised against each other. Point 1 was the Nodu Star Defense Force, led by a Gamma-class strategic warship, comprising a total of 30 vessels. The opposing side was a fully assembled army of the Lane civilization's Sacred Tree system, spearheaded by 5 Gamma-class warships, supported by 30 Beta-class vessels and hundreds of Alpha-class ships. Lord Vili Lurik, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The commander of the Nodu Star Defense Force, Charlie Dagan, asked with a grave expression. Are you seriously asking me what is going on? Do you elves not know what you have done? Vili Lurik retorted without restraint. What do you mean by that? I do not understand, Charlie replied, puzzled. Well, are you still pretending? I will enlighten you. My grandson, Percy Lurik, a noble of Lane, met his demise on your territory, and among those murderers is one of your newly elevated nobles. Vili's fury could be felt even through the communicator. What? This is impossible. How could such a thing happen? Charlie exclaimed, panic-stricken. If what the other party claimed was true, it would spell disaster. Impossible. According to the information I have received, the murderers are currently on the planet behind you. If you have any sense, step aside. As soon as Vili's words fell, his aide swiftly communicated something to the fleet's communicator. Immediately, hundreds of vessels, large and small, ignited their thrusters, signaling the engine's activation. Sir, the authenticity of this matter has yet to be established. You cannot unilaterally invade our jurisdiction, caught off guard and unprepared for a response. Charlie Dagan could only brace himself, mentally preparing for martyrdom. The anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, Vili's Lurik Ninth Corps brazenly ignored the elf defense forces and proceeded to pass by them, heading straight for Nodu Star. Clenching his fists until his nails dug painfully into his palms, Charlie could only humiliatedly command his fleet to follow. Did he dare to fire the first shot at this barbaric, unreasonable Lane fleet? He did not dare. It was not merely due to the disparity in strength between the two sides. He feared for his life and thus refrained from drawing his weapon. Rather, it was because he could not bear the consequences of firing the first shot. Although the elf civilization was considered a second-tier civilization, it controlled merely the elf star system. Meanwhile, the Lane civilization, as a dominant force in the known universe, directly controlled over 10,000 star systems, with countless others indirectly influenced. The disparity in scale between the two was monumental and utterly disproportionate. Should he dare to fire the first shot? Some elves might regard him as a hero, yet many others would surely see him as a villain, for afterwards, the elf civilization might very well be annihilated by the Lane civilization, erased from history. A premature conclusion to their part in the vast cosmic stage. This was no exaggeration. The Lane civilization had committed such acts many times before. Therefore, Charlie did not dare, nor did he possess the authority to make decisions on behalf of countless elf compatriots behind him. He could only silently and humiliatingly follow the enemy fleet. Those wretched elves. Vili Lurik scoffed, shaking his head. How much better it was thousands of years ago when the elves were our vassals, doing everything according to our whims. Our ancestors treated this place as a garden, entering and exiting freely. Now, merely a few thousand years later, they dare to obstruct us. Vili reminisced about the glory of his ancestors, then cursed under his breath. Damn those mechanical domains. Yes, damn those mechanical domains. His aide immediately echoed. Half an hour later, on the surface of Nodu Star, having received a message and prepared to flee, Chen Yu and his companions were ultimately a step too late. Captured by the forces led by Vili, their hands and feet were shackled with electronic locks, and even their mouths were sealed with electronic bands, such that any slight movement would subject them to painful electric shocks. Enraged, Chen Yu could only glare furiously at the individuals before him with the only part of his body he could still move. His eyes, is it just us? Are there no others? Vili Lurik surveyed the ragtag group before him, puzzled, and inquired of his aide, Gray. Yes, my lord, just these few individuals are present, Gray replied, bowing low. Have their warships been searched? Did you find anything unusual? Commander, no abnormalities were discovered. It is merely a modified Alpha-class warship produced by the Sacred Mountain system a millennium ago. The aide quickly reported the findings. What a useless bunch! To be defeated by such trash brings shame upon the Lyric family. Villy's face burned with rage, yet his ire was not directed at Chen Yu and the others, but rather at his deceased grandson. Percy, as for the pain of losing a grandson, he felt none. Did Villy care for Percy? He could say he did, or he could say he did not care because Percy Lyric was indeed his grandson by blood, and a relatively outstanding one at that. He did not care because he had hundreds of grandsons, and one more or one less made little difference to him. Nevertheless, Percy was still his grandson. Even if he had truly erred, it should be his elders' prerogative to punish him, not that of outsiders to execute him, much less kill him. If word of this leaked, it would be a disgrace to the Lyric family. How could he ever gather with his old friends again? Preserving the dignity of the Lyric family was Villy Lyric's true objective for this expedition. Having confirmed their identities, he commanded, "Take them away. When we return, we will publicly execute them." "Yes, my lord." Just as the soldiers prepared to escort Chen Yu and the others onto the warship, a powerful voice, imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom, rang out in their ears. "Stop." Chapter 72. War and Dignity. After the voice faded, a figure abruptly materialized before Sir Villy Lyric. "Sir Villy Lyric, I implore you to release these children." Upon halting, Uli Kagan made no immediate movements, yet the aura surrounding him rendered the soldiers present too hesitant to act recklessly. Villy Lyric furrowed his brow, poised to speak, when his aide, pale-faced, leaned in to whisper urgently in his ear. "Commander, just moments ago, our station forces in space relayed news that the elves are receiving substantial reinforcements." Substantial. Villy discerned the emphasis his subordinate placed on that word. Indeed, 6 Gamma-class strategic battleships and over 100 various warships, not to mention thousands of civilian vessels. Is that accurate? In his astonishment, Villy instinctively countered. "Yes, and more warships are emerging from various stargates." Have the elves lost their minds? Do they truly wish to engage us in battle? Villy Lyric maintained his astonished demeanor, yet unlike what one might expect, his gaze lacked the panic and unease. To him, only the 6 Gamma-class warships, leading the regular army, posed a genuine threat. The other civilian vessels, regardless of their numbers, were akin to swarms of ants, devoid of combat efficacy. Moreover, he was certain they would not dare to confront him here. Should conflict arise, the first casualty would undoubtedly be the very planet beneath their feet, home to many innocent elven civilians. Furthermore, in the confined space surrounding Nodu's star, with so many ships crowded together, a wide array of weaponry would be rendered ineffective, and crossfire would inevitably lead to collateral damage. As the two conversed, several figures approached Uli the High Priest, including not only the 4 priests of Og, but also the enchanting speaker, Elf Quilina. The politicians and officials from Nodu Star lacked the standing to enter this inner circle and could only observe from a distance. Given the evolving circumstances, the previously prepared rhetoric required some modification. "Greetings, esteemed High Priest. I find it challenging to acquiesce to your request." Villy Lyric inclined slightly, his words impeccably courteous. Despite his inner disdain for the elven assembly before him, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. "You may not yet comprehend that these children you speak of recently took the life of my beloved grandson. He was the most outstanding fleet commander of the Sacred Tree lineage in nearly a century. My greatest pride. You cannot fathom the anguish I feel." Villy's countenance darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yu and the others, his voice rising in fury, tinged with an edge of choking emotion. As the supreme commander of a restructured army, his capabilities extended beyond mere military prowess. His political acumen was equally formidable. His impromptu performance was heartfelt, resembling that of a grandfather mourning the loss of a cherished grandson. His aide, ever the accomplice, pretended to wipe away tears. Knowing the atmosphere was inappropriate, Chen Yu, bound and unable to move, nonetheless experienced a moment of intellectual diversion. What is acting? This is what true acting looks like. It deserves to be included in some film curriculum. Greetings, Sir Villy Lyric. Based on the data I've gathered, it appears your grandson, Percy Lyric, initiated an unprovoked attack. Elf Quilina, disregarding the lessons of her predecessors, immediately presented data collected from satellites surrounding Nodu Star to Villy. However, before she could complete her statement, she was brusquely interrupted. "Stop! I do not wish to hear your reasoning. I only know I've lost my grandson. While the murderers stand here unscathed, they must pay the price. Elf took a deep breath, confirming to herself that Percy and the elder before her indeed shared a familial bond, even mirroring the habit of interrupting others. I regret to inform you, Sir Vili Luric, that you cannot take Greta today, for she is an officially recognized noble of our elven civilization. Elf, unwavering in her stance, despite her personal disdain for Greta, recognized their shared allegiance. As the speaker of elven civilization, she would never allow her civilization's interests to be compromised, and if I insist on taking her, Vili Luric, now dismissing the pretense, took a step closer, exerting a satellite-level pressure towards the speaker. No, you cannot take her, Uli Quilina interjected, positioning himself beside Elf and effortlessly dissipating the tension. Even in the face of war, Vili fixed his gaze on the high priest, echoing a sentiment once voiced by his grandson. Unlike Percy's empty bravado, Vili possessed the genuine capacity to instigate war against elven civilization. Even in the face of war, Uli Quilina returned Vili's stare, each word deliberate. He had not provided an answer before, but now he articulated his stance. Are you not concerned about the casualties among the populace? Vili gestured towards the throngs of elven citizens surrounding them. At some point, countless elven individuals had gathered, forming a crowd of no less than 10,000. But you fear death? Og Shindana, standing behind the high priest, boldly inquired of the assembled crowd. Not afraid. The somewhat disordered yet resolute response echoed beneath the sky. The phrase strength in numbers aptly described the current scene. Vili Luric's gaze flickered. He was somewhat taken aback by the unity of the elves, uncertain if they genuinely wished to engage him in conflict. Thus, the commander fell into silence. His silence was not born of fear, but rather contemplation of the stakes involved. War had never been a trivial pursuit. It was a means to an end, a method to achieve one's ultimate goals through force. Just as the elven populace rallied to defend Greta, they were also safeguarding their civilization's dignity and protecting their rights. For Vili, it boiled down to two words: interests. Should he instigate war now, his army would be insufficient. Given that elven civilization belonged to the second tier of civilizations, in such a scenario, he would need to rally the entire Luric family and numerous allied families to fully subdue the resilient elven civilization. In the course of the conflict, as the instigator, the Luric family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the casualties, and even if they emerged victorious, claiming the largest share of the spoils would require time to assimilate. Moreover, this year marked the 9,991st year of the Oasis calendar, with a once-in-a-millennium Lyron year approaching. Commencing hostilities now would be unwise. With this in mind, to preserve the enduring friendship between our sacred tree lineage and elven civilization spanning millennia. Let the girl go. After much deliberation, Vili Luric finally reached a decision. However, I shall take the remaining individuals with me. You surely have no objections? Chapter 73. The Mechanized Race. Valley just released. Greta, still bound by electronic cuffs, immediately began to writhe with excitement, as if eager to express something. They acted solely to protect this child. It was an act of justifiable defense. After a moment of silence, the high priest slowly opened his mouth. And my grandson dies in vain. Do you truly wish to engage in war over these few outsiders? Vili Luric's expression turned frigid, and the atmosphere in the room felt as though it had solidified into ice. The high priest fell silent. This time, he did not speak further. Released from her restraints, Greta stepped forward, pleading earnestly. Yet the high priest remained mute. Greta turned to plead with Og and the others, but they too said nothing. In desperation, Greta approached Elf and bowed deeply. Elf cast her a sympathetic glance before stepping aside. The helpless girl gazed imploringly at the surrounding elven citizens, yet they averted their eyes, unwilling to meet her gaze. In utter despair, Greta prepared to resort to her most straightforward method to rescue her companions when Og the priest firmly grasped her arm, rendering her unable to escape. Sighing, the priest Mephiel approached her slowly. Click! Greta ceased, struggling as her limbs were once again secured by electronic cuffs. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked towards Chen Yu and the others, brimming with guilt. Her surprise. They all shook their heads in unison, conveying their lack of blame. Vili Luric observed the unfolding drama with keen interest, then commanded his soldiers to escort the group back to the battleship. Click. A shrill cry followed the sound of the cuffs locking. The small purple-haired boy, barely a meter tall, had always been inconspicuous, yet now he became the focal point of everyone's attention. The electronic shackles that once bound him now lay at his feet, while the two soldiers assigned to escort him lay unconscious on the ground. In this moment, it appeared that this inconspicuous Dawes lad had subdued the highly trained Starfall-level soldiers in an instant. Valley, including Vala's companions, everyone was taken aback, and Greta, not far away, was so astonished by the sudden turn of events that she momentarily forgot her tears. "You worthless fools, didn't you secure him properly? What are you standing there for? Go and seize him," Villy roared in anger, feeling humiliated in front of the elven ladies. "Stop. According to the agreement, you cannot apprehend me." Vala's voice remained steady and unwavering. "Agreement? What agreement? I've never heard of it." "The Liluan mechanical domain, Armistice Treaty." Villy Lurik looked puzzled at first, but his expression turned grave upon hearing the very term he least wanted to hear. Everyone who understood Vala's words held their breath, their gazes fixated on the purple-haired boy. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. "So, you are of the mechanical race?" Villy Lurik inquired gravely, his demeanor more serious than when he conversed with the high priest. The mechanical race, highly intelligent mechanical life forms, commonly referred to as robots. Thousands of years ago, they were quite common, but since the Liluan mechanical domain war, all of them were sent to the mechanical domain, and they gradually became mere legends. Countless intelligent races have only heard of their great name, but have never truly encountered one. Indeed, by your designation, I am a member of the mechanical race." As he spoke, Valim moved his fingers, and the two soldiers, who had collapsed, astonishingly regained consciousness without any contact from him. While everyone was astonished, only Chen Yu, with keen insight, noticed a nearly transparent mass slowly drifting back from the soldiers to Vala's hand. Magic? Certainly not. Considering Vala's identity as a member of the mechanical race, Chen Yu speculated that the substance was likely composed of countless micromechanical entities, nanobots, that he was simply astonished that this small mechanical being had concealed his abilities so deeply. Having refrained from intervening during multiple crises, Villy Lurik immediately took a few steps back, creating distance. Although he could not see the objects, his heightened awareness of the mechanical domain led him to deduce Vala's method. The technology of nanomachines existed in Liluan civilization as well, and it was not inferior. However, their technology could only operate according to predetermined programming, unlike the seamless control exhibited by the mechanical being before him. Yes, from that recent scene alone, Villy confirmed Vala's identity as a member of the mechanical race. Yet he was perplexed as to why this mechanical being had left the mechanical domain to associate with the individuals beside him. "What do you intend to do?" Villy Lurik asked cautiously. "Immediately release my teammates." "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Villy flatly rejected. "Even if you are of the mechanical race, the treaty merely stipulates that neither party shall harm members of the other civilization without cause. Know this, we have not harmed you. Rather, you and your companions have slain my grandson. By rights, you should be the one apologizing, since you acknowledge my identity as a member of the mechanical race." "I have devised a countermeasure," Villy continued. "No, it was Percy Lurik who attacked us first. Did he harm you? Are you not standing here in good health? Moreover, he has already paid the price for his transgressions with his life. Since the catastrophic defeat thousands of years ago, the Liluan people had thoroughly studied the behavioral patterns of the mechanical race. Yet you bow my freedom just now, which constitutes harm as well." After a moment of silence, Vala spoke again. "No, you are mistaken, At that time. We were unaware of your true identity. Had we known in advance, we would never have acted so. Even that individual, upon learning of the incident, would never blame us for this. I believe you know this better than we do. Furthermore, you had the capability to inform us of your identity, yet you chose not to. I must suspect that you harbor ulterior motives, seeking to deliberately incite conflict between our two races," Villy Lurik retorted. Valley fell silent, the electric sparks flickering in his eyes. While his core system continued to overheat, he knew that the other party was being evasive. Yet he could not pinpoint any apparent logical flaws in their argument. As for Villy Lurik's accusation of him concealing his identity with ulterior motives, Valley was indifferent, for his true identity was a highly classified secret of the mechanical domain. He had no desire to reveal his affiliation unless compelled by circumstance. "Considering the treaty between our races, I shall not impose further difficulties upon you. If there are no other issues, I shall take my leave." With that, Vili Lurik signaled to his soldiers to quickly escort the remaining individuals inside. By the way, upon your return to the mechanical domain, please convey my respects to that individual. Vili Lurik raised an eyebrow, smugly, before turning to leave. Valley! From a distance, Greta, unable to move, watched helplessly as Chen Yu and the others were taken aboard the warship. In a moment of desperation, she could only call out Vala's name, hoping he might devise a new plan. However, until the warship took off, Valley remained motionless. Gazing at the tail flames of the departing vessel, the purple-haired boy seemed to resolve himself to something before connecting to the star network. Chapter 74. Lurik St. Tree, Star Domain. Lurik Star System, Second Spiral Arm, Roland Star. Roland Star serves as the headquarters of the 9th Army Group of the Lurik Star System. It falls entirely under military jurisdiction, as a military planet. Roland Star is dotted with hundreds of production bases of varying sizes. These bases not only meet the living needs of millions of soldiers in the 9th Army Group, but also comprise a relatively complete military-industrial production chain, sufficient to support a considerable degree of warfare demands. Naturally, aside from these production bases and military facilities, there are numerous other establishments, such as prisons that in the past. This prison mainly housed unruly soldiers and those who violated military regulations for various reasons. However, just a few days ago, several special external prisoners were admitted at 8 this moment. Deep into the night, 2 patrolling soldiers were discussing these special guests. Hey, have you heard? Tomorrow, those prisoners will be publicly executed. Of course, such a significant event is known to everyone. I even heard that they will be using traditional methods of execution, decapitation. The soldiers spoke with palpable excitement. Really? I've never witnessed a decapitation in my life. It's infuriating. I have to continue my watch tomorrow and can't witness it firsthand. Me too, that I'll have to settle for watching the footage later. Their conversation ended with a sigh of regret. These 2 moons are so hideous. So lopsided, not even remotely round. In a cell, Chen Yu gazed out through a small window, lamenting the sight of the 2 bright moons in the sky. Today marked the 5th day since he had been confined to this cell. The conditions within were not filthy. On the contrary, it was quite clean and tidy, equipped with a private restroom that in certain aspects, it was even better than his previous accommodations at Milky Corporation. Additionally, every day at a fixed time, the food would be dispensed from a small outlet. And to be honest, it was not too bad. At least he could swallow it. If only he had a star network connector, life would be perfect. Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought born of boredom. After all, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, he would face execution. The anticipation of death is always agonizing. Thus, during these days, Chen Yu had considered attempting a prison break like in the movies of his past life. Regrettably, he had no opportunity to go outside and meet some resourceful inmates who could obtain anything. There were no such individuals here, nor was there a warden in need of his money-laundering assistance. Left with no choice, he could only devise a plan from within his surroundings. Unfortunately, the entire cell was constructed from a single material, devoid of any visible screws, let alone the ventilation shafts or sewers often depicted in films. As for forcibly using brute strength, that was out of the question. Although he had regained some mobility, the electronic shackles remained unremoved. Moreover, even if he were unbound, he doubted he could break through the walls with sheer force. After all, the average physical condition of the Liloan people reached starfall level, and the soldiers in the barracks were even stronger if the construction material of the cell were not exceptionally sturdy. How could it possibly contain such individuals? Am I truly destined to die here? Chen Yu sighed deeply. To say he felt no regret would be a lie. After all, he was not a saint capable of transcending all emotions. He was merely a complex human being. He had even envisioned a day when he could return to Blue Star and liberate humanity from their subjugation. However, if he were to be given another chance, would he still wade through such murky waters for Greta? Certainly, for he is a person swayed by his emotions. There are actions one may regret after taking, yet if one refrains from acting, the regret may be even greater. Having a background is indeed remarkable. The great sage does not deceive me. Although Percy Lurik was a significant troublemaker, he was ultimately dispatched by a few well-placed shots. Yet after dealing with the minor threats, the elder Chen Yu and his companions were eradicated by that old rascal, Vili. Although Vili Lurik is a formidable opponent, did he not also retreat in the face of the united front presented by Lady Elf? Alas, behind Vili lurks the despairing lion civilization, which Bodhisattva might come to my rescue. As a staunch materialist, Chen Yu has seldom indulged in idealism 1,000 kilometers away from the prison at the headquarters of the Ninth Army. The banquet hall was ablaze with light. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Vili Lurik, elegantly attired, was engaged in pleasant conversation with several old friends. You were not present then, so you could not witness the scene when that little automaton was rendered speechless by my words. It was utterly delightful. Oh, really? I had thought you summoned us merely to witness the execution. I never expected the automaton to be involved. One of his old friends responded in astonishment. Of course, if that automaton had not been involved, how could my grandson have been so foolishly dispatched by those lowly aliens? In Vili's mind, he had already concluded that Percy was eliminated due to Wally's influence. Only the automata possessed such capability. Achieving astounding feats with just-in-class battleship, the possibility that Chen Yu and his companions could achieve similar feats was never considered. Damn automata, the impeccably dressed line elite collectively cursed. Just then, amidst the revelry, Vili's aide rushed in, panic etched across his face, whispering urgently in his ear. What? Moments later, Vili Lurik, the supreme commander of the Ninth Army, had donned his military uniform once more, standing stiffly like a sentinel outside the military headquarters, as if awaiting a significant visitor. Why on earth would that old fool suddenly think to visit me? Though Vili's expression was serious, internally he scoffed. The old fool he referred to was none other than his grandfather, Jolan Lurik, the current patriarch of the Lurik family and the de facto ruler of the entire Lurik system, akin to a local emperor. Percy was merely one of Vili's hundreds of grandsons. Similarly, Vili was just one of Jolan's numerous grandsons. When one possesses an exceedingly long lifespan and immense power, the number of descendants only increases. The Lurik family maintained its grip on an entire star system thanks to their vast lineage. At last, a magnificent, collectible miniature warship gracefully descended upon the square in front of the headquarters. As the hatch opened, a squad of 10 guards emerged, their presence radiating an aura of at least satellite-level strength, with 2 among them exuding a power that made Vili's skin tingle. This old man is becoming increasingly ostentatious. Vili straightened his posture further, yet still inwardly criticized him. After the 10 guards formed a defensive formation, 2 figures slowly emerged from the hatch. Both appeared youthful, yet their eyes bore an undeniable sense of age, reminiscent of the high priest of the elf civilization, clearly having undergone longevity procedures. One of them was Vili's grandfather, Jolan Lurik. However, the so-called local emperor, Jolan Lurik, stood respectfully behind the other individual. Upon recognizing this person's visage, Vili Lurik's pupils constricted, and he swiftly knelt. I humbly welcome your arrival. Duke Lurik. Chapter 75. The mantis stalks the cicada. The Lurik family boasts millions of members. Yet only one holds the title of Duke. Baldur Lurik, a legendary figure born before the Line Automaton War, who has survived to this day. If Jolan Lurik is akin to a local emperor, then Baldur Lurik is undoubtedly the supreme emperor. His portrait is still displayed prominently in the homes of all Lurik family members. Rise, child, you have performed admirably this time. Yes, although praised by his ancestor, Vili Lurik felt an inexplicable unease, unable to recall any deed worthy of such commendation. Could it be that his ancestor had already learned of his impressive reprimand of that little automaton? Very well, bring him to me. Who? Vili Lurik replied, genuinely confused, unable to comprehend what his ancestor meant. Who else could it be? It is, of course, that young man named Chen Yu. Baldur Lurik chuckled. Chen Yu? The commander grew increasingly perplexed, unable to recall knowing such a person. The Duke is no longer smiling. This is serious. This legendary figure, who had lived for millennia, did not exude an extraordinary aura, appearing merely as an ordinary old man. However, Vili, standing opposite him, suddenly knelt again, his complexion paling. Vili felt as though his heart was being gripped tightly by a large hand, as if it might be crushed at any moment. That critical juncture. The aid station nearby hastily approached, bowing slightly as he ran over. Sir, Chen Yu seems to be that individual brought back for Notastar, subsequently imprisoned in the Bastard facility. The aide's voice was not loud, yet it was clear enough for those present to hear. Knowing that his superior likely had not paid attention to those individuals, he rushed to clarify. I recall now. Quickly, go bring him here. As soon as the aide finished speaking, Vili felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, and he quickly began issuing orders. However, Baldur Lurik's expression did not improve. This is troublesome, the Duke murmured. glancing at the night sky behind him. Vili was somewhat puzzled, but soon understood the reason. Another luxurious, collectible warship materialized in the night sky, gradually descending. Moments later, the hatch opened. "Oh, old friend, it has been so many years. We seem to have grown distant. You enjoy good fortune, yet do not invite a few old brothers, choosing instead to feast alone." With the same youthful appearance and a similarly seasoned voice, the night's wind felt particularly raucous. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yu was brought forth from the bastard facility by several soldiers and led to the conference room of the 9th Army headquarters. Here he encountered the insufferable scoundrel, Vili Lurik. "Am I to meet my demise? But why would they choose to execute me at such a late hour?" In his confusion, Chen Yu felt the electronic shackles on him being unlocked by Vili himself. Enter, before he could fully grasp the situation. Chen Yu was propelled into the conference room, and the door closed behind him. Yet the host, Vili Lurik, did not enter, remaining dutifully at the door. Is it really him? A true bastard. His strength is merely comet level. Is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? To verify, he would need to ascertain the truth directly. Confounded, Chen Yu had just stepped into the conference room when he was scrutinized by the occupants, as if he were an item to be inspected. The conference room was spacious, yet only 10 individuals occupied it, 5 standing and 5 seated. Though all appeared youthful, their auras and the weariness in their eyes revealed their true age. Chen Yu discerned that they were all peculiar beings, akin to the elf high priest, for none of them exhibited any weaknesses, indicating that they all possessed strength far surpassing his own. Unbeknownst to him, the 5 standing were the current heads of the Lurik, Capet, Habus, Waiting, and Olden families, each commanding a complete star system. The 5 seated were the true masterminds behind their respective families. The 5 great families were deeply interconnected, representing an undeniable force even within the vast expanse of the Holy Tree star domain, encompassing over 2,000 star systems. "Young man, upon entering the star network, you sought us out." Balder Lurik, seated at the head of the table, announced a room number, subsequently entering the star network, followed closely by the 4 beside him. Balder's position as the head was not due to a higher status than the others, but merely because this was the Lurik system, and he was its master. Observing their expressions, it seemed that this was not a bad omen. While pondering, Jolan Lurik handed him a portable star network connector, signaling with his eyes not to waste time. Chen Yu shrugged and donned the connector, entering the star network. It has been a while since I last entered. It seems this month's salary is still owed to Wally. I wonder how Wally, Greta, and Ife are faring now. Chen Yu let out a slight sigh as his figure flickered and departed from his room. "Now, present your ID along with all personal information, particularly the data regarding the Star Wars simulation." So it was Wally who did it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu immediately realized something that he chose not to resist. Instead, he candidly displayed his information that, the ID is indeed correct, it truly is him, and the records are accurate. Unexpectedly, he has been found by us first. Ha ha ha. The 5 figures trembled slightly, visibly excited. The once-in-a-millennium Laiwan year is approaching, and having Chen Yu, a commander of a battleship with astonishing and miraculous achievements, signifies something profound in their hearts. This means that their territory could multiply exponentially during this opportunity. It signifies an elevation of their respective family's power, profit, and more profit. Only immeasurable benefits could elicit such joy from these ancient beings who have lived for thousands of years. Moments later, the group returned to reality. "Hurry, we must swiftly take him away. There may be others who have received the news and are on their way here. The 5 great families control neighboring star systems, making them the first to arrive. Indeed, we cannot delay. We must hide him before the Laiwan year officially begins. Let us arrange for him to be taken to my waiting star system. No, I believe it would be better to place him in our Alden star system." Each of the 5 clearly had their own agendas. Just as they were embroiled in their dispute, the conference room door was suddenly flung open with great force, and a figure rushed towards them at an alarming speed. The incident occurred abruptly, yet all 10 individuals in the conference room were formidable. The 5 seated remained steadfast, but the one closest to the door immediately took action, intending to intercept the uninvited guest. However, just as his fist reached midway, he suddenly retracted 99% of his force, merely waving his hand lightly to send the rapidly approaching figure aside. Chen Yu, who had already retreated to the corner, focused his gaze and couldn't help but chuckle. The one who was sent flying was none other than Vili Lurik, who had originally been guarding the entrance. Moments ago, Vili had been full of vitality. But now he lay covered in blood, unconscious. Look at your expressions. The news is indeed true. This person is truly a Star Wars genius. Chapter 76. The Lord of Dawn. As the young man stepped into the conference room, Chen Yu, who had instinctively shrunk into the corner, felt an urge to retreat even further. His brown hair and tan skin, with his open collar revealing robust muscles adorned with numerous totemic runes, added to his wild aura. An intense and powerful presence swept through the room, banishing the stale and decrepit atmosphere that had lingered when the others clearly saw the young man's face. Even the 5 previously unyielding elders rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to the newcomer. All when people recognized this face, for he was, "We welcome your highness, the Lord of Dawn." The 10 spoke in unison. The Lord of Dawn, the current ruling faction of the Lywin civilization, one of the highest authorities in the Oasis system, stands at the pinnacle of power in the universe. Though the Lord of Dawn appears youthful, he is genuinely so, unlike the others who have undergone longevity procedures. Unlike other factions, the Oasis system has 3 supreme leaders: the Lord of Dawn, the Lord of Day, and the Lord of Dusk. The Lord of Dawn is vigorous and valiant, commanding martial affairs. The Lord of Day is wise and sagacious, overseeing administration. The Lord of Dusk, though aged, possesses rich governance experience, guiding the Lord of Day in better rule. When the previous Lord of Dusk passes away, the then-aged Lord of Day will step down to become the new Lord of Dusk, transferring his administrative powers to the narrow-bust Lord of Dawn, who will then seek a talented young individual to succeed the vacated position of the Lord of Dawn. Thus, the cycle continues. A saying prevails in the Oasis system: whenever dusk fades, a new dawn arises, ensuring the perpetuity of day. "Hey, what are you hiding here for? Come with me." The young man swiftly confirmed his target, ignoring Balder and the others, and walked directly towards the cornered Chen Yu, lifting him before turning to leave. "Your Highness, this is against protocol." Balder and the others formed a barrier in front of the young man. Although the Lord of Dawn is one of the highest authorities in the current Lywin civilization, he is still part of the Oasis system, not the Sacred Tree system, maintaining only a nominal subordination rather than a substantive one. That, when it comes to interests, how could Balder and the others allow him to snatch this opportunity away? Protocol. Boom. The room was suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind, and figures began to fly. This is what protocol looks like. The young Lord of Dawn clenches fists, scoffing down existence chosen from billions. How could these ancient beings, who rely on longevity technology, compare? The entire process took less than a breath. Chen Yu, still in the young man's grasp, felt a blur before his eyes and a sudden dizziness. When he regained his senses, the individuals who had blocked his path had vanished. What is this? What kind of physical prowess is this? A mere mortal can achieve such feats. "Kebuli, you have crossed the line." A weak male voice quietly emerged as the Lord of Dawn's ferocity reached its peak. Chen Yu turned his gaze towards the voice, spotting 2 other young men approaching. The one speaking had purple hair and pale skin, appearing youthful yet slightly hunched, giving off a languid vibe. "TK, so gloomy." "It's obviously the brother Hodel. Where is your brother? Is he too scared of me to come?" Kebuli suddenly released Chen Yu, chuckling. However, Chen Yu, closest to the young Lord of Dawn, noticed that there was no trace of humor in his eyes. Only seriousness remained. This demeanor was typical when facing an equally matched opponent. Indeed, the next moment confirmed his suspicions as Balder and the others rose to greet the newcomer. "We welcome Lord Hodel." "We welcome Lord Pentos." They all bowed, but Chen Yu could distinctly sense that they treated the former with more respect. "Cough. You may step back." The young man named Hodel casually waved his hand. Balder and the others appeared reluctant, but ultimately could not oppose the command from their superior. Departing begrudgingly as they left, Joel and Lurik did not forget to drag the still unconscious Vili away. "Pintos, did you come with him?" Once the bystanders had departed, the conversation became less guarded. It was merely a coincidence. I happened to encounter Hodel on my way here." The red-haired, green-eyed Pintos stepped aside, maintaining a distance from Hodel. "Coincidence? You from the Sacred Mountain system and he from the Sacred Tree system happen to meet. Are you insulting my intelligence?" Kebuli scoffed. "No, it truly was a coincidence that I only saw Hodel after arriving here. Since our goals align, we decided to come together," Pintos replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Chen Yu, the meaning unspoken. "Humph." Kebuli coldly huffed, not believing a word he said, the ruling faction of the current Laiwan civilization. The Oasis system possesses the greatest power, directly controlling over 4,000 star systems that in contrast, the Sacred Mountain and Sacred Tree systems each control around 2,000 star systems. The two factions often collaborate to defy the directives from the Oasis system. My apologies for being late. While they conversed, another male voice interjected. Chen Yu instinctively turned to look, and his gaze sharpened. With black hair and yellow skin, the man's features closely resembled those of the eastern races of Blue Star. With only minor differences. Who are you? Kebuli and the others frowned, clearly unfamiliar with him. However, since he could enter from outside, it indicated that his status was undoubtedly significant. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Zhe. From the Jiang family of the Heavenly Realm system. I'm here representing my government. The young man named Jiang Zhe stated, about to retrieve electronic documents. The Heavenly Realm system, a name imbued with divine connotations, is, in fact, a democratic faction, similarly controlling nearly 2,000 star systems of the Sacred Tree and Sacred Mountain systems. Stop. No need for that. Now that everyone is present, let us sit down and discuss, Kebuli said impatiently. Waving his hand, and unceremoniously took the main seat. Are we not waiting for the Holy Lake? As his words fell, Pintos had already settled into the chair to Kebuli's left, seemingly only asking out of courtesy. Hoddle, in a state of lethargy, settled beside Pintos, displaying no intention of engaging in conversation. The last to arrive, Jiang Zhe, surveyed the surroundings before finally pulling out a chair next to Kebuli and sitting down. The other three exchanged glances but remained silent. The Sacred Lake? They had long since been rendered obsolete. What was the point of their gathering? Let us proceed with the matter at hand, Kebuli declared, tapping the table. That moment, the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the darkened sky like a blade, streaming into the conference room and casting a fateful glow upon the young individuals present. Had someone captured this moment on film, their name would surely echo through the ages, for these young men were destined to become figures of immense influence within the interstellar civilization. Among them stood the solitary human. Chapter 77. The offer in the vast conference room of the 9th Army headquarters, located in the Roland Star of the Rurik system within the Sacred Tree star domain. 5 individuals were present, 4 seated and 1 standing. The 4 seated individuals shared a common purpose, while the standing figure was the object of their interest. Although Chen Yu, the one standing, had yet to grasp the situation fully, he was certain of one thing. He was at least safe from immediate danger. With that in mind, he chose to remain quietly at the side. After Kebuli rapped the table, an unusual silence enveloped the room. Pintos, with his striking red hair and azure eyes, elegantly trimmed his nails with a tool resembling a nail clipper, seemingly oblivious to the proceedings. Next to him, Hoddle leaned forward, his eyelids drooping, projecting an aura of someone still caught in the clutches of sleep. Opposite them, Jiang Zhe fiddled with his communication device, adjusting its angle repeatedly. "What are you up to?" Kebuli inquired, curiosity piqued. "Oh, I'm just recording our meeting to demonstrate that I am diligently fulfilling my duties during this business trip," Jiang Zhe replied. "Really?" Kebuli's mouth fell open in disbelief. Suddenly, Pintos's hand trembled, causing him to misalign the nail clipper. Even Hoddle, on the verge of slumber, lifted his head in surprise. Recording not allowed. Jiang Zhe cautiously asked, observing the expressions of the others. "What do you think?" Pintos retorted, his eyes wide with incredulity, as if saying, "Are you jesting?" "Forget it then," Jiang Zhe muttered, promptly disabling the recording function. "This incident lightened the atmosphere in the conference room, that I believe it's unnecessary for you all to waste time here. I have already reviewed his dossier. He is a registered citizen of the Galactic Alliance, which falls under the jurisdiction of our Oasis system. Therefore, he should be taken by me," Kebuli stated bluntly. "Fool," came a quiet but firm voice from Hoddle, who stood up to counter. Though he appeared frail, his true strength was not to be underestimated, especially on his home turf. "Calm down, everyone. Let us discuss this rationally," Pintos interjected, abandoning his nail trimming to play the peacemaker. "Allow me to speak fairly," he continued. "Since this individual is from the Oasis system, he rightfully belongs to them." Kebuli smiled at this affirmation, but his expression faltered upon hearing the latter part of the statement. However, Hoddle is correct. He was found first by his people and brought to the Sacred Tree star domain. Thus, I side with Hoddle. "How dare you?" Kebuli, the Lord of Dawn, rarely resorted to such language at May I add something?" Jiang Zhe timidly interjected. Kebuli, Hoddle, and Pintos turned their attention to him, intrigued. Look, he has black hair and yellow skin. He resembles those from our heavenly realm, likely possessing our bloodline, Jiangze explained as he approached Chen Yu, gesturing animatedly. Therefore, I believe he is more suited for our heavenly realm. Cabely and the others momentarily paused before turning away, with Hoddle muttering, "Idiot, continuing this debate will lead to no conclusion. Let us discuss something more tangible." Pintos suggested earnestly. "Oh, how do you propose we do that?" Cabely inquired. "Simply put, whoever offers the highest bid can take him," Pintos replied. "I agree." "Fine by me. Count me in." After this exchange, the four resumed their seats. The previously noisy conference room fell into a sudden hush. "Since I proposed this, I will go first. 5 developed star systems," Pintos said, glancing around. Chen Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, did I just hear correctly? Not credits or planets, but entire star systems? Am I truly that valuable?" "I bid 10, Cabely announced, extending a hand to emphasize his offer. 15. Hoddle's tone remained weak, yet the gravity of his offer made the others take notice. The Sacred Tree system was not as affluent as the Oasis system, and 15 developed star systems represented a significant sacrifice. Cabely furrowed his brow, contemplating before declaring 20. This was the highest offer he could make within his authority. Chen Yu, already somewhat desensitized to the numbers, observed in silence. Hoddle remained silent. Just as Cabely believed he had secured victory, Pintos, with a smile, countered 25. Cabely's expression stiffened as he glanced between Hoddle and Pintos, a suspicion creeping into his mind. As anticipated, these 25-star systems were nominally offered by the Holy Mountain system, but were effectively a shared burden between the Holy Mountain and Sacred Tree systems. The balance of power had shifted, and Cabely was not willing to let the Oasis system dominate further. Jiangze's voice broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Pintos and Hoddle felt a tinge of unease. Jiangze extended 3 fingers. 30. Cabely raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "No, 3. Jiangze corrected earnestly. 3. Pintos echoed, caught off guard. Jiangze nodded affirmatively. The reactions of Pintos and Hoddle morphed into disbelief. "What? 3 main sequence class magnetic stones," Jiangze clarified, assuming they hadn't heard him correctly. Pintos erupted. "Have you lost your mind? Are you serious?" This time, not only Pintos but also Cabely and Hoddle wore expressions of shock. Chen Yu, however, was merely confused, pondering the nature of these magnetic stones and why they were deemed more valuable than entire star systems. "I'm not insane. I undergo regular checkups, and my reports confirm my mental stability. Would you like to see them?" "Stop! That's unnecessary," Pintos quickly retorted, having concluded that Jiangze was undoubtedly unhinged, for no sane individual would respond in such a manner. "Ahem, does the heavenly realm recognize what you just proposed?" Due to the astounding offer presented by Jiangze, even Kaibuli felt compelled to reconfirm. Indeed, prior to my arrival, the committee had already approved this temporary resolution. "Naturally, this is the maximum bid we can provide." The 3 of them fell silent. As the pinnacle of the Lion civilization's power, they were acutely aware of the significance of the primary star-class Euclidean stones. They simply did not anticipate such grandiose maneuvers from the celestial realm this time. A lost galaxy can be reclaimed and conquered again. It is merely a matter of time. However, the Euclidean stones, their gazes exchanged. The atmosphere turned oddly tense. "What? Are you unwilling?" Jiangze inquired cautiously. "No. I concur with your proposal." Kaibuli was the first to express agreement. "To forsake an invaluable Euclidean stone for a mere bastard is the height of folly. Even if that bastard truly excels in star warfare. So what? The Lion Youth competition encompasses more than just that. Furthermore, the celestial realm has always maintained neutrality, as long as those 2 do not seize it. It is acceptable. I also agree." Agreed. Pontos and Hodel exchanged subtle glances and nodded in unison. They shared Kaibuli's sentiment, as long as the Oasis realm does not capture him. As for the celestial realm, perhaps during this Lion year, the 3 factions might even form a clandestine alliance. Thus, the matter of Chen Yu's allegiance was settled amidst their brief dialogue. Throughout this process, he, the principal party involved, had no opportunity to voice his own desires. "Your name is Jiangze, correct? I shall remember you. You are quite an intriguing individual." As the gathering dispersed, Kaibuli cheerfully patted Jiangze's shoulder. Similarly, Pontos and Hodel regarded him with a similar demeanor, observing coldly. Chen Yu keenly noticed that their gazes towards Jiangze resembled that of a landlord's foolish son. carelessly devaluing his father's hard-earned estate. Oh, I appear foolish to you? Jiangze suddenly leaned toward Chen Yu and asked. While Chen Yu thought, not exactly foolish, but rather identical, he replied verbally that he did not. However, he soon realized something and scrutinized Jiangze with astonishment. Jiangze smiled, offering no further explanation. Enough staring. We must depart. I can leave with you, but you must agree to one condition. Chen Yu understood that he was about to lose his freedom once more, yet he recognized his own value and prepared to negotiate for something in return. Conditions? Huh. Do you truly believe you are in a position to negotiate with me? Jiangze chuckled lightly. Am I not qualified? Chen Yu locked eyes with him, unwavering. Speak. What do you desire? After a moment of mutual gaze, Jiangze slowly responded. I want you to help me rescue my teammates from prison. Is that all? Jiangze chuckled softly. It is merely a matter of words. Do not waste time. Follow quickly. Jiangze turned and walked away. Moments later, in the office of the 9th Army Group Commander, slap. Having just received treatment, Vili Lurik was once again knocked unconscious by Jiangze's hand. Chen Yu's eyelids twitched. He thought, are the youth of Lion this formidable? What a weakling. I merely tapped him lightly. Jiangze feigned innocence, asserting that it was unintentional. After voicing his request, Vili had surprisingly not agreed immediately, instead glancing at his companion, Bedel Lurik, thus to remind Vili of his presence. He approached and gently tapped him. What are you still doing? Hurry and release those individuals. Bedel Lurik, the supreme ruler of the Lurik star system, could not unleash his fury upon Jiangze and redirected his ire toward his adjutant. The power of authority was vividly displayed in that moment. Why not bid them farewell? I can grant you the time. Jiangze curiously inquired of Chen Yu, who stood beside him. No need. I can likely guess what will transpire. Merely tearful. Sentimental scenes. Frankly, I do not relish that sentiment. Chen Yu gazed at the departing warship, feigning indifference as he shrugged. Moments ago, John, Jacob, Hefei, and Yudi had all been released. Aside from their somewhat disheveled mental state, they appeared to have no other issues. Chen Yu did not approach to bid them farewell. Instead, standing at a distance to observe, Jacob and the others would be sent back to Nordostar, where Greta and Wally awaited them. Moreover, Jiangze had assured him that as long as he cooperated diligently, he could ensure that no one would harass them in the future. Besides, I left them a message. It is not as if I vanished without a trace. In that case, we should set off. All right, where to? The political center of the celestial star domain, Tianyuan star. By the way, I have a question. What exactly is this Euclidean stone you mentioned? Chen Yu was indeed curious about it. That is a closely guarded secret of the Lion civilization. I cannot disclose it to you, at least not now. Jiangze paused. Once we reach Tianyuan star, perhaps you will have the opportunity to learn the answer. As they spoke, the two had already boarded the warship. Soon, the afterburners ignited. On board, Chen Yu gazed at the reflection in the viewport, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Am I to become a solitary wanderer once more? He believed he might never see those teammates again, unaware that some had been waiting for him all along. This wait lasted over 8 years. Chapter 79. Flesh and wisdom bang. Cough, cough. I concede. I surrender. A familiar scene unfolded, but this time it was not Jacob and John lying on the ground, but Chen Yu. Chen Yu rubbed his chest and abdomen, rising to his feet, now beginning to comprehend the sensations experienced by the Boer brothers at that moment. TSK, it's only been 20 seconds. And you can't continue. I was just beginning to feel something. Jiangze shook his head, a look of disdain in his eyes. Hey, why does that sound so strange? How are you so strong? Have you completed an intermediate genetic enhancement? Chen Yu, while ribbing Jiangze, voiced his curiosity. With several days remaining until their arrival at Tianyuan Star, either out of curiosity or boredom, Jiangze proposed they engage in a primal, exhilarating physical combat. Those were Jiangze's exact words at the time. Could Chen Yu defeat him? Certainly not. Nevertheless, Chen Yu ultimately nodded in agreement, as he too sought to vent his pent-up frustrations that eye in a certain light. Jiangze was not his adversary. He could even be considered a savior. However, anyone who loses their freedom again inevitably experiences psychological imbalance. Thus, the initial scene transpired. Genetic enhancement. Why would I need to resort to the highly detrimental biological genetic technology of the Holy Mountain System? Jiangze scoffed dismissively. You mean to say you have never undergone genetic enhancement? Chen Yu was genuinely astonished. Of course not. But ISNT the average physical quality of your lion people only at the star-falling level. You must be at least above the satellite level. First, let me correct you. I am at the planetary level. Secondly, you are correct. The average physical quality of the lion people is indeed only at the star-falling level. But that is merely an average. Jiangze paused. Stepping closer, I am among the minuscule fraction of those who surpass that average. Jiangze shrugged, turning to gaze at the starry sky outside the viewport. Continuing, our lion civilization has endured for nearly 200,000 years since its inception, but we are now almost a different species compared to our ancestors from 200,000 years ago. Throughout this extensive period, in addition to technological advancements, our physical qualities have improved at an astonishing pace. This remarkable transformation is particularly evident among the upper echelons of society. Jiangze suddenly turned back, locking eyes with Chen Yu. The strong grow stronger, while the weak remain weak. The strong possess more choices. They tend to procreate with others of similar strength, transmitting their superior genes to produce even more exceptional offspring. This is the result of natural evolution. Nearly all civilizations follow this pattern. Chen Yu remained silent. The harshest laws of nature dictate survival of the fittest and the ruthless elimination of the weak. This is also the law of societal development. Just like those Kaibuli you encountered earlier, I am still far from their level. However, compared to you, I am even further ahead. Jiangze, unable to maintain seriousness for more than 3 seconds, began mocking Chen Yu while stroking his chin. Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration. He had no desire to engage with this individual. After several days of interaction, Chen Yu found Jiangze to be quite peculiar, at times exceedingly serious, while at others, incredibly whimsical, making it difficult to keep pace with him, as if he were mentally unstable. And no wonder he needed regular psychological evaluations. It was evident he had issues, and he must not skip his medication. Chen Yu silently critiqued. Aside from that, Jiangze's demeanor was not unpleasant. He lacked the inexplicable arrogance that plagued other lion individuals. Even if he occasionally exhibited a bit of bravado, it remained within acceptable limits. However, the strength of physical constitution does not signify much. It is wisdom that constitutes the greatest power. Jiangze shifted the conversation to a different topic. Wisdom, indeed. Wisdom. Do you ponder why our lion civilization has attained its current dominant status? Without waiting for Chen Yu's response, Jiangze continued in terms of physical prowess, we cannot compare to the elves or the Dua civilizations, let alone the Zeta tribe, which has evolved biological capabilities to their utmost limits. As for the history of civilization's development, our lion civilization has merely existed for 200,000 years, while some civilizations have thrived for millions, even tens of millions of years. Yet when our fleet reached their homeworld, they had scarcely left their surface. Certainly, many civilizations had entered the interstellar age long before us. But what is their status now? They have either dwindled to second-rate or vanished into history. As he spoke, Jiangze suddenly smiled, his eyes gleaming with unabashed pride. Wisdom differs from mere knowledge. It is akin to the distinction between humans and animals. Chen Yu interjected. Precisely, but that is not entirely accurate. Jiangze cast a surprised glance at him, then nodded in agreement. Innovation, discovery, and integration. Innovative wisdom emphasizes the creation of new ideas, products, or solutions beyond traditional methods, fueled by a vivid imagination grounded in existing knowledge and information. Discovery wisdom focuses on observation and analysis, extracting useful information from complex data to uncover the underlying patterns and laws hidden beneath surface phenomena, whereas integrative wisdom entails effectively consolidating disparate information, resources, or elements into a cohesive whole or solution. Jiangze suddenly paused and clapped his hands. Do you comprehend what I've just explained? It's not too profound, is it? Chen Yu felt a wave of annoyance. Is he treating me as a student in a lecture? Amidst his fiery gaze, Jiangze cleared his throat and continued. In terms of innovative wisdom, we lion people have reached the pinnacle. Our creativity is undeniably the foremost in the universe, without exception. Even in discovery and integrative wisdom, we can claim an exceptional status. Technologies such as stargates, star maps, mechas, and warp engines were all pioneered by us, allowing the lion people to truly illuminate the cosmos with the brilliance of interstellar civilization. Jiangze had immersed himself in his own exuberance, while Chen Yu pondered inwardly. If given sufficient time for development, perhaps Blue Star might achieve such heights, or even surpass them. Of course, this situation had slightly altered thousands of years ago. Jiangze suddenly sighed. Are you referring to the mechanized domain? Chen Yu cautiously probed. Yes, precisely the mechanized domain. The biological brain has its limitations compared to mechanical beings. The disparity is vast, almost despairing. Jiangze did not conceal this fact, but rather acknowledged it with candor. Chen Yu nodded in understanding. The human brain might narrow the gap with computers within a limited range, but as data volume increases, the chasm will only widen, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Fortunately, those mechanical races have only excelled in discovery and integrative wisdom. In innovative wisdom, they fall far short of us, operating solely within established logic and predetermined thought patterns this does not include that particular existence that be why the end of his statement. Even the proud Jiangze couldn't help but reveal a hint of reverence in his eyes. Chapter 80. Tianyuan Star, located on the inner side of the first spiral arm of the Tianyuan system, serves as the political center of the entire celestial domain and is one of the 5 political cores of the Lion civilization. This planet orbits a quintessential main sequence star, with approximately 40 of its surface comprising land, while the remaining 60 is covered by oceans and other bodies of water. The solar system includes 5 additional planets, of which 3 have been transformed into habitable worlds, aside from 2 gas giants at this moment. A limited edition warship named Jiangze 666 was landing at a base on Mars as the hatch opened. 2 young men descended from the vessel, engaging in conversation as they did so. A group of soldiers, having waited eagerly, swiftly approached to commence routine maintenance on the warship. Mars? Why do you refer to this planet as Mars? Chen Yu inquired, the name conjuring numerous associations for him. What is strange about that? It's merely primitive reverence from the early stages of civilization. Almost all civilizations, provided their homeworld is not the sole entity in the stellar system, choose names for other planets that relate to Earth, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, and even light and darkness. Even with language differences, the meanings are generally similar, Jiangze casually replied. Chen Yu reflected for a moment and realized this was indeed the case. As they conversed, they arrived at a building resembling an office complex. Stay here quietly. I will fetch something, Jiangze instructed before turning to leave. However, halfway through, he suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something. Then turned back. By the way, once we reach Tianyuan Star, do not continue using your previous name. It would be best to adopt a new one. Why? I'm thinking of your future. Don't you plan to return? Return? At that word, Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback. I can go back? Indeed, we merely intend for you to assist us in the Lion annual competition. After that, your value will diminish significantly, and we have neither reason nor necessity to keep you bound. You must know that our celestial domain values equality above all. Did I not mention this before? Jiangze asked, puzzled. When did you ever say that? Chen Yu retorted incredulously. Didn't I? Well, it doesn't matter. Quickly, give me a pseudonym, Jiangze urged. Chen Yu thought for a moment. Let's call me Dongyu. Dongyu, that doesn't sound pleasant. Let us go with Yudong instead. Jiangze repeated the name twice, decisively rejecting the choice. Hey, Chen Yu wanted to argue further, but Jiangze had already turned away, leaving him with a nonchalant silhouette. Shortly thereafter, Jiangze returned, tossing a communication device to Chen Yu. This device is now linked to your new identity information. From this moment forth, you are Yudong, a formal citizen of the Lion civilization in the celestial domain. After stating this, he led Chen Yu back to their warship. Minutes later, the vessel ascended once more. So, our landing on this planet was solely for the purpose of obtaining this identification, was it? Certainly not. Everyone returning from mission must stop at one of the other planets. Otherwise, entry to Tianyuan Star is prohibited. Besides conducting maintenance on the warship, the primary purpose is to exterminate pests. Exterminate pests? Yes, it is said that a fool once returned to Tianyuan Star without thoroughly cleaning his warship after a mission, unwittingly bringing back Zeta tribe eggs hidden within. This resulted in considerable damage to Tianyuan Star. Although we quickly eradicated them, the repercussions were dire. Tianyuan Star is the political center of the entire celestial domain, the focal point of countless eyes. Following that incident, we struggled to hold our heads high in front of the other systems for a prolonged period. Jiangze sighed in resignation. The Zeta tribe? Were they not eradicated by you? Chen Yu seized on this pivotal remark. How could that be? They're a race that has evolved for at least hundreds of millions of years, a species that has reached the pinnacle of biological evolution. They can adapt to various environments, And even the extreme cold of space cannot completely annihilate their eggs. We merely cleared the Zeta tribe from the explored areas. There are still many of them lurking in other regions. And they cannot be entirely eradicated, Jiangze replied with an open hand. By the way, one of the tasks in the Lion annual competition is to hunt the Zeta tribe. It must be said that the performance of the warship named Jiangze 666 is indeed remarkable. Within mere hours, the two officially arrived at Tianyuan Star. Tianyuan Star, headquarters of the Central Executive Committee of the Celestial Domain. Outside a certain conference room, 2 young men and 1 woman stood solemnly, awaiting entry. They were among the most distinguished fleet commanders of the younger generation in the Celestial Domain. Why have we been summoned back so suddenly? Could it be for a promotion? The 2 young men stood still, whispering to one another. By the way, Jiang Yin, what do you think? Do not speak. Someone is approaching. The girl named Jiang Yin disregarded them, instead hushing them sharply. Oh no, that presence. It's that spirit. Humph. The 2 young men's expressions changed, and as they prepared to speak, a cold snort from beside them interrupted, reminding them of the girl's connection to the newcomer. Oh, I sent this Lu Bing and Yao Yi and my dear little sister. Why are you all standing here motionless? Surely you haven't done something wrong and are being punished by those old geezers, have you? As he spoke, Jiangze had already approached the group. The 2 young men glared at him in fury, while Jiang Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. No, that is not right. Just now, I saw both of you displaying expressions of joy from a distance. It seems you are not being punished, but rather something good must have happened. With that, Jiangze imitated the stance of the 3 beside him, his upright posture appearing even more solemn than theirs. What is he doing? Why would you think I could decipher his thoughts? Lu Bing and Yao Yi whispered to each other. Times, individuals or groups may unconsciously influence others to engage in certain behaviors through language, expressions, or actions. This phenomenon is known as group suggestion. Chen Yu, who had been following Jiangze, naturally stood at attention behind him upon witnessing the 4 standing in such a manner. The peculiar atmosphere enveloped the area outside the conference room. Lu Bing and Yao Yi wore expressions of discomfort. Jiang Yin looked resigned, while Jiangze maintained a stern countenance, akin to a guard on duty before a superior. Chen Yu stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. He had stood in such a manner countless times during his student days. Why haven't they called us in yet? I don't know. Could it be that those big shots haven't finished their discussions? After a long while, the expressions of Lu Bing and the others grew somewhat impatient, yet Jiangze still appeared grave. Suddenly, the door to the conference room creaked open from within. Odd. Didn't they say they had already arrived? Why are they still not here? A middle-aged man with a square face stepped out, looking perplexed. Upon hearing the commotion, the 4 immediately straightened their postures. The middle-aged man slightly turned his head, his gaze sharpening, blood rushing to his face. Jiangze, when did you arrive? Why didn't you knock after coming in? Do you have any idea we've been waiting for you for almost half an hour? Was I supposed to knock? I didn't know. It was mentioned in the notice, Jiangze replied innocently. You hum. Why don't you hurry up and get in? The middle-aged man said, storming back into the conference room, evidently not wishing to see Jiangze's face for a moment longer. The other 4 instantly deduced the reason and looked rather displeased. Does his psychological assessment report truly indicate normalcy? Could it be that he bribed the doctor? Chen Yu sighed inwardly. Inside the conference room sat 7 individuals, 5 men and 2 women, all appearing middle-aged. Let us not waste time. Everyone, quickly enter the star network. Chen Yu, unaware of the psychological dynamics at play between the 2, urged the next opponent to hurry into the arena. Jiang Yin began to feel anxious, for she was the 3rd contestant to step up. An empty space battle lacks excitement. Let us add some difficulty and change the environment to an asteroid belt. She suddenly proposed with a gleam in her eyes. I have no objections, Chen Yu shrugged. Thus, the game commenced. 2 minutes later, after hiding for quite some time in the asteroid belt, Jiang Yin was finally discovered by Chen Yu. As her battleship appeared in Chen Yu's line of sight, the outcome was predictable. It over. After the battle concluded, Chen Yu disregarded Jiang Yin's incredulous expression and directly faced the 7 esteemed spectators. Hey, it's not over yet. Didn't you notice there's still 1 person left? Jiangze's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Yu's ear, clearly expressing some dissatisfaction. That you're also here join in? You can play star battles? Chen Yu almost revealed his thoughts. Of course. but I'm not as skilled as you. I only know a little. This unexpected humility from Jiang Zhe made Chen Yu instantly alert. Observing Jiang Yan and the others' expressions, it was evident that Jiang Zhe had not been truthful earlier. I feel that a one-on-one lacks atmosphere. Add 10 allied ships to form a small fleet. How does that sound? Jiang Zhe suddenly suggested with a smile. All right. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, but soon nodded in agreement. I could see the moment they entered the game, no one noticed the unprecedented seriousness that flickered deep in Jiang Ze's eyes. Hey, do you think Jiang Ze stands a chance of winning? Hard to say. That kid on the opposite side is quite cunning that I reckon it's 50-50. After all, Jiang Ze has commanded fleets in numerous battles. And in terms of practical experience, he even surpasses many of the older commanders. Lu Bing and Yao Yi whispered to each other. Jiang Yan remained silent, attentively observing the battle. Once allied ships were introduced, the situation shifted markedly. Although Chen Yu could command those allied ships, he could not control them to fire. Thus, amid the astonished gazes of the spectators, he ordered the 10 allied ships to hide while he charged in alone. This battle prolonged considerably, and the outcome was not as evenly matched as Lu Bing and Yao Yi had speculated. Rather, it was a one-sided victory for Chen Yu. Nevertheless, Jiang Ze, despite his defeat, did not leave empty-handed. Under his command, he successfully located and eliminated 3 of Chen Yu's allied units. What do you all think? One of the 7 observers, a man with the surname Feng, suddenly inquired. He could be a general, but not a commander. The responder was a woman with the surname Yao. This level of performance is sufficient. After all, we only need him to represent us in the grand competition, not engage in actual warfare. Indeed, if that is the case, then let us disperse. After a brief exchange, the 7 promptly disappeared from the room. Once the high-ranking officials of the Central Committee departed, the remaining Chen Yu and others understood that the test had concluded and began to exit the Star Network. So, who exactly is he? Filled with confusion, Yao Yi and Lu Bing relentlessly questioned Jiang Ze, while Jiang Yan, trailing behind, listened intently, evidently curious about Chen Yu's identity. Who is he? Didn't the committee members just inform you? His name is Yu Dong, the newly appointed fleet commander who will represent us in the grand competition at Lianyan. Jiang Ze replied nonchalantly. How frustrating. You know full well that's not what we're asking. We want to know where this kid came from. Do you really wish to know? Yao Yi and Lu Bing immediately nodded at a young man who suddenly emerged, yet defeated you in your most esteemed domain. Anyone would be intrigued. Then gather closer. I'll discreetly tell you. Jiang Ze suddenly glanced around cautiously, then beckoned the 2 closer with a conspiratorial gesture. They immediately leaned in, with Jiang Yan also inching closer, observing from a distance. Chen Yu could already sense what was about to unfold. I want to tell you. You little rascal. Yao Yi and Lu Bing's faces flushed suddenly, utterly unprepared for Jiang Ze's childishness. Oh dear. Are you angry? You don't want to hit me, do you? I'm so scared, terrified that you might turn me into a pig's head. Jiang Ze first feigned fear, then spoke the most provoking words in the most cowardly tone. You, Their expressions shifted dramatically, yet they ultimately huffed and turned away. Hey, don't rush off. I really will tell you this time. The 2 not only did not slow down but hastened their pace even more. Outpacing them was Jiang Yan, who found herself baffled by having such a brother. Many times, she felt compelled to ask her parents if something unusual had occurred during her mother's pregnancy, or whether one of them had been adopted from outside. Haha, let us go. Watching the 3 retreating figures, Jiang Ze laughed triumphantly, then turned to beckon Chen Yu to hurry along. Where to? To the mecha department. What are we going there for? Chen Yu asked in confusion. Don't ask too much. Just follow me. The mecha department sprawled over a vast area, where Chen Yu encountered numerous mecha models previously seen in the Star Network. Most of these mechas stood several meters tall, with some towering up to 30 meters. These metallic behemoths were not the flimsy replicas seen at past comic conventions. They were authentic machines of destruction. Stop gawking. Our target isn't these standard low-tier mechas. Jiang Ze urged for the 3rd time. Chen Yu shrugged, wanting to tell him that he had no idea how alluring mechas could be to a man. Soon, the 2 entered a descending elevator. With no specific floor indicators, Chen Yu could only estimate that they were at least 100 to 200 meters below ground based on the sensation of weightlessness during the descent and the passage of time. After a prolonged and winding journey, the 2 finally arrived in an exceptionally vast space. Here, dozens of uniquely designed mechas were stationed. Just as they entered, an elderly man with disheveled gray hair approached them. Without needing to ask, Chen Yu could tell from the man's appearance that he was undoubtedly a knowledgeable researcher. "Stop dawdling. Hurry inside." The old man gestured toward a nearby mecha. "Me." Chen Yu pointed at himself for confirmation. "If not you, then who?" The old man replied. Somewhat exasperated, he then turned to Jiang Zhe and inquired, "Is your illness contagious?" "I am not ill," Jiang Zhe emphasized, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Chen Yu was too engrossed in the mecha before him to pay attention to their conversation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the cockpit, as if embarking on a sacred pilgrimage. Chapter 82. First intimate contact. This was Chen Yu's first close encounter with a mecha. Unfortunately, the original communicator was missing. Otherwise, a tune from Pacific Rim would have been absolutely exhilarating, as the cockpit door slowly closed. His previously restless heart began to calm as the light gradually dimmed. With a precise click, the door sealed tightly. After a brief darkness, the lights inside the cabin suddenly illuminated, accompanied by the whirring of machinery. 4 glove-like devices emerged, ready for his hands and feet. That moment, the voice of the researcher echoed through the communicator. Following instructions, Chen Yu extended his hands into the devices on either side. As soon as his hand were placed inside, a slight prickling sensation surged through his body, prompting an instinctive desire to withdraw. "Wow, boss, your controls bite," he silently lamented. "Stay still and quickly insert your feet," the communicator chimed again, seemingly anticipating his next words. Unsurprisingly, the moment he placed his feet in, another wave of tingling pain coursed through him that a crisp alert sounded, and the machinery began to operate. The connecting devices secured his hands and feet firmly. In the next instant, Chen Yu's body was lifted from the original seat, his limbs being pulled taut. When he felt a slight tugging at his muscles, the device ceased its pulling and gradually loosened. He guessed that this was an automatic adjustment, given that the Lacan people were generally tall, averaging around 2 meters. His astonishment. Although his hands and feet were restrained, he could still move his fingers and toes freely. Moreover, he could perform basic actions like lifting his leg, throwing a punch, twisting his waist, and jumping, albeit with a slight sense of sluggishness. "Stay still." "We're almost there," came a stern reprimand from the communicator. Chen Yu immediately fell silent. The final connection device descended, resembling a helmet filled with sensor-like apparatuses. Without needing further direction, Chen Yu instinctively donned it. He involuntarily gasped as the electric sensation returned, sending a shiver down his spine. The moment he secured the helmet, an alert sounded, and the cockpit's indicator lights shifted from white to green. Just as he was about to examine the surroundings, a wave of disorientation washed over him. When he regained his bearings, his perspective had transformed. In addition to his regular field of vision, multiple data panels appeared on either side. This experience was nearly identical to his previous mecha simulations in the StarNet. But in the StarNet, everything had been presented directly within the mecha, lacking the comprehensive process he had just undergone. Gradually, Chen Yu discerned a significant difference. His current sensory perception was far more vivid than it had been in the StarNet. Have you ever experienced the perspective of a giant? It was akin to the view from a superhero with an embedded energy core in their chest. Chen Yu now felt this firsthand. In his line of sight, the 2 humanoid beings not far below appeared minuscule, as if he could squash them with a mere slap. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his body leaned forward, and his hand slowly rose, descending to strike downward. Fortunately, disaster was averted as the mecha's motion was abruptly halted at the last moment, sparing Jiang Zhe and the old man from an untimely fate. However, calamity did strike as Chen Yu was unceremoniously pulled from the cockpit, subsequently receiving a warm yet thorough reprimand from Jiang Zhe 5 minutes later. "I didn't mean to. It was just a fleeting thought. How was I to know it would turn out like that?" Chen Yu rubbed his sore right eye, continuing to explain. "How did his data turn out?" Jiang Zhe ignored Chen Yu's protest and turned to the disheveled old man, inquiring about the test results. Though he asked, he already had an inkling of the answer, as the mecha had indeed moved soon. The old man's response confirmed his suspicion. Average feedback 4.5, peak 6.8. An impressive specimen. "Where did you find him?" The old man gazed at the data report. Astonished. 6.8? Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow and promptly activated his communicator, stepping aside as if to make a call. That score good or bad? Chen Yu had quietly sidled up to them. "Curious, quite exceptional. You must realize that not everyone can make a mecha move. Only a handful of people across the entire celestial star domain can achieve a score above 5, the old man casually explained. The old man, known as Master Luo, was not his real name. Many had forgotten his true identity, and he was referred to as such out of respect for his profession, in addition to being a mecha engineer. He was also a mechanical engineer, warship maintenance specialist, data analyst, psychological counselor, designer, and chef, among others, though it seemed he had included some rather peculiar titles. According to Master Luo, the earlier roles were essential for survival, while the latter was merely a facet of life. Regrettably, his culinary skills were solely self-proclaimed, gaining no recognition from others. No one would eat the food he prepared except himself. Not everyone can make a mecha move? That's impossible. Surely you must be mistaken. Chen Yu was perplexed. It's merely a matter of operating the mecha. Isn't it just a case of having hands? The only difference is the level of operating skill. You're referring to those low-tier, standardized mechas that anyone can control. The mechas I speak of are entirely different. Master Luo pointed first at the ceiling and then at the mechas surrounding them. Chen Yu was increasingly confused at him. The mechas nearby seemed only superficially different from the standardized ones on the ground. He could not comprehend the distinction. Master Luo glanced at Jiangze, who had just concluded his call, and nodded, indicating that certain matters could now be disclosed. These mechas share a similar basic structure with the standardized ones above, but there are significant differences in their internal control systems. Their operation mechanisms are far more intricate, allowing for greater agility and flexibility. Master Luo began to explain slowly. Chen Yu nodded. He had sensed this difference during his earlier control. Moreover, the energy levels between the two were worlds apart. The standardized mechas on the ground could only be classified as planetary-level combatants. Once their energy was depleted, they could at most destroy a city, roughly equivalent to nuclear-level destruction. In contrast, the advanced mechas here possess the destructive power akin to level warships, capable of obliterating an entire continent. How is that possible? A mecha only a few dozen meters tall can be compared to a level warship that spans several kilometers? Chen Yu doubted his hearing or wondered if the old man had indulged too much before arriving. Speaking nonsensically. Alright, those so-called advanced mechas in the StarNet are merely products missing crucial data. Even the Mecha Emperor could not decipher the key technologies within. What? There are technologies that even the Mecha Emperor cannot master. Chen Yu was astonished because their energy systems are entirely different. Energy systems? Yes, the standardized mechas primarily utilize nuclear energy, but these mechas do not. They employ energy systems that are even more efficient than antimatter. At this juncture, Master Luo paused, then uttered a term Chen Yu had heard many times before, a magnetite. Chapter 83. A magnetite. Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise, having long been curious about this substance. Indeed, it is a magnetite. Observing Chen Yu's puzzled expression, Master Luo manipulated a device nearby. Soon, the sound of machinery echoed. A 1-meter-wide hole appeared in the lower abdomen of the mecha beside them, from which a triangular prism slowly extended. The machinery continued its operations. The triangular prism gradually unfurled like a blossoming lotus, layer by layer. 1, 2, 3, until it reached the 9th layer, revealing the hidden secrets within. Chen Yu transitioned from initial anticipation to profound astonishment, ultimately left with a heart full of confusion of marbles. It was no wonder Chen Yu felt perplexed. The innermost part of the device was merely embedded with a spherical object resembling a marble. This object was familiar to him. In his previous life, he often played with such items, earning the title of the Marble Champion at XX Primary School, where half of his backpack was filled with books and the other half with these playthings. Of course, once discovered by his teacher, these marbles were mingled with his tears and became mere decorations in his father's fish tank. The other two individuals present were unaware of Chen Yu's thoughts at that moment. At Master Luo's gesture, Jiangze cautiously approached and removed the European magnet from its place. Would you like to hold it and take a closer look? Jiangze suddenly smiled at Chen Yu. Is that allowed? Chen Yu inquired eagerly. Of course. Jiangze replied enthusiastically. However, just as Chen Yu prepared to reach out, Jiangze withdrew his hand, opening his palm instead. Initially, Chen Yu thought Jiangze was merely playing tricks again, but he soon understood the value of the object. Complying, he opened his hand, ready to receive this priceless European magnet. Fully absorbed in the European magnet, Chen Yu failed to notice the wicked smile that crept onto Jiangze's lips at the moment he released his grip. Bang! A pained scream from Chen Yu echoed alongside Jiangze's joyful laughter. Why is this thing so heavy? Rising to his feet, Chen Yu glared angrily at Jiangze. Just moments ago, he had been struck down to the floor by what appeared to be an inconspicuous marble. Despite possessing comet-level prowess and having traversed the gravitational forces of Elphim while carrying a ton-weighted Jacob for days, it was indeed hard to believe he had been bested by a mere marble. "You didn't ask me." Jiang Zhe feigned innocence, raising his hands. Chen Yu, habitually exasperated, chose to ignore him and began to examine the marble in his hand. Due to the recent impact, a distinct indentation had formed in his palm. Weighing the marble again, he estimated that this marble-sized European magnet weighed several hundred kilograms. No wonder he had been caught off guard. "How can this be so heavy?" Chen Yu exclaimed again, this time filled with not just shock, but confusion. The European magnet he held was approximately 1 cubic centimeter in size, yet its mass was several hundred kilograms, suggesting a minimum density exceeding 200,000 g-centimeter. What does this imply? For context, gold has a density of 19.32 g-cm, while osmium, the densest known element, is merely 22.57 g-centimeter. The density of the European magnet was nearly 10,000 times greater than both. Remarkable, isn't it? You must be wondering how such a dense marble can maintain such a stable material structure. Master Luo observed, smiling at Chen Yu's bewilderment. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. While there are substances in the universe denser than the European magnet, the most famous example is the neutron star. The density of a neutron star can reach up to 2 billion tons per cubic centimeter, with a minimum of 80 million tons per cubic centimeter. However, such terrifying density requires immense gravitational force to maintain that if one were to place 1 cubic centimeter of neutron star material on a regular planet, it would not retain its form. It would expand rapidly, triggering a massive explosion. But what if I told you that the European magnet might be hollow inside? Would you be even more astonished? "That's impossible," Chen Yu exclaimed, adamant in his disbelief. "Yet it is clearly before your eyes, is it not?" Master Luo pointed at the European magnet in Chen Yu's hand, continuing without waiting for a rebuttal. "Over 100,000 years ago, in our celestial star domain—" "Oh no, at that time it was not yet a star domain. It could only be referred to as the celestial system. There was a scientist named Omagnet. During a chance journey, he discovered these uniquely characteristic marbles in a temple of a primitive civilization. After a friendly exchange, the natives informed him that these treasures, offered to the gods, were gifts from the celestial beings. Having descended to the ground encased in meteorites, subsequently, he returned to the celestial system, warmly sent off by the locals. This is recorded by his descendants." Master Luo shrugged as he recounted the tale. Omagnet, driven by insatiable curiosity and possessing considerable wealth, began to study these marbles. Such high-density objects should not exist in the natural world. They ought to form in environments of extreme temperature and pressure. Omagnet hypothesized that some substance within the marbles was responsible for maintaining their stable material form. Unfortunately, despite employing various methods like electron microscopy and atomic force microscopy, he was unable to observe the internal structure. In desperation, he resorted to the most primitive approach, cutting them open. To his astonishment, even high-energy lasers could not sever the European magnet. He even spent vast sums to gain access to a top-tier laboratory capable of generating temperatures in the trillions of degrees. Yet, even under such extreme conditions, the European magnet remained intact, truly unfathomable. To put it in perspective, a supernova explosion reaches only 150 billion degrees, and the core temperature of a neutron star is merely several hundred billion degrees. Taking a breath, Master Luo suddenly posed a question to Chen Yu. "Oh, you know what our Lai Ren's greatest ability is? Innovative wisdom." Chen Yu recalled Jiang Zhe mentioning this concept. Indeed, it is innovative wisdom, essentially. The imagination and creativity inspired by curiosity. Omagnet, in his quest to uncover the secrets of a marble, connected his brainwave transceiver to it. This was an action beyond ordinary comprehension, almost unimaginable, that he succeeded, but in his success, he perished. The laboratory erupted in a violent explosion, reducing the entire building to ruins, yet the European magnet remained unscathed. Fortunately, his experimental records were preserved, allowing future generations to continue his research after centuries of study. It was hypothesized that there existed a substance or energy within the marble that could not be directly observed, explaining its extraordinary stability. Additionally, it was discovered that when brainwaves resonated with this internal substance, an unobservable reaction occurred, releasing vast amounts of energy. The principle of conservation of energy is universal. Energy cannot be created from nothing nor disappear into nothing. Therefore, some propose that this was a reaction between dark energy and light, with the European magnet serving as a catalyst under specific conditions. Though this remained a hypothesis yet to be validated, as Master Luo elaborated, he suddenly turned serious, pointing at the European magnet in Chen Yu's hand. Moreover, this object only responds to certain specific biological waveforms, showing no reaction to imitations. This is precisely why I said that mechanical domains cannot decipher the key technologies of mechas as time passed and technology advanced. We eventually mastered the safe manipulation of this European magnet energy technology, successfully integrating it into mecha technology, which laid the foundation for driving away the Zeta tribe. In conclusion, Master Luo's side, Omagnet was both a madman and a genius. Jiang Zhe, overhearing this, straightened up inexplicably. Chen Yu felt a twinge of exasperation, wanting to tell Jiang Zhe that he was neither a madman nor a genius, but simply a plain lunatic. By the way, after all this talk, you must be hungry. There's a kitchen here. I'm about to prepare a meal. Would you like to stay and eat a bit? Master Luo's demeanor shifted from serious to amiable. Jiang Zhe's face paled as he quickly snatched the European magnet from Chen Yu's hands, stuffing it back into the mecha device, and then pulled the still bewildered Chen Yu away, disappearing in an instant. No, Master Luo, we have something else to attend to. We'll talk another time. Ah, such a pity. Chapter 84. Training and Expedition Tianyuan Star, Mecha Training Grounds. Clang, the resounding sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the expansive arena, caused by two peculiar mechas engaged in close combat. Oh dear, rookie, your reaction speed is dreadfully slow. To your left. No, this time to right point, one of the blue-green mechas danced nimbly, its movements fluid and agile, treating its opponent as if it were merely a plaything. Another mech clad in red and white, though it retaliated repeatedly, displayed a noticeable sense of delay in its movements, akin to a clumsy child. Toyed with effortlessly. The pilot of this mech was none other than Chen Yu. 3 days prior, upon discovering his innate talent for piloting mechs, the higher-ups of the committee swiftly granted him the opportunity to command one. Would Chen Yu refuse? Of course not. What man could resist the allure of piloting a mech? After 3 days of adaptive training, he quickly mastered basic actions such as walking, running, and jumping, just as he envisioned soaring through the skies. Jiang Zhe approached him, announcing that the training partner was ready, and it was time for the next phase. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Chen Yu focused intently on warding off his opponent's attacks, completely disregarding the trash talk echoing through the communication channel. Careful now, this time is to the right. Just kidding. Instinctively, Chen Yu raised his hand to the right to block, only to be struck fiercely from the left, sending him flying. Bang, with a deafening crash and a slight tremor in the ground. The training ground fell into a sudden silence. The cockpit opened, and a slender young man emerged. Tiske. What a novice. He believes everything I say. Ding Chun shook his head, his mockery unmasked on the other side. Chen Yu, though reluctant, did not retort. After all, he was indeed outmatched. So, is it my turn now? Spoke a stout man with a round face named Luo Chen Yu. Like Ding Chun, was one of the most outstanding mech pilots of the younger generation in the celestial realm. However, unlike Ding Chun, who hailed from an orphanage, Luo Chen Yu belonged to the Luo family, one of the 7 great families of the Central Committee. Although the celestial realm professed a democratic system, the concept of nobility was merely nominal, as class divisions still existed, with power concentrated in just a few families oh rush, I need to have a look at everything first. By the way, young man, I've developed a new dish recently. Would you like to try it? Just as Luo began to speak, he started promoting his culinary skills I feel a bit dizzy. I must have been shaken up earlier. I don't have much appetite. So I'll rest for a while. This time, without Jiang Zhe's prompting, Chen Yu, whose complexion had turned shade of green, quickly found an excuse. Just yesterday, unable to resist Luo's enthusiastic invitation, he chose to stay and have lunch with him under Jiang Zhe's admiring gaze. The plating is exquisite, the design perfect, truly the mark of a designer, Chen Yu silently praised. The moment the first bite touched his tongue, it felt like a bolt of lightning coursing through his head, the intensity surpassing even the moment he connected his nerves to the mech. Could this be the legendary, glowing cuisine? Chen Yu thought he might be on the brink of paradise. If I must describe it, perhaps it would be akin to chocolate that tastes like excrement. So it turns out, there's no lower limit to bad taste. To label Luo's dish as merely bad would be a disservice to the concept of bad food. I can't leave him be. I must stay by his side. Jiangze immediately chimed in that I've been on a diet and need to strictly control my intake, said the slender Ding Chun with utmost seriousness. Ah, this Luo Chen Yu was taken aback. How did this guy steal my line? What am I supposed to do now? My grandfather is calling me home for dinner. Saying this, he turned to follow the three ahead. Come back. Where do you think you're going? I've already informed your grandfather that you're staying here for dinner. Hurry up and follow me. Ah, fourth uncle. Luo Chen Yu was nearly in tears. Though he was a bit heavy-set, he wasn't indiscriminate with his eating. Pigs can be picky too. In the afternoon, the training ground remained unchanged. The red and white mech was under intense assault from a completely black mech. What in the world did this guy eat? Why is he so furious? Chen Yu lamented inwardly. Unlike the agile mech named Xianfeng piloted by Ding Chen earlier, Luo Chen Yu's mech, named Bingfeng, was not fast. And in terms of agility, it was even less nimble than Chen Yu, the novice. However, the power of the Bingfeng mech far surpassed the former. Even when Chen Yu fully blocked its strikes, he was still sent flying by the residual force. The thought of being hit without defense was simply unimaginable. You bastards, leaving me behind. Luo Chen Yu, his face pale, spoke while intermittently retching that no, this can't continue. I need to devise a strategy. Soon, taking advantage of his agile movements to dodge. Chen Yu seized an opportunity. Now, my chance. Chen Yu successfully maneuvered behind Luo Chen Yu, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Thud, bang. The red and white mech soared high before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. How is this possible? How did you do that? Chen Yu, just exiting the cockpit, rushed to Luo Chen Yu, utterly perplexed by what had transpired. My Bingfeng prioritizes power, which results in a lack of agility. To mitigate this disadvantage, I installed 360-degree rotating devices at the joints of the mech's limbs, allowing its back to function as a front in combat, though still slightly green around the gills. Luo Chen Yu proudly explained the highlights of his mech.ic. Chen Yu responded, enlightened. Despite suffering 2 crushing defeats in one day, he did not lose heart. He was not one to concede easily that 8 days passed. Chen Yu's piloting skills became increasingly proficient. While he still could not defeat Ding Chun and Luo Chen Yu, he transformed from a one-sided victim to an engaging participant in their duels. One day, just as he prepared to head to the mech training ground as usual, Jiangze suddenly produced a document and began reading it to him with utmost seriousness. Yu Dong, I hereby formally notify you that you have been temporarily summoned to the advance force as the captain of a class battleship. When Jiangze was serious, his expression was quite intimidating. All right, let us go. Everyone else is waiting. Where to? Chen Yu questioned, puzzled. Didn't you hear me? The advance force. Jiangze rolled his eyes. What are we going there for? To fight. Fight? Yes, to explore new star systems. Otherwise, do you think we acquired this vast territory from thin air? Moreover, this is a test of your abilities. Nothing is more convincing than actual combat. Half an hour later, Chen Yu was brought to the designated assembly point. There he not only saw Ding Chun and Luo Chen Yu, but also spotted Liu Bing, Yao Yi, and Jiang Yin, with whom he had shared a fleeting acquaintance. Soon, the group boarded a battleship to rendezvous with the advance force waiting in space. The expedition commenced, with their first destination being the TJ-466 outpost, located at the edge of the celestial domain. Chapter 85. Expansion. The TJ-466 outpost lay at the outermost edge of the fourth R of the SC-126 star system. SC-126 was situated on the fringes of the celestial domain, approximately several hundred million light-years from Tianyuan star. To be precise, the SC-126 star system was still in its preliminary exploration phase, with an overall exploration rate of less than 0.1. Consequently, this star system had yet to be formally incorporated into the celestial domain's territory. The Lion civilization had developed to the point where its registered population had reached tens of billions. It is no exaggeration to say that every second, millions, if not billions, of lion infants are born. Such a colossal population base implies an unimaginable demand for resources, and against the backdrop of the interstellar era, colonial expansion is undoubtedly the best and only option to encourage the populace to venture forth and explore. The 5 major factions of a lion civilization jointly enacted a law. Whoever discovers it owns it, as the name suggests. Whoever reaches an unclaimed planet first and records complete planetary data will claim ownership of that planet. However, the vastness of the universe is daunting. Even neighboring star systems can be separated by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of light years. The most advanced civilian spacecraft engines can only achieve warp speed level 3, meaning that if the populace wishes to reach the nearest unexplored star system, they must travel for hundreds or even thousands of years, which is decidedly unfriendly to the public. Therefore, the official factions often dispatch advanced forces as pathfinders to reach unexplored star systems first and establish stargates. The locations of these stargates are referred to as outposts. After establishing the first outpost, the advance force does not halt but continues onward to construct the second, third. Once the outposts are completed, the populace can radiate outward through the stargates, initiating colonial expansion. Thus, points become lines, lines become planes, until the entire star system is incorporated into the territory. Take this moment. Chen Yu and his companions were conducting final preparations at the TJ-466 outpost. So, you mean to say we are here to explore and establish a stargate? Chen Yu, unable to contain his curiosity after listening to Jiang Ze's introduction, asked that of course not. Did I not already inform you that we are here for battle? To put it more vividly, we are here to clear the mines, Jiang Ze remarked, shaking his head. Clear the mines? Chen Yu inquired, extending his hand to signal Jiang Ze to continue. The populace often gravitates towards planets with ecological environments conducive to our habitation as indicated by the star charts. For these planets require minimal transformation costs and are abundant in resources. However, such planets are likely to harbor life, perhaps even civilizations. As Jiang Ze uttered that last word, his voice unexpectedly deepened. You mean? Chen Yu's expression sharpened as he began to connect the dots. Indeed, just as you suspect, Jiang Ze shrugged. His implication was clear. When the populace encounters planets that already possess civilizations during their explorations, it evidently exceeds their capabilities, thus necessitating the intervention of professionals like themselves to resolve these complications. As for the means of resolution, there are merely a few options. Behind the flourishing interstellar civilizations lie the barbarism and bloodshed of colonization. Chen Yu fell silent, instinctively resisting such actions, even though he was well aware that this was an inevitable aspect of civilization's evolution, akin to the oft-repeated phrase, survival of the fittest. Hey, what are you contemplating? Could it be that your moral compass is unexpectedly high? Upon noticing Chen Yu's sudden silence, Jiang Ze seemed to sense something that, to be honest, in terms of colonization policies, our celestial faction is far superior to several others. As long as the indigenous civilization of a planet reaches a level of 0.5 or above and is willing to maintain contact with us in a civilized manner, we too shall treat that civilization with civility, even providing significant technological assistance for their swift development. You may not be aware, but those civilizations that have benefited from us have almost all willingly become our subordinate civilizations. Consequently, our celestial faction boasts the highest number of subordinate civilizations among the 5 major factions. And they are quite supportive of us, Jiang Ze spoke with evident pride. Chen Yu exhaled, finding some solace in this information. Nonetheless, this policy comes with a prerequisite. The opposing civilization must not harm any citizens of our celestial faction. Under no circumstances. Jiang Ze's demeanor shifted from a smile to a serious expression. Chen Yu nodded in understanding. Moreover, regardless of your personal thoughts, you must acclimate to this reality, for it is also a component of the Lion Grand competition. And indeed, one of the highest scoring elements. Jiang Ze fixed his gaze on Chen Yu's eyes, stating earnestly, "All right, I will strive to adapt. However, speaking of this Lion Grand competition, what exactly is it?" Chen Yu expressed genuine curiosity regarding the competition. "If you're interested, I can certainly elaborate," Jiang Ze replied, adjusting himself into a more comfortable sitting position. The Lion Grand competition occurs once every 10,000 years, and the victorious faction will become the ruling faction of the entire Lion civilization. The subsequent 10,000 years will bear the name of that faction. Much like the current Oasis era is named after the Oasis faction, Jiang Ze mentioned, a hint of disdain crossing his features when he referred to the Oasis faction. Initially, the Lion Grand competition featured only one event, martial combat. However, as the interstellar age dawned, it gradually evolved into 3 events, martial combat, mecha, and exploration. Yet, following an incident several millennia ago, this iteration of the Lion Grand competition has introduced a 4th event, space warfare. Among these 4 events, martial combat, mecha, and space warfare each carry a score of 20 points, with only the top 3 scores being counted, 20, 10, and 5 respectively. Exploration, however, is weighted highest at 40 points, also counting only the top 3. 40. 20 and 10. This high weighting for exploration serves to encourage the populace to boldly explore and expand, spreading the brilliance of lion civilization across the cosmos. The total scores are combined, and the faction with the highest score shall emerge victorious. Jiang paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating his words. The Oasis faction has maintained an uninterrupted winning streak for 40,000 years, establishing itself as a singularly dominant force among the 5 factions. Even the Holy Mountain and Holy Tree factions, which have covertly allied, struggle to suppress the Oasis faction. Should they continue their winning streak, the balance that has endured for millennia may very well be shattered, the consequences of which are uncertain. Chen Yu was astonished to observe a trace of concern in Jiang gaze, an expression that seemed at odds with his persona. Thus, we are willing to expend such immense resources to secure your presence. With you, we nearly guarantee the 20 points for space warfare. You hold me in such high regard. Chen Yu responded, somewhat taken aback, as this seemed to be Jiang first compliment. Jiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Chen Yu found joy in Jiang moment of vulnerability. Such occurrences were rare. Hey, what are you two doing? Are you prepared to board the ship and depart? A voice crackled through the communicator.